A holy angel descends to the mortal realm. Everyone is overwhelmed by her beauty. However, this man strides through the crowd and coldly delivers a powerful slap to her. Then he ruthlessly breaks the angel's wings, because only he knows that the angel before their eyes is just a sick, murderous maniac. In reality, this man has already gone through 98 cycles of reincarnation. In the 99th cycle, with just one scythe, he became the strongest person, and also the last survivor. But just as Ryu Min was about to enter the final challenge that would end everything, the system announced the leader's room requires at least 5 players to open. Because he didn't meet the requirements, he could only watch his body slowly dissolve. Yet there wasn't a hint of regret in his eyes, because Ryu Min knew clearly that after he died, that familiar sound would ring out again. Congratulations, you have successfully activated the regression badge. But he couldn't have anticipated this. The system notification this time was different from all the others. The number of his own regressions has now reached the usage limit, which means if this 100th attempt isn't successful, he will truly die. Do you think, guys, that Ryu Min can complete the mission to escape this world? Or will he lose his life here? Let's follow the protagonist's journey. It begins with the image of a temple lit with sparkling lights. Countless people are gathering along the street. It's finally time, everyone. When there are 5 seconds left, let's count down with us. Amidst that bustling crowd, a young man with a hooded cloak, radiating a mysterious and powerful aura, stands amidst the counting of the people around him. 5. Ryu Min looks up with an expressionless face, not expecting what will happen next. Beside him, the crowd continues to count intently. 4. Seeing that, he can't help but feel nervous and curse, damn it. He looks at his own hands and realizes something. I'm back. They are trembling because of his fear. I've returned right before I got dragged into this damn game. He clenches his fists. Even though he had reached the final round, the counting continues. 3. Ryu Min is the only one not enjoying the New Year celebration. If I could, I would want time to stop right now. 2. His system window pops up and announces, the number of times you have used the time reversal rune, 100. That moment finally arrived when he had to make a decision. 1. Anyway, this is the last attempt. There was no need to hide himself anymore, so he pulled back his hood. I will end this game once again. Ryu Min looks around the crowd to search. To do that, I need 4 more people to go to the final round with me. Who would be the most suitable to form a team? Jumping back a few minutes, Yongmin is bored listening to his friends cheering. We've finally become adults. The 2 guys in front are chatting excitedly. No need to pretend to be anyone anymore, right? Of course. They are still as noisy as children, making the guy with the shaved head sigh. What should I do after graduation? Should I try delivering food? Hey, that girl looks just like Seo Aaron. The actress Seo Aaron? No way. The 2 in front keep arguing noisily. How could that be Aaron? Are you blind? The shaved-headed guy turns to ask his friend, Yongmin, what are you planning to do? He suddenly says me. He nonchalantly responds to the question, didn't I tell you? I'm going to become a gangster. His friends look shocked. Are you crazy? If you do that, just one mistake and you could die. So you're not joking? Yongmin shrugs. Hey, I told you to let it go. You only live once, right? I just want to live the way I want. On the surface, they just laugh secretly, but inside they share a common thought. What a crazy lunatic. Seriously, as soon as I graduate, I'm cutting ties with this guy forever. Then Yongmin's friend asks again, so after graduation, what are you planning to do with that errand boy? He stares blankly for a moment before remembering the person. You mean that poor, gloomy bastard always looking so depressed? Then he laughs and says, I can't let him off just because I graduated. His friends point at him and cluck their tongues. Damn, that's harsh. He probably thinks once he graduates, everything will be over. That guy is really cruel. Yongmin adds excitedly, he doesn't have the right to decide when this ends. I have to mess with him as much as possible. While they were talking, suddenly his friend spotted someone. Wait, isn't that your errand boy? Ryu Min's figure weaves through the crowd along with the voice from the speaker. It's finally time, everyone. When there are 5 seconds left, let's count down with us. He smirks as the countdown begins. That's my errand boy 5. But when he suddenly sees the aura surrounding Ryu Min, 4, 3. His eyes narrow slightly because the more he looks, the stranger it gets. 2, that bastard, 1. And at that exact moment, Ryu Min takes off his hood. He simultaneously turns and makes eye contact with Yongmin. That makes him start to feel uncomfortable. Something is different about him today. Yongmin's hot temper flares up. Happy New Year. Is he crazy? Why does he keep staring at me? His friends have to jump in to stop him. Yongmin, it's New Year's Eve, let it go. You still have plenty of time to bully him later. Because they are in a crowded place, he doesn't dare make a scene and mutters, bastard, I'll let you go for today. The chubby guy in the group covers his face and whines, I've finally become an adult. The people around are wishing each other, Happy New Year, may all your wishes come true. But suddenly a strange voice rings out, humans are really funny. They celebrate the new year without knowing what a desperate situation they are in. Yongmin is provoked by those words. What did you just say? The young man next to him quickly denies it. I didn't say anything. And the guy in the middle looks up at the sky and says, what? I just heard something. High in the sky, an angel is flapping her wings very leisurely, looking at them, completely ignorant and shocked. Even though her face is beautiful, she says extremely hurtful words, feeling like she's watching monkeys in a cage. The people look up at that aura confused. Damn, is that an angel? Is the TV station holding a New Year's event? If they said it was real, I'd believe it, she's so beautiful. Ryu Min also looks up but isn't very surprised. She's appeared. Even after 99 times, it's still so annoying. That woman gently covers her faint smile, then she utters words filled with contempt. You trashy humans, you all seem overwhelmed by my beauty, don't you? But don't have any strange ideas. I have no intention of associating with you vermin. The angel looks at them with interest. Judging by your reactions, you can all hear my voice then. Suddenly an uncle points up and shouts, hey, what's wrong with you? Are you dressed as an angel or something? And what do you mean vermin? Ryu Min hears those shouts. What do you mean by that, you bitch? And he just silently remarks, truly humiliating. The angel's smile instantly vanishes. Instead, her eyes glow red with anger. So annoying. The man with the guts to speak up immediately explodes in front of countless people. A young man standing nearby sees blood splattering all over him and trembles. He screams in fear, which affects the whole crowd. Yongmin is also taken aback. Damn it, what the hell is that? The angel points at them and scolds the person who was just disposed of. How dare a lowly human speak to a superior species like me with that attitude? Now everyone's face is filled with extreme fear. You humans have no right to question me. Don't try to pretend you're on my level. What is that sound? Unless you want your brains to explode like that guy just now. She stops playing around and gets to the point. You must be very confused about the current situation. How could lowly humans like you know what's going on? The game has begun with the first rule. I will explain it simply and clearly, so listen carefully. Ryu Min sighs, having to hear the explanation once again. The angel's body shines brightly along with her resounding voice. Now we will start a game. We will play 20 rounds. On the first day of every month, human souls will be brought into a new dimension to play a game. The smile on the angel's lips is very warm because she has returned to that relaxed state. Humans only need to do one thing. The people are forced to listen to what she says without daring to make a sound. Complete the mission. If you complete the mission, you will be able to return to reality with a reward. The chubby guy whispers, what is she saying? His friend replies, it seems she'll let us live if we complete a few missions. Guessing what the humans are thinking, the angel adds a reminder. You might think she'll let us live if we complete a few missions, but not everyone can survive just by completing the mission. That is the key point she is about to mention next. Only half of the participants will be spared. The small glimmer of hope that the people had just lit is instantly extinguished. No way, how can that be? Her smile hasn't faded, which means there's more to say. But don't worry too much, I won't take everyone away. The crowd is noisy and disorderly, making Ryu Min sigh in exasperation. What do you mean? Over there, be quiet. He looks at her again and sinks into his thoughts. Only those between 15 and 29 years old have to participate. When I got dragged into this game on New Year's, I never thought I'd encounter it 100 times like this. A middle-aged person next to him clenches his fists in joy. So I'm going to live, I will live. A young man next to him clicks his tongue, damn it. He excitedly grabs the uncle's shirt. Are you happy that you get to live that much? Why are you mocking us? The uncle is panicked, not yet able to explain what. Yangmin behind is more composed, so he warns his friend loudly, stay there. Haven't you realized the situation yet? Didn't you see the person whose head just exploded earlier? The rules have been explained, so the angel switches to statistics. Let's see. It looks like the total number of participants will be 1,801,029,290. She reaches out, emitting a blinding light. Now that I've explained everything, let's start the game. Ryu Min is teleported to a space that is entirely white. His face remains impassive when the angel's voice echoes in his head. Now you are all in a space where you cannot see each other. Now the space creates a mirror in front of him. Before transferring your souls, you need to create a body. Ryu Min slowly touches the glass. You can customize them, you only have one chance, so choose carefully. He himself doesn't want to waste time, so he finishes early. Just do it like I always do. The reflection in the mirror gradually changes. My nickname will be. His hair seems to fly when that familiar nickname is chosen by him. Black Dog. The space for the first game is created. A green and empty grassland appears. Ryu Min's new body slowly enters that space. With a face that carries a more mature look, he has the name Black Dog above his head and thinks to himself, this will be the 100th regression. He even tries to flex his arm muscles to test his capabilities. I used the same appearance. Since this is the 12th attempt, I feel like this is my own body. Immediately after that, the players are released onto the empty land one by one. Where is this? A plane? Huh. My body really changed. I tried using a celebrity's face. How about that? Damn, it actually worked. Ryu Min looks at a few guys intentionally creating a flashy look for themselves. Everyone this time is also trying to look their best, but if you have a brain and know how to think, you shouldn't do that. That girl is very happy with her glowing face, even though it's very dangerous. This world is the world of those who have the strongest survival instincts. If you're too attractive, you easily become a target. If you die in this world, you die in the real world too. Ryu Min briefly stops caring about others and just searches for a name. It's almost time. Yangmin steps out with an extremely powerful presence. There he is, Hwang Yangmin. He isn't too surprised by this choice of his. This time he chose a muscular body. The angel doesn't waste much time returning. Looking at you like this, I'm sure you like your new interface. I love seeing your fearful expressions. Let's see. A total of 1,802,910 people. That's the total number of people in Seoul. The crowd looks around and wonders, 1.8 million? It doesn't look like that many. The woman holds her head and mocks, truly, you lowly humans. She suddenly gets angry and shouts, do you think there's only this space? Humans will be divided into different planes with different angels and proceed with the rounds. Focus on yourselves. Before we actually start, I will explain it simply. While she is still guiding, Ryu Min soon knows how it works. First, think of the word status window in your mind. Status window instantly appears with information. Status window. Name Ryu Min, nickname Har, status apprentice. Level 1, class 0, title 0, stats strength +3, intelligence +3, agility +3, luck +3. Stat points 0. Regular skills none, special skills none, runes none, mystery skills unlock at level 10, mystery unlock at level 20, mystery unlock at level 40, mystery unlock at level 60, mystery unlock at level 99. He thinks bored, looking at it just makes me want to sigh. The angel up high shouts down, now have you all looked at your status windows? You will understand how trashy you are if you've ever played a game before. Yangmin is also looking at her as she says a few words of encouragement. Become stronger if you can survive to the end and conquer round 20. The angel's face darkens behind the blindfold. Then not only will you be free, but you will also be granted a wish. And that very ambiguity makes countless people waver. A wish? Really? No way. The angel continues, however, you must be the first one to get it. She curls her lips into a smile. Finally, say inventory and look inside, I've prepared a gift. Yangmin tries to think of the keyword she pointed out and is startled because the system panel changes accordingly. Inventory. He touches the screen and reads the information on it. A random rune stone. A red ruby stone is placed in the inventory as a starting gift. You see, a random rune stone is like this. It can only be used once. You can only use it when you are at level 1, and that is the only item you are given when starting out. You can use it by holding it in your hand and thinking use. Yangmin puts his palm out and follows suit. Use. The true power appears, making his eyes widen in surprise. Because she has finished her task, the angel quickly concludes, looking at that expression, you guys aren't happy. No matter what the result is, you have to accept it because that's your luck. She raises her hand. Done with the rune seal, now let's start, shall we? The sound of applause rings out to let that nightmare begin. The first mission is distributed to the players immediately. Round 1 mission, each person defeat 100 goblins in the safe zone. Participants, 1,801,029,290. Eliminated, 0900514645. Area ESKS 455. Participants 10,286, eliminated 05143. The goblins are also created and equipped with some primitive weapons. Only one has appeared, so the crowd is still subjective and huddled together to ask each other, is that a goblin? It feels just like playing a game. Are we really in a virtual reality game? Were we kidnapped without knowing it for testing? The angel gently creates countless other lights. It's still too early to get excited. I haven't summoned all the goblins yet. At this moment, the players frown in fear. Wait, there are so many of them. An unfair number is announced by her, 10,000 people fighting 50,000 goblins. Fight to the death. No sooner had she finished speaking than the low-level goblins opened their mouths and charged. The newcomers are extremely confused and can only scream, they're running towards us, stay away. Amidst that chaotic scene, there are the footsteps of someone walking up calmly. Ryu Min passes by those who are still afraid to proceed towards the monsters. They try their best to warn him, what's wrong with that guy? He's walking straight towards the monsters. Wait a bit, it's dangerous to go near there. Ignoring those meaningless words, his eyes glow red and spin along with his body. Ryu Min kicks the goblin right in the head. The regular players gasp in surprise. Whether in a group or an organization, the initial impression. What he does is actually for a specific purpose, always extremely important. I'll engrave my impression deep into their minds. The goblin is kicked in the face and flies backward. It falls flat on the ground, and its weapon, a small knife, is also dropped. Ryu Min immediately picks up that knife and follows the plan he had calculated. To keep the annoying flies from bothering me, I need to show my strength. He doesn't attack immediately but stops for a moment to look up. And most importantly, the angel lets out a sound of interest. I need to attract her attention. Right after the goblin lay on the ground, two others charged like moths to a flame. So, it looks like I have to put in some effort for this performance. Ryu Min brushed past them and landed 2 strikes on each of their backs. The others watched in awe, whispering, "That was so sick, did you guys see that? Who is that guy? Is he some kind of special ops soldier or something?" Black Crow, that's a pretty cool nickname too. Thanks to his display of skill, they slowly started to regain their confidence, wondering. Goblins are usually the weakest mobs in games, right? The young men were still sluggishly talking among themselves. We could probably take them down, right? Maybe not as easily as Black Crow, but if we fight seriously, it shouldn't be too hard. However, the goblin's speed was nothing to joke about as they lunged straight at the players. A goblin wore a wicked grin, its hand already plunging a blade into one of the young men. The person beside him turned pale and let out a moan. They had just been acting all tough, but now their courage had vanished and they scrambled away, screaming, "Help, somebody help me." Chaos erupted behind Ryu Min as they cried out, "They're coming again." A slaughter unfolded, but the goblins were clearly holding the upper hand. In this situation, nobody could mistake this for a game anymore. A woman watched in terror as a goblin drove its blade into someone who was being pinned down, the only thing left on their minds being a single, desperate thought. Just as he had predicted, she was gasping for air, her sanity slipping away as she was consumed by the singular instinct of survival. Ryu Min was all too familiar with being able to predict the players' actions. Their survival instincts had been ignited, taking over their minds, and now they were all running for their lives. He swung his arm, cutting one down, thinking, "I chose that same path the first time around too." His gaze lingered on the girl as if he were reminiscing about his own past, thinking, "It wasn't until the second time that I realized running away in this wasteland was impossible." She suddenly slammed into a yellow barrier. Once she steadied herself, she realized she couldn't pass through it, blurting out, "What is this?" Nearby, someone else was trembling as they raised a blade, struggling. For these people living in the modern age had never laid a hand on any living creature before. He hesitated, unable to deliver the killing blow even though the monster was rolling on the ground. They would likely find it incredibly difficult to kill a goblin, but to survive in this game. The goblin stared at him with its burning red eyes. It suddenly sat bolt upright and swung its weapon, terrifying him, and he realized he had to overcome that fear. The angel stood watching the bloody scene like it was a form of entertainment, while others screamed, "Help, help me." The war between humanity and goblins is truly fascinating, she mused. She knew exactly what the players were capable of. Even though the goblins were only the size of small children, if they offered no resistance, the monsters could take them down with their bare hands, let alone with daggers. That smile became even more pronounced as her golden eyes darted across the field. However, Ryu Min was nonchalantly hacking away at the goblins, making her wonder just what kind of human he really was. She tried opening his system profile to take a look. "Black Crow, Goblin Defeat Quest Progress 7100, she whispered. "Black Crow, huh?" Even though she was the administrator here, her authority was limited, which annoyed her, thinking, "This damn system hides all player info except for quest progress." But the angel was in a pretty good mood, so she continued her little amusement, thinking, "Whatever, having to guide these pathetic humans is honestly a blow to my dignity. But it seems there are a few interesting ones left, so I'll stick around and enjoy it for a bit longer." The goblin took the edge of Ryu Min's blade right in the face. The system continuously reported his progress. "You have defeated a goblin. Experience plus 4%, gold plus 10. You have leveled up. Goblin Defeat Quest Progress 75-100. Activity required to complete Goblin Defeat Quest, 25-100. He leaned to the side, dodging a knife thrown by one of the low-level goblins. 3 or 4 more goblins rushed toward him from the side. He moved with practiced, effortless grace. His fluid movements allowed Ryu Min to take down 5 of them in a single stroke. He twirled his blade with hands already stained with green blood. The goblin realized the danger and tried to back away. But how could it escape a lethal blow from Ryu Min, who this time used both hands to drive his blade into its head? His voice was about to strike deep fear into the goblins, as he asked, "Any more of you?" The whole pack of goblins only let out a weak cry, not daring to charge again. He sat down and wiped the green blood from his face, thinking, "Looks like I can take a short breather." Thanks to his hard work, his stats had leveled up several times. Status window name, Ryu Min nickname hand status, apprentice level, 4 class 0 title 0 stats, strength plus 3 intelligence plus 3 agility plus 3 luck plus 3 stat points 6 normal skills 0 special skills, none ancient languages, none bonus skills. Mystery unlocked at level 10, mystery unlocked at level 20, mystery unlocked at level 40, mystery unlocked at level 60, mystery unlocked at level 99. Up 4 levels in the blink of an eye. His hand, still holding the small knife, tapped the screen to level up his skills, thinking, I get 2 stat points every time I level up. Might as well put them all into agility. With his vast experience, Ryu Min was very cautious when upgrading himself. Beyond increasing the dodge rate, agility also boosted attack speed and movement speed, and in the early game, agility was the most important stat. Satisfied, he shook his blade to shed some of the green blood, thinking, with this pace, I've probably caught the angel's attention already. Time to end this. Suddenly, the knife spun through the air and struck the head of a goblin in the back row. A shrill scream erupted as Ryu Min looked on with a tense expression, saying, all right, bring it on. The more he provoked them, the further the monsters retreated. He let out a sigh, thinking, too scared. Then, the strongest player on the field bolted from the bushes. His significantly boosted agility allowed him to weave through them without leaving a single opening, and he said, well then, let me come to you. The goblin turned around in a rage. Before they could even attack, they were hit by a spinning strike from Ryu Min and reduced to wooden corpses. The system notification flashed. Experience plus 4%, gold plus 10. You have leveled up. Goblin Hunt Quest 100-100. Round 1 quest complete. A halo of light appeared around Ryu Min's body to mark him as a player. He waited calmly inside, thinking, that's round 1 done. Now that I've taken down these goblins, I've definitely got the angel's attention. Commendation messages for him flooded the system. Congratulations on completing the first round 1 quest in this area. Congratulations on completing the first round 1 quest across all areas. Ryu Min smiled in satisfaction, thinking, I hit rank 1. The higher the rank, the better the rewards. The top 3 get the best ones. Just as he had anticipated, the system offered him a choice. Congratulations on completing the first round 1 quest in this area. You will receive an optional weapon as a regional reward and a special reward for being the first across all areas. A small chest was added to his inventory, and the reward for the overall completion was, congratulations on completing the first round 1 quest across all areas. You will receive a treasure chest. I'm probably getting more rewards than everyone else. Ryu Min tapped the sword-shaped ticket first, thinking, let's pick the weapon for the regional reward first. The screen displayed 3 different types of weapons, saying, you may choose one of the following weapons. He pulled his hand back in slight surprise. It wasn't a huge deal, but he was lucky to have gotten this so early. Then, the young man tapped the screen lightly to make his weapon selection. The item was updated immediately, received short sword. Classification weapon, rarity rare, attack 15, effect agility plus 1. Durability 150-150, equipable by rookie rank or higher. Description, the best type of dagger a rookie can use. He tossed the small goblin knife onto the ground now that he had something better, saying, time to throw this trash away. With his hand still stained with green blood, he tapped the X icon, thinking, I'll hold on to this choice chest I got as a special reward for now. While Ryu Min was taking his time preparing, the people outside were still struggling to survive. Scrolling through his personal info one more time, one thing caught his attention and he thought, now that I think about it. In his description, there was a line that read Traveler, Last Travel, which piqued his curiosity, thinking, that title I got earlier. This is something I've never seen in all 99 regressions. He reached out and whispered, use. The stone shattered to activate the system function. You have used a random ancient language fragment. Congratulations, you have received the time reversal ancient language. Ryu Min clenched his fist and continued to listen. The received ancient language will automatically be carved into the player's body. The subsequent notifications were just as he had expected. The trace of this ancient language was now present in the player's soul, and because of its special nature, carving another had failed and the result was obvious. If I could carve another one, it would mean I could regress infinitely. However, this time he heard new information based on the ancient language trace in his soul. You have been registered as a time traveler with 100 travels completed. Ryu Min's face showed clear surprise as he heard the next part. Received title, Last Time Traveler. What? In this game, a title was something even more powerful than an ancient language. Title, Last Time Traveler. Unlock condition, receive 100 time reversal ancient languages. Effect, upon death maintain a soul state at that location for 1 minute. If you wish, you will be reborn and fully restored to life and health. This is a one-time use ability. The title will disappear after resurrection. These were far more powerful than ancient languages and even harder to obtain. What troubled him now was related to the skill he had received, thinking, Besides, resurrection is an exclusive skill belonging to priests. And even that skill only restored 30% of maximum health after reviving. But that, on the contrary, wasn't a cause for worry but only made him more intrigued, thinking, so this title lets me revive with full health. Looks like I just hit the jackpot. Ryu Min stroked his chin, his eyes sparkling with delight, thinking to himself that he had just acquired something incredible. Looking at the system panel in front of him, he made his decision in his heart and reached out, thinking, having this card up my sleeve is always a good thing. Title, Last Time Traveler. Status, public or private. He selected private mode, thinking, the title won't display under my ID in private mode, but the effect still holds. He clicked on private mode. Ryu Min narrowed his eyes and stretched, thinking, the others are probably finished with their quests by now. I wonder how Yangmin is doing. Yangmin was standing behind two people who were fighting, holding a knife in his hand, and Ryu Min thought, there he is. Ryu Min smiled, thinking, looks like he survived. Bright streams of golden light poured down from the sky. The angel Brielle appeared, her lips curling into a smile. No wonder it's getting so boring. Her light shone directly onto a few people, and her voice echoed, making the others freeze. Poor humans, you will be gradually wiped out to match the remaining number of goblins. So sorry, it's my fault. The angel Brielle clasped her hands together, her wings spreading wide, and she said, let's stir things up again, shall we? The blonde girl hugged her relative, tears streaming down her cheeks. Stir things up. She stood in shock, watching the young man in her arms slowly dissolve. The others stared in confusion as the cold bodies on the ground gradually faded away, asking, the corpses are dissolving, what's going on? They looked up at Brielle, the angel floating in the sky. Fierce monsters with drooling mouths lunged forward aggressively. They cursed in astonishment, damn it. Her eyes glowed as she looked down, a sinister smile on her face as she said nonchalantly, I've given you 50,000 more targets. Surely you have enough strength to slaughter them all, right? The monsters rushed forward with weapons, screaming, kill. A young man stabbed one in the stomach, and its blood splattered everywhere. A monster with a knife chased after someone. The two of them grappled with each other. The system panel appeared. Quest requirements met, 10215143. Yangmin looked at the monster in front of him and pulled the person behind him, shielding them. He gripped the monster by the throat. The system sound rang out. Quest requirements met, 21295143. Ryu Min sat on the grass. A person trapped inside the light tried to reach out for help, but they couldn't get out. He could only watch helplessly as his teammates were attacked by the monsters. The system appeared again. Quest requirements met, 35325143. The angel Brielle laughed in amusement at the bloody scene. Ryu Min glanced up at her. Waves of light shone down on everyone and the mechanical voice of the system boomed. Quest requirements met, 51435143. The monsters vanished instantly, leaving the survivors confused. The goblins disappeared. Where did they go? She glanced at the system panel and said, only half of you completed the quest. Quest requirements met, 51435143. We're done here. The angel Brielle looked down at those below and said coldly, the rest of you will have to die. It's the rules of the game after all. Everyone stood in shock, their faces filled with helplessness. Die. Wait, Angel, I only killed one more, I begged you, no. Waves of light from the sky fell, sending many into a panic. The angel Brielle clapped her hands lightly and sneered. Why such long faces? Shouldn't you be happy that you're still alive? Don't worry, you've survived and can go back now. She covered her smirk with her hand, her voice filled with contempt. Congratulations on passing the first stage. I hope you'll try harder next time. Now let's announce the rankings before you head back. The data panel appeared. Round 1 results area-wide. 1H level 5, no title, 10 minutes 21 seconds. 2 Stupid Mob level 5, no title, 16 minutes 15 seconds. 3 Sky Maverick level 5, no title, 17 minutes 7 seconds. Current area, ESC 45-5. 1 Black Crow level 5, no title, 10 minutes 21 seconds. 2 Life's a Movie level 5, no title, 23 minutes 55 seconds. 3 Black Dragon in Hand level 5, no title, 24 minutes 43 seconds. Another board appeared and Ryu Min stared intently at each one. He was ranked first in both the entire area and his current area. Ranking reward, low rank rare weapon ticket, optional special reward chest, quest completion bonus, 1000 gold. You will receive your quest completion reward in a few minutes. You have received 1000 gold for completing the quest. Congratulations. You can use the gold received to purchase items at the shop. The equipment purchase feature will unlock at level 10. Countless people stared at him in astonishment. He wore a faint smile, thinking, I guess everyone knows I took first place now. The angel Brielle rested her chin on her hand, amused, her voice booming. I didn't expect the first place position for the entire area to be in my territory. Truly hard to believe. Black Crow, right? Answer me. He looked at her and said, go ahead. She raised a hand, smiling, and asked, How did you get so strong? Did you acquire a special ancient language or something? While she smiled on the outside, she was seething on the inside, thinking, damn it. Ryu Min didn't answer directly, saying, you can just look at my status window and you'll know. The angel Brielle stammered, well. She awkwardly spread her hands. Of course I can. An angel like me can see that information easily, I was just testing you. He suppressed a laugh, thinking, quit trying to be funny. Ryu Min suddenly called out, hey angel. She wondered, what is it? She was stunned by his request. May I make a request? His confident expression confused her and the angel Brielle muttered, a request. Ryu Min crossed his arms with complete seriousness and said, yes. It seems the reward for first place is a bit lackluster. Yongmin and everyone else stared at him in astonishment. Everyone looked at Ryu Min in disbelief. The angel Brielle's face turned furious and she shouted, what did you just say? He stood within the stream of light saying arrogantly, I hope you can give me something more decent. She growled, threatening, say that again. Ryu Min didn't show any fear as he repeated, I'm not satisfied with my reward, so I want you to grant me something better. The space suddenly went silent, and all eyes were fixed on him. The angel Brielle's eyes lit up and she wore a wicked smile. A lowly human dares to make demands of me. I kept an eye on him because he was very proactive at first, but after killing just a few goblins, he looks down on me. She extended her hand, I will make your head explode. Suddenly remembering that the power had already been used, she angrily retracted her hand and clenched it. Damn it, I already used the one-time special ability to kill someone. You arrogant human, do you think I can't kill you? The angel Brielle saw something. Wait a minute. She said mysteriously, yes, I know what I should grant him. The angel Brielle looked at Ryu Min standing below and retorted, you want a better reward, huh? She landed, her feet touching the grass. I usually reject such requests immediately, but the angel Brielle took a step closer to Ryu Min. I've changed my mind, let's talk privately, the rest of you wait a moment. Hearing her say that, the crowd became restless. Is she really going to grant his wish? I didn't expect he could bargain with an angel. Should I try it too? I want a different reward as well. It's probably just because he ranked first. Whispering voices rose up. Yangmin stared at Ryu Min. Chasing us away, this reward must be incredibly valuable, I'm so jealous. He cast a cold, sharp gaze at him. He was bewildered by that look. Ryu Min didn't explain, walking away to the astonishment of Yangmin. He followed behind the angel Brielle. She turned her head to look at him and asked irritably, why aren't you coming closer? Do you intend to make me keep looking back? Walk beside me. He immediately replied, yes. Her eyes narrowed, her lips full of disdain, thinking to herself, stupid humans, they only obey when ordered. A species that doesn't know how to be docile but is way too greedy. The angel Brielle turned and continued walking. And why should I change what the system granted him? Even if I could, he's not the only exception. She glanced at Ryu Min maliciously, a scheming smile on her lips as she thought, he should just take what he was given. I'll show him what happens when you're greedy. Seeing a rock ahead, the angel Brielle thought to herself, I'll kill him as soon as we pass that rock. The two continued to walk, her countless thoughts circling in her head. Of course, there's a high chance of trouble. If I kill a player out of personal grudge without using the one-time ability, what if the players complain about unfairness and revolt? If that happens, those in charge will hold me responsible because, due to my actions, the game's rules were broken. The angel Brielle's feet gradually stepped closer to the rock. So, I need a place where there's no one around. She wore a cunning smile, thinking with zero sympathy. You stupid bastard, if you just shut your mouth, no one would ever know what happened. The angel Brielle turned around, looking at Ryu Min with a strangely cheerful attitude, her voice seductive. You want a reward, don't you? Tell me, what do you want? A fist from him moved close to her face, leaving her stunned before she could finish her sentence. The blow from Ryu Min was unleashed, without reservation, directly onto the angel Brielle's face. Her face swelled up before she could even recover her senses. The angel Brielle's eyes were filled with complete shock. She fell to the ground, her heart filled with resentment. A stream of golden liquid flowed down the angel Brielle's face. She raised her hand to check, her heart full of surprise. What is this? Did that damn human just hit me? She jumped up, her face twisted in a terrifying way as she looked at Ryu Min. Damn human. He suddenly disappeared without a trace. The angel Brielle was startled, not realizing he had appeared behind her back. He's gone. Ryu Min grabbed her wings. The angel Brielle panicked and looked back. With his other hand, he reached up and squeezed her neck. She screamed in fear, wait, what are you doing? Stop. His actions were extremely decisive. The angel Brielle's piercing scream rang out. She fell to the ground, her eyes lifeless, her mouth agape. Ryu Min couldn't have had any emotions. He used his hands to break off one of the angel Brielle's wings. He looked at her coldly and said, my lady, don't be such a crybaby. Ryu Min grabs the other wing, making her howl in pain. The wing that had just been torn off leaked streams of golden liquid. He said indifferently, now you can't run away anymore. The angel Brielle gritted her teeth looking at him. Ryu Min asked nonchalantly, how is it? Does it hurt? She shouted loudly, "It hurts. Of course it hurts." A smile formed on his lips and he calmly spoke. "If I had waited another 5 minutes, you would be the one asking this obvious question, and then smiling that despicable smile of yours." The angel Briel sat up abruptly, looking at him and shouting, "Are you crazy, human? What are you talking about?" Ryu Min lifted both wings, a knife appearing hidden in one of them. He asked in a cold tone, "You intended to use the knife hidden in your wing to kill me, didn't you?" Knowing he had guessed correctly, he threw the wings away, answering naturally, "I knew it all along." The angel Briel was in pain, one hand touching her shoulder, shouting, You, what do you mean by kill?" She was speechless and retorted, "I never intended to do that." Ryu Min frowned, his blood-red eyes looking coldly at her. "There's no point in lying, just by looking at your face I know everything, Briel." Her face gradually became fearful and she stammered, How? How does a human know my name?" He pulled the knife out of the system, his voice becoming icy. "Knowing it won't do you any good." The angel Briel stepped back in fear. "What are you doing? Why did you suddenly pull out a weapon?" Ryu Min examined the knife and retorted, "Still don't understand." She pointed her index finger at his face and threatened him in a nasty tone. "Are you so crazy that you want your head to explode? I just need to snap my fingers and you will." He seemed to have her under control and said, "You don't even have the ability to kill anyone anymore." The angel Briel pursed her lips in silence. She raised her voice again, You think you can escape punishment? My companions certainly won't sit idly by." Ryu Min was bored by her words. "Companions, my ass, angels are just a bunch of selfish people. They don't care about anyone else's problems. Whether you die or not, they won't even look your way." She didn't believe it, stammering, Nonsense." He stepped close to her and raised the knife. "That's enough, let me see you off." The angel Briel had just stood up. She quickly backed away, waving her hands. Wait a minute, you have nothing to gain from this." He replied, "I do, but either way you wouldn't know." She threatened, "If you kill me, you'll regret it. You won't be able to go back." Ryu Min, as if knowing everything, said calmly, "This system will automatically let me return once I have resolved everything." She was both surprised and helpless. How do you even know that?" The angel Briel made a request, "Right, I will give you any information you want. Give me a chance." He flatly refused, "No need." Ryu Min continued, "If I needed information, I would have tortured you to extract everything I wanted already. The game environment where you are whatever species you are, you have to be for that species. Besides the fact that you're just a pawn acting as a guide." Her eyes widened in surprise. A pawn. The angel Briel raised her hand, stunned. "Since when?" Ryu Min lunged and decisively stabbed her. A piercing scream echoed throughout the forest. He looked at the angel Briel, who now lay cold on the ground. She was completely gone. The system's mechanical voice rang out. "You have defeated an angel. It has been confirmed that you are the first player to defeat an angel. You have been awarded the title First Angel Killer." The system voice rang out again. "You have been awarded Angel Blood and the First Angel Kill reward." A glass vial and a gem appeared in Ryu Min's hand. "Sure enough, this time I am the first." The system announced, "You have been awarded the Slaughter Rune for the first angel kill." The object in his hand lit up, a golden light surrounding his entire body. That mechanical voice spoke again. "The rune just obtained has been automatically imprinted on the player's body." The system board displayed, "The current rewards are gifted to the first player to kill an angel. Title, First Angel Killer. Condition, be the first player to kill an angel. Effect, when fighting divine creatures, all stats are doubled." The first time I knew about this reward was when taking revenge on an angel on the 13th try, surely because this is a reward limited to a single player. Slaughter Rune Effect, every time you kill a target, all stats increase by 1% up to 100%, maintained until the related round ends. Each reward can be compared to a unique item. Ryu Min smiled, looking at the system board in front of him, thinking to himself, "If the angels find out I've earned a rune, they'll surely be surprised." His eyes glowed red and also, he lifted the glass vial in his hand, his mind full of calculations. "The biggest reason why I killed the angel." Its function was displayed by the system board. Angel Blood, type, unique tier consumable, effect, can change your class to Reaper, usage limit level 10 and above. Explanation, reward item for the first player to kill an angel. Only the first player to kill an angel has the right to change their class to the angel's natural enemy, the Reaper. Badges appeared one by one. Starting from level 10, all players can possess a class. There are a total of 30 different classes, and changing classes is very easy. A green shield lay on the ground, emitting a source of spiritual energy. You must obtain a class change item. Usually you will earn this item through hunting or completing some simple conditions. The glass vial shone along with the glowing red class, but there were exceptions. That is when changing to a special class, where the class is only awarded to the player under special circumstances. The red class ranks above all other classes. And of course, those with this special class are on a completely different level compared to normal classes. Bonus stats, runes, leveling, skill systems, and many other things. Everything is so good it's almost perfect. Ryu-min opened his system inventory, thinking to himself, I hadn't finished the first round and already returned. He thought again, then I will use the reward earned by ranking first in every area. The system displayed the chosen reward. You can choose one of the rewards below. Touch the reward you want. 1. Triple XP effect maintained for 2 rounds. 2. 2,000 gold. 3. Information about the second round. Ryu-min set his goal and thought, the important thing now is to quickly reach level 10 and change classes. He reached out to select a reward. The system immediately announced, you have selected the triple XP effect. Round 2's start has automatically applied the effect. Ryu-min looked over at where the angel Brielle was lying and pondered. This is the last time, so I have no other choice. At any cost, I must become stronger. He headed towards her. A notification board appeared. Round 1 ends. All areas survivors 900,514,645. Current area ESKS 45.5 survivors 5,143. Souls will be transferred to the current dimension's bodies. February 1st, round 2 is starting. We will see you in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. Youngmin shouted angrily. He looked at the high-rise buildings ahead, suddenly pausing. This is the New Year's bell ringing. Youngmin frowned, puzzled. What on earth happened? He wondered, did everyone collapse like me? People began to wake up, whispering, did I just faint? I just had a super realistic dream. My head hurts like it's splitting. In his mind, he was full of confusion. That dream just now was so strange. Youngmin picked up his phone, a glimmer of doubt rising in his heart. 5:20 a.m. Does time pass here the same way as in my dream? One by one, people in the city woke up, complaining, oh my head, my limbs are so sore. He looked at the brown-haired guy, asking, have you guys woken up? The guy retorted, Youngmin, did I just faint? Youngmin replied, yeah, not just you, everyone here did. The brown-haired guy was surprised. Did we fall asleep for a while? The bald guy was confused. What's going on? I was about to say I just had a weird dream. The guy on the other side said, yeah, me too. Youngmin, did you dream too? He answered, yeah, but. Youngmin looked at everyone and said, I don't think. Everyone clutched their aching heads, asking, are we back yet? Back from that hell? I'm still alive, but surely a goblin had my head. He said in a low voice, it was just a dream. Everyone asked confusedly, so all of that was real, the goblins and round 1, all of it? The brown-haired guy suddenly asked, so will we be transferred there again next month? The bald guy said angrily, damn it. Seeing the person across from them not yet waking up, Youngmin wondered, hey, why isn't this guy waking up? The bald guy was confused, I'm wondering the same thing. The brown-haired guy called out, hey Kim Tisik, wake up. He reached out to touch the person lying still, hey, wake up. Tisik was turned over, his face turned blue. The brown-haired guy panicked and reached his hand to Tisik's nose. No way. His hand gradually trembled more. The brown-haired guy panicked, damn it, he's not breathing, I can't feel his pulse either. Youngmin was stunned, is Tisik dead? The brown-haired guy's face turned pale. Can't be, did he die because he couldn't survive the game? The bald guy also looked equally pale. How is that possible? He looked at the others still lying motionless. So all the people here who didn't wake up. Youngmin looked at the chaotic scene in front of him, wondering if they were all just corpses. The bald guy managed to stand up, saying incredulously, it's absurd, only half survived. Will the next round be like this too? Youngmin's face was gloomy, his hands trembling as he thought, it really is madness. Youngmin, witnessing this series of events, began to think wildly. Doesn't that mean even if we were born at the starting line, everyone has to live equally? His eyes went crazy as he smiled happily. Now there's no need to cry that life is unfair anymore. Afterward, he turned to his brothers to reassure them. Calm down, you idiots. Now we just need to survive. Why are you freaking out? His 2 brothers were terrified to the point of a mental breakdown, having no mind left to think about his words. One guy sat on the ground clutching his head and trembling endlessly. It's so unfair to have to die without even a chance to try. He said casually as if nothing had happened, not just us, everyone else is involved in this situation now, so what's there to complain about regarding unfairness? Those 2 heard that and were extremely shocked, cursing him silently, that crazy bastard. The bald guy sighed and frowned, damn it, you've simply lived your whole life as a thug until now. So of course you won't feel any loss even if you die here. Youngmin didn't care about what he said and looked around. Me, I still have many things I want to do. Seeing that, he asked, are you looking for something? He responded naturally, I don't see that damn bastard anywhere. Hearing that, the bald guy asked, who? The guy who ran errands for you. Youngmin wondered, why can't I see him? Where did that little brat go? I'm pretty sure I saw him in that direction before I passed out. Could it be he couldn't even pass the first round and died in some corner? Thinking so, he smirked, thinking firmly, that must be it. How could a weakling like him survive? Suddenly, his attention was drawn to something. He looked at a man wearing armor he didn't know where it came from. He wondered what's wrong with that guy, and where the hell did he get that armor and equipment? Then he thought of an impossible possibility. He hesitated nervously, then thought, status window. Immediately, a transparent system window showing his stats appeared before him. He was thoroughly surprised. A status window actually appeared. His brothers heard that and spoke up. Status bar, the guy in the fur coat just said. No way, such things can't happen. He was then stunned by the sudden appearance of the status window. It's actually real. Yangmin couldn't see their status windows, so he asked suspiciously, "What the hell? Why are you staring into empty space?" The guy replied, "Aren't you doing the same thing? It must only appear for each person." All the people present suddenly had their own status windows appear, and they were all extremely surprised, continuously speaking. "Doesn't this mean it can also be applied in reality? What the hell, so we can also use stat points and items?" Yangmin then picked up a stone from the ground. Without saying much, he directly used his strength to crush that stone. He silently looked at the fine dust in his palm. Afterward, he smiled enthusiastically. "This is absolutely amazing." The news reported on what had happened. Early this morning, something truly unbelievable occurred. The female news anchor with short hair reported seriously. At the square right in front of the New Year's bell area just before the new year, over 10,000 people suddenly lost consciousness. Now I would like to take everyone to the scene of the incident. The image switched to the scene where the angel Brielle appeared. An unidentified woman wearing an angel costume appeared before the New Year's bell. She then spoke to the citizens below. The scene on the screen suddenly became chaotic. Not long after that, a mysterious explosion occurred after a citizen pointed at the woman and said something. The person who made the mentioned comment was immediately killed. The female anchor continued. After that, the woman spread her arms toward the citizens. The people on the screen kept falling, causing over 10,000 people to suddenly pass out. Switching to another video report, according to police reports, most of the people who collapsed were between 15 and 29 years old. The reporter in the video said seriously, "We have confirmed that this phenomenon occurred not only in this country, but also on a global scale." Netizens immediately became rowdy, constantly commenting, "What the hell? Are the reporters crazy or what? Why are they airing this nonsense early in the morning?" Many people didn't believe it was true and retorted, "Is it April Fool's today? Over 1.8 billion souls kidnapped. It's really unbelievable how much the scale of fake news has grown." Some even criticized the reporters. The reporters are working together quite well. There were also people who agreed, commenting below, "The reporters must have had nothing to do on New Year's, so they created this fake news." The video already looks like CG. They are fighting in the comments. Some people didn't believe it, and while they were writing, they collapsed and died. Ryu Min calmly browsed social media. Has it already begun? He thought, and this is only the beginning. The news continued to report on the incident that occurred around 5:20 a.m. today. About half of those who passed out have regained consciousness, while the other half remain in a vegetative state at the scene of the phenomenon. They have all been diagnosed as clinically dead. Celebrity A was found dead in the square area. This is the first time over 11% of the population has died in a crisis. Deaths continue to be discovered, while news of the deaths keeps increasing. He, however, remained extremely calm. The real problem lies in a different aspect. Then he looked at the screen showing the news in front of him. The survivors are now called players, and the reason behind this incident is still being investigated by the authorities. His thoughts mingled with the news anchor's voice. The real problem is the abilities the players obtained have been brought into the real world. He continued to think, there is no player with truly high stats yet, so for now it hasn't had much impact. His face was extremely cold, but the higher the level of the players, the more they will gradually become powerful entities. A figure like a dark knight appeared with powerful iron armor and billowing waves of immense energy. Even if any modern weapon is used, or even an entire army is sent, those players cannot be suppressed. Weapons that are humans themselves, impossible to be controlled, will be born. He took a step forward, but I don't intend to just watch the world sink into a series of chaotic events. The cloak hood pulled over his head created a very mysterious feeling. If I leave everything as it is now, the world will likely perish before it even reaches the 20th round. There is only one solution. Afterward, his gaze became sharp. I need to control all the players. Then thought extremely firmly, with a power that transcends all. He thought while remembering the regressions he had gone through. Of course, I will have to use different methods than the previous regressions. A system notification appeared before him. To be able to open the door to enter the boss room, you need at least 5 players. His face, sunken in the shadows, gradually became somber. I already have a few people with potential in mind, and I also have several ways to recruit them. Afterward, he ended his train of thought on the matter and continued walking. But now is not the time to act in haste. Right now, there are several more important things to do. By now, he had returned from the square to his front door. He gently opened the door and slowly walked inside. His eyes focused on something. It turned out to be a bowl of noodles left behind by someone. "You little brat," he ate instant noodles for dinner again. At that moment, he slowly opened the room door. He saw a young man who looked remarkably like him, only younger, fast asleep and looking perfectly peaceful. Seeing him sleeping so soundly, a gentle smile involuntarily spread across his face, thinking, how can he sleep so soundly when his big brother hasn't even come home yet? As it turned out, the young man sleeping so soundly was named Ryu-1, his younger brother, who would be a third-year high school student next year. He began to talk about his family, saying, "My family isn't anything special." On the wall hung a family photo of the four of them, all smiling incredibly happily, but his parents had passed away in a traffic accident, and just like that, everything changed overnight. Below the table was a photo of the two brothers playing happily together. One of the most notable changes was the fact that I became Ryu-1's sole guardian. His younger brother's body was covered in serious-looking wounds. He slowly reached out to apply a bandage to his brother. His gaze remained complex as he watched him for a long time. Suddenly, the whole room lit up, waking the boy and making him blink a few times. After turning on the light, he sat down by the mattress and said, "Time to wake up." Upon seeing his brother, Ryu-1 spoke up, "Brother." "It's morning," he reminded him. Ryu-1 checked his phone and replied, "It's only 6 a.m., brother." Not wanting to let his brother keep sleeping, he flipped the blanket off, startling the boy. As he tidied the bedding, he said, "We don't have time to keep sleeping." His brother skeptically asked, "Why, what's going on?" He simply replied, "I'll explain later, so get changed and then we'll head out." Still sleepy from being woken up so early, Ryu-1 yawned, "Where are we going, brother? If you're going to tell me we're going to watch the sunrise, I'd rather sleep in." At this, he became serious and urged, "Listen to your brother." He spoke calmly, "This isn't the time for relaxing or sleeping." Picking up his clothes, he said bluntly to his brother, "The world has fallen into chaos." Ryu-1 was surprised and asked, "Didn't you say we were going to the New Year's festival? Did something happen?" He didn't answer his brother's question and left immediately, saying, "Just come with me, I'll tell you while we're on our way." The two left the house and walked quickly along the deserted street. Ryu-1 glanced at his brother with a mix of tension and skepticism. He thought to himself, to make him this serious, I wonder what could have happened. Sensing his brother's gaze, he finally spoke up. "Ryu-1, you don't know what's happening globally, do you?" Hearing his brother's question, Ryu-1 panicked and hurriedly asked, "Why would you say that? You're scaring me. Did something happen while I was asleep?" Hearing his brother's question, he calmly reminded him, "Check the top search results." Filled with questions, Ryu-1 immediately picked up his phone to check. As he scrolled, he exclaimed in disbelief, "What is this supposed to mean? An angel suddenly appeared and kidnapped people to another world." He gently answered the question, more accurately their souls were taken. Hearing his brother say that, Ryu-1 panicked, "No way, even you." He calmly confirmed, "That's right." He finished by explaining, "I could only survive and return after hunting 100 monsters called goblins." Hearing his brother say this, Ryu-1 anxiously asked, "What, is that true? Are you hurt anywhere?" Ryu-min calmly reassured him, "Don't worry about me." Ryu-1's face was filled with worry as he said loudly, "How can I not be worried?" The scene shifted to a memory of when their parents passed away, so this was their family. Only he and his brother attended their funeral, and he remembered saying, "I'm the only one you have left now." Ryu-1's face was tear-stained as he looked up at his brother. "Of course I know." His silhouette was incredibly lonely yet sturdy and reliable, enough to fill the void their parents had left behind. Just like now, his brother's back was still just as reliable and just as lonely, and he realized he had to build an incredibly strong mentality for himself. No matter how he looked at it, Ryu-1 was extremely worried for his brother. But he realized having a strong mentality and killing 100 monsters were two completely different things, and he looked at his brother's hidden weaknesses with a heavy heart. Only then did Ryu-min smile with a hint of helplessness and say, "I know what you're thinking." With that, he turned to look at his brother and carefully explained, "They have a system there called stats, just like in a game, so my physical skill isn't actually that important." Then he added, "So you don't need to worry." Hearing his brother say that, Ryu-1 still hesitated. "If that's the case then." But he continued patiently, "If you saw me in the future, you wouldn't think like that anymore." Hearing his brother say that, Ryu-1 asked, "What do you mean?" He didn't answer his brother's question immediately but smiled and said, "If you want to know, just follow me first." Ryu-1, wanting to know everything clearly, became stubborn and refused to compromise. "I don't want to. Until you tell me where we're going, I'm not taking another step." Hearing his brother, he stopped in his tracks. Perhaps because he was so worried for his brother, Ryu-1's gaze was incredibly firm as he said, "So please tell me." Looking at the scar on the back of Ryu-1's hand, he fell into deep thought. Finally, he spoke up, "Bang Taeju." Ryu-1 was surprised to hear that. He calmly and slowly said to his brother, "We're going to the base of Bang Taeju, the thug who bullied you." Having said that, he feigned ignorance and asked, "Is Bang Taeju threatening you?" Ryu-1 was startled by his brother's question and stuttered, "Brother, how did you?" Ryu-1 asked in a lower voice, "Do you already know everything?" Hearing his brother's question, he answered nonchalantly, "Why would you think I don't?" Never having expected his brother to know everything, Ryu-1 bit his lip and thought, "But I didn't want him to see." His expression was extremely awkward. He knew his brother had already been through a hard time. Seeing his brother look so troubled made Ryu-min feel even heavier. Ryu-1, I'm sorry. He carried much sorrow in his heart he truly hadn't known. He only learned the truth a few hours after returning from round 1. As sunlight shone through the window in their small room, Ryu-1 had already woken up and looked at his sleeping brother, saying, "Brother, I'm going out for a moment." He seemed completely obsessed with that day, wondering where his brother had gone that day. Suddenly, he was awakened by a phone call. "This is a bad time." Ryu-min answered with sleepy eyes, "Hello." As soon as he picked up, the person on the other end said, "Hello, is this the guardian of student Ryu-1?" The voice on the other end was hurried. "You need to come to the hospital immediately." After just that one sentence, he hurriedly put on his coat and rushed to the hospital. The result of that dark day was that his brother had been blinded after being beaten by Bang Tiju. Ryu-1, covered in scars, sat painfully against the wall, thinking it was because he was stupid and weak. Blaming himself, he clenched his fists. He had failed to protect his brother, and he was filled with regret as he continuously apologized in his heart. "I'm sorry, brother, I'm sorry." Ryu-min ended the painful memory, and now, standing in front of his younger brother, he promised himself, "No one will ever bully you again. No one." The scene shifted to another location that looked quite dilapidated. A foot appeared from out of nowhere and kicked the man in the chest, causing him to cry out in pain. The blonde guy, who seemed to be the boss of this place, said loudly, "Are you guys trying to die?" He pointed at the 3 men herding across from him. "Didn't I tell each of you to bring 200,000 won here?" Not getting the answer he wanted, he continued to yell, "No answer. You dare ignore me." With that, his face turned ferocious as he mercilessly kicked his subordinate repeatedly. The 3 men standing to the side watched it all and, intrigued, chimed in, "That's Bang Tiju all right. Yeah, he's ruthless even to his own subordinates." The mushroom-headed guy said with a weary, fearful look, "Even the seniors from other schools don't want to mess with him." Hearing this, the bald guy added, "No matter what happens, I don't want to go against him." After dealing with his subordinates, he became irritated and cursed non-stop. "Damn it, I was planning to buy a car today. These useless pieces of trash are making it impossible to get any work done." His eyes widened as he asked the 3 men, "Hey, do you know where to get money?" The mushroom-headed guy was taken aback and hesitated. Where to get money?" Tiju replied, "Yeah, think fast." His henchmen started thinking under pressure. And finally, the bald guy had an idea. He was nervous but tried to look calm as he smiled and said, "There's one guy, the errand boy you use, Tiju." He carefully described, "The tall guy with short hair, why don't you call him?" Hearing that, Tiju grinned wickedly. "Ryu-1, huh? I was planning on calling him today anyway." His gaze became terrifying. "I was planning to beat him up to celebrate the new year." The 2 henchmen looked at each other and played along with Tiju. "Well, we can take his money then." "Yeah, that sounds good." Suddenly he spoke up, "Hey, that guy actually doesn't have a house." Tiju's sudden remark confused his henchman. "What?" He continued with utter contempt, "He can't come up with any money even if I kill him. His place has nothing left." This left the 3 men stunned. "Really?" Tiju continued, "And he doesn't have any relatives left." As he spoke, he looked at his companions. "He lives with his older brother." Suddenly his face went blank and he stopped speaking, which confused the bald guy. "What's wrong?" Tiju stared in a direction, making another henchman skeptical. "What is it?" At that moment, 2 familiar figures appeared from outside. Tiju saw who it was and curled his lips into a sneer. "Isn't that Ryu-1? You scared me for a second." With a wicked face, he slowly approached and used harsh words to mock Ryu-1. "No, you're not Cao Cao, you're just a piece of trash." Then he suddenly yelled Ryu-1's name and cursed, "You bastard." Ryu-1 was terrified of him and could only tremble. What? His hand unconsciously grabbed Ryu-min's clothes. Only now did he notice Ryu-min's unwelcoming presence. "What? Who is that guy? His face is really annoying." Without any courtesy, he aggressively asked, "Hey, who is this dog you brought with you? Did you bring a different errand boy because you were lonely?" Ryu-1 hesitated. "He is." Not waiting for his brother to introduce him, he laughed provocatively. "I'm Ryu-1's brother." He skeptically asked, "Brother?" Unafraid of death, he threatened Ryu-1. "Look at this guy. Didn't I tell you to keep your mouth shut, and now you're disobeying me?" He cracked his knuckles and said confidently, "You're dead today and so is your brother." He then glanced at his subordinates and signaled them. The bald henchman rolled up his sleeves and said like a gangster, "The sun is rising in the west. Now an errand boy dares to go against Tiju." The lead henchman looked complacent and asked, "Hey Ryu-1, is your brother good at fighting?" He raised his hand and waved it, intending to mock his height, smiling crookedly. "You bastard want to run." Without a word, he threw a direct punch straight at his face. The henchman took the punch and fell to the ground, leaving the henchman behind him stunned. Learning nothing from his predecessor, he threw a punch in a rage. "You damn bastard." Even with such a fast punch, he easily dodged it. Immediately after, he threw a punch that knocked out the second guy. This punch sent the man flying far away. The rest of them rushed forward together. He threw two lightning-fast punches into their faces. "You dogs, how dare you." Watching his subordinates get taken down so easily made Tiju shake with rage. He gritted his teeth and smiled cruelly, but cursed trash in his heart. He assumed, looks like he learned boxing from somewhere, and felt incredibly complacent about his own fighting ability. "But you want to fight me with just that little skill?" He calmly smiled and called out to Ryu-Won's brother, putting his hands in his pockets as he slowly walked over. "Looks like you think you're pretty good just because you know a little combat." He was a head taller than him and looked down maliciously. "But haven't you learned that physique is very important in boxing?" He didn't pay attention to what the guy was saying and asked back, "Haven't you watched the news?" His face twisted and he looked at him in confusion. "What news?" Knowing the guy hadn't seen the news, he clicked his tongue in boredom. This provocation sent the guy into a frenzy, and he swung a punch. "What news, you bastard?" Just as before, he gently dodged the guy's punch. The guy repeatedly used all his strength to attack him, but he dodged them as easily as flipping his hand. After a while of throwing punches into the air, Tiju was panting and realized something was wrong. "Something's wrong." "Why?" His face contorted and he went mad. "Why can't I hit him?" Only then did he slowly channel power into his fist and calmly speak. "If you had seen the news." Then he shot forward like lightning. "You would never dare to go against a player like me." He punched him in the face once. Ryu-Min, with a dark face, threw a powerful punch at Bang Tiju, who took a painful blow and fell down motionless. It took a few seconds for him to regain his senses. Bang Tiju angrily threw a punch forward. "You bastard." But there was no one in front of him. There wasn't a shadow of a person there. Where the hell did you run to? He turned around in a panic. "No way." Bang Tiju took another punch to the face. He clutched his face and shouted angrily, You dare hit me." He went blank as he saw a tooth fall out. Bang Tiju screamed, filled with extreme resentment, "I'm going to kill you." He used all his strength to throw a punch at Ryu-Min. Die. He easily dodged and countered. Ryu-Min unleashed a flurry of punches to his face, and the guy staggered, finding it hard to stand. The others watching from afar broke out in a cold sweat. His face swelled up and he thought, "Damn it, he keeps aiming for my face." Bang Tiju panted, staring at Ryu-Min. "You bastard, if I can just hit you once." He lunged with the determination of landing just one hit. Before he could finish his sentence, Ryu-Min raised his foot and blocked the fist he was clenching. Plays. Just as expected, the blonde guy took another hit. This time it wasn't as gentle as before. He was sent flying and slammed into the wall. Bang Tiju struggled to sit up. Ryu-Min glared at him darkly, and Bang Tiju looked at him in pain. "You bastard." Ryu-Min recalled the scene of himself covered in scars and bruises, hiding in a dark room. No matter how many times he had been reborn, he could never forget that feeling. He slowly approached him to avoid repeating that hell, and Bang Tiju tried to stand up, his face filled with fear. Don't come any closer." He clutched his neck and retreated. "Stop." Ryu-Min sat down in front of Bang Tiju, clenched his fists, and smiled. The guy squeezed his eyes shut, filled with suspicion. He glared at him maliciously. "That's why you shouldn't mess with my younger brother." Bang Tiju went blank for a moment. A second later, he screamed in pain as he clutched his hand. Bang Tiju cried out miserably as Ryu-Min continued to squeeze his hand. He was terrified. "No, it hurts so much." Bang Tiju's screams grew louder and more pathetic, and the henchmen who had followed him saw this and were too terrified to do anything but run for their lives. Ryu-Won stood far away, hearing the screams, and turned his head away, not daring to look. Ryu-Min glared and issued a warning. "Bang Tiju, if you ever dare to touch my brother again, do you know what will happen?" "I know." Bang Tiju knelt on the ground, trembling. I know, I won't do it again." He changed his face back to a friendly smile. "That's right, bud." Ryu-Min's actions contradicted his angelic face. He broke the guy's other hand. "I'll give you a proper lesson in case you relapse." He screamed and pleaded, "No, please don't." Inside the abandoned warehouse, the sound of breaking bones rang out along with his painful cries. Ryu-Won followed behind Ryu-Min and called out to him, "Brother, you're so kind and gentle, how could you do that? When did you learn to fight?" Ryu-Min smiled at his brother. "Didn't you notice? Players can also use their skills in real life." Ryu-Won asked in confusion, "How?" He used his power, and a golden light radiated from Ryu-Min's hand. Pop! A small knife appeared. Ryu-Won was amazed. He excitedly shouted. A knife appeared out of thin air. Ryu-Min showed his brother. "Pretty cool, right? You can also summon weapons you've received like this." Ryu-Won curiously asked, "So, was it the same thing when you moved extremely fast just now? That guy couldn't land a single punch on you." Ryu-Min replied, "That's right. His agility stat was 11. Ryu-Won was still confused. "Stats? Do you mean the stats in the game?" Ryu Min explained clearly, yes, a normal person has 3 points while an athlete might reach up to 10 points in agility. Ryu Won had countless questions, wondering what would happen if he leveled up. Ryu Min was stumped and didn't know, how would I know? I haven't reached that level yet. He thought somberly that he had to lie. Ryu Min recalled the past, remembering the scene of his younger brother locked in a dark, gloomy room. I don't intend to reveal that I'm a regressor, when I did that in the 11th regression. Ryu Won was kidnapped by another player. He thought gloomily, although I got revenge, I don't want him to be humiliated like that because of me. Ryu Min turned to look at Ryu Won, determinedly thinking, I have to be prepared to protect him in the upcoming battles. I must. Suddenly, his brother's stomach growled. Ryu Won was a little shy. Ryu Min, being thoughtful, suggested going to eat. Want to go eat? You're hungry, aren't you? He agreed immediately, yes. The scene shifts to the front of a convenience store. Inside, the two brothers invite each other to eat. Ryu Won calls out, where are you going? The instant noodles are here. Ryu Min hinted that he was going to the ATM. Yeah, wait for me a second. He inserts his card into the machine. Ryu Min looks at the screen that appears. This is the money he has saved up until now. On the ATM screen, the account balance shows 133,202 won. Ryu Min holds the cash he withdrew to show his brother. Ryu Won looks at the money in astonishment. Did you withdraw that much money? Ryu Min holds the cash and says, I need to buy some things, that's all. He points to the instant noodle and sausage section. From now on, we'll eat these, okay? Ryu Won asks back, these things. He looks at the prices of the items on the counter and breaks into a slight sweat. Brother, everything here is 5,000 won or more. Ryu Min doesn't care. It's fine, get whatever you want. He smiles and turns to look. It's New Year's, are you planning to eat only ramen? Ryu Won hesitates, reluctant to spend money. I know, but eating like this is too expensive, brother. Ryu Min urges his brother, it's okay, hurry up and choose. Ryu Won happily chooses a dish. Then let's eat this beef and chili noodles, okay. He is excited, his eyes sparkling with craving. I want to eat this too, it looks so delicious, doesn't it? Ryu Min points, once in a while, let's go to a restaurant to eat like Manhwa beef. Ryu Won feels it's more than enough and doesn't want to waste money. Why go that far, brother? This is already too much for me. Ryu Min gently looks at his younger brother, thinking, just wait a few more days. I'll let you eat meat until you're sick of it. Hot steam rises from the meat box. Ryu Won puts a spoonful of rice and a piece of meat into his mouth. He is sparkling with surprise, clutching his mouth, mesmerized by the feeling, it's so good. Ryu Min beside him looks at his brother happily, really, eat as much as you want. Ryu Won looks at him puzzled, brother, thank you so much. Where are you going? Ryu Min stands up, wait for me a bit. He leaves and Ryu Won watches him follow. Suddenly Ryu Min returns, carrying a black pen and slamming it down on the table. Ryu Won stares blankly at the pile of lottery tickets on the table, speechless. Wait a minute, did you withdraw all the money just to? Are you planning to gamble it all away on the lottery? Ryu Min answers confidently, exactly. Ryu Won beside him is already anxious. Wait, how many tickets did you buy? But Ryu Min is still calm, looking happily at his pile of lottery tickets, 20 tickets. Ryu Won screams in panic, what? Why use 100,000 for the lottery? Do you even know if you'll win anything? Ryu Min acts mysterious, just wait and see. Ryu Won breaks into a sweat looking at his brother. What are you doing? He looks at the pile of lottery tickets even more frantically. And why did you choose the same numbers over and over again? Ryu Min, you ask why. He looks at his brother, confident and sure, these are the winning numbers. Both return home and turn on the phone to listen to the winning numbers being read. Lottery draw 1049, we will begin today's draw. Ryu Won turns pale, sweating, we're done for, we wasted 100,000 won. The program begins the draw, drawing the numbers now. As the signal sounds, he is even more bored, regretting the pile of money. We could have bought better food with that amount of money. Ryu Min doesn't care, reminding him, can you stop biting your nails? The sound of the lottery balls rings out repeatedly. Now the first lucky number is 3. The second lucky number is 18. Ryu Won freezes. He is surprised to hear the program say, the third lucky number is 9. The fourth lucky number is 38. The fifth lucky number is 21. Finally, the series of winning numbers appears on the phone screen, matching the lottery tickets below. We will announce the numbers for lottery draw 1049 once again. 3, 18, 9, 38, 21. The bonus number is 5. Ryu Won screams in surprise, this is madness, we won first prize. He is touched, his eyes sparkling as he looks at his brother. Brother, pinch my cheek, let me see. Do it yourself. Ryu Won can't believe it and asks for certainty, this isn't a dream, right, brother? Ryu Min smiles and teases him, do you prefer it to be a dream? Ryu Won shakes his head, no, not at all. Ryu Min laughs happily and says, don't worry, it's not a dream. Ryu Won asks one more time, it's not a dream, right? Ryu Min affirms definitely, I said it's not. Ryu Won holds the lottery tickets in his hand and cheers joyfully. We won the lottery. Ryu Min makes a gesture to be quiet, lowering his voice, the neighbors might hear us. Ryu-1 freezes. He smiles looking at his brother. Are you that happy? Ryu-1 confirms, of course, aren't you happy? Ryu-min nods, of course I am, and remembers, thinking to himself, I was the same the first time I even screamed. In Ryu-min's memory, both brothers were surprised and smiling brightly. We won the lottery, brother, this isn't a dream, is it? But after repeating it many times, it became a normal thing. I need to quickly earn money after every regression. But the joy didn't last long, because more than 900 million people had died, and the economy had fallen into recession. Times changed, difficulties piled up, and items traded between players which would become valuable in the future. All had to be bought with money. Ryu-1 looks at his brother's pile of lottery tickets. I didn't expect us to win the lottery. I wonder how much the prize is worth. Ryu-min rests his chin on his hand and looks, who knows. He estimates that winning this much is enough to shake the world. The scene changes to a beautiful, clear sunny day in front of Nanhyuk Bank. Ryu-min slowly walks in. I don't have to worry about anything anymore after winning the lottery countless times. He goes to the bank counter and calls the employee there. I'm here to redeem the winning lottery tickets. The employee smiles in congratulations. Is that so? Congratulations, sir. He looks at Ryu-min and thinks to himself, did he win the lottery? He looks like a student though. He begins the task, could you tell me where you bought the tickets? He answers, the QS24 store Yeonwi branch. The employee jumps in surprise, what? He thinks in silence, the QS24 Yeonwi branch is. He remembers what his colleagues said, did you hear? There are 115 winning tickets this time. What, 115 that many? The colleague added, it's crazy, right? But the craziest part is that hundreds of those tickets all belong to one place. The employee looks on in awe, don't tell me one person bought all those tickets. He remembers his colleague's advice, forget it, if anyone says they bought tickets from the Yeonwi branch, call the president immediately. It's a VIP customer. Returning to reality, he is a bit distracted. Ryu-min speaks up, excuse me. The employee says awkwardly, I'm sorry, but could you wait a moment? Ryu-min replies, sure. A moment later, an elderly gentleman appears and thanks him for waiting. He greets him with a handshake, introducing himself. I am Kwon Junho, the president of Nanhyuk Bank. He also introduces himself and shakes his hand. I am Ryu-min. Kwon Junho congratulates him. So you're the lottery winner. Congratulations. Ryu-min smiles and answers, thank you. He smiles, intending to chat. Why don't we go somewhere quieter? Please follow me. Kwon Junho leads him to the lottery business department. Here. The two enter and an employee stands to welcome them. Greetings, sir. She looks up. Who is that next to the president? Is that his son? Kwon Junho points to him and introduces him. He is a VIP customer here to receive his prize. Ensure he is as comfortable as possible. The blonde woman in a ponytail looks at Ryu-min in surprise. So he's the one who won 100 tickets. He turns and says, now feel free to look around. He smiles and answers, yes, thank you, sir. She tries to calm herself, must stay calm. She smiles as she starts the task. Welcome, sir. Please have a seat here. The blonde woman in a ponytail turns to ask with concern, would you like something to drink? We have coffee, tea, and fruit juice. Ryu-min just wants to get the prize and go, I'm fine. More importantly, I want to receive the prize. She sits in her position and asks, I see. Then first I would like to verify the winning tickets, sir. Ryu-min brings out a stack of winning lottery tickets. Here. The blonde woman in a ponytail widens her eyes in astonishment, thinking she can't believe he bought all of them with the same numbers. Can he see the future or something? She finishes checking and looks up saying, I have completed the verification. All of them are first prize tickets. Ryu-min goes straight to the point, so how much will I receive? She breaks into a sweat, yes, sir. The prize is approximately 22.5 billion won. Ryu-min sits and calculates. After taxes, he would have about 15 billion left. Everything happened quickly after he received the prize. Having received the money, he begins his plan. The first thing is to find a new place to stay. After buying a house, he will invest the money in stocks. And that evening, he opened a stock trading account. Bitcoin will increase by about 500% in the next month if I plan to invest in stocks after increasing the money thanks to Bitcoin. And today, both brothers have moved to a new house. Ryu-min asks Ryu-1, how do you find the new house? Do you like it? Ryu-1 is excited. Of course, it's beautiful. I've never seen a house this big and beautiful. I definitely have to take a picture. Ryu-min still feels it's not quite enough. I actually wanted it to be a bit more spacious and elegant, but this is the best place we could move into immediately. The security is good too. Ryu-1 turns to ask his brother, but brother, why are you paying rent? With that amount of money, we should buy it instead. Ryu-min says something shocking, I don't have much money left. Ryu-1 stands motionless. Ryu-min proudly says, I already invested over 14 billion won in Bitcoin. Ryu-1 is dazed and hasn't loaded the information yet, looking at his brother. What? Both have different expressions. Ryu-1 is purple with rage, stiff as a board, while the conservative Ryu-min remains calm and goes to comfort his brother. I know what you're going to say, but I'm not doing anything mindless, okay? Ryu-min puts his arm around his brother's shoulder and says confidently, I can always earn more money from the lottery. I've already seen 4 more numbers in my dreams. Ryu-1 hears this and his eyes sparkle, thinking he has only heard rumors about people dreaming of winning numbers before. He grabs his brother and shakes him back and forth, reminding him, brother, you remember all of them, right? Don't forget them, remember, okay? I didn't. Ryu-min is shaken until his face spins. I'm getting dizzy. He feels a bit cheeky, thinking, there's no way I can forget after doing it countless times. Ryu-1 is slightly agitated, sorry. Ryu-min turns to the door and says, let's go have dinner, get ready to go out. Ryu-1 asks, go out, where are we going to eat, brother? Ryu-min smiles brightly at his younger brother, did I not tell you? We're moving today. The scene changes. A fist is punching a wall, causing bricks and stones to shatter. A guy wearing a blue jacket, who seems very angry, is taking his anger out on the wall next to him. Yangmin smiles cunningly, thinking to himself, I knew it was right to put all my stat points into strength. He raises his fist and continues punching. Moreover, Yangmin punches the wall repeatedly, looking interested. I also have a strength rune that can double my power. I got lucky with the random rune. He laughs loudly, looking at the dents, thinking, I bet even Tyson would be jealous if he saw this punch. Yangmin's face turns black as he clenches his fist so hard his blue veins tremble uncontrollably. Testing is enough, why don't I try a real fight? Yangmin bangs on the door while screaming insanely, Ryu-min. He acts very angry when he keeps hearing no response. That bastard can't be dead yet, and yet he won't even answer his phone. His expression becomes more and more scowling, his eyes full of red blood vessels. Just imagining that face and those eyes of his makes him want to explode as if they had a lifelong feud. That arrogant bastard, you think I'll let you off? He swears that once you look at me like that, I'll kill you. The thoughts in his head make him even more furious, the actions of his arm increasing in speed with every moment. Even though we're both players, a loser is still a loser. I have to teach you a lesson. But no matter how much he makes a scene, the only answer is a terrifying silence. That bastard is clearly hiding inside the house, why won't he come out? Realizing this isn't a good way, Yangmin immediately changes. His face wears a wicked smile. He presses his ear to the doorframe to listen to the situation inside. That bastard must not be home. Well, nothing to do, I'll go back. He seems to be waiting for even the slightest sound from inside to act immediately. You try breathing just once, I'll smash this door down. And right at this moment, he suddenly hears someone calling, hey, young student. Turning around, he sees an elderly uncle who has been standing there for who knows how long, looking quite annoyed at being disturbed early in the morning. What are you doing in front of someone else's door? Yangmin, towards someone older than him, responds with an extremely rude attitude, why do you care? Are you the landlord or something? He says, that's right, I am the landlord. The direct answer makes Yangmin jump in surprise. Returning to the main issue, and what are you doing, meeting a friend? The definition of this relationship makes him hesitate, a friend. A friend in his head immediately pops up, and he wants to use this method to extract information about Ryu-min. Yes, a friend. Could you open the door for me? I lost contact with my friend, if you could open the door. The uncle interrupts, oh my. Then he slowly speaks to offer his contribution. It seems your friend has abandoned you. He explains that the room is now empty, and the student who used to live there has moved to another place. For the first time, Yangmin is stunned and asks back, what, since when, where did he go? The uncle himself is also helpless. He just moved today, I don't know where to. As soon as he learns this information, his hand unconsciously curls into a fist because the flame is constantly rising in his heart. That bastard, he ran away without saying a word, looking at the building outside completely covered in glass before his eyes. Ryu-1 can't help but admire, so tall. This is his first time here, everything seems extremely strange. Since arriving, he hasn't been able to close his mouth. There's even a revolving door here. Looking at Ryu-min being handed a room key card by the receptionist, he is even more surprised. They even have entrance key cards. Then there's the strict identity check by security. My identity has been verified, there's even security. His eyes are filled with excitement for this building. This place is really amazing. The elevator opens very quickly. Ryu-min calls out to him, let's go. Yes. Stepping into the apartment he rented, Ryu-1 feels even more overwhelmed. How big is this place? Ryu-min, on the contrary, appears very normal, quietly answering, about 330 square meters. The number truly makes him jump. That's way too wide. Isn't it a bit too big for just the two of us? Ryu-min simply thinks that we have a lot of money, it has to be at least this big. Then how much is the contract? He thinks for a moment. The deposit is 500 million and each month is 22 million. Hearing him speak the truth makes Ryu-1 feel dizzy and faint. 22 million in monthly rent. A few days ago, I was worried that spending 5,000 at the convenience store was too wasteful. Thinking of this, he can't help but suggest, brother, I think this place is too expensive. Wouldn't it be better if we moved to a cheaper house? He doesn't know that for Ryu Min, expensive or cheap isn't the problem. No, at least it has to cost this much. The more expensive, the higher the security. The reason he has to rent an apartment with high security is that on the first day of every month, all players fall into a deep sleep. And this is the most vulnerable time for players, prone to natural disasters like fires or earthquakes, and the danger always lurks right beside them, assassins hired by other players. Therefore, players must prepare to go to the other world in the safest place possible. Ryu Min understands this better than anyone else. Even if you are good in the other world, everything will end if you die in the real world. But despite that, he still respects Ryu Won's opinion, asking, "You don't like this house?" Of course, he didn't mean that, he loves it, but because he asked. He replies, "It's nothing, I'm glad you like it." Not sure why, when hearing him say that, Ryu Won's expression suddenly darkened. Suddenly, he says some polite words, "I'm sorry." It turns out he feels guilty because he can't help his brother. Next month, he will be dragged into another world to fight, but he is sitting here enjoying everything as if nothing happened. "I'm so useless, I'm sorry. You keep thinking so much, you really deserve to be hit for that." Ryu Min gave him an encouraging smile, trying to help him shake off that feeling. "Why are you so gloomy? Don't you think I'll win the next round?" he asked, while the other replied, "Well." To break the mood, he took the initiative and suggested, "Let's stop thinking about that. Let's go get something to eat. I heard the Korean place on the second floor is really good." "Okay," he replied. Right at that moment, the phone in his hand suddenly vibrated with an incoming call. Ryu Min understood immediately at a glance. He knew he had moved out, so he thought, just ignore him. I wasn't planning on meeting him in real life anyway. Even though he said that, he couldn't be entirely sure, but he thought, who knows, maybe we'll meet in another world. Time flew by, and one day after moving, Ryu Min stepped slowly into the living room with a sleepy expression. Seeing Ryu Won standing there fully dressed, he couldn't help but ask, "Where are you going?" Hearing his brother's voice, Ryu Won looked up and greeted him, "You're up, brother." He then smiled and replied, "Yes, I ordered some rice cakes, so I'm going to pick them up." Since he had just woken up, he was still feeling a bit dazed. Rice cakes. A second later, he realized, I don't think this happened before. Of course, regressing to the past didn't guarantee everything would stay the same, but he thought, this seems to be the first time he's gone out to buy rice cakes, isn't it? This thought made him unable to hold back his curiosity. "Why are you buying rice cakes?" Ryu unhappily explained. "We just moved in, so I have to give them to the neighbors." Isn't that polite? This idea made Ryu Min applaud him, thinking, being a good neighbor isn't a bad thing. Good idea, that's my brother. He took the initiative to say goodbye to Ryu Min. "I'm going to go visit the neighbors now, so you should rest." But he suddenly suggested, "We should go together to greet them. Let me go change, just wait a second." The doorbell was pressed lightly, signaling to the resident that someone was at the door. Hearing the bell, the homeowner immediately called out from inside, "Who's there?" It was the Ryu Min brothers. Ryu Won put on a friendly smile and replied, "Hello, we just moved in next door today. We came to greet you." Hearing that, the woman politely greeted them back, "Hello." Just by looking at them, she felt they were so similar, asking, "Are you two brothers?" "Yes, we are." He carefully handed over the housewarming gift to the lady, delicately saying, "We brought you some rice cakes. They're best eaten while still warm." His polite attitude made her feel very comfortable, and she happily replied, "Oh my, thank you both, I'll enjoy them." "Thank you, ma'am, see you later." After that, the two continued to move to the other apartments, saying, "We just moved into room 4302 today." A smile remained on his face as he said, "Here is a little bit of rice cake." He added humbly, "We look forward to your help." There was no distance between them and the strangers. On the contrary, the atmosphere was very close, and she said, "Enjoy them, say thank you, kid." "Thank you, brother," Ryu Won replied. Before long, they reached the top floor and he said, "There's only one more apartment left. Let's finish it. No getting tired, let's just finish greeting them and go home to rest." Ryu Min introduced it to his brother as they walked. "Did you know, this floor is a penthouse?" Hearing this, Ryu Won was even more overwhelmed. They bought both the 44th and 45th floors. That means they must be super rich, right, brother? Ryu Min simply guessed, "I'm not sure, but it's probably someone wealthy or a celebrity." He rang the doorbell but waited a long time without anyone answering. Maybe they aren't home. Ryu Min tried ringing it one more time. Nothing had changed, looks like they aren't home. Yeah. The moment he turned to the right, his eyes froze in surprise. Ryu Won saw that expression and curiously looked over. That person. Ryu Won quickly recognized that the beautiful girl before them was the actress Seo Arin. Meeting her here was truly an unexpected honor. While Ryu Min didn't yet know who she was, Ryu Won stood beside him, constantly exclaiming, "She's so pretty, like an angel." Suddenly, a large arm blocked the space between them. Seo Arin's assistant stepped out with a very serious face and asked, "Who are you, fans?" His unfriendly attitude caught him off guard, but he hurriedly explained, "We are the people living on the floor below." Seeing him looking so blank, Ryu Won held out the plate of rice cakes toward him. We live on the floor below. Only then did Seo Arin's assistant understand their intentions. I thought you were someone else. Ryu-1 put on a friendly smile and said, would you like to try some rice cakes? He was met with his cold rejection, no need. Besides, she doesn't eat those kinds of things. After saying that, he directly turned and opened the door. He called Seo Arin inside, you go in. Okay. But she seemed to linger on the plate of rice cakes in his hand, her eyes unable to look away from them. Once the two had gone inside, Ryu-min spoke up in annoyance. I don't know who he is, but he's so rude. Regardless, don't pay any attention to that jerk, he said, though he was clearly busy paying attention to someone else. It's fine, more importantly. A second later, his eyes became radiant as he turned to him and said, did you see that? She's truly beautiful. Ryu-min remained expressionless, confused by his brother's tone. Why? This made Ryu-1 lose his excitement. What do you mean why? You just saw her too. But he patiently explained again that it was Seo Arin, though to his surprise, his brother still asked, who is Seo Arin? Newspapers were currently flooded with negative news about the entertainment industry. Actress Gong Jisuk suffered a heart failure. Fans are weeping over this shocking news. Gong Seojin, Sim Hwaeun, and others. The tragic deaths of big stars are a shock to the film industry. Korean actor Cha Il-woo has left us forever. Surveys show that only 58% of stars have survived. Because actor Kwang Min-yu is suffering from panic disorder and anxiety, the filming of Urban Crimes has been halted. Seo Arin read these lines and couldn't help but sigh. Her expression grew increasingly worried as she wondered, how is this world operating? Suddenly, a message arrived from Hong Seon. Have you heard the news? He messaged to inform her Gong Seojin is gone. The two chatted back and forth about it. Are you going to the funeral tomorrow? I have to. He took such good care of us. Then let's go together. The more she scrolled, the heavier her mood became. I can't believe someone more successful than me died right in the first round. Thinking of this, Seo Arin felt she had been very lucky. If I hadn't obtained a good ancient language, my name would be in the papers too. Everything up to now was still too fast and too unexpected for her. I've grown so much. I even thought there would be an article written about me. It's truly unbelievable. But then again, without the company's sponsorship, could I have grown this strong? This penthouse was bought by the company too. Seo Arin was so busy worrying about those things that she didn't notice when her assistant had arrived. What are you thinking about? He suddenly asked, startling her. No, it's nothing. Seeing that expression, he knew exactly what she was thinking and tried to encourage her. It's okay. I've said it before, it's fine if you tell me everything. Arin sighed and continued, I'm just wondering why the world ended up like this. How am I supposed to survive the next round? That's what I'm thinking. But don't you have me? Don't worry about the next round. I'm right here. What are you worried about? Arin's assistant felt she was worrying too much. Just trust me and get some rest. At this, that beautiful smile returned to her face. Of course, who else can I trust? The assistant sat and remembered thinking. When the company appointed me as an assistant and bodyguard, I was very wary because I felt like they just wanted someone to watch over me. This thinking completely changed when they fought together in the game. If it wasn't for him, I would have died in the first round. Arin's assistant always repeated the same thing. I will protect you at all costs, so don't give up. That made her feel much more secure. Thank you so much. Putting aside the gloomy atmosphere, she changed the subject. About the people who brought rice cakes earlier, they must have just moved in. They looked delicious. He was always as cold as ever. If you eat that, you'll gain weight again. Arin felt friendly and thought they had gone to a lot of trouble to come and greet them. They must be sad. Her assistant directly brushed it aside. Just ignore it. It was just a greeting. He didn't forget to remind her, they just want to take advantage of you. If you agree, they'll just keep bothering you. Even so, she still felt they didn't look like bad people. Remembering how the two looked at that time, she guessed, our neighbors look like they're over 15. They must have killed 100 goblins to survive, right? Probably. If that were true, it was truly interesting. People who had gone through such dangerous situations could still act like nothing had happened. Arin's assistant was not as dreamy as she was. He bluntly added, you think killing 100 goblins is hard for them? Only fools lose. Arin understood why he said that in such a calm tone. It was because his skills in the other world were outstanding. Even so, when outstanding was mentioned, Arin couldn't help but remember Ryu Min. He wasn't as good as that person, Black Crow. He even made me almost feel sorry for the goblins. Curiosity welled up in her heart. He probably has some job in real life. I wonder what he does. I could survive the second round if I teamed up with someone talented. Then she turned back to worrying about her own fate. Last time I survived by luck. Will I be able to survive next time? The sound of a vacuum cleaner echoed through the house, breaking the silence. Tuesday, January 31 at 11:00 p.m. Ryu-1 was cleaning the house and turned around when he heard the door open. He immediately saw Ryu-min walk in. You're back. Are you home? Seeing him, he impatiently asked, did you make money this time? Ryu-min calmly replied, I didn't earn that much this time, probably 15 billion. The last time it was 17 billion. And you're complaining it's too little. Are you joking? Didn't the bank say anything? This is the fourth time you've won. About that. Remembering the time at the bank, he had made Kwon Junho gasp in amazement. You're back again, you lucky customer. He curiously asked, what's your secret? He didn't intend to hide it and told him directly, I told you last time I had a dream that told me. His answer made him envious, impressive. I wish I could have a dream like that. Not to mention him, Ryu Won himself still didn't understand why he was like that. Anyway, he wanted to ask, so, are you going to dump all the money into Bitcoin again? That's for sure, it's already up to 150 billion. Such a large sum of money made him worried. Brother, shouldn't we withdraw it now? I'm afraid we'll lose everything. But Ryu Min felt this wasn't the right time yet, not yet. This was all in his calculations, so he told Ryu Won not to worry, I'll be able to handle it all. Let's go eat something. They quickly went to a nearby restaurant. Seeing his satisfied expression, it was clear the food here was very good. After eating, the brothers went shopping a bit more. The life of a rich person was indeed truly wonderful. Waiting until nightfall, what had to come would come. Tuesday, January 31, 11:55 p.m. Ryu Won gripped Ryu Min's hand tightly and whispered his name. His eyes were deeply worried as his brother entered the game again. You must survive and come back okay. Contrary to his brother's worry, Ryu Min responded with great confidence. Don't worry, you saw me beat Bang Tiju, didn't you? That's true, but Ryu Min gently stroked his brother's hair and said, don't worry, just go to sleep. After saying this, he himself fell into a sleep. When you open your eyes, I'll wake up with you, I'm going. As soon as he fell asleep, he was immediately transported to another space. Upon arriving, he saw that quite a few players were already there. Looking at the surrounding space, everyone appeared incredibly surprised. We're back already, that was fast. Really, we're here again, where are we? This place doesn't look like round one. The presence of Ryu Min caused a stir among them. It's the guy who took first place in the last round, Black Crow. He felt many eyes fixed on him, and seeing the way they didn't dare to approach, it seemed most of them had recognized him. That's the guy who slaughtered the goblins, right? Number one. In this crowd, there was also Yangmin, who was also screaming as he looked for him. Looks like everyone is gathered. When will it appear? Entering the game, Ryu Min's gaze automatically changed. The turquoise eyes had now shifted to a cold, icy red. At the same time, an angel flew down from above and said, is everyone here? The players' faces immediately turned sour when they realized it was a different angel. Wait, did something happen? The new angel gently explained that the angel in charge of the first round had met with an accident and would no longer appear. She smiled at them and continued, don't panic, humans. The next second, that saintly smile disappeared, replaced by a bizarre expression. I will guide you very thoroughly from now on. Greetings are over, from now on the game officially begins. Since you are all here, I'll just announce the round 2 quest, shall I? A series of boards appeared right before everyone's eyes. On the board, lines of text suddenly appeared notifying everyone. Round 2 main quest, select a regional representative within 3 hours. Total participants 900,514,645. Number of people who have completed 0900514645. Current area ESK 455. Participants 5,143. Completed 05143. Suddenly, voices spoke up. Select a regional representative. What is this? I guess they would ask us to kill a few more monsters. Wait, look at the completed spot. Does that mean everyone can survive this time? The angel seemed to see everyone's confusion and immediately explained. You look so confused. I'll explain. The angel pointed to the sky and gently explained to everyone, you see, this round has nothing to do with fighting. You just need to select a representative and it's done. Now, before everyone's eyes was a magic circle and a person holding a sword. The angel further explained, the regional representative can use their authority to order others. If they order someone to quit, that person must quit. If they order someone to die, that person will lose their life. After hearing the angel's explanation, everyone seemed thoughtful and worried. Isn't this power amazing? The angel appeared and continued, in 3 hours, everyone will receive their ballot. On the ballot, just write the name of the person you want to vote for as the regional representative. Suddenly a voice spoke up, just that, there are no other rules. The angel answered the question, that's right. You just need to vote and you will have completed the quest and can go home. Just consider it a break. Someone excitedly said, just voting and we survive. Easy as pie. And if you become the regional representative, you even get power in your hands. The angel immediately declared, so for the next 3 hours, discuss who will become the regional representative. Time remaining for discussion, 2 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. After hearing the angel, everyone seemed very excited. Is it really true that just doing that will keep us alive? It's as easy as cake. and becoming the regional representative even gives you power. Yangmin gritted his teeth and shouted, "Damn it, all that preparation for battle." The guy stopped Yangmin. "Yangmin, forget it. Surviving by voting is fine too. I put all my stats into strength and didn't even get a chance to show it off. That's what annoys me." Ryu Min thought he focused on strength like that. So the strength ancient language appears this time too, huh? He turned his head and reflected on the details. Both Yangmin's ancient language and this situation are unfolding exactly like my memories. While everyone was discussing, Ryu Min thought, they will debate to find the chosen one within 3 hours, but that doesn't matter. When there's a main quest, it means there will be side quests. He held his long sword and pondered for a moment. And side quests and hidden quests for round 2 level up to obtain a class. Ryu Min gripped his sword tightly to do so. He told himself that as the goblins drew closer, he needed to reach level 10 as quickly as possible. A goblin appears before him, and Ryu Min lures it over. In an instant, he leaps up and slashes at the goblin. After destroying the goblin, the system shows a notification. You have defeated a hobgoblin. Current kill count 100. Triple XP buff activated. Experience plus 9%, gold plus 15. All stats increased by 1% due to the Butcher rune effect. As the goblin dies, he continues to think about the direction of the round. Heading deep into the forest to hunt is the right decision. He keeps a firm grip on his sword, deciding to move forward. Wherever one goblin appears, there must be a whole pack. The goblins continue to rush out, their eyes filled with bloodlust. In that moment, Ryu Min smirks. When the goblins arrive, he stands before them in a stance ready to fight. The goblins appear one after another. Ryu Min swings his arm, slashing at each one. After the goblins are destroyed by Ryu Min, the system displays again, you have defeated a hobgoblin. Current kill count 5100. Notifications appear one after another. All stats increased by 50% due to the Butcher rune effect. You have leveled up. The system notifies further. Remaining discussion time 2 hours 29 minutes 24 seconds. It's only been 30 minutes. Status window. Suddenly the notification board appears before Ryu Min. Status window. Name Ryu Min. Nickname Har. Class Apprentice. Level 9. Profession None. Title Last Time Traveler. Hidden First Angel Killer. Stats Strength 7, Intelligence 4, Agility 18, Luck 3, Stat Points 8. I've already reached level 9. He thinks while touching the system board. At the beginning, just choose Agility. If I wanted to imprint the Strength rune like Yangmin, increasing Strength would be more effective, but putting all stat points into Strength makes it very hard to survive. Ryu Min believes that no matter how strong one is, if one cannot dodge a fatal blow, it's game over. The system continues to display information. Players have 4 stats: Strength, Intelligence, Agility, Luck. Strength increases physical damage, stamina, and defense. Intelligence enhances magic damage, willpower, and perception. Agility increases attack speed, movement, and evasion rate. Luck increases critical hit rate, item drops, and gold rewards. He turns away and thinks, there isn't a single stat that can be thrown away. He ponders, this is especially true for the Reaper class because they use both physical and magic damage. Increasing stats evenly is the most ideal. He notices strange movement and becomes suspicious. Let's see if someone is following me. I didn't pay attention because I was hunting, but it seems I'm being tracked. I didn't order anyone to follow me. Ryu Min threatens the strange figure. I don't know who you are, but show yourself. If you don't reveal your intentions. He continues to threaten, you will lose your life. Suddenly a girl raises her hand and says, it's me. He sees Seo Arin and thinks, that person is the actress Seo Arin. Is she following me? So, sorry for following you. Suddenly a voice rings out, forgive us. He continues, we don't have bad intentions, please don't be angry. Ryu Min suddenly thinks of An Sangcheol. He continues to think, if it's that An Sangcheol, isn't he the right-hand man of Jeonrak? The system displays information. Ma Jeonrak is the eldest son of the largest corporation in the country, a player nicknamed Heavenly Demon, and one of my targets. Recruiting Ma Jeonrak will be very helpful to me, but my true goal is to recruit the priest associated with him by round 20. Ryu Min is a little surprised. Didn't expect to meet Ma Jeonrak's right-hand man this early, but why is An Sangcheol with Seo Arin? Wait, is he? Is a bodyguard for Seo Arin. Seo Arin's face is a bit confused, remembering rumors that Ma Jeonrak was sponsoring a celebrity for more important business purposes. Ryu Min asks them, how long have you been following me? The future is changing in an unexpected way. Seo Arin replies, from the very beginning when you set out, I saw you enter the forest and followed. Sorry if I annoyed you. Seo Arin is a bit confused by Ryu Min's question. Why are you following me? It's not bad intentions, we just want to propose something. Ryu Min asks back, propose. Seo Arin continues, you must. You reach first place in round 1, right? So she says with a plea, I wonder if we could cooperate. Ryu Min smirks and replies, cooperate. Doesn't this word only get used when both sides need each other? He waves them away. That's right, but what do I need from you people? I can fight on my own, don't waste my time anymore, go back. Ryu-min turns away, stating bluntly, I have no intention of forming a team with you two. An Sangcheol is a bit angry. What's wrong with that bastard? How high is his ego? An Sangcheol asks Co Arin, Ms. Arin. Co Arin is worried, explaining to An Sangcheol, it's not that he's being stubborn for no reason, the pressure from him is very intense. Pressure? It's normal to be afraid when he glares and points a sword at you. Co Arin is fearful. I wanted to team up with the top-ranked player, but this didn't go as I planned. An Sangcheol replies to Co Arin, what did I tell you? Someone like him is too arrogant to need allies, too bad. Before Co Arin and An Sangcheol, the goblins slash the bodyguards and say to Co Arin, asking, what a waste of time following someone like that. But I didn't know these monsters were in the forest. Let's go hunting for the remaining time. Co Arin smiles and answers An Sangcheol, not bad, let's go bodyguard. Suddenly, white smoke appears in the forest. The goblins are looking around, wary of dangerous things. Ryu-min appears from behind, swinging his knife straight at a goblin. He thinks, I'm already busy enough and they want to cooperate, forget it. He ponders for a moment, now the top priority is to level up. Going solo increases experience faster. The system continues to display information. You have defeated a hobgoblin. Current kill count, 6100. All stats increased by 60% due to the Butcher rune effect. Suddenly, a giant gnoll appears before Ryu-min. He smirks 5 gnolls at once, I got lucky. The gnolls rush straight at Ryu-min, roaring. The gnolls hold their weapons, jump, and rush in front of Ryu-min. He uses an attack to slash through them. The gnolls fall to the ground. The system announces information again. You have defeated a gnoll. Current kill count, 65-100. All stats increased by 60% due to the Butcher rune effect. You have leveled up, you have reached level 10. He looks decisively at the notification board. You have met the requirements for advancement. You can now use the shop function, there are hidden missions. Finally, I've leveled up. He looks at the rules on the bulletin board. Round 2 side mission, level up before the voting time, obtain an advancement item and receive a profession. If successful, receive a 50% discount coupon for daily items. First time seeing a side mission. Some people cry out in confusion. Advancement item, isn't leveling up enough, where is it? It doesn't tell me what my profession is. Notifications continue to appear quickly. Everyone knows having a profession is a good thing, but the problem is no one knows how to obtain the advancement item. Advancement items are usually only obtained by completing special conditions. Information displays the rules. Warriors need to increase the strength stat to at least level 10 and kill 30 monsters during that time. A notification appears, just received an advancement item. The rules remind, berserkers must also hunt and shed blood within the specified time. Additional notes on the rules appear. Assassins need to successfully assassinate monsters many times. This means each person must complete activities related to their profession to receive the advancement item. Ryu-min focuses on the tree base and thinks, initially, I also constantly hunted monsters and hid in the forest, which is how I got the hunter profession. He grips the strangely glowing object in his hand and affirms, but after knowing about the Reaper profession, I chose it immediately. The strange, mysterious thing glows in his hand. The system displays, you have used an advancement item. Notifications continue to be displayed. Your profession cannot be changed, therefore choose carefully. Do you want to advance to the Reaper profession, yes or no? After hesitating for a moment, he decides to touch the yes button. I don't even need to think. The strange, glowing object continues to glow even brighter in his hand. A notification displays, you have advanced to the Reaper profession. Information notes about the round appear. Your advancement reward is the Reaper rune. Reaper rune effect. When used during the day, weapon attack power is doubled. When used at night, attack speed increases by 50%. When resting at night, significantly reduce the rate of being detected by enemies. The received rune is automatically imprinted on the player's body. The diamond in his hand turns into a streak of red light, covering the space. The system displays information on the notification board. Ryu-min thinks, your advancement reward is the Death Scythe. I have obtained both the rune and the weapon. The notifications continue to appear one after another. You have received a 50% discount coupon for daily items for completing the side mission. Your rank has upgraded from novice to apprentice and your rank has also increased. Status window name Ryu-min nickname Har rank apprentice level 10 profession Reaper title last time traveler hidden first angel killer hidden stats strength 4 intelligence 4 agility 31 luck 4 stat point 6. Bonus rune skills. Players are divided into 6 ranks. Grandmaster level 99, Master level 60, Expert level 40, Regular level 20, Apprentice level 10, Novice level 1. Like other games, when upgrading ranks, rewards increase and new skills are added. You have learned a Reaper profession skill, Mark of Death. Profession skill, Mark of Death. Effect. Creates a mark visible only to the target and the caster. The target's remaining stamina is displayed. The target will take 100% additional damage every time the caster attacks. The effect only works on one target at a time. You can also equip higher-level items. Death Scythe, rare weapon type, attack 25, effect +1 attack per swing maximum +5, durability 225-225, limit, apprentice and above. Description, a giant scythe said to be used by the Grim Reaper. Novices find it hard to lift. Ryu Min ponders the rules that were set. If I don't level up, I will forever be a novice, so leveling up fast is better. You have been recognized as the first player to level up. Your rewards are a random gold bag and the first to level up title. You have learned a neutral skill, tracking. He deduces further, I will learn this. They receive a neutral skill, tracking skill. Effect, detects the location of the desired target, however the face and nickname must match to be considered a valid target. Price 20,000 gold. Ryu Min smiles looking at the system board and makes a decision. With a skill costing 20,000 gold, I have to try it, right? Tracking. Suddenly, an image of a person appears on the system board, the name and face match, and the target's position is being tracked. A navigation notification appears. The position of player Yongmin has been identified. 190 m away from the target. Follow the arrow in front of you to track the target. Rays of light surround Ryumin. He examines the front. 190 m, does that mean he also went into the forest? He rests his hand on his chin, speculating. Following him from 2 km away to now just 190 m, should I stealthily follow him? Meanwhile, Seo Arin and An Sangcheol are trying to escape the forest. Seo Arin cannot stand steady. She suddenly falls to her knees. She gasps, saying to An Sangcheol, I can't run anymore, my legs won't. We must keep going if they catch us. An Sangcheol worriedly supports Seo Arin and consoles her. Even if your leg hurts, you must try to endure it. I'm sorry, the place where the arrow hit is too painful. An Sangcheol is a bit angry but explains to Seo Arin, it's just a hypothesis, but they say even if you're injured in this world, your body in the real world will still be fine. If we can somehow survive and get out of here, you will be able to go home. Seo Arin says firmly, understood, I will try to endure the pain. How can I run away with this wound? Suddenly, Yongmin appears and speaks. Looks like it's not painful enough, huh? An Sangcheol curses, damn it. He gritted his teeth thinking, this girl moves too slowly, now the whole lot of us are caught. Is there any other way but to fight now? Yongmin smiles provocatively, do you want to fight us, sir? Yongmin's accomplices behind him continue to point provokingly. Open your eyes wide and see how many of us are here, and you want to fight. An Sangcheol shouts, why are you doing this? What did we ever do to you? Yongmin laughs, of course you didn't do anything. Then why are you attacking us? Yongmin replies, it's just that we want this thing. What thing? He says with a provocative expression that makes Seo Arin a bit startled. That girl going with you. Being men just the same, there's no reason for me to care about you at all. We want Seo Arin. One of them wonders, is that girl actually Seo Arin? I don't know just by looking, but her face looks like Seo Arin, that's for sure. It could also be that someone wants to look like her, so they copied her appearance. Seo Arin's face darkens. The other continues, so what? Looking like her is enough, am I right? Yongmin compromises. If you let Seo Arin stay, I will let you go. What do you think? An Sangcheol thinks angrily. If the target was Seo Arin, you should have said so from the beginning. If that were the case, I would have dumped her and left. He turns his head to look at Seo Arin and continues thinking. I don't intend to die for that girl, but there's a problem. If I can't protect Seo Arin, Ma Jeonrak will be very disappointed in me. Suddenly, An Sangcheol stands in a position ready to attack Yongmin. Yongmin is slightly surprised and smiles contemptuously. What's with that stance? Do you want to fight? An Sangcheol shouts angrily, do you know that what you're doing right now is a crime? A crime. Laughter suddenly rings out. Yongmin replies, you're a funny guy. There's no law here to talk about law. Are you planning to report it to the police when you return to the real world? He raises his voice with a bit of a challenge. Go ahead and try if you dare. But what evidence do you have? This face might not even be my real face in real life. An Sangcheol curses angrily to himself. He's right, how annoying. He thinks of a way to appease Yongmin. Talking probably isn't enough to make him retreat. I have to drag my worn-out body to fight them. Suddenly at the tree base, Ryu Min stands with his arms crossed, watching everything. Suddenly An Sangcheol is startled, turning his head to ask, are you hard? Yongmin thinks, what, since when did this guy? Ryu Min steps out and asks Seo Arin and An Sangcheol, what are you two doing here? Yongmin, not knowing what's going on, warns Ryu Min, buddy, why don't you worry about your own business? I'm asking who is who, what is going on here? An Sangcheol shouts bluntly, their target is Seo Arin, so they ambushed us. If you help us, I will never forget this favor of yours, Har. Ryu Min asks coldly, is what he says true? Yongmin answers, true or not, so what? Yongmin adds, this isn't your business. Suddenly a streak of red light appears around Ryu Min. What do you mean, I know these people? Yongmin asks with a bit of fear, what do you want to do? The streaks of red light still surround Ryu Min. He says coldly, I won't let them get hurt. Yongmin gritted his teeth and looked at him angrily. Seorin calls out happily, Har, and An Sanchiol quickly thanks him, thank you. Ryu Min stands to protect the two of them while thinking, doing this also benefits me. He turns back to look at An Sanchiol, thinking to himself, if I help, Ma Jionrak will have a good impression of me. He calculates, if a conglomerate like that owes me a favor, the reward will increase significantly and I will be rewarded handsomely. Afterward, Ryu Min turns to look at Yongmin's group. Besides, I don't like those bastards either. Seeing him like that, the guy threatens cautiously, what are you doing? I'll kill you if you come any closer. Ryu Min just stared at him coldly without saying a word. Then he gave a faint smile and asked, what's wrong? Don't you want to fight me anymore? At that moment, Yongmin felt a touch of fear deep down, thinking, damn it, what are you saying? He remembered what Ryu Min had done. You tore those goblins to shreds in the blink of an eye. You took top rank last time too. If it were you, would you want to fight a monster like that? Suddenly, a noise startled him, pulling him out of his thoughts. It was the sound of Ryu Min slamming his scythe into the ground, followed by, if you don't want to fight, just say so. Yongmin asked him, if I tell the truth, will you let me go? He crossed his arms and answered bluntly, I'll consider it if you get on your knees and beg for your life. Yongmin understood Ryu Min's meaning, thinking, so you're demanding that I humiliate myself. He hesitated, aware of the confusion among those standing by and watching. And right in front of Seorin, no less. He looked at Ryu Min and sighed to himself. If I could, I wouldn't want to fight him, but you've pissed me off now, you bastard. Suddenly, Yongmin remembered something. Wait a minute. He recalled how he had become strong enough to shatter walls with his bare hands, thinking that if he got lucky, he might even be able to take him down with a single punch. Then Yongmin smirked. He limbered up and said, you've crossed the line, you jerk. While his own men just stood by, staring blankly. He rolled his shoulders and started toward Ryu Min, asking, what did you want me to do? Kneel and beg? Are you trying to die? But in his head, he was still calculating. Yeah, I'll walk up like this and then land a direct punch right on his face. He assumed that even Ryu Min couldn't survive a hit like that. He questioned himself skeptically. How could an ordinary person withstand a punch that can break a wall right? By this time, Ryu Min was no longer standing still and had proactively put away his weapon. Seeing him do that, Yongmin paused and stammered, what are you doing? Are you tossing your weapon aside? Ryu Min reached out and answered confidently, if you fight me unarmed, it would be a bit unfair for me to use a weapon, wouldn't it? Winning too easily would be boring. Yongmin was provoked by this and sneered at Ryu Min, you really are a ridiculous asshole. While he was speaking, Ryu Min moved quickly. This caught him completely off guard. He nimbly dashed toward Yongmin. Yongmin also raised his fist with a competitive face, feeling contemptuous in his heart. Ryu Min, you stupid idiot. You toss your weapon aside and just leave your head exposed like that. He swung his fist directly at Ryu Min's head, die. But Ryu Min's speed and reflexes were far superior, so he easily dodged the blow. Not only did Yongmin miss, but Ryu Min countered with a punch to his face. And in the blink of an eye, he also kicked him in the stomach. The kick sent him flying backward. Ryu Min calmly retracted his leg, as if he hadn't expended any effort at all. Yongmin knelt on the ground, shaking as he held his arms and cursed, you bastard. He looked up to see Ryu Min standing right in front of him, saying, stop cursing like that. As he spoke, he stepped forward and kicked him backward again, saying, it's annoying to listen to, which made Yongmin cry out in pain. Seeing Yongmin struggling to get up while clutching his face, he paused. A second later, he grabbed him by the collar. He punched his face repeatedly in multiple spots. Yongmin couldn't do anything but endure the pain, thinking, this doesn't feel like a punch. It feels like I'm being pounded by a hammer. Looking up at Ryu Min, who was attacking wildly and terrifyingly, he wondered, is this bastard as strong as me? He doesn't have the strength ancient language like I do. Watching those fists continue to fly, Yongmin remained lost in his thoughts. Why is he so strong? All he could see was an expressionless face and Ryu Min's glowing red eyes. At this point, his teammates could no longer stand by. They grabbed their weapons and bows, calling out, someone shoot that bastard, which caught Ryu Min's attention and made him stop. An arrow flew toward him. Seorin screamed in panic, Black Crow dodge. He quickly dodged the arrow. The archer panicked and fired arrows continuously, yelling, die Ryu Min. But he kept dodging every arrow fired at him. He moved with lightning speed, dodging the attacks as he dashed toward the archer. In an instant, he appeared right beside him and asked, I guess hunting monsters and getting a bow was just pure luck for you, wasn't it? Which terrified the man. Ryu Min raised his hand, conjured his scythe, and laughed, too bad for you, as he swung the scythe, because now you've run into me. The hand holding the bow was severed. It happened so fast that he couldn't react. A wave of pain washed over him, causing him to collapse and scream, my hand. Even so, he kept calling Ryu Min a bastard. The two men behind them were terrified but still clutched their weapons, shouting, "You think you can mess with us and just walk away?" Then one of them lunged at him with a dagger. "Die, you bastard." Ryu Min asked calmly, "You think so?" Then he activated Death Sign, and a black, glowing red skull symbol appeared over the head of the man with the dagger. Ryu Min swung his scythe behind him. Then he slashed forward with all his might. The force of the slash grazed his legs. His legs were instantly severed, causing him to scream and fall. The last man standing watched in panic, his legs trembling. While he was still staring at the previous man, Ryu Min dashed toward him. Before he could react, Ryu Min appeared right beside him, saying, "Daring to attack me with a weapon, you must have some guts, huh?" The scythe swung out, and even though he was wearing armor, his arm was severed. He looked at his blood-soaked arm and cried out in pain. The skull symbol appeared over his head again. Ryu Min glanced back, thinking, Death Sign really is something else. It has a double damage effect, so one slash is enough to cut through armor. Looking at the group, no one was left unscathed. They were all groaning in pain on the ground. He thought this was too easy. He thought silently, but I can't end it all like this. The hand holding the scythe moved, making the young man sitting on the ground scream in terror. Ryu Min had decided he needed to deepen this fear so they wouldn't dare approach him again. The archer with his thighs deeply slashed lay trembling, unable to stand. The one who attacked with the dagger pleaded weakly, "Please stop." The last one, face pale, begged, "I'm dying, please spare me." Ryu Min swung his blood-stained scythe and said emotionlessly, "Quiet. You haven't lost enough blood to die yet." He exhaled, "That's this lot finished. Next is." He glanced away. Looking toward the tree where Yangmin was hiding, he said, "Hiding is useless." The scythe was raised, there are no exceptions. The scythe was aimed at Yangmin's arm. His fate ended up the same as the other three, with a shrill scream. Ryu Min said coldly, "Stop crying like a baby." He knew that was still not enough. Recalling the time in the past when he and his friends had bullied him mercilessly, he knew that didn't compare to the pain he had caused him. "That's nothing compared to the pain you caused me." Ryu Min swung his scythe and mercilessly severed Yangmin's other arm. Seo Arin and An Sangcheol stood silently, watching the horrific scene before them along with Yangmin's screams. An Sangcheol looked on with a grimace. He cut off his opponent's arms mercilessly, even though they had already lost the will to fight. He watched Ryu Min hacking away at Yangmin's limbs, thinking, to some that might seem cruel, but I like a person with a cold head like that. An Sangcheol broke into a cold sweat. "That's Black Crow, you dare go against the guild leader." He stood up and asked, "Are you two all right?" Looking at the man before him, An Sangcheol replied, "Yes, thanks to you." Ryu Min pointed at Yangmin's group and declared, "You don't need to worry about them anymore. As you can see, they're crippled, so it's best we start voting." Seo Arin and An Sangcheol immediately bowed. "Thank you so much for helping us. Thank you very much." Seo Arin looked up and hesitated to ask, "Even so, won't they die soon?" He turned to look at them with disdain. "So what? They're lower than animals." When he turned back, he saw her bowing her head in hesitation, thinking, she's too soft. Ryu Min wondered, why bother worrying about the lives of these bastards? Acting like a saint. I guess she has to keep up appearances because she's a celebrity. Suddenly, An Sangcheol spoke up, "Hey, Black Crow," and politely raised his hand. "Can I ask you something? I hope you don't mind." He put his hands in his pockets. "What is it?" Looking at Yangmin's group gasping for air, he asked curiously, "Why did you spare them? In this world, that's not a big problem if you kill them." Yangmin, in his miserable state, shivered upon hearing those words. He laughed, thinking highly of him, truly the right-hand man of Ma Jeonrak. Looking at the miserable group, he replied, "Simple, killing them brings no benefits." An Sangcheol asked, "No benefits?" He explained, "Anyway, if you leave them like that, they might cause trouble in the future." Ryu Min looked at the group, who could now only stay in one place, and asked, "Trouble?" He smirked, "Do you really think they can do that?" He turned to explain, "Furthermore, reducing the population isn't good, because the number of people who can successfully participate will also decrease." Hearing this, An Sangcheol realized. He nodded in agreement. Just as he said, if the number of successful participants decreases, the number of places for people to pass the round will also decrease. He looked at Ryu Min with admiration. He even thought of that aspect. His knowledge of the game is truly different. He really is impressive. An Sangcheol exhaled, "I understand. We will stop paying attention to this trash." Ryu Min immediately turned to leave. "Then I'm off." But An Sangcheol called him back. "Wait, Black Crow." He wanted to repay the favor of saving his life. "If you give me your account number, I will send you a reward in the real world later." He didn't stop, just replied neatly, "No need." Watching Ryu Min's retreating silhouette, An Sangcheol was skeptical. He helped others without needing a reward. He thought to himself that he would report this to the guild leader immediately. Yangmin's groans caught his attention, and although he really wanted to kill them, he had to hold back, because as Black Crow said, killing them brought no benefits. He spat on Yangmin's head, insulted the bastards, and called out, "Let's go." Seo Arin replied, "Understood." Where everyone was crowded to vote, it was very noisy with arguing. Please give all your votes to me. Please vote for me. If you vote for me as the regional representative, I will do a good job. No, instead of him, I'm confident I can do better. Two men were arguing and shoving each other. You fat pig. The other man was angry. What did you say? What did you dare call me? Seeing them in conflict, others turned to advise them. Stop fighting. Even if we combine forces, we're still too weak. What good does fighting do? That's right. Taking the chance to advise, he put his hand on his chest and spoke. Those who are easily agitated are not worth being a representative. Let me do it. A hand went up. Wait. That person confidently pointed at himself. My father is a member of the National Assembly. Wouldn't I be more suitable to be the representative? After that sentence, he was questioned by others. Your father is a member of the National Assembly. How can we believe that? Meanwhile, a voice rang out. Everyone went silent and turned to look. He was the one nicknamed Minchok Man, saying, only 2 hours left until the voting time ends. We shouldn't waste time like this. We need to vote quickly. The people around him saw this and asked him, then how do we decide who to vote for? Do you have any suggestions? He said yes, and a very good one at that. Hearing that, everyone became stirred up. Really, who is it? He smiled. Everyone be quiet. He curled his lips and thought, these people listen to every word I say. He then turned his back, smiling wickedly as others watched. I predict they've fallen for my persuasion ancient language again. When he obtained the persuasion ancient language from a random fragment, he had been quite disappointed. Returning to the moment he picked up the stone, he thought to himself, what is this? The system image appeared. Persuasion ancient language, effect. Increases the ability to persuade the target you are speaking with. The effect does not apply to targets of a higher level than the caster. He was still disappointed. Persuasion ancient language, how could it work on monsters that can't talk? Not long after, but I soon found a logical way to use it. At the moment the men were killing goblins. Got one, pin them down to stop them from moving now. He shouted, and at that moment the persuasion ancient language was activated. Everyone, the woman over there is in danger. Leave the goblins and help her. Everyone seemed to lose their will and rushed over. Okay, coming right up, let's help her first. He thought to himself that he would repeat this method to steal the near-dead goblins and easily kill 100 of them. Back in reality, he smiled wickedly. If I'm lucky, I'll easily become the regional representative. Minchok Man used the persuasion ancient language to speak. Everyone, we should select the candidates first. We should reduce the number of choices to about 5 people to make voting easier. Everyone seemed to be hypnotized, answering without resistance. Not a bad idea, that makes sense. We won't get anywhere if we keep calling for people to vote for ourselves. He raised his hand and continued to control the crowd. Then let's reduce the number of choices together. If you want to nominate anyone, raise your hand and point them out. A fat guy heard this and hurriedly raised his hand to nominate himself. Minchok Man saw this and hurriedly stopped him. Of course, you can't nominate yourself. Otherwise, everything would be just as it was before. The fat guy heard that and lost interest, huffing. Everyone affected by the persuasion ancient language was discussing. He's right, there's no other way. He smiled to himself. It's so easy to persuade this low-class mob. Everyone was agonizing over thinking, but who should I nominate now? I don't know anyone, and I don't want to see anyone but myself be the representative. He saw that and smiled, just as I predicted, truly quiet. At this rate, only those who stand out will be nominated. Suddenly, a man spoke up. I want to nominate Minchok Man as representative. He saw he had been nominated and felt smug. Gotcha. The man from before continued. After all, the representative should be someone rational and capable of leading. And he pretended to be surprised, turning around to ask me. The man continued to speak, drawing in those around him. Yes, right now he is still controlling the situation very well, right? You agree too, right? Seeing the effect, Minchok Man chuckled to himself, another fool. He continued to smile, using the persuasion rune to speak. Thank you for thinking so highly of me. Is there anyone? Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by someone else. I would like to nominate Black Dog. Seeing someone else being nominated, he sighed. That makes sense. After all, how could the person who reached first place in the previous round not be nominated? Since someone else had been nominated, people began to speak up competitively. Then I want to nominate the person ranked second in the previous round. Life is a documentary. I want to nominate the third-ranked, Black Dragon on the right hand. Minchok Man continued to control the crowd, so we have 4 candidates. Is there one more? Is there anyone else? No one said anything. Seeing this, he clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention and said, then let's lock in these 4. Before voting, can each person give a short speech? He continued using the persuasion rune to speak. I'll go first. Minchok Man seemed very pleased with his ability. Persuading these pathetic wretches is as easy as pie. He continued using the rune to manipulate everyone. If I am chosen as the regional representative, I will. Suddenly, a voice rang out, stop with the nonsense already. Minchok Man turned around in surprise. It was the second-ranked player in the region. Life is a documentary. Josik scratched his ear as he walked up and spoke. I don't want to hear any more of your bullshits. Minchok Man tried to use the rune to persuade Josik. What are you doing? But the man seemed immune. Instead, he asked, Hey, Minchok Man. He laughed and exposed him. Do you think this world is that simple? That everyone will completely follow a few words you spew out? Minchok Man was startled, thinking to himself, what, did he discover my skill? No way, he must just be guessing. Josik scowled and shouted, who the hell do you think you are to decide who becomes the regional representative, you cheap little agitator? Minchok Man acted calm and said, you've crossed the line. There's a saying that words reflect one's face and character. Do you really need to use such insulting language? He thought to himself, yes, that should do it. Josik yelled, you damn bastard. He grimaced and screamed, how dare you lecture me? Are you tired of breathing? The little chocolate boy was stunned. The skill didn't work on him. Don't tell me. It's impossible. Having said that, Josik pointed at the crowd and ordered, hey, you idiots, forget about the candidates and vote for me, or I'll kill every single one of you, got it? Minchok Man acted calm, sighed and said, you are truly beyond saving. He stepped forward while speaking. Do you think people will listen if you talk like that? Stop embarrassing yourself and step back. Josik fell into silence upon hearing this. Suddenly he pulled out a knife and spun around to slash at Minchok Man's face. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Everyone was terrified. Minchok Man clutched his neck to stop the bleeding, struggling to speak. Josik saw this and was smug. I told you messing with me means death. Minchok Man seemed to be in extreme pain, his eyes rolling back, struggling to make gurgling sounds. He fell to the ground, seemingly having lost his life. Josik took his knife and pointed it at Minchok Man, blood still dripping, threatening the crowd. If you don't vote for me, you might as well go dig your own graves. Everyone, like a snake that had lost its head, screamed frantically, he's dead. That person killed Minchok Man, he's crazy murderer. Josik raised his knife, pointing at the crowd, his face cold. So what? If you have an opinion, come over here. The person who nominated Minchok Man spoke up. You lunatic, you must be out of your mind. Seeing this, he smirked and spoke arrogantly. If you won't come here, I'll come pick you up myself. He charged with his knife to kill all those who opposed him. Everyone screamed, help, help. He acted as if he were having a breakdown, exclaiming, this is great. No police, no reporters, no cameras at all. He acted like a butcher, killing everyone present, thinking, I can kill anyone I want recklessly. Josik pointed his knife to threaten. If you don't vote for me the next round, it'll be your turn, understand? Everyone backed away in fear. His face covered in blood, he thought, because they're afraid of being killed, they will vote for me. If I can, I'll just become the regional representative like this. He thought of Ryu Min, Black Dog, I'll kill that annoying bastard first. If I kill him, I'll become number one. The system's sound echoed, Null defeated. Current kill count 265-100. The system displayed, all stats increased by 100% due to the Butcher rune effect. Triple XP buff has been applied. You have leveled up. You are now level 16. I just reached level 16. Ryu Min looked intently at his stat board. He looked at the animals he had killed, thinking, the higher the level, the slower the leveling speed. Even after killing over 200 monsters in 2 hours, I've only leveled up 6 times. He closed the system board and continued thinking. On the bright side, hunting monsters has become much easier. Ryu Min thought of the 2 glowing red stones. It's clearly because I possess both the Reaper rune and the Butcher rune. He sheathed his sword and planned, it's probably time. Having said that, he stored his weapon in his inventory. It's time to leave. The system continued to display. At the same time, a teleportation circle appeared. Voting time remaining 0 hours 0 minutes 0 seconds. It is time to vote, summoning players in the region to the starting point. The injured players were also forced to gather in the clearing. Some of those who had been in the middle of a hunt were also surprised to be summoned back. On Sangchial and those who had just returned were startled by the scene before them, gasping, "W, what is this?" Around the murderous psycho were nothing but cold, blood-reeking corpses, the dead bodies of the players. What on earth happened here? Corin quickly covered her mouth in shock, whispering, "Don't tell me he killed them all." Ryu Min looked silently toward the scene, thinking, it seems Josik is the one leading this again. The maniacal killer turned to look at him, his face smeared with blood. Josik was the leader of the Josik gang and the second strongest warrior in his district, though in truth, he was a total piece of trash. Then he curled his lips into a twisted smile that made Ryu Min think harder, realizing it would be best to defuse that bomb before it went off. Ryu Min shot back a cold, icy glare in response, but now wasn't the time for a confrontation. "Hey, Black Scythe, where did you go? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Ryu Min asked calmly with his hands in his pockets. "What do you want?" The man replied with a show of goodwill, "Nothing, I just wanted to ask you one thing." Josik seemed very confident as he proposed, "I'll get straight to the point. Come work under me." His words made Ryu Min raise an eyebrow as he repeated, work under you. The guy laughed while spinning his dagger. I'll spare your life if you do. But the sound of a mocking laugh from Black Scythe caught him off guard. Ryu Min spoke bluntly without a moment's hesitation. Do you want to start a fight right now? He added a provocative smile to goad him further. Get on your knees, crawl, and beg me. If you do that, I might just let you go. Josik grimaced and gripped his dagger. My god, look at this psycho. I don't think you quite grasp the situation, but he continued to insist, if I become the regional representative. But Ryu Min cut him off. Is it that hard to understand what I'm saying? A deathly power swirled around his hand. A scythe appeared along with a powerful surge of magic from Ryu Min. Or would you rather just die here? Josik felt a tremor of panic in his heart, thinking, what is that? Where did he pull that weapon from? Damn it, I messed with the wrong person. The person opposite him still asked coldly, what's wrong, cat got your tongue? He gritted his teeth in frustration, sweat trickling down through the dried blood on his face. Despite his fear, the guy remained stubborn. Hey, I'm Josik, the leader of the Josik gang. Do you think I'd ever kneel before someone like you? Josik crouched down, brandished his small dagger and shouted, bring that weapon of yours and come at me, you bastard. Ryu Min secretly wore a satisfied smile. He was just as short-tempered as always, but that was enough joking around. Before a coward who played tough like him, he had to be careful. If he showed his power and got voted in, things would get complicated. He curled his lips into a sly smile thinking, I have to make Josik the representative so I can use him in the third round, and besides. Ryu Min's red eyes glanced upward thinking, it's about time for the angel to show up. Just as he finished his thought, a pair of fluttering white wings descended upon where they were standing, and she spoke, are you all gathered, humans? Everyone looked toward her, while Ryu Min silently warned Josik as he remained flustered and confused. You're lucky. He gently put away his scythe. Next time you challenge someone, remember to check who they are, unless you want to die early. Josik, his whole body covered in blood, was left stunned and unable to say a word. He gritted his teeth and thought, damn it, I nearly had a heart attack. I'll let you off this time, just you wait. If I become the representative, I'll make you pay for this insult 100 times over. Have you all chosen your representative yet? Only then did she notice the corpses on the ground and realize something. I see, it seems that during the last 3 hours you weren't just making small talk, were you? Naturally, if you trash die, I don't care. With excitement, she pointed her finger to issue a command. Shall we start the voting session now? A system screen appeared before the players, leaving them confused. The voting session for the regional representative will now officially begin. You each have 1 vote, and the player with the most votes will become the representative. Look at the person you want to vote for and think, vote. Ryu Min also looked intently at the notification message. Players who do not vote within 5 minutes will be eliminated from the round and disappear. And at this, the clock started running. Time remaining 4 minutes and 59 seconds. The weaker players all looked in one direction, looking at who they wanted to vote for. Well then. Josik was very smug to see countless fearful eyes directed at him, thinking, just as I thought, everyone is looking at me. He scanned the crowd, then was surprised to notice something unusual. That rude man pointed directly at a girl and shouted, hey, you chubby steamed bun. She replied in a panic, me. They got into a very noisy argument. Do you want to die? Why aren't you looking at me? No, I already voted for you. Ryu Min, over on this side, just let out a bored sigh. He looked around the crowd and raised his voice to warn them, if you don't look at me, you can consider yourselves finished. Each second ticked by along with the loud voice of that man, who just turned their head. Finally, it stopped at the 0 mark, time remaining 0 minutes. That angel turned around with great anticipation, time's up. It's a good thing you foolish humans managed to finish voting. She clapped her hands to carry out a system command. Shall we tally the votes? The information board in their area immediately appeared very large in midair. Regional representative selection voting results. 1 Life is a documentary, 2,412 votes. 2 Black Scythe, 2,077 votes. 3 The Black Dragon in My Right Hand, 249 votes. 4 Chubby Steamed Bun, 6 votes. 5 Cute Little Bird, 5 votes. Josik stared in disbelief, thinking I'm number 1, but I only got 2,412 votes. And Black Scythe is in 2nd place. He was furious and turned to glare at the guys around him, making them hurry away. Those bastards, I told them to only vote for me, yet they voted for Black Scythe too. The angel looked over and began to announce, the results are in. Life is a documentary is the regional representative. She giggled happily, I will grant you command authority so you can order everyone around. A notification immediately appeared, you have become the regional representative. As a representative, you will be granted command authority. Josik immediately thought about settling the score with Ryu Min, thinking, once I have the power, I'll make you regret not killing me, Black Scythe. If I command everyone to kill him. But he immediately stopped when he saw something else. Before him was an information board. What is this? Temporary skill, command authority. Effect, you can command players and control them. Players cannot resist your orders under any circumstances. Usage limit 10 uses total 10 out of 10. You can only command one player at a time. This skill does not apply to ranked players. Only 10 uses. His face shifted from joy to shock in an instant, and it has no effect on A-rank players. That means all the A-rankers can ignore my orders. The sharp eyes of that angel peeked out from behind the veil. Now, my dear humans, you probably think the voting part is over, right? She gave them another piece of information. That's not the case at all. There is also a hidden mission in this round. The people below grew restless. What does that mean? A hidden mission? At this moment, another board appeared, surprising on Sanchial. Round 2 side mission, level up before voting. Reach A rank and find a level up item. You will receive a 50% discount coupon for today's item if you succeed. What was this? A level up item. Corin read the text with apprehension. Reach A rank. The angel asked them with a hint of contempt. The mission window was set up to appear like this at level 10, but you didn't realize it, did you? One person scratched his head nervously. If there are no monsters, how can we level up? That statement accidentally provoked her displeasure. What do you mean? The forest is full of monsters. She immediately established something in their world. Don't be too dejected about that. A total of only 80,000 people can reach A rank in this round. And she also took it in stride to mention one thing. By the way, someone in this area has already reached A rank. This information was a bit difficult for the players to guess. Someone has already leveled up. Who? The angel snapped her fingers very fluidly. Let's take a look at the side mission results and find that person. At this, the board was immediately opened. Round 2 side mission results, all areas. 1 Black Scythe Reaper, level 16, 39 minutes 42 seconds. 2 Heavenly Demon Dark Knight, level 10, 2 hours 36 minutes 15 seconds. 3 Foolish Mage, level 10, 2 hours 37 minutes 17 seconds. Area Esks 45-5, 1 Reaper, level 16, 39 minutes 42 seconds. And the earlier questions were answered. The first person to level up was Black Scythe. Those people started to direct their attention toward the person standing leisurely behind them. He was the first in this area to level up. Surrounding Ryu Min were countless exclamations of amazement from the players. Moreover, he's a Reaper. Now everyone gathered around Ryu Min, albeit timidly, to gossip. Reaper, what kind of job is that? Seems pretty badass, right? Is that why he carries a scythe that big everywhere? Josik was also frustrated, thinking, damn it, I was planning to use the command authority to make Black Scythe fight him. But who would have thought Black Scythe would change his job at this exact moment? The angel approached the scoreboard to continue. In round 2, the rankings were rewarded in the order of completing the side mission. She thoughtfully looked at the information there and muttered, so the person who changed their job in our area is the player Black Scythe. The only thing that surprised her was Ryu Min. Not only did you win first place in the current area, but you also topped the entire board across all areas. The angel turned toward him with an admiring attitude. Impressive. Black Scythe, your Reaper job is very unique and even your nickname fits it well. Answer me this, how did you come up with that nickname? Her question was a bit ambiguous. Did you know in advance that you would receive the Reaper job? Ryu Min looked up and replied very calmly, I didn't even know I would receive a job that suited my nickname. That angel marveled as if she had discovered something interesting, so perhaps becoming a Reaper was fate. He still replied very briefly, that's right. But in truth, in his own mind, he knew everything clearly. Even the angels didn't know how to obtain the Reaper job, they only knew it was a special job. She laughed happily while repeating her own words, is this fate truly interesting? Her interest in the player Black Scythe grew even more, yet in this area, there is someone who changed their job. So are you the only one who won't be affected by the command authority? The others immediately paid attention to her words. He won't be affected by the command authority. What does that mean, Mr./MS? Angel. The angel was in a good mood, so she conveniently explained it to them. Since we're on the subject, I might as well explain. The command authority doesn't apply to humans with job classes, so the regional representative can't order Black Scythe to follow his will. That's how things are. She exposed all the weaknesses of the representative. Furthermore, there are only 10 opportunities to use the command authority, so just because someone is a regional representative doesn't mean they have unlimited power. The players had another chance to be amazed. Only 10 uses, so that's how it is. Josik gritted his teeth in anger but couldn't do anything about it. Damn it, that bastard angel. How could she tell them that? Small talk like that was enough, so she continued with her mission duties. So we must reward Black Scythe, who received his job the earliest. That powerful snap of her fingers rang out once again. Congratulations on completing the mission under the name of the first place in the current area. Congratulations on completing the mission under the name of the first place in all areas. Ryu Min touched the screen to choose. You received a reward for reaching first place in the current area. Choose a low-level rare armor. You received a reward for reaching first place in all areas. Choose a special reward. Very familiar things appeared before his eyes again. Please choose one of the following rare armors. Reward: choose the reward you desire. Metal armor of the medieval warrior, leather armor of the professional hunter, breathable cloak of the mage. He quickly clicked on the gear in the middle, not needing to think at all. The first option was too heavy, and the third option had almost no defensive value. The second golden chest was also opened. Please choose one of the following special rewards. Reward: choose the reward you desire. Triple experience effect applies to round 3, 3,000 gold. Information about round 3. He paused to think for a moment, because round 3 had many monsters, so he naturally needed triple experience. Then he directed his choice according to his own decision. Everything was finished, so a halo enveloped Ryu Min's body. Alright, the rewards have now been distributed. An Sanchiol and Seoarin both looked at the angel with worried eyes. Everyone can go back now. Next round, round 3. Yangmin, with a battered face, was also being forced to return. This will be very interesting. That angel couldn't hide her interested smile, I guarantee it. Summary of round 2 results. All areas, survivors 873,500,205. Current area ESKS 45.5, survivors 4,988. The soul will soon be transferred to the body in the dimension currently existing, May 1, 2023. The next round will begin. We will see you in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. The soul will soon be transferred to the body in the dimension currently existing. Yangmin sat bolt upright with a look of extreme fear. First of all, he hurriedly moved his fingers. He even breathed a sigh of relief when checking around his body. My hands are still intact. Just as I guessed, as long as I don't die, when I return, my body will still be whole. But then Yangmin's face turned dark and he muttered to himself, I will never mess with Black Scythe again, never. Damn it, I don't want to get tangled up with such a heartless bastard again. An Sanchiol was in Seo Arin's room and comforted her. You worked hard, Arin. The girl sat on the upholstered chair and replied, What did I do? You were the one who took everything on. She still turned to say innocently, Thank you for protecting me. He hurriedly adjusted his tie and looked away. I'm your manager and bodyguard, doing that is only natural. Seo Arin suddenly mentioned the person who saved them, and I also want to thank Black Scythe again. Is there any way? An Sanchiol explained to her, We don't know his real appearance, so there's really no way to find the person. It seems Black Scythe doesn't want his identity revealed. The girl still didn't understand his point. He doesn't want to. Her manager spoke more clearly. Didn't I ask him for his account number to compensate him? However, seeing the way he refused immediately, he hesitated for a moment and then spoke bluntly, Black Scythe knows that using an account number could reveal his true identity. Seo Arin lowered her face sadly. So that she wouldn't be troubled, he suggested another way. If you want to thank him, why not wait until the next round, find him and give him an item? Seo Arin also quite agreed with that idea. Good idea. I have to think of a way to reward him worthily. They paused their conversation as the room around them turned pitch black. So rest for today, see you tomorrow. Yes, goodbye. An Sanchiol then used the elevator to return. Suddenly realizing his phone was vibrating in his coat pocket, he put the phone to his ear and carefully started the conversation, President Ma Jionrak. A cold voice sounded from the other end of the line, Department Director An Sanchiol. He concernedly asked the other person, Are you not asleep yet? That person happily replied, I just got back and am having a little whiskey. The elevator indicated it had reached the 4th floor while they were still talking. I've seen the summary results. Mr. President, congratulations on successfully changing your job to Dark Knight. The president humbly replied and then began to probe, Nothing worth celebrating. Did anything happen on your end? An Sanchiol carefully reported everything in brief. Seo Arin and I only reached level 8 and meanwhile we got injured and couldn't continue hunting. The person on the other end was curious, injured. He went down to the parking garage and started looking for his car. Actually, I was planning to report this incident to you. Is it convenient, sir? The other person kept listening but fell silent when he found out what An Sanchiol wanted to say. It has to do with Black Scythe. He stood looking at the city from the window and ordered him, Come to the hotel, I will listen to it directly. An Sanchiol very professionally agreed immediately. Yes, I will be there within 20 minutes. Then he opened the car door to get inside, not noticing a shadow hiding by the wall. The other person had his hood pulled up, watching the tail lights of the car gradually leaving the garage. Ryu Min followed with his own thoughts just as predicted. He's planning to go see Ma Jionrak. Turning back to 10 minutes ago, while his younger brother was sleeping by the bed, he had woken up to check some things. The system asked him, Please think of the target you want to track and say their name. He immediately stated the name in his head, An Sanchiol. Name and face matched, searching for target's location. The function from the system helped Ryu Min know An Sanchiol's exact location. Target An Sanchiol's location has been found, distance 9 meters. He's quite close, isn't he? Is he still on the upper floor of the penthouse? Suddenly the number below increased. It got higher and higher, making him pay attention. The position is changing. By the time it was nearly 87, he was even more curious. Changing position this fast? He must be using the elevator. Where is he going this early in the morning? A thought flashed through Ryu Min's mind. Could it be to Ma Jeonrok's place? He immediately put on his coat to leave the room, confirmation first. And turning back to this moment, Ryu Min was standing in the parking garage. Good thing I investigated him the moment I got back. The moon today was nearly covered by black clouds. Darkness was obscuring the moonlight. A mysterious person stood leisurely watching the scene from inside the building. Tonight is a perfect night to follow someone. He turned and thought to himself, for now I'll endure it and watch the report first. Ma Jeonrok sat down on his expensive chair with countless questions. Black Scythe. Which player doesn't know him? You reached first place in both the first and second rounds, didn't you? His fingers tapped continuously on the chair, thinking something related to first place. This doesn't give me a good feeling. Then he stopped that action when another speculation appeared. Could it be that he messed with my subordinates? His unblemished but very firm hand was raised, thinking, if that's the case, I can't sit still and take it. Messing with my right-hand man is no different than challenging me. Ma Jeonrok's face darkened at his own thoughts. I won't let anyone standing in my way go, no matter who they are, even if they are first place. After waiting for a while, the person he was waiting for arrived and knocked on the door. A familiar voice echoed from outside the door. Are you in there, Chairman? It's on Sangcheol. He replied immediately, yes, come in. Ma Jeonrok stood up to welcome his right-hand man. Unit leader On, it's great to see you again. As he entered, he bowed politely and said, the pleasure is all mine, Chairman. On Sangcheol was full of praise. It's all thanks to you, Chairman, but Ma Jeonrok responded with the familiarity of a close colleague. I didn't do anything. We weren't even in the same sector. Nevertheless, On Sangcheol bowed his head sincerely. Just knowing you were here kept me motivated. Thank you, sir. Ma Jeonrok gestured for him to take a seat. You've always had a way with flattery, unit leader On Sangcheol. Please sit. He looked up with a grin. It's not flattery, sir, it's the truth. A bit late, but congratulations on surviving. The two sat down and began to talk. Surviving, you say? The second round was more like a child's game of grabbing candy. On Sangcheol continued his praise. I'd also like to congratulate you on your level up. Ma Jeonrok took a sip of his drink and replied, hardly, it was just luck. In front of his esteemed chairman, On didn't hesitate to heap on the compliments. They say luck is a skill in itself, and taking second and third place across all sectors is no easy feat. Ma Jeonrok smiled as he watched him speak. It is my greatest honor to serve someone like you, Chairman. Then he gently set down his unfinished glass and asked directly, with all this praise you're heaping on me, I assume you're looking to get something out of me. Ma Jeonrok looked up, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Let me guess, you have a question you want to ask me. On Sangcheol hesitated briefly before getting straight to the point. If that's the case, could you tell me where you found the level-up item? He leaned back in his chair and explained, there's nothing to it, it just dropped while I was hunting monsters. Though that was his answer, he was actually hiding a secret. The truth was, it was all thanks to the random rune fragment, the Dark Knight rune, that he had acquired. Flashing back briefly to when he was inside that other world and heard the angel's announcement. One last thing, check your inventory and look inside. I have a gift for you all. Ma Jeonrok whispered the command for his inventory, and an information window appeared. Dark Knight rune effect. Increases all stats and wraps your weapon in a dark aura. This aura can inflict damage on enemies and can automatically turn you into a Dark Knight. Special class when you reach level 10, Dark Knight rune. He held the rune in his hand as powerful energy surged around him. I can become a Dark Knight once I reach level 10. Ma Jeonrok kept that information to himself, knowing he had been incredibly lucky in the first round to have received a random item that was practically a cheat code. But his eyes remained cold as he maintained his stance. Even with subordinates he trusted like family, he couldn't reveal everything. People could change in the blink of an eye. That was human nature. He then turned to the person across from him and asked, Unit leader On, let's get back to the main point. Who was it that injured you? Ma Jeonrok seriously brought up the name he had always suspected. Was it Black Dog? On Sangcheol quickly waved his hands. What? No, that's not it at all. Actually, he's the one who saved me. This news was beyond his expectations, leaving him puzzled. He saved you. Tell me exactly what happened. After a while, as he recounted everything, Ma Jeonrok finally understood. So, you nearly died because some thugs were targeting the actress Seo Arin? On Sangcheol replied, yes. He then repeated the details. If Black Dog hadn't appeared, both of us would likely have died. He added Seo Arin might have survived, but she would have suffered deep psychological trauma and wouldn't have been able to continue her career in the entertainment industry. Ma Jeonrok fell into deep thought. Did I almost lose not only a valuable subordinate but also my business venture? He picked up his unfinished glass and swirled it. So what happened to those guys? Are they dead? His subordinate reported, even though Black Dog made them suffer worse than death, he didn't actually kill them. That action was truly baffling to Ma Jionruk. Why would he do that? An Sangcheol explained. He said killing them wouldn't gain him anything, and if the total number of people decreased, the number of survivors for the round would also drop. He still had reservations about Ryu Min's behavior. He's not wrong, but who knows what kind of trouble they'll cause in the future. Nevertheless, Ma Jionruk showed he wasn't a cold-blooded man, but thanks to Black Dog, my subordinate and my asset are still intact. It seems I owe him this time. He suggested I should offer him compensation. An Sangcheol replied immediately, I mentioned it to him, but he said it wasn't necessary and left right away. Someone as sharp as he was immediately realized the motive. He refused to accept compensation. Is he afraid of his identity being revealed? He's quite cautious. They both stood up. If you happen to run into him in the next round, pass along my gratitude. I'm truly thankful he saved you too. An Sangcheol nodded. I will be sure to let him know, Chairman. He added a careful instruction. Also, keep an eye on him and see if there's anything we can do for him. You know I don't like being in debt to others. His perceptive right-hand man understood immediately. Of course, I'll do as you say. However, Ma Jionruk wasn't finished. I forgot to ask one more important thing. He asked quite seriously, what is the nickname of those thugs? Below a withered tree, Ryu Min looked up at the apartment on the top floor that still had its lights on. He had been outside for a long time, watching their movements. What a loyal dog, running straight to Ma Jionruk right after returning to reality, even at this hour. But then he had to turn and leave. I should head back. In any case, I've confirmed his destination. Lurking here any longer will only cause suspicion. Ryu Min hailed a cab to return. A celebrity sponsored by Ma Jionruk lives in the same complex as me. I should thank my younger brother. This reminded him of when they first moved in. If the two of us hadn't gone to give rice cakes to the neighbors to introduce ourselves. Ryu Min recalled the look of surprise on Seo Arin's face when she saw them. They wouldn't have crossed paths, and he wouldn't have known about the relationship between An Sangcheol and Seo Arin. As he opened the car door, he calculated carefully, if I use being neighbors as leverage, it will be easier to gain Ma Jionruk's trust. But I have to decide whether to bring Ma Jionruk along for the 22nd round. Ryu Min knew exactly what that chairman's skill was. Ma Jionruk's Dark Knight rune was so good it was basically a cheat. However, there were downsides, such as not having the level up reward rune and being forced to become a Dark Knight. But the biggest disadvantage was, a venomous snake appeared from the magic flow to drain the other person's life force. To use the Dark Aura, a power of the Dark Knight, one must accumulate a specific type of mana called Dark Mana. And this Dark Mana cannot be obtained through normal means. The silhouette of the Dark Knight glowed behind piles of corpses. In some ways, this skill really suits someone with perverted tastes like Ma Jionruk. He forced a smile, being teammates with a psycho like that is pretty dangerous too. Sitting in the car, Ryu Min mused. For now, I'll consider him a candidate, and then I can use him however I see fit. He felt comforted remembering a female player. Besides him, there are plenty of talented people. The car glided through the empty street along with his plans. I should get to work as soon as the sun rises. The next day started with a sigh from inside the convenience store. The man was clutching his head and moaning at the counter, what should I do? Just as he was agonizing, a noise sounded beside him. At this rate, revenue is going to be cut in half. Julie entered the store with a bright smile, Dad. He looked up at her, hello, Julie. She replied very politely, hello, Dad, why are you sighing so heavily? He had no choice but to share his troubles. It's like this, lottery tickets have been completely discontinued. Julie was surprised, why so suddenly? Her father recounted some of the main points. The government came up with a plausible excuse, but they said it was probably because of the players. His words made the girl think of the articles she'd seen online. They don't know what kind of skills players will use. A KMS News Bulletin, man wins first prize in the lottery 4 consecutive times, pocketing $62.7 million. Secret to winning 4 times, I dreamed it. Lottery sales stopped due to consecutive wins. He sighed again in frustration. With rent and labor costs, things are very difficult right now. What should I do? His devoted daughter exclaimed, Dad, don't worry. She said very cheerfully, I'm about to graduate. From now on, you'll have me to help. Then she asked herself, wait, what if I find a part-time job to increase the family income? Wouldn't that be better? Her father waved his hands. Julie, leave the money to me. Just focus on your studies. He suddenly brought up her dream. Your grades are excellent. Don't you plan to go to college? Your dream is to become a doctor. Julie replied very calmly, Dad, I've given up on that dream. In this situation, does school really matter? Her father was startled and his face darkened. You're right. Money doesn't matter now. If something bad happens, you could lose your life in the next round. He held his face in his hands and exclaimed, I've been thinking so strangely lately. I'm sorry, Julie. She looked at his unstable emotions with worry, Dad. She quickly interlaced her pale hands with his rough ones. Why do you have to apologize? This isn't your fault. He was still very embarrassed, but the girl was extremely optimistic as she promised him, "I'm fine, I promise. I survived the second round and even attained a class." Her father didn't understand the jargon class. To distract him, she radiated a kind of light from within her hands. "That's right, wait a moment, Dad." Power gently swirled around his body. He touched his head and exclaimed in amazement, "What was that just now?" Julie happily shared it with her father. "This skill is called blessing. I got it from my support class. It boosts all stats a little bit. They say it helps increase vitality for ordinary people." His mood became very bright. "This skill is amazing. I feel full of energy." This made her giggle. "I'll use this skill on you often." Julie didn't forget to encourage him, "So Dad, please cheer up." He regained his smile and replied, "Okay, Dad will be happy." At that, the sound of the door opening made him say out of habit, "Welcome." Ryu Min walked in wearing casual clothes. The visitor was. Julie whispered in her father's ear, "Dad, do you know him?" Her father stammered, He is the winner." He stepped inside gently while they were still whispering to each other. The winner who guessed the same number for 100 tickets. Ryu Min walked over and spoke, "Hello, sir. Do you remember me? I bought $1,000 worth of lottery tickets." He replied curiously, "I remember, but why are you here?" Suddenly he bowed before him. "First of all, I want to apologize." The action made the person in front of him jump. "Why are you apologizing all of a sudden?" He said slowly, "I saw the news. Because I kept winning the first prize, the store was forced to stop selling lottery tickets." Julie, standing by, broke into a cold sweat as she heard him take the blame. "I'm sorry for unintentionally causing damage to the store." The store owner quickly waved his hands. "Don't worry, it's not your fault. Not being able to sell lottery tickets anymore won't make me starve to death." Ryu Min didn't relax. "Even so, I still feel guilty because you were affected by me so." He pulled out a white envelope and held it out. "I want to compensate you even though this amount isn't very large." He was surprised. What is this?" In front of both of them, he calmly said the amount he had just taken out was 10 million. The store owner was very flustered and tried to persuade him, "You don't need to do that, take it back." But he remained adamant, "Please take it, sir, because I really did cause trouble." With that finished, he firmly turned and left. "I'm going now." The store owner wanted to call out to him but couldn't. "Hey, young man." He held the envelope in his hand and felt a headache. "How can I accept such a large amount of money?" His daughter spoke up, "Dad." She quickly picked up her bag and grabbed the pile of money to chase after him and return it. Her father approved and handed it over immediately. "Yes, take it back to him." Julie quickly chased after him on the flat sidewalk. It didn't take long for her to catch up to Ryu Min and call out, "Wait a second." He turned to look at her with an expressionless face. Because she had just been running, her face was flushed. "Ryu Min, is that you?" he replied in a puzzled voice, "And you are?" She smiled and introduced herself. "You don't know me, I'm Min Julie, we're in the same class." With his memory, it took him a moment. "Same class." She paused. "Don't tell me you don't know we're in the same class." On the outside, Ryu Min just smiled and apologized, but inside he thought differently. "I'm sorry, I'm not good at remembering faces." Of course, he was lying. He knew everything about her. Min Julie, she's in the same class as me and is the daughter of the convenience store owner. She also has a special class called Buffer, specializing in buffing teammates with support effects. In his previous life, Ryu Min had once swung his scythe to help her during a monster hunt. Afterwards, she thanked him profusely, which he remembered clearly. "Back then, I also just found out she was in my class, and I was really surprised that such a destiny existed. The reason I used the excuse of meeting Min Julie by chance was to bring her to my side." Returning to reality, Julie boldly invited him, "Let's go somewhere and talk." He nodded warmly, "Sure." They walked for a while before sitting down on a bench in the park. Julie took out the envelope of money from earlier and gave it to him. "Here, take this." Ryu Min appeared surprised. "Isn't this the money I just gave you?" She stated clearly, "We can't accept such a large amount, so take it back." Ryu Min didn't force her. Taking 10 million felt a bit heavy, but I knew they wouldn't take it anyway because she's the type of person who doesn't like to live in debt, no matter how hard things get. She waited, and when he still didn't take it back, she nudged him. "Take it, my hand hurts." But what answered her was Ryu Min's even more stubborn attitude. "No, I said it already. That's the money I want to give as compensation because I feel guilty. At least doing this puts my conscience at ease." She tried to convince him again, but the amount was too large. This time he interrupted, "No matter how large it is, I want you to take it. Otherwise, I'll feel guilty and keep thinking about it." Julie shared honestly, "Even so, this is too much money, it feels heavy." In his heart, he replied, "That's why I gave it to you." He leaned in and whispered, "Tell your father too. To me, it's not that much. Feel free to keep it." Julie was even more conflicted holding the money. "You're always this stubborn. Why?" He said that and stood up. "We're done talking, right? I'm leaving." The girl was startled and shouted, "Wait, wait." She opened the envelope and took out a few bills. 10 million really is too much. I'll only take 1 million, that's enough, right? Ryu Min replied, "You get to decide. You should ask the store owner." Julie looked up at him, hesitant, but I'm sure Dad won't be comfortable with this money. Only then did he notice something. The owner is your dad, she nodded. Ryu Min exclaimed in admiration, I go there a lot, that's interesting. Julie stammered along with his story, I think so too, the lottery winner is my classmate. His eyes flashed with a hint of sadness. Then she brought up her earlier question, but do you really not know we're in the same class? I recognized you the moment you walked into the store. Ryu Min remained firm, sorry, but I'm really not good at remembering faces. He smiled at her and asked, besides this is the first time we've talked like this, right? She faced him and hesitated, right. Finally, she was so disappointed that she lowered her head. So this is the first time you've heard my name? He continued to pretend very convincingly, sorry about that. Looking at the embarrassed face of the girl in front of him, he thought to himself, even though I feel a bit guilty for pretending not to know her. Even so, he had no ill intentions, so he looked at her affectionately. But I have to do this so she'll be interested in me. Her feet twisted on the paved ground out of shyness. I told you just now my name is Min Julie, I'm in your class. Julie pointed to herself and stood up straight, and this is my face. Do you remember me now? The person in front of her was blushing, so he stopped teasing and promised cheerfully, I will remember. Only then did she realize her own actions and became even more awkward. I'm getting slapped by reality. What the hell am I doing, introducing myself to a classmate right before graduation? Ryu Min hinted directly, at least I know now. It's not like we won't be in contact after graduation, right? He took the opportunity to suggest, by the way, let me have your number. She was stunned for a moment because of the misunderstanding. My number. He already had his phone in hand. What's wrong? Asking for a classmate's number isn't weird, is it? She quickly held out her hand, give me that. She didn't dare look up as she quickly typed the digits into the phone. After finishing, she quickly handed it back to him. Here. Ryu Min looked at his phone and exclaimed, meeting like this must be destiny, so let's keep in touch from now on. Julie was blindsided and could only go along with his words. Okay. They ended their meeting when he took the lead to leave. Well, I'm off. I have urgent business. At this moment, she realized something had been forgotten, but Ryu Min had already waved and left. Wait, the envelope. Thus, the girl was left alone with her own thoughts. I still haven't returned it to him. Julie placed her hand over her chest and ran in the opposite direction. Asking for my number out of nowhere is strange. Oh God, my heart is beating so fast. A warm ray of sunlight shone through the girl's emotions, making her realize, even though I know he only thinks of me as a friend, I like Ryu Min. Things hadn't always been as good as they were now. We met by chance. Ryu Min was being beaten up by bullies right behind the school and I witnessed it. You bastard, I told you to bring the money, you think we were kidding? No. Julie whispered to call for help from her phone, police. Afterwards, she still hid behind an electric pole to watch his lonely silhouette. Is it because I feel sorry for him, or because I feel responsible since I was the one who called the police? I followed him to make sure he got home safely. And thanks to that, she witnessed what he did in the store. When she saw Ryu Min working a part-time job as if nothing had happened, they were separated by only a pane of glass. I understood then that he was much stronger than he looked. Even when doing chores in class, Julie's eyes followed him. Starting from then, I began to be interested in him. She peeked at Ryu Min sleeping at his desk, but I didn't have the courage to talk to him. Even when he went to meet his younger brother, she only dared to hide behind something. After that, my feelings for him increased a lot. I didn't even dare to approach him anymore. Who would have thought we'd meet here? Julie stood still, closed her eyes, and whispered in gratitude, I'm brave now. This is an opportunity granted by heaven. A gentle breeze blew through the short hair of the girl who had just discovered love. I can't pretend I don't know him after receiving 10 million. She smiled happily and thought, so should I invite him to dinner? At this time, Ryu Min had some spare time and sat on his bed looking at his phone. Messages popped up on his phone. Have you eaten yet? I have a few things I want to talk about. Can we meet at the cemetery area? I'll treat you to a meal. Seeing the message, he replied, sure, I'll pay. The person on the other end seemed quite adamant, insisting on treating him. Let me pay. Seeing the cute sticker the other person sent, he replied happily, I have plenty of money. It seemed the other person was very determined, still wanting to pay for their meal, but he said, I don't like getting treated without a good reason. What do you like to eat? Ryu Min looked at the text exchange and thought comfortably, as expected, she feels like she owes me, and she even suddenly invited me to eat, a good sign. He was even comfortable enough to let a faint smile slip out involuntarily. If I can get close to her naturally, it will be easier to turn her into an ally. After turning off his phone, he got out of bed and thought, I'll help Julie and get her to the 20th round. Ryu Won was sitting on the sofa when he suddenly noticed his brother dressed up sharply and took notice. He curiously asked, where are you going? Ryu Min heard this and replied calmly, just going to meet a friend. Ryu Won hesitated for a moment but asked, a friend? You don't mean a girlfriend, do you? Ryu Min found his younger brother's question a bit amusing and retorted, why? Can't your big brother go out and meet some girls? With that, he reminded his brother, I'll be eating out so don't skip your meals, okay? Ryu-won cooperated fully and replied, got it. After his brother left, he sat blankly on the sofa, lost in thought, though it was unclear what he was thinking about. Just then, he suddenly picked up on an unexpected signal, no way. As soon as he said it, he asked himself, deeply questioning reality, is he going on a date? The scene shifted to a fancy steakhouse, where a voice suddenly rang out probing, do you like steak? Julie was a bit surprised by his sudden question, so she quickly blushed and covered her mouth. What was that? He saw her confusion and repeated the question with complete composure, do you like steak? She was shy and stammered a bit as she answered, ah, I love it. He acted as if nothing was out of the ordinary and casually picked up his fork, then eat plenty. After she replied, she couldn't help but think with some emotion, I never expected to be out for a private dinner with Ryu Min. What a lucky day. The two ate in silence under the melodious music, and the sound of other diners chatting in the slightly awkward atmosphere. Only then did she realize the atmosphere wasn't very comfortable, thinking the air is getting really awkward, I have to say something. Come on, be brave. After thinking for a moment, she came up with a topic and hurriedly asked him, how did you manage to win the lottery so consistently? 4 times in a row, right? He was enjoying his meal so much that he didn't notice the awkward atmosphere, but upon hearing her question, he turned his attention to her. Then he unashamedly made up a ridiculous reason that, it was thanks to my ancestors visiting me in a dream, I'm just really lucky. Ancestors visiting in a dream? Julie imagined it with sparkling eyes saying, remember these numbers. She acted surprised while asking, in a dream, so how much have you earned from that dream already? His expression didn't change in the slightest as he naturally continued. It seems I won't have to worry about money for the rest of my life, though I still have to worry about keeping my head on my shoulders. At this moment, she suddenly remembered a question she had been wondering about. Now that I think about it, I'm very curious. How was your first round? Killing goblins must have been difficult, right? To her question, he didn't deny it, replying, yes, it took quite a lot of time. She continued to ask for information about him. Which area were you in? He wasn't the least bit annoyed and replied honestly, I don't remember anymore. I just remember the last number was 5. She seemed a bit regretful, smiled awkwardly and said, mine ended in 7. What a pity, so we didn't get to meet. He heard her say that and wore a gentle smile, thinking to himself without letting her know, no need to be disappointed, my friend. We'll meet soon enough, since the areas will merge when the number of survivors starts to drop. After that, they continued to ask each other normal, polite questions to get to know the other party's information. What level are you? Level 10. I'm level 10 too. Do you have a job class yet? Not yet. How about you? It seemed that after a while of chatting, the two were more comfortable than before, so Julie said quite naturally with a smile, luckily, I managed to get a job change item. It's called a buffer. He curiously repeated buffer. He smiled very happily as he analyzed her name, meaning you can give allies buff effects like in a game. As he spoke, he silently marveled, it's lucky she's a buffer this time. She was very excited to show off her skills for him, so she immediately raised her hand and focused her power. Do you want to see a demonstration? There is a type of effect called blessing that enhances all stats. Hearing this, he said with great interest, really, show me. Right after that, she cast a beautiful, flowery skill right on his forehead. Subsequently, system notifications appeared before his eyes. Blessing has increased all your stats by 50%. Blessing, time limit, 2 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Seeing his stats boosted so high, he thought with great interest, it's worthy of being a special job class, the effect is really good. He didn't spare any praise for her skill, that's impressive. Once he said that, he continued thinking, the skill effect will double if she reaches the maximum level, so the stats will increase by 100%, but only when she hits max level. He looked at her with great satisfaction, and it was lucky that she had buffed him. He looked at her friendly smile while thinking, this was my main goal from the very beginning. At this moment, he thought back to the reward item he had received previously. The reward I got from the side mission for my first job change was a random gold pouch. Thinking about the reward item, he considered its function. By the literal meaning, it's a pouch that gives a random amount of gold, and it can be affected by the luck stat. Therefore, the higher the luck stat, the higher the amount of gold received. After ending his train of thought, he gave her an appreciative smile. The effect is really good. Thank you, Julie. She didn't find it to be a big deal and happily told him to feel free to ask for help. If you need a blessing, just ask. It doesn't cost me any energy to use this skill at all. Hearing her say that, he couldn't be overly formal and replied, understood. At this moment, he suddenly brought up the matter she wanted to talk about earlier. Didn't you say you had something you needed to say? Julie finally remembered what she wanted to talk about and was slightly embarrassed. Ah, right. I intended to bring that up first. Afterward, she smiled gently and thanked him with great emotion. Thank you so much for the 10 million. My father also asked me to pass on his thanks. It seemed she was afraid he would misunderstand, so she added, and I will try to pay it back soon no matter what. He heard this and felt a bit awkward, not knowing what to do, so he replied awkwardly, "Is that all you wanted to say? I already told you not to worry about it." She wasn't upset when he refused her kindness and still suggested with interest, "If you don't need money, maybe you want something else." "I know." As she finished speaking, she took out something and wanted to give it to him. "Take this." He looked at the object in her hand and asked, "What is this?" She held the strange purple object in her hand and gave it to him, saying, "I got it while hunting. If you don't need money, at least I should give you this." Her expression was very sincere as she wanted him to accept it. "This is my heart, so please don't refuse." After they finished eating, the two parted ways and said their goodbyes. "The meal was great, let's meet again later." As he said goodbye, he reminded her, "All right, pay close attention in the next gate." "I will." She smiled very happily when she heard him say that and replied, "We have to stay alive to see each other again." After saying goodbye to her, Ryu Min slowly walked alone along the paved road. Afterward, he opened the inventory system window. At this moment, he began to read the information lines of the item Julie had just given him: low-grade purple mana crystal. Classification, asset. Description, a beautiful purple stone where delicate mana can be felt inside, simply understood as a gem used to embed into items to help increase stats. He carefully read every line of information and silently marveled at the twist of fate. Who would have expected I'd get this from her? He reached out to take the mana crystal from his inventory and carefully analyzed it. Just looking at the brief description, it was hard to know its full utility. After that, he held the mana crystal up high and mused silently. But once I reach level 20, I'll realize just how rare this item is. It turned out that upon reaching level 20, players would receive a fixed skill. The combination feature would be unlocked when the player reached level 20. Its effect sounded quite similar to forging weapons, but at a higher level. When using it, he could combine a weapon with a mana crystal. This skill could even be upgraded, and there were even options for upgrades. At this moment, he introduced the types of mana crystals. There were 7 colors of mana crystals in total: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. The mana crystals of different colors would have different capabilities. Red was damage, orange was strength, and yellow was luck. These mana crystals could be considered extremely rare because of their superior skills. Green enhanced agility, blue enhanced intelligence. Indigo helped reduce damage received, and the rarest one was the purple one, which was the very one currently in his hand. And finally, the purple mana crystal was the rarest of them all. It had a very low appearance rate and helped enhance all stats. He was very happy to have received this mana crystal so early in a way that few would ever think of. "I'm so lucky that I just happened to stumble upon one." At this moment, he suddenly realized that his luck was not bad at all. "My luck stat in reality is actually very high." Afterward, he thought a bit more and put the precious mana crystal into his inventory. "I'll use the mana crystal when I reach level 20. He decided to utilize Julie's skill effect to open the blessing reward item. Time limit, 30 minutes 58 seconds. I should open the gold pouch before the buff ends. Suddenly, he remembered one thing: wait. Then, while lost in thought, he reached into his pocket and rummaged for something. "I need to boost my stats with the butcher's runes first." Afterward, he took out a small white pouch containing mealworms. 100 mealworms. He looked at the pouch and pondered, "The butcher's runes would boost my stats by 1% for every target I kill, and that includes insects. As long as it's a living creature, it counts." At this moment, he suddenly dropped the pouch to the ground. "There are no insects in the other world, so I'm forced to hunt monsters. Luckily, I'm in reality right now." He very calmly raised a foot and said, "Sorry." Having said that, he brought his foot down and stomped hard. Immediately, the system displayed a notification. "Targets killed 45-100, all stats will be increased by 45% due to the butcher's runes effect." He continuously brought his foot down, crushing the worms to death. "Targets killed 67-100, all stats will be increased by 67% due to the butcher's runes effect." Each time he brought his foot down, the number increased continuously until the number reached the max of 100. "Targets killed 100-100, all stats will be increased by 100% due to the butcher's runes effect." After that, he called up the status window. Status window, name Ryu Min, nickname Black Scythe, rank apprentice. Level 16, job reaper, titles last traveler hidden, first godslayer hidden. Stats, strength plus 90, intelligence plus 9, agility plus 63, luck plus 45, stat points 0. Looking at the numbers appearing in the window, he finally noticed the change. My 15 luck points had increased to 45. This way, I can look forward to a positive result. Following that, he called up his inventory and took out the reward item, the gold pouch. Random gold pouch. Classification, consumable, grade, rare. Effect, provides you with a random amount of gold from 1 to 9,999. Usage requirements: must be used before the next round begins and rank must be above rookie. A limited item gifted to the first person to change their job. This item automatically disappears when the next gate begins. Affected by luck stat. At this moment, he confidently decided to use the reward item. My luck stat has increased to the highest level possible. Now then, thinking so, he didn't delay and gave the command to use it. Right after, the gold pouch in his hand floated into the air. He looked at it with anticipation. How much will I earn? Even with the same stat, receiving different amounts of gold was normal. But it seemed he had calculated beforehand. So he speculated very confidently, based on my luck up to now, it should be about 3,000 to 6,000 gold. Suddenly, not knowing what he saw, his expression became very surprised. The system board appeared. You have used the random gold pouch. The system notification left Ryu Min wondering. They notified him consecutively. You have used the random gold pouch. You have earned 9,999 gold. He was a bit surprised. 9,999 gold. Ryu Min was happy as he received the amount of gold beyond his expectations, so he thought, I got the maximum amount. Receiving the blessing was really worth it. The system notifications summarized the gold for him, so my total gold is 16,249 gold. This was enough to buy an epic grade item. Just as he thought that, the system board vanished. 2 more weeks until I get the item I want, so I should just keep it safe for now. The bright morning sun shone into the building where the two brothers were staying. Ryu Min just walked into the house, took off his coat and said, I'm home. Seeing him return, Ryu Won was tapping on his phone but still called out in a joyful tone, brother. The phone in Ryu Won's hand covered half of his face, but one could still see his happy, puppy-like expression at this moment. How was your date? Ryu's question left Ryu Min puzzled. Date. Ryu Won saw that his brother didn't understand, so he asked with a bit of disappointment, weren't you out on a date with your lover? Ryu Min sat on the chair and dodged his younger brother's question, stop talking nonsense. What are you eating for lunch? Seeing that, Ryu Won sat down next to his brother and replied with a happy expression, I ordered black bean noodles. Ryu Won seemed unconvinced and replied with a pout, so what if it's black bean noodles? Do you know how much I wanted to eat that? His brother's words reminded him of the recent past. It's true, just a month ago, the situation of the two of us was still very difficult. Ryu Min thought further, and while I'm at it, my Bitcoin investment has grown to $150 million. Like the previous times, 2 weeks later, it might drop significantly. By that time, it's best to sell it off. Meanwhile, his younger brother Ryu Won sat beside him with sparkling eyes when he saw something. On the TV screen was an image of a car being shown, which sparked an idea in Ryu Won's mind. Before that, I should get a driver's license. In the exam room, everyone was focusing on their work, including Ryu Min taking the theory test for his commercial driver's license. It seemed the repetition made Ryu Min somewhat weary, so he sighed and thought silently, how many times have I taken this test? I'll just finish it and get out of here. With that, he picked up his coat and stood up to leave, which left the supervisor wondering. When he saw Ryu Min's back walking toward the door, it raised many questions for the supervisor. What's wrong with him? Looking at Ryu Min's computer screen, the supervisor was startled. Your score is 95. You have passed the theory test for a commercial driver's license. His head was filled with questions. In such a short time, he got 95 points. Ryu Min knew the result he would achieve better than anyone else. The result is too obvious, but it only took me 4 days to get the license. He handed the glowing driver's license to his brother Ryu Won with a proud expression. It's blinding. I have more driving experience than anyone. Suddenly, Ryu Min pondered a little about his own reality. Wait a second, how many years have passed exactly? How old am I? He then thought, after getting my license, I immediately bought a supercar, a Lamborghini Aventador. The red Lambo. It didn't take me long to choose because I drove this one the last few times too. Ryu Min asked, how long will it take for direct import? The attendant replied cheerfully, if you place an order today, you will receive the car within a month. He held the iPad and spoke up, that's good, let me sign for it now. Hearing Ryu Min close the deal made the attendant beam, as if the person before him was glowing. That's fantastic, sir, you're truly stylish. The attendant's excessive attitude left him speechless. Time passed. 2 weeks later, a beautiful day today, it was a very suitable time, it's time. He held his phone with a bit of satisfaction. It's time to part ways with my pile of Bitcoin. Ryu Won asked curiously when he saw his brother wearing a dangerous, calculating expression. Did something good happen? Why are you smiling like that? Ryu Min sat on the chair and replied, brother, I just sold all the Bitcoin. Ryu Won sat on the chair surprised and asked his brother, really, how high did the price go? Ryu Min replied calmly, $300 million. Hearing the excessively high number startled him. $300 million. His brother couldn't sit still and asked loudly, all of your lottery winnings only amounted to $60 million, and it grew into $300 million. Meanwhile, his big brother Ryu Min still calmly answered his brother's questions as if it were obvious. What else? Ryu Won was both admiring and somewhat reminiscing about a month ago. When you wanted to invest in Bitcoin, I wanted to stop you, but look how much you've earned. Ryu Min smiled and replied, I didn't know it would increase so violently either. He thought silently last time it was at most $280 million. At this moment, Ryu Won had calmed down and asked his big brother, so are you planning to quit now? Ryu Min was still looking at the phone, replying to his brother, of course. Ryu Won held the cup of water in his hand, smiling as he replied, that's great. But not long after, his brother spoke up again, making Ryu Won spit out the coffee in his cup. It's time to invest in stocks. Ryu Won was somewhat worried for his brother and asked, brother, you don't know a damn thing about stocks. What are you planning to do now? Ryu Min reassured him with a calm demeanor, a smile flashing on his lips, don't worry. Ryu Min made up a reason coldly to soothe his brother's anxiety, I dreamt about it. Ryu Won was startled and asked suspiciously, you're having that prophetic dream again? Does this mean you know what stocks to buy this time? Ryu Min replied confidently, yeah, I saw in my dream that if I buy now, it'll be very profitable later. Seeing his brother say that, Ryu Won was helpless, fine, just do whatever you want. Looking at his younger brother, Ryu Min thought to himself, I can't blame Ryu Won for worrying like this, but I know the future. Finished, he looked at the screen, thinking about the company he wanted to invest in. The company I will invest in is. The phone screen showed a series of names in the stock list. A company ranked 85th on the KOSDAQ, worth about $900 million, the Heavenly Demon Consulting Company. Ryu Min thought, Heavenly Demon Consulting is a company under the ownership of Ma Jionrock. Although it's not very prominent yet, after the fourth round, it will release a special system and develop rapidly. Ending the reminiscence, Ryu Min was silently satisfied with his decision. If I know this company will become famous, there's no reason not to invest. He held the phone, thinking, if I can own a lot of shares and have control over the operations, I can influence the company as a major shareholder and make a decent profit. Saying that, Ryu Min pressed on the order bar. First, I'll invest $280 million and hold 31% ownership. Now then. Suddenly a voice cut through his train of thought, please. It turned out that Ryu Won was silently praying for his brother. Please make his dream come true again. That's it, I guess. He thought while looking at the screen displaying the confirmation of purchase order 5,684,241, purchase order processed successfully. Without hesitation, Ryu Min thought about the next thing to do, now I just need to buy the item. When night fell and all the lights of the building were turned off, only the house of the two brothers remained lit. The light emanated from the desk lamp at midnight the same day. Along with the system sound, the system screen with items appeared in the shop. Ryu Min lay on the bed, his hand behind his head, thinking, I saved up gold all for this day. His hand pressed the equipment bar, silently marveling at the benefits of having a lot of gold. As long as you have gold, you can buy normal items and skills. There really isn't anything more convenient. The screen displayed the item he had selected. Although they were all at the normal grade, it didn't mean he couldn't buy rare and epic materials. The notification bar displayed, today's item. Today's item. Ryu Min was still immersed in his own thoughts. This is the function to buy a random item that changes daily. Usually, it's hard to buy what you actually want, because he didn't know which item the shop would sell. Random cards represented items being sold because no one knew beforehand what would be sold. But for me, it's no problem because I already know beforehand what will be sold and when. Thinking that, Ryu Min pressed on today's item bar. And today is the day the epic item I need will be sold. The system board displayed a series of information about the random item being sold. Dried bone necklace. Type necklace. Grade epic effect +3 intelligence +1% attack speed every time an enemy is killed, max 25% effect until the round ends. Restrictions apprentice and above, durability 500. Price 4,600 gold. Sale time 23:59:59. Buy. Ryu Min's tone was joyful because the item he wanted appeared. Here it is, the dried bone necklace. His expression flashed with a smile, an item that increases intelligence and attack speed, and compared to its effect, it's quite cheap. Since I have the item I want, I should use that right. Ryu Min returned to the main page of the inventory. The system board displayed a discount coupon along with the usage rule for the 50% discount coupon for today's item that he had earned after completing the level up mission. 50% discount coupon for today's item. Type consumable, grade rare, effect, you get a 50% discount when purchasing today's item. Restrictions only valid until the next round, apprentice and above. Description, a limited reward item for players who complete the round 2 side mission. If not used by the next round, it will automatically expire. Ryu Min thought for a bit, his hand reaching for the buy button. If I buy this necklace after using the 50% discount coupon, the amount of gold remaining after the purchase left him confused. Gold, 13,949. Ryu Min jumped up, I still have so much gold. He held his chin while thinking and remembered the items he wanted to buy. Originally, I intended to buy a normal equipment set with the remaining gold. Ryu Min recalculated a bit, and a list of supportive skills he desired appeared in his head. But if I save an extra 6,000 gold, I can buy another normal skill. Normal skills are still better than normal gear. He held his chin, a smile appearing on his face. I should quickly earn another 6,000 gold. Luckily, round 3 has plenty of monsters. And then time passed. May 1, 2023, the gem in the middle of the town emitted a purple light. Surrounding it were countless people, but among them some had a golden light appearing. This day had to come eventually. The players continuously appeared scattered in the round 3 game area, and in the center of this place a large purple gem was emitting a very noticeable light. Damn it, I've been dragged into the other world again. After being forced to log into the game, the players continuously voiced their questions. This isn't a forest this time, right? Where am I? A few among them carefully observed their surroundings and commented, the houses are all destroyed, but it looks like a village. Hearing the comment above, suddenly another voice chimed in to refute, like hell it is, how is this any different from ruins? They even noticed a tall fortress wall surrounding the area they were standing in. Look over there, there's a fortress wall around the village. Is this for real? At this moment, the players finally realized the eye-catching presence of the large gem lying in the center. And what about this crystal? What will we be doing in this place in round 3? At this moment, Ryu Min appeared in the distance and silently observed, this place is really strange. Everyone looks quite worried. Then his thoughts focused on a person who looked quite calm on the opposite side. The only one who is indifferent is Josik. Shifting to the side where Josik was indifferent, he heard someone behind him voice a question. Isn't he our regional representative? Afterward, more and more people silently gossiped behind his back. That's right, life is a documentary, it's him. I heard he's a gang boss. He even threatened me with a sword to vote for him. In their gossip, they also mentioned his name. Black Scythe should have been the representative, not that murderer. Suddenly, a guy raised his hand and whispered to discourage his teammates. Hey, he'll hear us now, he has authority in his hands. But it seemed Josik wasn't causing any threat, so the other person remained very calm as if nothing was wrong regarding his teammates' discouragement. Who cares? He can only use that authority 10 times, there's nothing to be afraid of. Josik couldn't take it anymore and spun around, threatening them, you bastards, shut your mouths. Ironically, they didn't seem afraid of his threats at all. In fact, even more people started chiming in, what's with the cursing, as if anyone here doesn't know how to swear. Not to be outdone, he pointed his finger directly at them. Which one of you was muttering? At that, the crowd realized they'd pushed their luck and stopped gathering to gossip. His face twisted into an ugly expression of rage, and he cursed under his breath, damn it, I knew this would happen. I wish that angel bitch would just shut up. Suddenly, a pair of polished leather shoes appeared in front of him. Yangmin immediately stood before him, bowed respectfully and said, greetings. Many people recognized him and started asking questions. What is Yangmin doing? Ignoring the questions around him, he looked up firmly at Josik and said sincerely, Sir, life is a movie, gang leader Josik, Senior Josik, I've come to pay my respects. Josik looked at him calmly, Senior, are you my underling? Yangmin replied immediately, not yet, sir. I'm just a 20-year-old with dreams of becoming a gangster. Hearing this, Josik raised an eyebrow, completely confused. He wants to be a gangster. Is this kid crazy? Yangmin wore a look of intense admiration as he grinned. You are my role model, sir. I really want to join the Josik gang. Josik was caught off guard, and before he could even respond, he was stunned by the next move. Why are you? Yangmin knelt down and spoke with ironclad determination. I will dedicate my whole life to following you, please take me in. Josik was so amused by the spectacle that he couldn't help but crack a satisfied smile. I've met a lot of crazy guys in my life, but this is the first time I've met someone this intense. I actually like his spirit. Thinking this, he gestured for him to get up, stand up. Yangmin responded urgently, yes sir. Then he asked out of pure curiosity, are you blind? Can't you see my reputation is in the gutter? And you still want to follow me? Yangmin replied shamelessly, so what? He clenched his fist, patted his chest, and continued, you are the man I respect. He looked Josik in the eye and said something truly touching. As long as you take me in, I don't care what others think. Being idolized like that was something Josik couldn't resist. A smile spread across his face. I like that answer. Fine, I'll take responsibility and teach you. Yangmin was so touched he bowed repeatedly. Thank you, sir, it's my honor. The people around them were completely bewildered by his insane behavior. He just joined the team. Is that life is a movie? Is he crazy? Someone couldn't help but sigh. They say birds of a feather flock together. Observing everything from a distance, Ryu Min was very satisfied. He teamed up with Josik this time. That's a good development. Suddenly, the angel appeared in the sky and asked, is everyone gathered? She slowly scanned the players below and laughed. Let's see, we're missing 90 people today. Some players didn't understand what she meant and asked, missing people. Another couldn't help but ask what was going on. One after another, the other players received the same notification. Main mission, protect the holy relic for 3 hours in the entire area. Total participants, 856,030,200. Completed, 0214007550. Current sector ESKS 455. Total participants, 4,900. Completed, 01225. The other players, after reading the notification about the third round, were in an uproar. Are we really missing people? How could that be? The angel spoke slowly, acting as if it were nothing. It's impossible for people to just die out of nowhere. It seems you've been killing each other in the real world. I was worried about how competitive you all were. Suddenly, a player noticed something and nervously warned the others. Wait, wait. Everyone, look at the number of people who can pass this round. The other players noticed the limit on the number of people who could pass the third round and panicked. 1,225 people? What? That means only a quarter of us. One guy boldly shouted, "Hey, Angel, is there a bug or something?" Hearing that, she laughed hysterically, a bug. Then she casually addressed the player's thoughts. What do you want? There is no bug. It seems you're scared because the number of people who can complete the mission is small. She paused and asked back, but did you forget? The players below were horrified as they heard her. Only half of the people can survive each round. The angel didn't lose her smile. She laughed even more cruelly. But since everyone survived the last round, it makes sense that only a quarter of players survived this one, right? The players were absolutely shocked. That can't be. Her beautiful eyes observed the people below through her veil as she said bluntly, there is nothing unfair about it. You just need to work hard to get into the top 25%. Then she began to explain the rules for this round. All right, I will explain the rules for the third round. The angel slowly detailed the regulations. Every 30 minutes, my army of monsters will appear before the castle gate and target the holy relic at the center of the village. Her figure remained in the sky as she looked down at the ground. There will be a total of 4 attack waves, and you must all cooperate to protect the holy relic. She explained the importance of the purple gem. You will receive additional rewards if you protect the holy relic for 3 hours. If you fail, you will suffer heavy penalties. She didn't forget to mention the player rankings. Finally, whether you successfully protect it or not, the rankings will be based on the number of monsters you eliminate. As the players listened to the rules, they nervously watched the castle gate. Because of the nature of this round, there will be more monsters appearing than usual, but they only have a fraction of their strength. It should be much easier, right? Of course, that meant gold and experience would also be reduced accordingly. Ghastly sounds echoed continuously from outside the castle gate. Josik smirked confidently when he heard the ranking rules. Then I just need to kill a lot of monsters. Since I hold the authority this round, this will be a piece of cake. Suddenly she clasped her hands. I almost forgot. She then added something truly cruel. The representative selected from the previous round is Life is a Movie, right? She spoke with interest as if nothing were the matter. From this round on, he can use the command privilege. But I bet everyone here is curious what will happen. She emphasized if the representative dies. A wicked smile appeared on her face as she brought up the stimulating topic. When the representative loses their life to monsters or external factors, their position will be vacant. However, what if they were killed by another player? Hearing this, Josik froze, his eyes widening in shock. As the angel's words became increasingly suggestive, the players around him also began to have impure thoughts. In that case, the murderer will immediately become the new representative, and they will receive the full 10 uses of the command privilege. Having said that, she clapped her hands happily. There you have it. The monsters will appear in 10 minutes. For the next 3 hours, cooperate to survive. Finally, she added with utter contempt, although I'm not sure you'll manage. Then she transformed into a point of light and vanished, leaving behind only Josik, who looked as if he'd just eaten dirt. He screamed in fury at the spot where she had disappeared. Then his gaze immediately turned to the killing intent behind him. Instead of preparing to fight the monsters, the other players were now pointing their weapons at their own kind. Seeing this, Josik became thoroughly enraged, summoned his weapon and threatened them loudly. You bastards, come on. I'll take all of you on one by one. These players were filled with killing intent and aimed at him without a hint of fear. You act tough, but you only have 10 uses of the command privilege. The angel said it. Whoever kills this bastard will become the representative. One even said ambitiously, it would be even better if I became the new representative. Suddenly, a figure appeared. Ryu Min casually held his weapon and stepped forward from behind. Seeing him approach, Josik was startled and stammered, You, what are you doing, black dog? He stood in line with him and spoke, Don't be afraid, I just want to chat. But all Josik could focus on was that he had called him afraid, so he hesitantly retorted, Afraid? What are you talking about? Say what you have to say. Then he continued, Just a warning if you intend to make me bow down. But before he could finish, Ryu Min interrupted, I have a proposal. Facing his hesitant expression, he didn't beat around the bush. I guess you're in trouble. He immediately offered an extremely tempting proposal. Why don't I protect you? Josik was surprised and confused, so he asked, what? He patiently repeated himself, I will protect you from the other players. That means I will be your personal bodyguard. The other players were also surprised. What? Black Dog is going to protect Life is a movie? That means we'll have to go up against Black Dog. They were hesitant to confront him. That's a bit. Josik felt their hesitation and couldn't help but think, I didn't think Black Dog would have that much influence. Looking at their reaction, this proposal really is attractive. But he immediately regained his composure, but everything has its price. Thinking this, he darkened his face and asked, so what do you want in return? He said it as if it were nothing, nothing much. Then his eyes became incredibly sharp as he stated his requirement, you will have to follow all my commands. That is the condition. Josik froze, what? He gritted his teeth thinking, he's asking me to become his subordinate. He didn't agree immediately and instead probed, what reason do you have for this proposal? Ryu Min replied concisely, I can't say. He persisted, you say obey commands, but what kind of commands? He remained patient, I can't say that either. You just need to obey my commands unconditionally. Josik felt his attitude was dismissive, so you want me to follow you for the rest of my life? Damn it, does he think I'm easy to trick? But then he paused for a few seconds and thought, wait a minute, what happens if I refuse? He wouldn't attack me for no reason in broad daylight, would he? While he was lost in thought, Ryu Min said decisively, choose. He didn't forget to add a subtle warning, the others are waiting for your decision too. He hesitated for a while, Finally, he made his choice, I will refuse your proposal. Ryu Min's eyes flashed with a cold light as he confirmed, just as I thought, there's no way this bastard would lower his pride so easily. The others saw his foolish choice and couldn't help but smile with joy. He refused, if he had agreed he could have hunted in peace. I guess his ego is too big to listen to orders. The players began to raise their weapons again, aiming at Josik and took turns speaking. Is his pride more important than his life? Or maybe he just doesn't think much of us. Ryu Min observed their reactions slowly without saying a word. The events are exactly the same as in my previous life. He then made his next move, so the thing to do now is to draw a line. Thinking this, he faced Josik and spoke as if it were nothing. Fine. If you refuse, there's nothing more I can do. I won't concern myself with what happens here anymore. Then he turned and walked away decisively. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. The others heard this and surged forward to attack. Did you hear that? Black Dog doesn't care about you anymore. Now let's tear this gangster apart. Josik was so frustrated he gritted his teeth, but he couldn't do anything else but pick up his weapon. Damn it, do I really have to accept that proposal? At that moment, the system announced the start of the game. Phase 1 will begin shortly. Prepare for the sudden appearance of the monsters and protect the holy relic. The players who were about to gang up on Josik were interrupted by the system. It's starting. The system gave a concise explanation of the rules. In 30 minutes, regardless of how many monsters have been dealt with, the second phase will begin. The other players frantically called for cooperation to protect the large purple gem. Everyone protect the relic. The system began the countdown. Time remaining until the challenge ends, 2 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. While the others were focused on the gate, Josik suddenly thought he couldn't fight alongside people he had a grudge against. He turned to observe, looking for another place to act. Since this is an individual mission, I'll have to act alone. Suddenly, he noticed Ryu Min walking calmly toward another spot. Where is that guy going? Josik sneakily followed Ryu Min for a long way. He hid behind a building to watch him from afar. Is he planning to fight alone too? Is he heading for the gate? Suddenly, a sound signaled the official start of the game. Phase 1. The castle gate slowly opened. The system announced the current number of players, 4,900. Then it announced the number of monsters in the first wave. 9,800 weakened goblins. Savage, bloodthirsty goblins with disgusting green skins swarmed in increasing numbers from outside the gate. Seeing this number, Josik was visibly horrified, 9,800. The system continued to pop up notifications. Due to the nature of the challenge, the goblins only possess a third of their normal strength. It then wished the players below luck before fatting away, good luck. The pride he felt when he refused Ryu Min's proposal had completely vanished. This is insane. He could only think of escaping as he scurried away from the gate. I'll just hide and watch the situation for now. He ran into a house and immediately dashed up the stairs. But why isn't Black Dog moving? Does he intend to fight all those goblins at the gate by himself? He was very rushed but didn't forget to analyze the danger. Even if the gate is narrow, it's wide enough for at least 10 people to pass through. As Josik kicked the door open, thoughts raced through his mind. Is he confident he can kill 10 for everyone? He stood on the balcony and watched him with panic from above. The lunatic is acting tough just because his level is a bit high. I don't even need to watch. He'll fight for a bit and then tuck his tail and run. On Ryu Min's side, the goblins gnashed their teeth, armed themselves and rushed at him. Without a moment's hesitation or panic, he raised his scythe high and prepared to attack. He swung his weapon once and killed 3 or 4 goblins in one go. Then he calmly looked up. The goblins kept coming, one wave falling and another jumping in, starving and reckless. Suddenly, he lifted his foot. The glowing scythe immediately reached their vital spots. In one stroke, he killed the entire group of goblins with speed that was impossible to keep up with. Josik, watching him fight from above, was completely shaken. Is Black Dog really this strong? Then he hallucinated that he would become as strong as him when he reached level 16. Will I be as strong as that when I reach level 16? He realized he was wasting too much time leveling up. This isn't the time to think about this. I need to level up quickly and get stronger. He turned to look at the other players struggling to complete the mission. The battle between the players and the goblins had become fierce. The center of the area had become a chaotic mess full of death and frantic screaming. Hey, block them, the west gate has fallen, don't let them near the relic, die. Josik stopped hiding and stepped out of the house, preparing to hunt monsters. I have to get down there and kill goblins too. He yelled loudly to attract a goblin. Hey, you walking experience points. Immediately after, he slashed it dead. Suddenly, he felt a surge of danger. He stabbed his weapon directly into the head of the goblin approaching him. As he pulled his weapon out, he smiled confidently to himself. Thanks to the detection rune, I can foresee their movements. This is simple. Something flew by quickly, grazing his face and tearing a piece of flesh from his ear. Josik looked at what had attacked him and realized, an arrow. I've never seen a goblin use a bow before. He immediately concluded that a player was trying to assassinate him. Damn it, who is it? He cursed bitterly. I don't know who you are, but once I catch you, I'll tear you into 100 pieces. Suddenly, his lower abdomen was pierced by someone with a spear. I caught him. Josik was furious, grabbed the spear and shouted, you bastard. He pulled the guy toward the dagger in his hand with all his might. He plunged the knife into the guy's chest in one stroke. He pulled the knife out and cursed, aiming to finish him off. Die, you son of a bitch. Suddenly, another arrow was fired, grazing in front of his face. He looked in the direction the arrow came from and spotted someone holding a bow. That guy. Without a word, Josik brutally grabbed the spear in his hand and aimed it at the culprit. The guy saw this and panicked, drawing his bow. His arrow hadn't even been fired when Josik's spear pierced his head. After clearing out the people around him, he clutched his stomach, struggling. Damn it, I didn't expect the thing I'd be most worried about to be other players, not the monsters. If I wasn't the regional representative. He regretted being greedy for the position. Regional representative, my ass. If I had the choice, I would have thrown it to someone else. Furthermore, he started rethinking Ryu Min's proposal. Should I accept Black Dog's help? But he remained arrogant, unwilling to yield. No, a man must have his own integrity, I can't be his subordinate. He needed a plan to hunt in peace without being bothered by other players. Suddenly, he noticed a player killing goblins on the opposite side. Who's that? He realized the guy had a high ranking in the area. Rank 3 in the current sector, Black Dragon on the right hand. He couldn't help but smile wickedly. That's right, that's him. He called out from behind, hey. The man turned his head in confusion. What? Who's that? Without letting him react, he used the command privilege to control the man. Black Dragon on the right hand, he ordered cheekily, protect me from now on. Ryu Min swung his sword to strike the monster. The system sounded, dry bone necklace effect, attack speed increased by 25%. You have defeated a goblin, current kills 52-100. Triple experience buff activated. All stats increased by 100% due to Butcher Rune effect. Gold plus 33, bonus gold plus 166. He stared intently at the system board, contemplating his status window. Ryu Min opened his inventory to check and marveled. I've earned nearly 2,000 gold already. His face radiated with satisfaction, a corner of his mouth curling upward as he wondered. At this rate, I'll easily rake in 20,000 gold during the second wave of attacks. Monsters in the distance began to eye him, preparing to advance toward Ryu Min, but he remained nonchalant and deep in thought. Not yet. I have to save up a lot of gold in this round to buy 2 common skills. If I can pull that off, I'll obtain the Butcher's runes. He coldly cast a sharp, crimson-eyed gaze across them. Ryu Min swung his scythe, delivering a critical blow into the monsters. The monsters behind growled, wary of him, but he smirked and taunted. You're not planning on charging me. Ryu Min held his scythe high, lunging straight at them. If not, I'll make the first move. A blinding surge of magic descended with a thunderous blast, throwing everyone into a panic. What was that? What's going on with that sound? The monster that had been suppressing the young man suddenly vanished. The remaining ones disappeared as well. The system screen displayed. You have successfully repelled the first wave of attacks. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I survived. The system chime announced, number of surviving players, 3,933. Number of player casualties, 967. Surviving players will receive a reward of 500 gold. A young man sat down heavily, gasping, "We have to rest a bit before the second wave of attacks." Ryu Min looked at the people lying in puddles of crimson blood, lost in thought. 967 people have died. Even though they weakened the goblins, they still can't be underestimated. He cast his eyes around, searching for someone. Now then, where is he? Ryu Min looked at Josik, who was gritting his teeth in tension and pondered. Found him. No surprise for Josik, he's still alive, but it'll be tough for him to make it through this round. Gasping for air, gripping his dagger, he looked around and shouted, "Damn it." Josik frowned in thought, unaware that an enemy was stealthily closing in. "These bastards aren't killing goblins, they're just aiming for me." That guy screamed, lunging the tip of his dagger toward him. Die. Before he could even touch Josik, he was attacked by two others and collapsed in pain. The command symbol glowed brightly above his head, making him smile smugly to himself. It's a good thing they're here. Command authority is truly amazing. Thanks to them acting as flesh and bone shields, I managed to survive the first wave of attacks. Yangmin stood in front of Josik, asking, "Are you okay?" He looked at him, confused, thinking, "Why is this crazy guy still following me even though I didn't use that authority?" The wound on his stomach bled, and he let out a cry of pain. Blood trickled down Josik's hand, his anxiety rising. "I've lost too much blood. In this condition, can I even survive this round?" He gritted his teeth and cursed silently, "Damn it." Beads of sweat soaked his forehead, streaming down with every surge of pain. He gritted his teeth, determined, thinking to himself that he would be strong enough to live and make it through this round. Suddenly, Josik and Yangmin glanced behind them. The monsters charged in one after another. The system displayed. Wave 2, 3,933 players with 7,866 weakened goblins and hobgoblins. Due to the nature of the round, the goblins only had normal strength. Monsters wielding knives rushed straight toward Ryu Min. The system sent a message, "We hope you win this battle." He moved lightly, unleashing every sharp strike of his scythe. Gliding through the bodies of the monsters, Ryu Min gained momentum, leaping high into the air. He charged toward them, attacking decisively. The sharp blade of his scythe swung down, finishing them off. The pile of monsters lay heaped on the ground. Ryu Min spun his scythe, tearing a path through the air. A moment later, he looked up at the system board. "You have reached level 20. Your rank has increased from apprentice to common. You can now use the combination feature." Ryu Min reached up to gently wipe the sweat from his face, thinking with satisfaction, "I did it. Finally reached level 20. Now I can use the combination feature to create unique items that can't be bought in the shop." The system displayed, "Congratulations on leveling up. Death Warrant has been enhanced. Death Warrant's additional damage increased from 100% to 120%. In addition, you have learned the Reaper's unique skill, Midnight. Unique skill Midnight effect, 500-meter radius. Using dark energy to create an artificial night, the caster can control the skill as they wish. Next skill unlocked at level 40. He read the system notification and mused, "Death Warrant's additional damage has increased to 120%, and I've learned a new skill as well. And Midnight fits the Reaper's rune perfectly, as it gets stronger the later it gets." The system displayed the attribute of the Reaper's rune, effect when used during the day, weapon attack power increased twofold. When used at night, attack speed also increased by 50%. When resting at night, significantly reduced the chance of being detected by enemies. A swarm of monsters spilled in from outside, attacking Ryu Min. He smirked with interest, "Welcome, I just happened to learn a new skill." Ryu Min's voice sounded somber, "Midnight." The swarm of monsters panicked and froze. A sharp slash was aimed at them. Another critical slash was launched straight at the monsters. Each monster was one by one struck down by his scythe. A monster shrieked at Ryu Min's decisive attack. His feet landed lightly on the ground. Behind Ryu Min lay the monsters, sprawled in a heap on the ground. The system displayed, "You have successfully repelled the second wave of attacks. Number of surviving players, 3,343. Number of player casualties, 590. Surviving players receive a reward of 500 gold." He rested a hand on his hip and sighed, wondering, the second wave is cleared. Should I buy some common skills during the break? Ryu Min touched the system shop tab and pondered the store. "The first skill I'll buy will be." He tapped to select a skill, detection. Ryu Min muttered to himself as a light aura of magic surrounded him. "With this, I can identify targets within a 30-meter radius. It seems within 30 meters here it's all goblin corpses. So should I save up an extra 20,000 gold?" He dove into attacking the monsters as soon as the system displayed. Wave 3, 3,343 players with 6,686 weakened hobgoblins. Others began to charge in, throwing punches at the monsters. The system announced, "You have successfully repelled the third wave of attacks." Yangmin gritted his teeth, unleashing powerful blows upon them. The system announced again, Wave 4, 3,001 players with 6,002 weakened hobgoblins. Everyone's faces showed signs of utter exhaustion after taking down all the monsters. The system displayed, "You have successfully repelled the fourth wave of attacks." Josek's face turned pale, sweat drenching his forehead. He struggled, thinking just one more hour. If I can endure one more hour, I can survive and escape from here. He glanced at the people standing in front of him, but his heart was full of schemes. Even though I've used up all my authority, as long as I have these bastards to protect me, my life won't be in danger. The system board displayed, Wave 5, 2,700 players with 10,800 weakened nulls. Josik stared at the system in shock. 10,000? Why are there so many? The system explained, due to the nature of the round, nulls only have normal strength. We wish you victory until the final minute. Giant monsters wielding weapons rushed forward. Everyone roared, fighting to resist. Die? He calculated in his head. I don't need to worry. This is actually an opportunity to set a record. Josik gritted his teeth with ambition, thinking he would become even stronger to tear apart those who used to look down on him. A scream rang out, making him startled and turn around. A group of people cooperated, attacking the guards protecting Josik. One of them pointed directly at him. There he is, that bastard gangster. The representative title is mine, this time we have to kill him. He grabbed the two people closest to him, using them as shields to block the attack, and shouted, "You savages! Even at the end, you're still trying to stop me? You guards, block them." Those two were quickly taken down by the group before they could react. Josek's eyes were filled with panic. His feet lifted slightly, stepping back in confusion. Damn it, it's over. Josik hurried to turn and run, thinking in his head, now is not the time to be hunting anymore. The people behind him shouted, chasing him. There he runs, chase him and catch him. His legs didn't stop moving. He thought to himself, damn it, just need to survive this wave, just this one left. Josik froze when he saw Ryu Min standing firm before the Black Scythe monsters. He hurried over to him, speaking urgently, Black Scythe, I agree with you, whatever you say, I'll do it. Please protect me. Ryu Min looked at Josik intently. He spoke up urgently, I said I accept the proposal. Black Scythe, protect me. His eyes suddenly flashed with a cold red light as he glared at him and spoke decisively. I refuse. Josik was stunned when he heard Ryu Min speak indifferently. I already told you I don't care. Whether you die or not, handle it yourself. He asked impatiently, wait, but you were the one who proposed it to me. I said I would become your subordinate, didn't I? Why the refusal? He turned away, calling back, I don't need a subordinate who doesn't have command authority in his hands. Josik's face went pale and he gritted his teeth, furious. That brat, does he mean I'm useless? If I had known, I would have agreed sooner. He was surprised to hear a voice from afar. Did you all see that? He refused him. The group surrounding Josik spoke up deviously. Good thing. I was wondering what to do if Black Scythe helped him. Life really is like a documentary. The wound on his stomach bled out painfully. Someone else said, now we can kill him as we want. Josik gripped his dagger tightly and roared, even if I die, I'll at least kill one of you. Yangmin stepped forward, pushing one of the people in the group away. Senior, you must be tired. I'm here to help. He looked at him, bewildered. Yangmin. He looked at him joyfully. Yes, I have you. If I survive and leave this place, I will take good care of you. Before Josik could finish his sentence, Yangmin delivered a painful punch to his face. He collapsed to the ground. Josik clutched his face, crying out in pain. He called out, Senior. Yangmin wore a dangerous smile as he looked at him and spoke. I'll kill you and let you go in peace. Josik's collar was grabbed as he roared in anger, you bastard. He delivered a powerful punch to his face. Yangmin punched Josik's face repeatedly, making him scream in agony. His face was beaten until it was swollen and blood was oozing out. Josik lay motionless, his eyes wide with confusion. Damn it, Cho Josik me. He glanced at the man standing in front of him with a smirk, thinking furiously, betrayed by this bastard again. Yangmin raised his foot, putting all his strength into a critical kick on Josik. The system announced, Regional Representative Life is a Documentary has been killed. The representative's power has been transferred to the one who struck the final blow. Player Hwang Yangmin is the new regional representative of ESKS 45-5. He clenched his fists, cheering loudly, now I'm the regional representative, I'm the king here. The system displayed, you have become the regional representative. You have received command authority, the exclusive right of the representative. Yangmin was calculating in his head, now if I concentrate, I can control Corin as I please. His eyes narrowed. Yangmin looked at the perished Josik and thought darkly, I will use this command authority very well. Don't be too angry, wasn't this because Josik's gang leader kept running away? He turned and walked away full of sarcasm, how embarrassing. Yangmin turned to look at the group of people and pointed his finger, speaking, hey, did you guys see? I beat him until he was bruised, didn't I say I had a chance to win? Those people all spoke in unison, ah, right, good job. The whole group looked in panic at his bloodied hand and thought, that bastard killing someone with his bare hands gives me goosebumps. He really is a psycho, who would have thought he'd actually die. The barrage of questions from the crowd made the whole area restless. What's going on? Isn't this bastard the one who is always following the thug? Did he plan to betray him from the beginning? One person was terrified, how scary. The next person was displeased, how can a person like that become the regional representative? Whispers spread everywhere, everyone, we've changed representatives. That's right. Yangmin silently turned and hurried away, quickly thinking in his head, are they planning to target me now? But what a pity, I know something that can help me escape this situation. He ran to where Ryu Min was and called out loudly, Black Scythe. He curiously spoke up, what is it? Yangmin said urgently, you saw the notification, right? I'm the regional representative now, I have command authority. He didn't understand, so what? He placed a hand on his chest, beaming as he negotiated. The proposal you made to life is a documentary, I accept it. In other words, I will follow your words. In exchange, please protect me. Yangmin calculated in his head, the reason Josik was abandoned was because he didn't have command authority. So surely he will accept my offer, right? Ryu Min spoke decisively, I don't like your attitude. He was surprised. What was that? He said coldly. If you kneel and beg me, maybe I'll consider it. Yangmin knelt, pointing both hands at himself. Didn't you hear me? I have command authority. He looked at him indifferently. So what? What do you want me to do? I think you've misunderstood something. But the one who is going to lose out here is you, not me. He stood silent, saying nothing. Ryu Min smirked, want me to protect you, then kneel and beg. Yangmin gritted his teeth, glancing at the people behind him. He suddenly spun around, his eyes locked on him. Yangmin knelt on the ground, bowing his head respectfully to Ryu Min and pleading, I will do whatever you say, so please let me become your subordinate. His crimson eyes narrowed as he said, please, Black Scythe. Ryu Min looked at him gloomily, evaluating, I've seen this scene so many times that I'm sick of it. However, unlike Josik, Hwang Yangmin is still useful for the time being. His voice echoed, fine, I accept your proposal. Yangmin bowed repeatedly, thanking him, thank you, Black Scythe. Ryu Min glared at him, stop it, I don't want to see that pathetic face of yours. He was confused, what? He casually walked past Yangmin, not bothering to look back. The murmurs of the people around him erupted again. How did it end up like this? Black Scythe is going to protect Yangmin, we're screwed, should we attack him all at once? A man holding a spear fearfully refuted, haven't you seen Black Scythe fight? He can take on multiple people at once. How can we win against that kind of monster? Ryu Min coldly spoke up, leaving the people there astonished. Let me help you decide. His sharp eyes looked at each person, then he said, you have two choices. You can relinquish your regional representative title, just go back and hunt some monsters. Ryu Min swung his scythe in front of them, threatening, or you can die by my hand. His face became terrifying, his voice deep, cold, and dark. If you can, I advise you to choose the first option. But the second one is fine too, because those who dare to swing their swords at me are no longer humans in my eyes. A person, terrified, hid the knife they were holding behind their back, looking at Ryu Min. The others were just as scared, hurriedly turning to run away. I'm leaving. Me too. Yangmin knelt on the ground, his eyes fixed on the terrifying scene in front of him, thinking how impressive. Who would have thought that with just a few words, Black Scythe could make them retreat? He stood up, looking at Ryu Min's back in contemplation. When he's an opponent, he's very formidable, but as an ally, there's no one more reliable. His face remained calm, silently guessing, with this atmosphere, it seems everything is about to end. Ryu Min glanced at those still struggling to resist the monsters and thought, so we've cleared the fifth wave safely. But he curled his lips deviously, thinking if it ends like this, wouldn't it be quite annoying? He called out to Yangmin. He stepped closer and replied, yes, Black Scythe. He coldly ordered, do as I said, as you promised. He asked, what should I do? Just give the order. Ryu Min turned, his sharp, bloodshot eyes grazing him, and said, use the command authority 10 times and destroy the relic. He asked, bewildered, what, the relic? He thought in confusion, if the relic is destroyed. Yangmin suddenly remembered the angel's warning. If you don't protect it, you will face a severe punishment. He gritted his teeth, full of hesitation, thinking, but why, if I use the 10 times of command authority, can't I turn Arin into my slave? Yangmin was confused. Can I ask why? Ryu Min didn't explain but commanded, shut your mouth and do as I say. He suggested, instead of 10, can I use it 9 times? He replied indifferently, I won't repeat myself. If you don't want to die, choose. He became flustered. I understand, I will follow your order. He spoke with authority, and let me tell you, I will be the one to designate the people for you to use your command authority on. Ryu Min pondered, Sim Sungjiu, the small chili, don't bother me. Spring, summer, autumn, order these 10 people to go destroy the relic. Yangmin was stunned. What? He looked unexpectedly at the group in front of him, wondering to himself, my friend is among them too. Was that intentional? Baldy looked at Yangmin, no way, right? He felt helpless. I'm sorry guys, but this is Black Dog's order. I hope you can understand. His eyes lit up as he muttered, don't bother me, Sim Sungjiu. Individual characters appeared above the heads of the group, leaving them stunned. Yangmin whispered, little chilly, spring, summer, autumn. Then he ordered, destroy the relic. The system issued a warning, the relic is under attack. Someone was bewildered, what's going on? A loud explosion echoed through the air. A group of people surrounded the relic with their weapons raised, intending to destroy it. Seeing this from afar, everyone screamed to stop them. Hey, what are you doing? Stop immediately. They stared in disbelief at the group and shouted, what the hell are you doing? Do you want to be punished? Someone stop them. At this rate, it's going to shatter. One person lunged forward, grabbing the person attacking the relic. Stop smashing it. Quit it now. Someone help me hold them back. Another shouted without hesitation, cut that bunch down with your knives. Cracks began to appear along the surface of the relic. Before long, the relic shattered into pieces. The system announced, the relic has been destroyed. The main mission has failed. The system displayed a penalty for the failure. To punish this failure, the avatar of the god of punishment will be summoned in 30 minutes. The entire crowd was in a panic. What on earth is an avatar of the god of punishment? The system prompted, survive the avatar of the god of punishment. The round will not end until the time expires. A person asked anxiously, is it a boss monster? Ryu Min smirked, looking with interest at the text on the hidden side quest system board. Round 3 side quest. Resist the avatar of the god of punishment and survive. Reward for completion, 3,000 gold. Time remaining, 0 hours, 29 minutes, 29 seconds. The group was excited and chatted loudly. The system says if we survive, we get 3,000 gold. I told you, protecting the relic only gives 2,000 gold, so this is much more profitable. I see it that way too. Ryu Min observed the rejoicing people thoughtfully. The quest reward is even more than the reward for clearing the 5th wave. That's why I coerced Yangmin into breaking the relic. But the reason I didn't destroy the relic with my own hands was, the crowd jumped when the system suddenly issued a notification confirming that the players who attacked the relic would be punished. The 10 players who attacked the relic will be penalized. The system displayed, all stats will be permanently reduced by 50%. The attackers turned pale and frantically retorted, what, stats reduced? We were just following orders. Damn it. The brown-haired man with the bow pointed angrily at Yangmin. Yangmin, you bastard. He was flustered. I'm sorry. Who would have known there would be a penalty like that? He was stunned when the system continued to announce. The regional representative will also be penalized for failing to protect the relic. Yangmin was full of confusion as he received the message from the system. All stats will be permanently reduced by 50%. He kicked the wall in anger, damn it all. Ryu Min stood far away, observing the chaotic scene ahead, thinking to himself, permanent stat reduction is directly linked to survival, so this is a fatal blow. Now I should prepare to catch the avatar of the god of punishment right. He called out and the system immediately appeared, store. Ryu Min reached out to select the items, whispering to himself, I'll buy regular items with the remaining gold. The system displayed the attributes, Assassin's Hood, regular grade head armor, defense 20, agility +3, durability 250. Restriction, common level or higher. The hood used by assassins always has a scent of blood as if it has never been washed. Smart thick boots, regular grade, defense 15, agility +2, action speed +5%, durability 250. Restriction, common level or higher. These tight-fitting black boots look cramped but are surprisingly comfortable. He mused, even increasing my stats by a little will help catch it more easily. He entered the item synthesis area, next synthesis. Ryu Min chose an item and placed it in the slot. He began synthesizing this item with another, then combined it with a mana stone. The system announced, synthesis successful. +1 to all stats has been added to the dry bone necklace. Ryu Min stared intently at the synthesis board, reflecting, I can attach 1 mana stone to each piece of equipment, so I'll apply the same method to the remaining items. The system chimed, synthesis successful. +1 damage reduction has been added to the skilled hunter's leather armor. He chose another item. The system displayed, synthesis successful. +2 strength has been added to the Reaper's black scythe. Ryu Min closed the system board. Low-level mana stones don't help much, but something is better than nothing. The crowd below was buzzing, so it's starting. A girl held her spear tightly, full of worry. I'm getting a bit nervous. A man nearby suggested, just try to hold out for 30 minutes and we'll be fine. Yangmin gritted his teeth, looking around, and the crowd nearby agreed. He's right, we just need to keep running away. Ryu Min looked up, deep in thought. I don't know about that. Running away from the avatar of the god of punishment won't be easy. In my previous life, out of 2,700 people, only about 500 survived. People collapsed on the ground, unable to fight. Just trying to keep their lives was already very difficult. Initially, the avatar of the god of punishment is a monster so difficult that it takes 5 level 40 players just to have a chance against it. He looked up at the glowing crack in the sky. But I intend to kill it right away to receive the massive reward. Ryu Min recalled the moment he took down Briel the Angel because he had the title he got when he killed Briel. The system announced, title, the first angel killer. Condition, be the first to kill an angel. Effect. When fighting holy beings, all stats increase by double. The first Angel Killer title would help double all stats when fighting holy beings. A radiant angel appeared, spreading its wings. And the avatar of the god of punishment is a holy being. The god of punishment descended, attracting everyone's gaze and causing a stir in the crowd. Is that the avatar of the god of punishment? So if we just avoid it, we'll survive. Isn't this too easy? I thought at least some monsters would appear. Yangmin relaxed and exhaled. Damn it, it had me worried for nothing. A guy nearby raised his hand to look. I can't see anything at all. The bell on the god of punishment's staff swayed gently. The god of punishment took a step forward. The god glanced at the staff and raised it high. The staff struck the ground hard, emitting a powerful wave of magic. The magic wave gradually spread out, leaving everyone panicked. Everyone stared in shock at the brilliant light covering the space. The system announced, the avatar of the god of punishment has established a restricted area. The people inside the magic circle were panicked, trying to break out but to no avail. What the hell is this? A restricted area? The system displayed. Unless the creator of the area lifts it, you are not allowed to leave the area. The people who destroyed the relic turned pale and worriedly asked, can't we leave? Are we trapped in here? The system sounded. The stats of those within the range have been reduced by 50%. They slammed their hands against the magic circle, begging, help us get out of here. Ryu Min watched them deep in thought. Nearly 300 people have been trapped already, huh? A man asked. What is that huge orb? Ryu Min thought with regret, it's a shame, but I can't save those 300 people. The god of punishment looked down. In an instant, thousands of swords appeared around the god. He turned his head away and smirked, so it begins. People inside the magic circle screamed in pain as a barrage of swords flew toward them. They cried out, trying to dodge the sharp blades. Damn it. Does it want us to dodge these things? They're barely visible to the naked eye. Countless swords continued to appear from the avatar of the god of punishment. Screams echoed everywhere as rows of bodies fell under the rain of swords in the restricted area. After being trapped inside, dodging the beams of light was nearly impossible. The atmosphere became gloomy, but on the other hand, if you could dodge them, there would be no difficulty at all. Ryu Min suddenly left. While everyone is distracted, this is my chance. He stared at the god of punishment, calculating. As expected, when it hunts humans, it doesn't pay attention to its back at all. As soon as it lifts the shield, I will attack. The blades continued to attack those inside the magic circle. Ryu Min looked up at the magic wall, a thought flashing through his mind. Now is the time. He crept closer to the god's back, thinking, I don't need to worry about it turning around because it doesn't even have ears. Ryu Min gripped the scythe and lunged toward the god, thinking, the distance between me and it is 5 meters. A mark appeared on the god as he whispered, death mark. Ryu Min's sharp scythe pointed straight at the avatar of the god of punishment. I have to land the finishing blow on the first strike. The god turned around, opening its eyes in total surprise. He swung the scythe at the god of punishment. It's too late to defend against it now. The god screamed in pain as liquid poured down its head. This move is perfect. Ryu Min spun around and swung again. I hit it right in the eye. His feet landed on the ground. Ryu Min watched the god of punishment screaming in agony. Looking at the health bar above the god's head, he thought to himself, thanks to the death mark, it only has 60% health left. Reducing its health by 40% in one move isn't bad. Ryu Min immediately ran off without looking back. It's probably planning to set up a restricted area to find me now. The god raised its staff and the system displayed. The avatar of the god of punishment has established a restricted area. He jumped out of the magic circle and looked back. But once it realizes the restricted area hasn't caught anyone, it will break the area. Fast as lightning, Ryu Min charged toward the god of punishment. His sharp eyes were locked onto the god, and since I already got one of its eyes, Ryu Min swung the scythe, creating a sharp wave of magic that flew straight at the god. I have to take the other eye too. The god screamed in pain as more wounds appeared on its body. He landed gently on the ground. The system displayed, the avatar of the god of punishment has established a restricted area. The stats of the players within the range have been reduced by 50%. Ryu Min smirked, thinking it didn't matter, missing an eye, it's just a punching bag now. The god of punishment roared in anger, creating a series of sharp swords. He frowned, thinking to himself, it looks like it intends to fire rays of light in all directions to kill me. The god's swords flew up. Ryu Min stood behind it and whispered, midnight. Dark magic flared up, swallowing the swords. The god of punishment was surprised. Ryu Min jumped up, swinging the scythe into the god. Light cannot defeat darkness because the system of this world has already arranged it so. His eyes turned blood red as he swiped at the god of punishment. It's time to end this. Ryu Min decisively swung the scythe into the god of punishment's wing. The god shrieked as one wing fell off. The god of punishment spun around to look at him. Ryu Min launched another strike at the god. He nimbly dodged the god's attacks. Ryu Min swung his scythe to attack the remaining wing. The god of punishment wailed as the last wing was taken away. He landed softly on the ground. Ryu Min glanced at the health bar above the god, thinking, the health has dropped to 10%. He watched the god standing motionless and ran far away. Stay far enough away, don't rush to kill it yet. The entire body of the god of punishment lit up. The system announced, condition met. Activated passive skill, the final radiant halo of the avatar of the god of punishment. The avatar of the god of punishment is now in an immortal state. Ryu Min looked at the god, thinking gloomily, after health drops below 10%, it enters this stage. If I had cut off its head before this, I wouldn't be able to kill it later. The god of punishment roared, raising its staff to create a series of magic circles. He watched the magic attacks everywhere, waiting in anticipation. Show me your last effort. The god's staff created countless magic circles. The system rang, remaining time for the final radiant halo, 50 seconds. The god attacked frantically everywhere. The system counted down 30 seconds. The god of punishment slammed its staff into the ground. The system announced 10 seconds, 5 seconds. Ryu Min smirked as he watched the system timer, 1 second. All of the god of punishment's magic was drained. The system displayed, immortal state has been lifted. Immediately, he charged toward the god. Ryu Min raised his scythe coldly with eyes as sharp as blades. He delivered a decisive blow to the god of punishment. The system constantly announced, you have defeated the avatar of the god of punishment. You have leveled up, you have leveled up, you have leveled up. Gold plus 8200. Bonus gold plus 4100. Ryu Min calmly watched the god of punishment collapse. The system displayed, confirmed, you are the first to defeat the avatar of the god of punishment. The system announced, awarded title, challenger of the god of punishment. He watched the body of the god of punishment gradually fall to the ground. The system displayed, title, challenger of the god of punishment. Unlock condition, be the first to defeat the avatar of the god of punishment. Effect, reduces damage from holy beings by 80%. 2 items appeared in Ryu Min's hand. The system rang, you have been awarded refined ether for being the first to kill the avatar of the god of punishment. You have been awarded light rune for being the first to kill the avatar of the god of punishment. He gripped the 2 items tightly in his palm. The system announced, the obtained rune has automatically been etched into the player's body. Ryu Min looked at the attributes on the system board, thinking, just as I predicted, I received the refined ether. The system displayed refined ether item type, high-grade ether that has undergone multiple refinements. It displays a rainbow sheen depending on the angle of observation. He reflected, this thing is the only reason I killed the avatar of the god of punishment. He looked at the items in his bag, thinking, I need refined ether to create god-grade items. Ryu Min focused on the item he just received. I even got a light rune. The system displayed, light rune effect, intelligence +1, effectiveness of holy skills increased by 1% per level. He reasoned, I'm at level 30, so intelligence will increase by 30 and skill effectiveness will increase by 30%. He smirked, from now on, I don't need to worry about intelligence anymore. The system announced, hidden side quest complete, awarded 3,000 gold. Everyone looked at Ryu Min with joy, it's over, I survived. Oh my god. They buzzed with confusion, their eyes fixed on Ryu Min. Black Dog took down the avatar of the god of punishment all by himself. He's a monster. A voice rang out, surprising everyone into turning around. This is truly unbelievable. Another angel hovered in midair, clasping her hands to look at Ryu Min, defeating the avatar of the god of punishment single-handedly. This is the first time I, Oliver, have acknowledged the strength of a human. Oliver the angel flew closer to him and asked with interest, should I interview you? Player Black Dog, why did you want to kill the avatar of the god of punishment? Ryu Min exhaled, thinking these were pointless questions. He replied indifferently, because I wanted to. Oliver the angel frowned, confused, staring at him. You would get rewards just by surviving, but you risked everything just because you wanted to, Ryu Min replied. I couldn't just stand there and watch it slaughter all these players, could I? Everyone was stunned to hear what he said. He stood up to help us. I thought someone that strong would be arrogant, but he's actually this kind. His character is top-notch. Oliver the angel brought her hand to her chin, pondering, standing up to save people in the same situation. I've heard humans are very strange, and it turns out to be true. You can ignore all your conflicts and unite. She waved her hand, her voice full of weariness. I can't understand it at all. Ryu Min thought sneeringly, what would you selfish angels understand? Oliver the angel scanned the players, speaking coldly. You have all tried very hard to survive, but now is not the time to relax. She smirked, a smile full of danger. Remember, whether you are eliminated depends on your overall performance. Let's take a look at the results. The system displayed the results of the third round. All regions: Black Dog Reaper, level 30, killed 3,631, Stupid Mage, level 13, killed 982, Dark Knight, level 13, killed 963. Current sector ESKS 45-5. Black Dog Reaper, level 30, killed 3,631. On Saint Knight, level 11, killed 687. CO Aran Summoner, level 11, killed 576. Everyone stared in shock, unable to take their eyes off the system board. Black Dog killed over 3,600 monsters by himself. The second place didn't even kill 1,000. And it says he's level 30? This is crazy. Did he get a massive XP boost or something? Ryu Min mused, I did get extra experience, but you only find out about that when you rank first in all regions. The system announced, congratulations on completing the mission by ranking first in all regions. Congratulations on completing the mission by ranking first in the current sector. Your reward for ranking first in all regions is Special Reward Selection Ticket. The system rang, your reward for ranking first in the current sector is Intermediate Rare Ring Selection Ticket. Ryu Min tapped the system board repeatedly in his mind. Intermediate Ring Selection Ticket, here we go. The system announced, you may choose one of the following rings. Reward, please tap the reward you choose: Gale Ring, Blue Magic Ring, Resistance Ring. Ryu Min tapped on one item. If you just look at the name, it seems to be the weakest one, but I will choose the Resistance Ring. The system displayed the properties: Resistance Ring, Rare Grade Ring, Effect, Luck +4, Resistance +35, Durability 450-450, Restriction Common Level or higher. Description: a ring that helps resist negative status effects. Ryu Min stared at the item thinking, no matter how high my stats are, once I'm hit by a negative status effect, I'm dead for sure. Resistance doesn't scale with stats, so getting this now is for the best. Even though I don't need it much right now, monsters mainly focus on damage, there aren't many negative effects yet. He continued to think, next is the system notification. You may choose one of the following rewards. Reward, please tap the reward you choose. Stats increased by 50%, applies only to round 4, 4,000 gold. Information about round 4. Ryu Min carefully examined each reward. It was true that there was no 3x experience boost. Regardless, the goal of round 4 wasn't about killing monsters anyway. He tapped his selection. In that case, I'll choose number 2 gold. Oliver the Angel folded his hands, speaking deviously. How is it, humans? Have you checked your rankings yet? Those from rank 1,225 and below will be cut. Everyone panicked and begged for mercy. Angel, please wait. I think the system calculated it wrong. Please check it again. I killed a ton of monsters. How could my rank be this low? Her eyes glinted with contempt as she spoke. Which pathetic bugs couldn't even make it into the top 1,225? Oliver grinned wickedly and snapped his fingers. Then you'll be eliminated right now. They screamed in agony as they were engulfed by a torrent of magic. No, save me. The system announced, round 3 is over. Total survivors across all areas, 214,007,550. Current area ESKS 45-5 survivors, 1,225. Souls will be transferred to their current dimension bodies. The next round will begin on April 1, 2023. We will see you in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. Aran jolted awake in bed, gasping for air. She looked down at her hands and touched her face, thinking with relief, I'm back. I survived round 3. Aran hurried out of bed, thinking not only that, but I even obtained the summoner job class. She smiled, looking up at the winged creature that had just appeared, Summon Fairy. Aran looked tenderly at the winged creature perched on her shoulder. It had followed her closely through every round. The reason I was able to complete round 3 safely was thanks to these cute fairies creating shields, and also because my bodyguard drew the enemy's attention. And there's one more thing. Aran stared intently at the system board in front of her, thinking, I'm in the top 3. She reached out and grabbed the item from the system board. Aran held the magic stone in her hand, wondering to herself, I wonder if Black Scythe will like the magic stone I just received as a reward. Yangmin reached out and grabbed the bedside lamp. He hurled the lamp against the wall, smashing it to pieces, and roared. Yangmin gritted his teeth in fury and growled, damn it, Black Scythe. The system notification rang out, penalty applied. All stats permanently reduced by 50%. He spun around and paced toward the bed, cursing to himself, damn it. If I had known it would end up like this, I wouldn't have ordered those guys to destroy the relic. The sound of his phone ringing startled him. Yangmin picked up the phone. His face went pale as he looked at the phone. I'm finished. Yangmin looked at the phone in confusion, seeing Seunghan calling. He thought, I'm dead. He picked up the call. Seunghan. A roar of abuse came from the other end of the line. Hey, are you out of your mind? Seunghan gritted his teeth as he listened to Yangmin. What is wrong with you guys? He shouted furiously. Don't you dare play dumb with me. Do you have any idea how you've ruined us all? How could you use your command authority to order your own friends around and still have the nerve to call yourself human? Yangmin retorted loudly, hey, I didn't have any other choice. If I didn't do it, Black Scythe would have finished me off. Hearing that, Seunghan replied, then you should have just died instead. It left him stunned. He continued his venomous tirade. Instead of hurting your friends, you should have just gone to sleep forever. Yangmin argued back in frustration, you bastard, this isn't fair to me either. Don't you see my stats have been reduced for being the regional representative? Seunghan immediately snapped back at him, not holding back at all. Like you're the only one who got reduced. We got used by our own friend. If you hadn't been so greedy for the regional representative position in the first place, none of this would have happened, you backstabbing piece of trash. His voice over the phone seemed to be losing control, leaving Yangmin silent and unable to speak. He tried to call out, hey Kim Seunghan, but he didn't listen and stated firmly, never call me again. Whether in reality or in that other world, pretend you don't know me. Because if I see your face again, I'm going to lose it and kill you. He looked at the phone in his hand and sighed helplessly. Then he kept dialing numbers to call the others. I didn't do anything wrong to deserve this. I'm a victim too, for crying out loud. He thought he would call the others to crush that bastard, but the phone notified him, the number you are trying to reach is currently unavailable. This took him by surprise. Before the phone finished its announcement, Yangmin was so furious he threw it. Please try your call again later. He cursed, those damn dogs. Afterward, he stood silently, lost in thought. Right, friends? Who needs them? Everyone has their own life. What did that guy say? If he sees my face again, he'll kill me. Is he trying to fight me? Immediately, he gritted his teeth with hatred. Next time, just try to meet me. I'll kill every single one of you. Inside a hotel, a voice echoed, come in, Director On. A question rang out, so you've survived and returned again. On Sanchial stood with his head bowed and replied, I got lucky. Ma Jeonrok sat comfortably at his desk, asking, round 3 must have been a bit tough, are you okay? He replied, yes sir, I didn't face many difficulties. It might be because the monsters have become weaker. Ma Jeonrok continued to probe, what level are you now? Do you have a job class yet? On Sanchial replied politely, sir, I'm level 11, my job class is knight. Ah, and Co Arin is at the same level. He added, but her job class is different, she's a summoner. This surprised Ma Jeonrok, a summoner. He said, amazing, I didn't think that was a common job class. On Sanchial raised his hand to recount, I was also surprised. After her job changed, she summoned fairies to create a shield. Thanks to her, I could hunt safely. Ma Jeonrok thought for a moment and praised, very good. He said with interest, keep up the relationship with actress Co just like you have been. If you want, you can date her. Hearing that, he was confused, date her, what do you mean, sir? He replied with a faint smile, I just mean that it's easier to discover each other's weaknesses when you're dating. I don't mean date her seriously. On Sanchiol asked, so should I date her? Ma Jeonrok saw him like this and chuckled. It's been a long time since I've seen you this flustered. He said that if it were too much trouble, it wasn't necessary. Upon receiving the answer, On Sanchiol breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, I understand. In any case, Co Arin doesn't like me. Ma Jeonrok was curious. Why not? You're reliable and manly. He replied, she's still quite formal with me, she still calls me Mr. Bodyguard. He said indifferently, is that so? He put the matter aside, crossed his legs and asked, anyway, what was that urgent report you wanted to give me? He tensely bowed his head, first of all, I want to apologize to you. He asked why. On Sanchiol admitted his fault directly. I couldn't carry out your order to help Black Scythe, and I couldn't even deliver your message to him. Ma Jeonrok said nonchalantly, I see, you must have had your reasons right. He replied, yes, it went like this. Afterward, the two sat down to listen to On Sanchiol's explanation. He listened silently, focusing on his story. After hearing everything, he put his hand to his mouth, musing, the avatar of the punishment god A, sounds like a formidable opponent, so Black Scythe killed it. On Sanchiol said, yes, sir. He used an overwhelming skill to take care of it as if he already knew how to win. He hesitated to share his feelings. Black Scythe looks like the type of person who doesn't need anyone's help. Ma Jeonrok thought seriously. So his stats really are beyond our imagination. So strong that I feel embarrassed for having thought I was strong enough with the Dark Knight runes. His eyes turned gold with anticipation. Black Scythe, if there's a chance, I'd like to meet him. Then he spoke, you had your reasons, so I won't hold you responsible. On Sanchiol kept apologizing, I'm sorry. He picked up his wine glass, dismissing the issue, that's enough. What about the result of tracking down those thugs? He reported what he knew. The first guy goes by the nickname Yangmin. Assuming that's his real name, there are dozens of people across this country with that same name. But if he's in his 20s and lives in Seoul, it narrows down to about 5 people. Ma Jeonrok asked, what about their locations? He answered awkwardly, the detective agency says it will take a month to identify their home addresses. He sighed in disappointment, a month. Then we won't know until after round 4. He poured him some wine, yes, there's no rush so we can take our time. He wondered, how much gold have you saved up? He replied, about 10,000 gold. Ma Jionrok thought for a moment and reminded him, you're halfway there. There is a common skill in the shop called tracking, so once you earn 20,000 gold, remember to learn it. An Sangchial cleverly obeyed, understood, sir. Afterward, he remembered something else and immediately reported. Ah, sir, I was a bit distracted and forgot to tell you that last month. A shareholder bought a large amount of your company's stock. He asked, you said my company, which company are you talking about? He quickly replied, the Heavenly Demon Consulting Company, the one you are currently focusing on. Ma Jionrok set his glass down on the table. How much percent of the shares does that person own? An Sangchial revealed, please don't be too surprised, sir. It's up to 31%. He was startled. What? One person bought 31% of the shares? He confirmed, yes, when I saw the screen, even I didn't believe my own eyes. He thought the Heavenly Demon Consulting Company has a market value of 900 billion. So 31% means that person invested 280 billion. A person who has that kind of money. His eyes turned gold again as he concentrated on thinking. Is it some rich guy I don't know, or did my brothers do this? Ma Jionrok reached for the phone. Either way, I'm sure that person invested 31% to directly participate in the management board. He held the phone in his hand and asked, Director An Sangchial, what is this major shareholder's contact information? Another person was holding a phone, waiting. That was Ryu Min, anxiously waiting. It's about time he contacted me. I can't call him first. As a major shareholder, I have to save face. Suddenly, Ryu Won rushed in, opening the door in a hurry. Brother, what level are you now? It startled him, making him drop his phone on the floor. He sat up in pain, wondering, why are you asking me that all of a sudden? Ryu Won hurried to say, there's this kid who is super arrogant and he keeps bragging that his brother's level is really high. He complained, they keep mocking me and saying his brother is level 11 and already earned a job class. Ryu Min sighed helplessly, level 11, I'm higher than that, so don't you worry. Ryu Won doubted him, really? Then what level are you? He held his neck, flustered, thinking, how should I tell him? If I tell him the truth, I might face a lot of trouble. Afterward, he lied and said level 12. Ryu Won was excited. Is that true? You must have a job class, right? He said, of course, making Ryu Won curious. What is it? What is it? What's your job class? But Ryu Min pulled the blanket up and lay down, secret. This left Ryu Won disappointed. Come on, we're brothers, what's with the secrets? He answered coldly, of course I have secrets. Get out of here, I need to sleep a little more. Ryu Won pouted and walked out. Fine then. He slammed the door shut. Just then Ryu Min's phone rang. He held it in his hand. It's here. He sat up and answered, hello. The voice from the phone echoed, is this Mr. Ryu Min? He replied, that's right, who are you? The person on the other end introduced, greetings, I am Ma Jionrok, the CEO of the Heavenly Demon Consulting Company. Hearing that, he smiled, calculating, at first, I should pretend to be a bit naive. The more I seem like someone easily fooled, the more I can catch him off guard. Ryu Min said, ah, hello. Ma Jionrok asked happily, last month you invested a fortune in our company, didn't you? He pretended not to know anything. Yes, what's the matter? He wanted to meet him. Since you've become the largest shareholder of the Heavenly Demon Consulting Company, I want to meet you. I'd like to treat you to a meal. He said, ah, sure, he was happy, that's great. He made an appointment, how about this Friday? Ryu Min opened his calendar and thought, Friday is a very important day to earn the internal reflection rune. He suggested, I already have plans on Friday, so that won't work. How about Saturday? He immediately agreed, all right, I'll see you then. He held his chin, feeling a bit curious. Great. I knew Ma Jionrok would call. After all, he set up the Heavenly Demon Consulting Company to get his father's recognition. He's never going to treat a major shareholder poorly. Ryu Min was excited. Before I meet Ma Jionrok, I should go get the runes I need. In the other dimension, there were many ways to earn runes. They could be found in certain places during certain rounds. Or they could be special rewards. They could also drop from boss monsters after defeating them. Or from normal monsters in extremely rare cases, but it could still happen. But Ryu Min had realized there was a way not many people knew about, which was that you could also earn runes in reality. He stepped toward a large warehouse. Walking up the stairs, he knew that, of course, the conditions for a rune to appear were a bit complicated. He hid in a corner, thinking, it won't be long before Jang Xiaokine appears here. Ryu Min recalled uncomfortably. The nickname Jang Xiaokine was also his real name. I will never forget this name because he is the criminal who kidnapped my younger brother. I still remember that guy's voice very clearly. When kidnapping Ryu Won, he asked if he wanted to see him, then held a knife to his neck, threatening Ryu Min. Then you have to pay a corresponding price. Give me the hidden information that others don't know. At that time, he tried to explain, what kind of nonsense is this? How would I know any information? He laughed when he heard his response. Then he turned, glaring at Ryu Min. Don't you dare lie to me, you're a regressor. He was startled. How could he know that? Just as he was in a panic, Jang Xiaokine stepped closer and said, you're wondering how I know, right? I have the internal reflection rune. I used it to scan your brother's thoughts. Of course, I also know what you're thinking right now. Afterward, he lay motionless in a pool of blood on the ground, while he helped Ryu one escape. After that incident, I've been trying to find a way to take revenge on Jang Xiaokine since the 11th regression until now. That's why my goal no longer holds any personal grudges. But then he put on the mask, his eyes filled with determination. I will obtain the internal reflection rune before that guy does. Immediately the warehouse door opened. Jang Xiaokine entered carrying a woman. It's today in this very place. He threw her onto the mattress on the ground. Then he reached out to peel the tape off her mouth, saying, I'm going to take the tape off, so don't you dare scream, understand. The tape was just peeled off. She begged in fear, please spare me, I beg you. He pointed, speaking boredly, damn it, I let you open your mouth and that's all you can say, try saying something else. Jang Xiaokine held the piece of tape in his hand, his face darkening. Save me, I have a young child, I'll give you money. I don't want to hear that boring stuff. This left the woman trembling in fear. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. He tossed the tape away, asking, sorry for what? The woman knelt, clasping her hands. Sir, you're doing this because I looked at you rudely the other day, right? I'm very sorry. Hearing that, he approached her, questioning, that's right. Why would you do something you feel sorry for? He said, I was in a bad mood that day, do you know that? 2 nights ago, Jang Xiaokine was wandering the streets. While walking, he thought, which girl should I choose tonight? I feel like just one woman is enough to help me relieve all my problems. Afterward, he noticed a woman with a beautiful figure. He turned back to look at her back, then followed her into an alley, looking around. Seeing no one, Jang Xiaokine walked faster toward the woman. He instantly released light, appearing to block the woman's path, leaving her panic. He used his hand to blind her, making her frantic. My eyes, I can't see anything. Her belongings and buttons fell to the ground along with her screams. Who are you, Chihan? After committing the evil deed, he left her behind, feeling smug. It's really fun. The current situation makes me want to do whatever I want, it's just too good. Previously, he had stayed in a reform center. My life before was boring as hell. It wouldn't matter if I just died. Then one day, he found the rune, the luminescent rune, which could make the body emit light and blind the opponent. For him, this was a new joy. This rune is perfect for me to find joy. He stepped into a store. The woman greeted him warmly, welcomes. Jang Xiaokine wore a devious smile, she's quite pretty. He walked up to the counter to order a drink, give me a large iced Americano. She replied politely, yes sir, that will be 5,001. He paid for it and probed, are you a part-timer here? I'm a regular at this shop, but you're not a clerk I usually see here. She smiled awkwardly, so you're a regular. I'm very sorry, I didn't know. All the part-timers have quit, you know how it is, right? The world has become truly strange now. Hearing that, he thought it made sense. They could die at any moment, so there's no way they'd spend their time working part-time. Jang Xiaokine struck up a conversation while she was preparing the drink. Are you the owner of this shop? She replied, that's right. He asked further, how old are you? You look quite young. She replied, I'm 32. Learning her age, he smiled with interest. So you're not a player, huh? She replied, yes, I'm very happy about that. Then he approached her directly, give me your phone number, I like you. This left her quite bewildered. Seeing her look at him awkwardly, he asked silently, what's wrong? Afterward, he showed a look of displeasure. Why are you making that face? Do you hate my face that much? She was confused. What? He shouted loudly. Are you disgusted by the spots on my face? Jang Xiaokine angrily punched the table, cursing, damn it, this is so annoying. I'm not drinking that coffee, so give my money back, it's disgusting. Seeing his attitude, the woman was hesitant. She returned the money in fear. Here is your refund. Immediately, he rudely snatched the money back. Jang Xiaokine stormed out of the store, fuming. That bitch, just because she's a little pretty, she looks down on others and judges people by their appearance. In his rage, he decided, I'll make you pay for looking at me with those damn eyes. He waited for her to step out of the shop and used a club to knock her unconscious. Back in the present, she could only kneel and beg, I'm sorry. He lectured the woman, don't you ever look down on people just because of their appearance, you hear me? She obediently replied, yes, I won't do that ever again. Suddenly, Jang Xiaokine turned away looking dissatisfied. This won't do, you're not being sincere. Then he shoved the woman to the ground. He grabbed her wrists, you think I do know, you're just pretending to apologize so I'll let you go. She begged repeatedly, please just let me go. A silhouette appeared in the distance. He reached out toward the woman with a wicked smile, didn't you say you realized your mistake? If you did, then pay the price for it. She struggled and cried out, I was wrong, it's my fault, okay. As he triumphantly began to touch the woman, he said, that's right, so just stay still. The silhouette was closing in on them. A voice rang out, you're the one who needs to stay still, you understand. Hearing the voice, Jang Xiaokine was startled and dumbfounded. He was bewildered and suspicious. What the hell, I thought there was no one here. Is he a detective? He snapped his head around and yelled, damn it, who's there? The voice replied calmly, stop using foul language. Ryu Min appeared, scythe in hand, and stated, Besides, you're going to be screaming and swearing enough in a minute. Jang Xiaokain stood still confused. What's with that giant scythe and that white mask? He looked at him with a cold laugh. You lunatic, do you think this is a place to play around with your toys? Ryu Min raised his scythe. It seems you still don't understand the situation. Does this look like a toy to you? He swung the scythe straight at him. He started to panic. Wait. He shouted, is that a real weapon? Are you a player? Ryu Min mocked him. How stupid. What do you think? Then he looked at the woman and said, Miss, you can go now. This is your only chance. Jang Xiaokain turned to her and shouted, who said so? A sound came from the ground. It was the sound of Ryu Min stomping on the ground to launch himself forward. He used the handle of the scythe to jab straight into the guy's groin. Jang Xiaokain collapsed in excruciating pain, screaming his lungs out and cursing under his breath. He stood calmly before him and said, I told you that you'd be doing a lot of screaming. Ryu Min turned to the woman, go, leave this guy to me. She gratefully thanked him, thank you. As she ran off, he slammed his scythe into the ground and muttered, well, I guess it's just the two of us now. Ryu Min looked at Jang Xiaokain and smiled, now let's start the real game. Furious, he picked up a dagger from the ground and stood up, cursing, damn you. I'll kill you, you dog. He stood still, taunting him, I like that attitude. If you give up too early, where's the fun in that? He shouted, you bastard, how dare you laugh at me. Jang Xiaokain swung his dagger wildly, but he dodged every single strike. The guy kept attacking until he started running out of breath, wondering in panic, what the hell? Is he dodging all my attacks? While dodging, he glanced at the dagger. I didn't expect you to be carrying a goblin dagger. Then he swung his scythe and sliced off the guy's arm. The severed arm made Jang Xiaokain scream in agony. Seeing him like that, Ryu Min kept one hand in his pocket and asked, does it hurt? He looked at the guy who was trembling and clutching his arm and said, I haven't even started yet. Then he moved with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he zipped past and severed Jang Xiaokain's other arm. Hearing the guy's screams, he said coldly, look at your overreaction. By now, he was shaking all over in fear, thinking, at this rate, he's going to kill me. If I want to survive and get out of here. He looked at him searching for a way out and realized he had to blind him. He used his ability to create a blinding light. Die, you brat. Jang Xiaokain, who had been charging, suddenly froze. He was confused. What happened? Why didn't it work? Ryu Min looked at him in silence. Flash all you want, it's useless. Midnight doesn't allow any light source to exist. He had planned it all along. I knew he'd use this skill, so I activated Midnight beforehand and smiled. He decided to himself, even without Midnight, I would have cut off his wrists and ankles anyway. He immediately swung his scythe. Ryu Min decisively sliced off Jang Xiaokain's legs. He collapsed with a shriek of agony. In terror and pain, he teared up and questioned him, you demon, why are you doing this to me? Why? He spoke, why you ask? At the same time, the scythe moved, piercing straight into the guy's thigh. Ryu Min pulled the scythe back and asked, then tell me, why do people exterminate vermin? He answered his own question, because letting them live only causes harm. Every word he said was another stab at the guy's body. But Jang Xiaokain didn't change his attitude, continuing to curse wildly, damn it, you lunatic. Seeing this, he said, let's see how long you can keep up that attitude. Then there was only blood and screams filling the room. Jang Xiaokain lay prone on the ground, riddled with wounds, wondering, damn it, why is he doing this to me? What grudge do he and I have? He was dissatisfied. This isn't fair, this is so unfair. He bit his lip, hesitating, instead of enduring this, should I just kill myself? His tears flowed down as he squeezed his eyes shut. Intending to bite his tongue, fine, I'll just die and get it over with. But then Ryu Min's scythe pressed against Jang Xiaokain's throat, catching him by surprise. He raised his head and looked at him, full of doubt. With a cold gaze, he looked down. What's wrong? Planning to bite your tongue and die? You think I'd just let you go like that? He declared, you won't die until you kneel and beg me to set you free. Saying that, he swung the scythe into his body once more. Then it was swung continuously all over Jang Xiaokain's body. His face was pale from the torture and he had to make the pain stop. His mouth trembled as he said, kill, please. Ryu Min stood looking at him. What did you say? He begged. Kill me please, I'm begging you. He wondered, are you being serious? Jang Xiaokain lay on the ground begging, please just kill me. He sighed. He rested the scythe on his shoulder and asked, you don't know why I'm going this far, do you? After all, we're complete strangers. Ryu Min revealed to him that they couldn't exactly be considered complete strangers. Jang Xiaokain, the truth is, we've met before. He was shocked he knew his name. He asked curiously, don't tell me you have something to do with that woman. He turned away and replied, no, I have nothing to do with her. He asked, then why? Ryu Min said, you kidnapped my younger brother and threatened me to get hidden information. He was confused. I did that, he answered casually. Of course you don't remember. After all, that was in a future that hasn't happened yet. He added to me, this is already in the past. If I didn't intervene now, you would have gotten the inner thought rune. Hearing that, he was completely lost. Inner thought rune. Ryu Min told him there was a rune hidden here. Do you know the condition for it to appear? It happens when you hear the sincere voice of another person. He was still clueless. A sincere voice, he explained. A voice that comes straight from the heart, sincere and without deceit. He looked at him with contempt. If I hadn't shown up here, you would have raped and threatened that woman. And she would have used her sincere voice to beg you to let her go. You would have obtained the inner thought rune and used it to commit even more crimes. Jang Xiaoqin was silent in the face of his accusations. This has been verified many times through my regressions. But even if that weren't the case, your previous 1 or 2 convictions are enough to prove you're a piece of human trash that deserves to die. He begged, if I deserve to die, then please just kill me quickly. But he refused, no, I won't lay a hand on you. This left him panicked, unable to end the pain right there. He held out the handle of the scythes. Ryu Min pressed it firmly across Jang Xiaoqin's mouth so he couldn't speak. He looked at him with disgust. What do you think I've been doing this whole time? I'm waiting for you to stop breathing on your own. He was in so much pain he couldn't beg. I told him to kill me quickly. Why is this so painful? Don't you want to obtain the inner thought rune? Don't you want to hear a sincere voice from the heart? He squeezed his eyes shut, feeling the pain. Then why are you stopping me from talking? He read his thoughts and answered, because I want to test the inner thought rune. Jang Xiaoqin's eyes widened. What? He said indifferently, sorry, but I've already gotten the rune. Don't you remember that you just begged me to kill you sincerely from the very bottom of your heart? While he was in pain from having his limbs severed, he had felt the rune react to his sincere voice. At this moment, the system announced, you have caused the target to use a sincere voice. The activation condition has been met. You have discovered the inner thought rune hidden in this place. The rune floated and glowed in front of him. The system announced, the rune will automatically etch itself into the player's body. Inner thought rune, effect, read the thoughts of the target in front of you. If you observe the target, you can also skim through their inner intentions. It can only be read when you are within a maximum range of 30 meters. It split into pieces and merged into Ryu Min's body. He said casually, I'll check it out to see how it works, and as you can see, the rune is very effective. Hearing this, he couldn't answer. He could only think, you got what you wanted, so please just kill me. He addressed the questions in his head. No, I can't kill you that easily. That would be too unfair to your victims. The last thing Jang Xiaoqin could think was, damn you, you demon. His body stopped moving completely. He stood up and looked at the motionless corpse, thinking, he's dead and there are no witnesses. But I need to clean up this mess. I'll use the reward skill I just learned. Ryu Min used Erase Traces. The effect appeared. Common skill, Erase Traces. Effect, removes all traces at the scene, including corpses, blood, fingerprints, and footprints. After that, everything was covered in a blue light. Watching the light gradually erase everything he knew, it definitely works. It's best not to leave a mess behind. After achieving his goal, Ryu Min took off his mask and left, ready for his next plan. Now I have what I wanted. Tomorrow I should go see Ma Jionra. Morning in the city center. Seeing Ryu Min dressed in a suit, Ryu Won was surprised. Ryu Won looked at him curiously. Brother, are you going on a date today? He denied it, putting his hands in his pockets. A date? Why would you think that? Ryu Won was suspicious. You never dressed this formally. He replied, well, it's an important occasion. I'm going to meet a business partner. Ryu Won was stunned and stepped closer to investigate. Are you planning to get into business? Ryu Min didn't answer, only nodded while checking his phone. Seeing this, Ryu Won scratched his head, worried. Just the other day he invested all his money in stocks and now he's going into business. What if he fails? He'll be so sad. Reading his younger brother's thoughts, he sighed with relief. Instead of worrying about our finances, he's worrying about me. How sweet. He smiled confidently. If this meeting goes well, I'll tell you all about it. You don't need to worry, you trust your brother, right? Ryu Won replied, of course I do. If I don't trust you, who else would I trust? Ryu Min reminded him, just wait here for me. It's dangerous outside right now, all because of those other players. He followed Ryu Won out of the room, confused. Yes, I saw the news. They use their powers to commit crimes. I even heard that abroad there are problems with criminals using their powers to break out of prison. Ryu Min said seriously, that's right. If they meet the age requirements, even criminals are given the chance to become players. In his head, he knew players were becoming stronger every day, while the population decreased every month. So it would be strange if nothing changed. He recalled that later on, there would be a period where ordinary people would be hunted like animals and treated like slaves. That was when those players reached the peak of their power. Therefore, Ryu Min was resolute. Before the world turns into such a lawless place, I need to become strong enough to overpower everyone and raise Black Dog's reputation at the same time. He turned back to remind Ryu Won, anyway, if you go outside, remember to be careful. Ryu Won replied, I got it. When will you tell me about your business? But he only said it was a secret, which made Ryu Won extremely curious. I'm so curious. He reached out and pinched Ryu Won's cheek. I'll tell you soon, so stop nagging me. Just wait here and order yourself some lunch. Buy something better than black bean noodles, okay? Ryu-1 answered, I know. Ryu-min stood in front of a grand hotel and looked around. Just as I guessed, he set up the meeting here. It's like in soccer, the home team has the advantage. He entered the place Ma Jeonrak had chosen for their lunch meeting. Officially, it belonged to the Osung group, but in reality, it was one of Ma Jeonrak's hotels. Of course, this is top secret information. I'm probably the only one who knows the truth. At most, maybe his relatives know too. I have to try using this information to make myself more valuable in his eyes. He pretended to look around to appear naive. Before that, I have to act the part. The more innocent I look, the better. He tried to look shy. Hello, I have an appointment. I was told to come to the reception desk. The professional receptionist asked, You're talking about the appointment with the chairman of Chinma Consulting, right? He replied, That's right. She stepped out to guide Ryu-min. The chairman will be here shortly. While you wait, you can sit over there. He bowed and smiled, okay, thank you. Sitting on the couch, he constantly looked around as if everything were foreign, perfect. Now I just need to sit here and act like a hick who just arrived in the city. He looked up at the chandelier and said loudly, That chandelier is so cool. A man walked over and asked, Are you Ryu-min? He thought, finally he's here. Ryu-min stood up in a hurry, Yes, sir. On Sangcheol was quite surprised by his appearance. He held out his hand and asked, We've met before, haven't we, at the Galleria Long-Term Hotel? He admitted, Yes, I think we met when I went to give out rice cakes after I just moved in. You were with Co. Arin. He bowed politely, Yes, I apologize for not behaving properly back then. An Sangcheol was stunned. He doesn't even look 20 yet. This kid is the major shareholder who invested 280 billion. Seeing his attitude, Ryu-min understood what he was thinking. He's definitely suspecting me. It's hard to believe someone my age has that much money, so his reaction is normal. He scratched his neck and acted friendly. It's nothing, we weren't even close back then anyway. I didn't expect the chairman of Chinma Consulting to live right above me. An Sangcheol explained, flustered, Please don't misunderstand, I'm not the chairman. He placed his hand on his chest and introduced himself. I apologize for introducing myself so late. I am unit leader An Sangcheol. The chairman will be a bit late, so I came ahead of him. He gestured to show the way, Let's go inside and wait. He replied, Okay. Entering the room, An Sangcheol left him alone at the table and stepped outside. Please wait here a moment. He bowed and left. Then he took out his phone to send a message. He messaged, Chairman, I met with him in person. There's no way he could have invested that amount by himself. Someone must have told him to go in their place, so please be careful. Ryu-min sat inside, satisfied. I guessed correctly. He had An Sangcheol come to probe first. For such an important meeting, there's no way someone as meticulous as Ma Jeonrak would happen to be late. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps caught his attention. Ma Jeonrak entered and greeted, Hello. I am Chairman Ma Jeonrak of Chinma Consulting. He reached out to shake hands. He took his hand and introduced himself. I am Ryu-min. He politely invited him to sit. Ryu-min sat down and replied, Yes, Department Director An Sangcheol will be sitting next to me. An Sangcheol responded, Yes. Ryu-min sat down and thought, He intends to have An Sangcheol join this meeting without even asking for my opinion. It seems he's planning to seize the initiative. Ma Jeonrak started the conversation. Before we get down to business, let's have lunch. I've prepared Korean food and I hope it suits your taste. Shortly after, a line of servers brought in plates of food. Looking at the fine delicacies on the table, he tried to act interested. At such a luxurious hotel as this, everything tastes amazing. Then Ryu-min picked up some food, eating while praising, The food is delicious. Ma Jeonrak said calmly, I'm relieved that you like it. Observing his manners, Ma Jeonrak thought Department Director An Sangcheol was right. He's far too young to have invested 280 billion on his own, and even if he did have that kind of money, he doesn't seem to have the guts to do it. He's definitely working with someone else. Ma Jeonrak began to get curious. Who was it that sent him here? My brothers or someone else? He decided he just needed to get to the bottom of it and began probing. I was very surprised when I first saw you, Mr. Ryu-min. I also didn't expect our major shareholder to be this young. May I ask how old you are? He replied, I'm 20 years old. Hearing that, his expression was quite stunned. He tried to act normal, but his face betrayed a hint of confusion. 20. I'm 29. It's truly great to meet someone around my own age. He replied, Yes, I'm glad too. He continued probing, Then how were you able to earn such a large sum of money at this age? Are you the son of a chaebol family? Ryu-min looked at him. He was quite blunt, wasn't he? He waved his hand and laughed. Not at all, I was just an ordinary student until a few months ago. Ma Jeonrak was curious. Until a few months ago? He replied, That's right. He asked, Have you been watching the news lately? He replied, Do you mean? Ryu-min asked him, Have you seen the news about the person who won the lottery 4 times in a row and suddenly became a millionaire? He replied, I saw that news. He revealed, That was me, I'm the person who won the lottery 4 times in a row. He was stunned. What? Then disbelieving and suspicious, he asked, Is that true? Are you the lottery winner who appeared on the news a few months ago? He admitted yes. Noticing something unusual, he wondered. According to the news, the total prize money was only about 60 billion, so how did you end up with 280 billion? He explained, I invested a bit in Bitcoin. His answer made Ma Jionrock quite skeptical. Bitcoin, is that really all there is to it? He replied politely, yes. He continued to question, you're truly unbelievable. What made you invest 60 billion in Bitcoin? I don't think I'd have the guts to do something like that. An Sangcheol looked at Ryu Min. It seems you're very lucky. He replied, it wasn't luck. An Sangcheol recalled, that's right, I remember reading an article saying that you claimed you saw the numbers on the lottery tickets in a dream. If that's not luck, then what is? He said nonchalantly, I didn't see them in a dream. This only made them more curious. Then how? He turned to look at Ma Jionrock, thinking, this is the only way I can gain his acceptance and get him on my side. He tried to act mysterious. This is the first time I've revealed this to anyone, but I have a rune that allows me to foresee the future. This left them baffled and incredulous. Ryu Min continued to reveal, this rune helps me see events a few years into the future. In other words, I am a prophet who can foresee the future. An Sangcheol and Ma Jionrock looked at him in confusion. He wondered to himself, what did I just hear? An Sangcheol also sat frozen, thinking, a prophet? What kind of nonsense is this kid spouting? He asked back, are you being serious right now? He placed both hands on the table, sitting powerfully. Why would I lie to you? Hearing this, he quickly asked, so winning the lottery was because you used that foresee the future rune. He explained happily, that's right, and that's also why I invested in Bitcoin to build my wealth. Because I could see the future, I was able to safely invest all my money into it. He looked at him with disbelief. If you don't mind, could you prove it to me? If you can, predict what I'm about to do. He paused for a moment to think. Guessing what he'd do next was easy because he could read his mind. But to prevent any trouble, it was best to set some limitations on his ability right now. He placed a hand on his chest and said solemnly, I'm very sorry, but I can't use this ability freely. It activates unexpectedly and is beyond my control. He silently thought, it's understandable that a rune that can foresee the future would have such limitations. He picked up his glass of water, preparing to drink. Suddenly, Ma Jionrock remembered something. He called out, Mr. Ryu Min, what about that 280 billion you invested in our company? He replied, yes, I knew the Heavenly Demon Consulting Company would grow very strong in the future, so I invested in it. He asked curiously, how strong do you mean by grow very strong? Ryu Min explained, within 6 months, you'll be able to enter the KOSPI list without any problems. Hearing that, he became very interested, his eyes sparkling. He tried to restrain himself, calculating, if that comes true, how great would it be? Not only would I get my father's recognition, but I could also sit in the chairman's seat. It seems I'm getting a bit too excited, feeling this happy over information I can't even verify yet. He continued eating and said, but if you want to succeed, you have to completely change the business model. An Sangcheol, hearing this, asked in a daze, what? Change the business model? He slammed his hand on the table angrily. That request is truly outrageous. Are you telling us to change our business operations at a time like this? You might as well tell us to change the company name too. He saw him losing his cool and stopped him, Department Director On. Despite that, he continued eating calmly. Since the business model is changing, of course, the name has to change too. He teased him as such, and he became even angrier. Are you being serious right now? He showed a displeased expression. After all this time, do you still think I'm joking? Both of you are players, so you should understand. Revealing one's rune to others is very harmful and disadvantageous to oneself. He said that, leaving the two of them speechless. They calmed down and listened as he spoke. I've considered that problem and still decided to reveal my rune to you as a major shareholder and business partner who will work together in the future. Because I want to help the company grow. He looked straight at him. Otherwise, why would I have invested 280 billion here? If you want the company to succeed, you have to cooperate with me. An Sangcheol looked at his chairman with some fear. Mr. Chairman, you don't actually believe what he's saying, do you? He sighed, it seems you don't believe in my ability. He looked at him uncomfortably. To be honest, I don't believe it. He continued calmly, Department Director On, have you ever wondered why I moved right below the penthouse? Don't tell me you think that was just a coincidence. That left him agitated, but there was nothing he could do. Ma Jionrock turned to An Sangcheol, wait, below the penthouse. Director On, what does he mean? The apartment is below you. He said awkwardly, Mr. Chairman, it's just that about 2 months ago, Mr. Ryu Min moved into the apartment below actress Co Arin's. He added, that's right, that was a few days after I obtained the foresee the future rune. He wasn't satisfied, growling, Department Director On, why am I only finding out about this information now? He explained to him, until today I thought this matter wasn't anything important. He sat up straight, thinking anxiously. If that was in January, that would be before he invested in Bitcoin. He looked at him eating and thought, yet he moved into a house near someone connected to the company he would invest in. Unless he saw the future, there's no way he could have done that. He silently deduced, maybe he knows I'm supporting CORN. He concluded silently, that's right, but that alone is still not enough. He smirked, it seems you still don't believe me, so how about this? He stopped eating and spoke seriously. This is the first time I'm revealing this to someone else, but this hotel we're in is your property, isn't it, Chairman Ma Jionrock? As for your identity, you are the eldest son of the Osung Group, and Heavenly Demon Consulting is a business secretly set up to seek your father's recognition. Am I right? On Saint-Chel heard this, stood up and shouted at him, hey, who are you? How do you have information that only his relatives know? Before he could finish, he stopped him, calm down, Director On. He breathed a sigh of relief to calm himself. I apologize. His face was displeased, his hand revealing his anxiety. That's right, everything you said is accurate. He was serious, however, if you say you know all this through foreseeing the future, it's still not enough to convince me. As Director On said, everyone among my relatives knows this information. He looked him in the face. Actually, I suspect you're someone sent by a third party to lure me into a trap. And in this situation, you're still suggesting that I trust you and change my business operations. He said in a quite calm tone, even if I don't spell it out, you know my answer, don't you? All of this looks absurd. Ma Jionrock smiled slightly. I also want to believe that your rune to foresee the future exists. Who wouldn't want to believe that to help their company grow? He even used his hands to gesture to make him understand better. But what you're telling me is very hard to believe. Mr. Ryu Min, thank you for investing in our company, but I need to call a shareholders meeting to review this proposal. He said with certainty, of course, you will be the one who has to persuade them. Then he stood up and bowed to him. I apologize that I cannot help you. I will take my leave now. He darkened his face. Wait a moment, Mr. Chairman. He sat back down looking at him. Do you have anything else to say? He bowed his head thinking, is this really the only way? Then he specified, in that case, how about this? I will tell you information about round 4. He asked back, round 4. He successfully made him agitated. You even have information about round 4. He replied happily, that's right. The foresee the future rune has helped me see everything. I know what tragedy is about to occur. This information should be enough to prove my ability right. On Saint-Chel stood and bowed to him. I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I was a bit overexcited and shouted in your presence earlier. He was holding his phone, waved his hand and said cheerfully, it's fine, you acted that way because you were worried about me. He stammered, also, I just remembered another thing, may I tell you? He replied, whatever you want to say, go ahead. He spilled all his thoughts. To be honest, I'm very suspicious of Mr. Ryu Min. He can see the future. If he possessed such an ability, he could have kept it silent and enjoyed a life of luxury on his own. Why would he want to help us? He began to show his dissatisfaction. Doesn't he say he wants to grow with the company? It looks like he wants to make even more money. He put a hand to his chin, saying, what's his reason for doing this? If he has 280 billion, that's already a huge sum. He could relax and not have to work for the rest of his life. On Saint-Chel was trying to convince him, you're right, but it's still too dangerous. And whether such an unbelievable rune actually exists is still a matter of doubt. He replied slowly, I agree, but... He put a hand to his chest and said, if he really is a prophet who can foresee the future, we need to turn him into an ally. He stood up, you think about it. If we always have information about the next round and can be prepared in advance, how useful would that be? If in the meantime it helps the company grow, then it can be considered a profit. He wanted to ask further, but is he really a prophet? He asked back about that. He smiled happily, we just have to wait and see, don't we? Ryu Min had already walked outside, walking while thinking about something. He looked around and thought silently. After round 4 is over, he will know for sure that I am a prophet. He confused himself, but I haven't revealed any important information to him, like the side missions or how to climb the rankings. He reimagined the scene of the 3 of them sitting at the dining table earlier. The round 4 mission isn't to kill monsters. Instead, there will be a massacre among the players. He couldn't let his guard down for even a second. Ryu Min put his hands in his pockets, thinking seriously, that should be enough to prove I'm a prophet. He deduced smartly, after that their attitude toward me will change. They will treat me well and try to protect me because I'm a prophet. He thought while looking into the distance. Having a prophet on your side is always better than being on the side of someone else. Ryu Min picked up his phone. Now that I've played this prophet role, should I play it to the end in the future? Then he started typing something on the keyboard. In that case, the first person I should contact is... On the sidewalk, Julie was running, panting, thinking at this rate, I'm going to be late. The traffic light turned red. Afraid of being late for her appointment, she thought, hurry, hurry, change to green. She looked curiously at the red car. What's with that car? It's blocking the entrance to the store. How inconsiderate. The car window slowly rolled down. He called out loudly, Julie. She looked up and was startled, Ryu Min. The traffic light turned green. She quickly walked over to where he was. She approached the car. Is this your car? He said happily. Sorry for stopping right in front of the store. Get in, let's take a ride while we talk. Julie was still surprised. Okay. The car began to move, looking very cool from the outside. She said shyly to him, this is the first time I've ever sat in a car like this. He smiled and replied, really, me too, I just bought it, you see. So that's how it is. She looked at him and asked, how much does a car like this cost? He said while intently driving, not much, about 900 million. She was startled and repeated, 900 million. Not much, give me a break. Do you know how many convenience stores I could open with 900 million? He said it as if it meant nothing to him. Compared to the money I won from the lottery, this isn't much, really. Then she thought silently, that's right, Ryu Min is rich now, he has 60 billion. I just get the feeling we live in two different worlds. She suddenly blushed, it feels like we're on a date, it's a bit embarrassing. Just as she was thinking that, he said something that startled her. To be honest, I have something I want to confess to you. She blushed and broke into a sweat, stammering, confess. He quickly explained, it's nothing strange, so don't misunderstand. She tried to smile, misunderstand? No way, not me. She thought silently, I want to find a hole to crawl into. She waved her hand and asked, so what do you want to confess? He looked dazed and said, previously I said that the lottery results appeared in my dream, remember? She replied, yes, that's right. He stated, actually that's not true, surprising her. He looked at her and said, in reality I got the information thanks to the foresee the future rune, not thanks to a dream. This rune helps me see events a few years in the future. In other words, I am a prophet who can foresee the future. She asked him, a prophet. She clapped her hands with interest. How cool, isn't that a special job class? He rubbed his neck awkwardly, I guess so. She looked at him with satisfaction. That's great. The foresee the future rune also sounds great. Thank you for telling me the truth, even as friends, telling someone else this must be difficult. Ryu Min smiled faintly, it's nothing. You told me your job class is support, so this is only fair. She smiled happily, looking at him, fair. No way, I didn't tell you my rune, and while we're at it, should I tell you about my rune? He quickly replied, no need. But she didn't seem to care much about his words. She pointed and said, in the first round I obtained the protection rune. Within a 10-meter radius around me, however many people there are. That's how many thin layers of protection cover me. Suppose there are 5 people, I'll be covered by 5 layers of protection. Julie laughed out loud. It feels good to finally get that off my chest, which made him feel happy too. She asked him, but why did you suddenly tell me about your rune? He told her his sincere feelings. Keeping secrets made me feel a bit uneasy. Besides, I thought that if I didn't confess the truth, you wouldn't believe what I'm about to say. She didn't understand and asked, what do you want to say? His red car continued to drive along the road. She screamed in panic, is that the round 4 mission? He said calmly, so remember to be careful, Julie. Ryu Min reminded her seriously, you must always be vigilant because you don't know what the players around you might do. She listened to him, okay, I'll remember. She looked out the window happily and thought, regardless, I still feel very grateful because he cares about me. That's why he told me, and he called me first too. She glanced at him, blushing a little, and thought, could it be that he has a little bit of affection for me? I hope so. Sunset was beginning. He sat on the bed in his room and thought, I can't believe Julie has liked me for so long and I didn't know anything about it. His expression was full of regret. No wonder she wanted to treat me well. He glanced away and thought, even though it's a bit embarrassing, this is probably for the best. He put his phone down, lost in thought. Making her an ally will also be easier now. He cleared his pillow. She will also trust my prophecies more. Then he tucked himself into bed, closed his eyes, and thought, that's one thing taken care of. Time to get some rest. Anyway, I don't have much to do this month. Night had fallen. Under the glittering lights of the city, it was March 31, 11:55 p.m. The simple clock hanging in his house also indicated the same time. He sat on the bed, staring at the system. Before entering the other world, he had purchased an epic-grade piece of equipment from today's shop items. The system displayed the dark gloves, an epic-grade pair of gloves. Effects, strength +5, agility +4, weapons become semi-transparent, effective only at night. Requirement, common level or higher. Description, a pair of gloves covered in the shroud of night that can turn invisible, causing the weapon being wielded to become semi-transparent. He chose carefully, the stats are high. Plus, the option to turn weapons semi-transparent is useful too. If I combine this with the midnight skill, the effect will be even greater. Suddenly, Ryu Min heard a knock at the door. It was Ryu One, brother, it's time. Ryu One stepped into the room and asked, are you confident you'll conquer this round, brother? Ryu Min glanced toward the side and replied, I'll know once I try. Ryu One looked a bit anxious. Brother, are you a prophet or something? He had mentioned having information about the 4th round. Ryu Min said, having information is one thing but acting on it is another. Ryu One said fearfully, how can you? Ryu One walked closer, you have to survive and come back, you hear me? Ryu Min got annoyed, you really are something, he said, pointing at his brother's head. Stop with the bad omens, just hearing that sounds unlucky as hell. He lay on the beds looking melancholic. The fourth round might be the round of death, but elsewhere Yangmin was pulling at his hair thinking, damn it, not this again. The status window. The system panel appeared, penalty applied, all stats permanently reduced by 50%. He thought angrily, bastards, I can't believe this is the result of my betrayal. I don't even have the 10 command uses anymore. How am I supposed to pass the fourth round? He was fuming, grinding his teeth as he walked and thought. People who want to steal the regional representative spot might target me. Or those old friends might come looking for revenge. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky and realized, where even is this place? He looked around in frustration. What kind of mission starts in this hellhole? All this white stuff around here makes me feel like a lab rat. He saw Ryu Min and thought, that evil, wicked black dog must have known everything would turn out like this. Yangmin recalled bitterly how he had manipulated others into destroying the relic. Ryu Min said, use up your 10 command uses and break the relic. He thought back to that, and the fact that he hadn't hesitated to kill the avatar of the god of punishment either. It was all too suspicious. His face darkened. He stood behind Ryu Min. If I were strong enough, I'd have smashed that bastard's face into pulp. He was angry but helpless. It's so incredibly annoying, but I have no other choice. If I want to save my own skin, I have to shake hands with that devil. He calmed himself and walked over. Hey, Ryu Min turned and said, what is it? His expression was forced. Is our deal from the last round still valid? Ryu Min asked. Deal? Didn't you say that if I became your subordinate, you'd protect me? He laughed dismissively. I don't need a subordinate like you anymore. He couldn't believe his ears. What? He crossed his arms and said, you don't have any command uses left. What's the point of keeping a regional representative without any power? Not to mention, most players have a class by now. Having command power is pretty useless. His words left him stunned, but he smiled lightly. You have no value left. You're just a walking target. He thought angrily, a walking target. As he was panicking, he suddenly heard a sound and immediately spun around. Ryu Min stood there, arms crossed, looking confident. Don't worry too much. You're only a target in name. Not many people will actually want to kill you. He walked toward him, confused. They won't target me, he explained. You know the fate of players who carry the regional representative title. People have already realized that being a regional representative isn't exactly a bed of roses. Ryu Min said seriously, and the more players level up, the fewer people you can control with your command power. Compared to the risk, it's not worth it. Yangmin deliberated. Black Dog is right. If I could, I'd want to give up this command power too. Corin walked over gently. Yangmin blushed at the sight, thinking, why are those people here? Corin said cheerfully, hello, Black Dog. An Sangchial shared her expression. Hello, do you remember us? He replied, of course. Yangmin stiffened. What's going on? His expression was mocking. It's just that you saved us from the thug who's standing right here. We wanted to thank you again. Yangmin shouted angrily, who are you calling a thug? Ryu Min stepped in just in time to stop him. He said, clearly not pleased, thanking me once is enough, there's no need to find me again. An Sangchial replied, we still feel grateful. Our company chairman also wants to send his thanks for saving us. As he started to say more right regarding our chairman, Ryu Min ignored him. Stop right there, I'm not interested. Corin, seeing his attitude, proactively said, Black Dog, please accept this as a small token of our gratitude for saving us. She held out a beautiful sparkling purple stone. Please take it. He thought to himself, the lowest grade purple magic stone. What an unexpected windfall. She was shy. I thought that just saying thank you wouldn't be enough, so. Ryu Min took the stone from her. It's good of you to think that way, thank you. He looked at the stone. Since she gave me such an amazing item, I don't need to refuse. When I get back, I have to try making low-grade magic stones. She watched his expression and wondered nervously, does he like it? She looked at him embarrassed. He won't think I'm giving him something useless and get angry, will he? He thought, just as I suspected, she doesn't know the value of magic stones. Which makes sense if she knew she wouldn't have given it to me. Yangmin looked at him and whispered, I have something like that too. Ryu Min was surprised to hear that. What? A black gold force stone. Ryu Min analyzed it. Black gold force stones are items that drop from monsters with a very low probability. It's an item even harder to find than magic stones. At this stage, trying to actively obtain one is impossible. He thought smugly, now that I know he has such a precious item, is it luck or misfortune? Corin stuttered, Black Dog, do you need a defensive shield? He asked, a shield. She was a bit timid. I leveled up to summoner. She presented it to him with a happy face. I can summon a spirit to create a shield for you if you need one. Before she could finish, he cut her off. Thank you for the offer, but I'll refuse. I don't think it's necessary. Corin felt even shyer. I understand. She bowed politely. We'll be going then. I wish you the best of luck in this round. He replied, good luck. He turned back and saw Yangmin trying to sneak away. Ryu Min called out loudly, wait. Ryu Min looked at him and warned, at this rate you're going to regret it. He asked confused, what do you mean? He answered, I already told you you're a walking target. Yangmin turned away, disbelieving, but you also said no one would target me. He said, I said not many people would, not that no one would. The benefits of being a regional representative haven't completely disappeared yet. Ryu Min walked on with a vacant look. Even though most people have reached level 10 and have a class, there are still a few who haven't, meaning there are still targets for the command privilege. Yangmin looked confused, so he asked, just think about it. Do you really think that out of thousands of players no one will target you? He asked, so what should I do? He said cheerfully, I'll help you so you don't become an easy target. He was shocked, really. Before he could finish his thanks, he cut him off. I didn't say I'd do it for free. As payment for my help, you saw the stone Corin gave me earlier, right? If you have anything like that, just give it to me. He was a bit flustered. I have a stone like that too. He immediately gave the stone to Ryu Min. Information about it, black gold 4 stone. Description, a hard black stone with a smooth surface and a glossy sheen. He felt satisfied. All right, anything else? He refused immediately. No, I've already given you what I could. Please don't take my equipment. He sighed, don't worry, even if you wanted to give it, I wouldn't take it. He countered, I've already given you the items, now can you help me? Ryu Min turned his back, I'll keep my promise. The angel appeared and said cheerfully, oh mankind, you've gathered here again, but your numbers have dwindled. The people below wondered, our numbers have dwindled. So people have been fighting in the real world. He stood with his arms crossed and thought, it would be more surprising if players didn't get into trouble over the course of a month. The angel presented excitedly, well, it looks like everyone is here. Let me announce the mission for the 4th round. Information for round 4, main mission, slaughter each other for 3 hours. All regions, total participants, 181,906,418. Completed 0909533209. Your sector ESKS 455, total participants, 1,042. Completed 0521. Everyone cried out, what the hell, slaughter each other. The angel's tone shifted to contempt. You humans are slow to understand, aren't you, just as I said. She smiled deviously. You just need to stab and kill the players next to you. It's simple, right? Everyone was bewildered. Kill them, players killing each other. The angel raised a finger and explained confidently, let me explain a little further. The goal of this round is to reduce the number of players by making you kill each other. Unlike previous rounds, there will be no monsters. Everyone was full of doubt, no monsters, but I need to level up and become stronger. A tall young man said, Dear Angel, if half of us can survive, then each person just needs to kill one other person, right? The angel placed a finger on her lips, smiling, that's a secret. If I told you everything, there'd be no fun left. Ryu Min thought she just received an order not to reveal anything from her superiors. He watched, unimpressed. The angels are just information transmission tools in this damn survival game. There's another game manager, and the fact that she's hiding a specific rule means she received an order from the game master. The angel crossed her arms and warned, it's not just by killing players that you complete the mission. Only the top 521 survive, but the criteria for that ranking are a secret. She put on a scheming look. Even if you were the first to kill someone, that doesn't mean you'll rank first. The angel manipulated the crowd. All right, the explanation ends here. Now start the slaughter. Time remaining until the end of the round. 2 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Everyone was in a panic. What should I do? So I just need to kill someone, kill them, the others. Ryu Min had no conflict with any of them this crazy round. Yangmin stood confidently with his arms crossed, amused, kill other players. Lucky me, I want to kill a few bastards anyway. Ryu Min speculated, my guess is correct. He's thinking about killing his friends. He smiled maliciously. Wait, now that I think about it, if other players hesitate and don't make a move, wouldn't it be better for me? I'll be the winner. Yangmin was hot-tempered and full of schemes. You bastards, I don't know where you are, but I'll kill you all. He turned around and was startled to find Ryu Min standing next to him. You scared the hell out of me. He was caught off guard. Black dog, is something wrong? He said as he walked, I told you I'd help you not become a target, didn't I? So I'm keeping my promise. He immediately reached out to combine his power. He began to step back, but it seemed too late when Ryu Min did something. Ryu Min shoved him, causing him to lose his balance and fall. A sudden notification. Side quest, exterminate the regional representative within a certain time frame. Reward for completing the mission, lowest grade magic stone draw ticket. The system announced, mission completed. You have been rewarded with a lowest grade magic stone draw ticket. Lowest grade magic stone draw ticket, rare grade item, effect, randomly provides 1 to 5 lowest grade magic stones. Requirement from apprentice level and up. Description, a time limited item that randomly provides stones. When you reach the next round, this item will automatically disappear. It is influenced by the luck stat. He thought happily, great, I got the reward I wanted. I killed Yangman to get the side quest reward, even though that wasn't the only reason. A blonde young man yelled, someone's dead. I saw it, Black Dog killed him. He glanced over annoyed. A while ago, they were the ones targeting the regional representative spot and wanted to kill him. What a bunch of hypocrites, pretending to be kind now. Everyone looked at him and screamed, hey, Black Dog, you can't just kill people like that. Don't you have any humanity? Murderer, you're a murderer. Ryu Min thought, they're not wrong about me being a murderer. I killed Jiang Xiaokine. And it won't end there, I'll keep killing countless others until round 20. He stood there lost in thought for a moment. I've never killed anyone without a reason. Especially in this round, I have no choice but to kill to pass, whether I like it or not. The notification was sent for round 4, main mission, slaughter each other for 3 hours. All regions, total participants, 181,906,418. Completed 0909532209. Your sector ESKS 455, total participants, 1,042. Completed 0521. He speculated they knew this would happen and still criticized me. A black-haired youth said, if things go well, we can incite everyone to kill Black Dog. The hooded youth thought similarly, I have to use this opportunity to ruin Black Dog's reputation. The tall man was determined, if we attack as a group, Black Dog won't be able to do anything. The youth thought, we can't let Ryu Min become the regional representative. I have to accuse him of something. They thought they'd found a good opportunity. What a joke. The boy shouted, you think this is funny? The girl next to him added, you're a psycho. How could you dare to do something like that? The system notification appeared. Player Ryu Min has become the new regional representative for sector ESKS 455. The boy was stunned. Ryu Min is the regional representative now. The black-haired youth next to him was afraid. This is like giving a tiger wings. What should we do now? Ryu Min said confidently, what's wrong? Why aren't you screaming anymore? Or are you afraid because I'm the regional representative now? He crossed his arms, looking even more arrogant. If you're afraid of the command privilege, then you haven't changed your class yet, have you? The blonde man exclaimed. What are you talking about? The tall youth shouted, look over there. He yelled loudly, Black Dog's name changed color. Everyone was in an uproar. He's right, it really changed color. Why is his the only one that changed? He thought calmly. It must have changed from bright yellow to red. Ryu Min partially realized that. In rounds like these, once you've killed someone, your nickname turns red. The more you kill, the darker the red gets. The man looked barbaric. The nickname change is to distinguish those who have murdered others. The people around gathered to attack Ryu Min. Primal hunting gun, he killed someone, murderer, die. He felt a bit of empathy. Instead of innocent players, people choose to kill murderers. Either way, their conscience will prick them much less. He partially understood. But those who kill murderers also become murderers themselves. He knew that better than anyone's. And as a result, they encouraged each other to kill everyone around them. Ryu Min thought, even now they may hesitate to kill anyone. But this will be the reason behind the deaths of many people. He asked seriously, what are you doing? I'm sure you don't have time to be lingering here. Two of them argued back, hey, you stand right there. That's right, you murderer. He reached out to explain, you act like I'm the only one who wanted to kill the regional representative. What about those who flocked toward Josik in the last round? Were you planning to give him a kiss or something? The man stammered, well, that. He continued, kill or be killed. Don't tell me you've survived this long without knowing this simple rule. He asserted to everyone around, stop being hypocrites and face reality. If your life were in danger, there's no way you wouldn't point a spear at the person threatening you. He widened his eyes ferociously. Now is not the time to be idle. If you're that worried, then just argue like we did when we voted last time. He whispered and walked away. Even if I didn't say these words, they would have started fighting anyway. Ryu Min speculated that it would be too late by then. If I hadn't said this, they would still be wasting time. He turned to look at everyone and thought, if that happened, the number of people who could pass this round might not have been 521. Even though they had to make them fight, encouraging them to complete the mission was also a way for more people to survive. A woman with a strong appearance tried to persuade them, I think we shouldn't just stand here like Black Dog said. Shouldn't we do something? The man next to her brought up the issue, so what do you suggest we do, chat? She retorted, why do you have to be so sarcastic? I'm just discussing what we should do. The guy challenged her, how about we have a one-on-one fight to make it fair? The platinum-haired boy tried to stop them. How is fighting to the death fair? And a challenge? Do you think this is a game? He urged, we don't even have enough time. The man shouted in anger, what did you just say? Thus, everyone continued to argue endlessly. Corin asked awkwardly, Mr. Bodyguard, what should we do? Is it true we have to kill people like Black Dog said? An Sanchial looked at her, kindly replying, of course it's true. If not, we will be killed. Why care about the lives of strangers we don't even know? He whispered, I completely agree with Black Dog. Aaron, you should make up your mind too because killing isn't exactly a fun experience. She looked at him and said worriedly, you talk as if you've already killed someone. He was uncomfortable. What are you talking about? I'm just guessing. She looked at everyone around them flustered. So who should we kill? He answered, just play it by ear. Everyone was arguing loudly. Stop acting like that. Let's just decide who to kill and get it over with. Then tell me who you're going to kill. Those who have killed people already are the perfect targets. Focus on those with red nicknames. Who gave you the right to decide that? The long-haired man voiced his opinion. You mean we should kill Black Dog? The black-haired man said triumphantly, Black Dog is clearly crazy. How can you kill someone who has reached level 30? The blonde boy reflected, I'd bet that even if we all swarmed him, we couldn't kill him. The brown-haired man was more cautious. Shut up, what if he hears us? Ryu Min was annoyed and helpless. I can hear every word. They stopped arguing. The gray-haired man shouted, what the hell are you talking about? Life is precious. Even if they are murderers, we shouldn't kill anyone. The man with the hat followed up, this friend is right. If we kill, we will become murderers just like him. The boy argued back, what do you want us to do? Someone has to die for me to survive, right? The man nearby stopped him. Stop arguing. Let's just agree to kill the criminals, okay? The girl with personality said, how can we tell who the criminals are? Do you expect people with criminal records to raise their hands? They wouldn't be able to resist turning themselves in. The long-haired guy shouted angrily, who the hell are you to despise others? Why don't you come up with a suggestion yourself? She swore at him, why are you yelling at me, you damn dog? Should I kill you, you bitch? A young boy in the group tried to add fuel to the fire. You two stop talking, just fight. He became increasingly uncomfortable. Who are you to provoke us? She pointed straight at him. Those who hide behind others to incite them are the worst. You pathetic wretch. He used his magic. What did you just say? Damn you damn bastards, I'll kill you all. She prepared her attack. If you're so confident, then come on, you fool. Ryu Min shook his head in frustration. It's all chaos now. They kept talking but didn't do anything but. He observed calmly, there's nothing to worry about. Before long they'll be stabbing each other to death. A mature-looking young man expressed his view. Hey everyone, stop shouting and think realistically. His expression panicked immediately, that guy. Yaman was sitting there yawning. He wondered, isn't that? Damn it, no way. Ryu Min stood with his arms crossed because he already knew all the rules. This is the hidden rule of this round. 10 minutes after dying, the player will respawn. Yaman stared at everyone confused. Why are they staring at me like that? And it's not just looking, it's like they're seeing a zombie. He stood up looking at everyone in bewilderment. How strange, I was clearly talking to Black Dog just now. What's going on? The black-haired man screamed, he's alive, it's like a god reincarnated. What are you talking about? The system revived him. The long-haired boy stood and reasoned. This means those who die in this round will be revived. The woman next to him said with indignation, since that's the case, killing them doesn't matter, right? The young man grabbed a knife with a dangerous expression. If they'll just come back to life, then surely it's fine. A woman with her hair in a high bun stepped in to stop them. Everyone calmed down. She tried to prevent it. We're not even sure if they can actually be revived, so don't be so hasty. Suddenly, she was attacked by someone from behind. The guy kept stabbing her repeatedly with his sharp wolf-claw weapon and shouted, maybe you should just get some sleep now, you bitch. Die. He paused, stared at the blood-soaked dagger and took a few heavy breaths. He didn't stop though. He continued screaming, come on, get back up. You and I still have to fight again. The people watching from the sidelines felt a chill down their spines, looking at him with utter disgust as they huddled around. Right in front of them lay a disheveled, motionless head on the ground, and everyone watching was breaking out in a cold sweat of disbelief. A few people standing on the outside whispered excitedly, but she didn't actually come back to life, did she? We should wait a bit longer. I'm sure she won't respawn right away. The two guys with brown hair and the one with moss-green hair yelled out, now that I think about it, that other guy took 10 minutes to revive. Hey everyone, how about we wait for her to come back to life? The crowd around them all agreed. I'm in. Me too. 10 minutes passed, and the girl lying motionless on the ground began to glow. The deep, severe wounds began to shimmer with signs of healing. A moment later, those massive gashes had completely knit themselves back together. She was now fully healed without a single scratch, and was able to support herself to stand up. The brown-haired girl woke up, stretched her body comfortably, and felt perfectly refreshed. She suddenly realized where she was and let out a loud, startled ah. The brown-haired girl pointed at the people standing around and shouted, which one of you bastards is it? Who was the one that backstabbed me? The guy holding the fake wolf-claw weapon suddenly appeared behind her, gave a terrifying smile and shouted, it was me, you bitch. This time, unlike the last, he was preparing to attack when a tall, muscular man behind him sliced him clean in half. He collapsed with a thud and lay still on the ground. The big guy pointed at him and mimicked what he had done earlier. So, they do come back to life after 10 minutes, huh? The crowd standing outside had all turned pale. Some were clutching their heads, others covered their mouths, and no one dared to make a sound. Ryu Min stood at a distance, watching and thinking to himself, even if they've proven the ability to revive, they still don't find the act of killing very pleasant. But the people outside also began to follow suit, hacking and slashing just as he had imagined. Humans are often influenced by their surroundings, letting their inner madness take over. Cold, hollow words were uttered, setting humanity aside amidst a series of frantic mutual killings. Ah, to hell with it. One person backstabbed another. Damn it, whatever, I don't even care anymore. Even the act of raising a blade against a teammate, people just like them. Die, you're all out of your minds. Suddenly, a scuffle broke out within the crazed crowd. Hey, you bastard. Sorry, I've got no personal grudge against you, man. The guy with silver hair swung his sword at the brown-haired guy next to him in a rage. Why don't you try tasting your own medicine? The brown-haired guy blocked the blow and replied, please, just die already. Don't fight back, you're going to respawn anyway. The two bickered loudly until the outcome was decided. If you're so tough, why don't you go ahead and die yourself? In this area, at this very moment, fights were breaking out and everyone was tearing each other apart. Attacks were being launched one after another in rapid succession. Blood sprayed everywhere. Ryu Min watched from afar, silently assessing the situation. About 1,000 players were slaughtering each other savagely. Basically, this was a war zone. He activated his magic, and a red glow emerged from his palm. Ryu Min stepped forward confidently and proudly. Well, I guess I should make my move too, shouldn't I? One of the people engaged in the melee recognized Ryu Min, Black Hook. Suddenly, a flash of red light appeared. He swung his scythe in a circle, and the crowd in front of him took the hit and were sent flying. Ryu Min handled the others with ease, leaving the players around him lying motionless on the ground. The others saw this, looked at each other, and gave a signal. They rushed in simultaneously. This is our chance, kill him. The leader of that group hadn't even finished his sentence when a series of dull thuds echoed out, and a second later, all three were lying flat on the ground. I've got detection, so there's no way you guys can sneak attack me. Behind Ryu Min, Black Dragon, who was perched on his right hand, was using his blade to repeatedly strike the back of a weak player sprawled on the ground. Die, he glanced back. Oh right, there's that guy too. He laughed loudly, absorbed in his continuous assault, and looked satisfied. He mused that calling the fourth round a stage reserved for the Black Fire Dragon wasn't an exaggeration. With the Devour glyph in his hand, this situation was nothing short of a feast for him. Ryu Min watched him closely as he struck one person after another. He thought, judging by how dark his name color is, he must have killed about 10 people already. That guy is going to need a few respawns. Black Dragon looked at his own system window, laughed in delight, and thought to himself, I didn't expect my stats to increase every time I killed a player. This is a real bargain. He was thrilled at the thought of getting such a good deal. I knew my stats would go up when killing monsters, but I didn't expect killing players would have the same effect. That system window is increasing the progress of the Devour glyph. Devour glyph effect. The progress bar increases each time you kill an enemy. Once the bar is full, you receive a random stat. The level of your enemy corresponds to how much the progress bar increases. Black Dragon went on a killing spree, stopping at nothing and using any method necessary. He even kept that bright, ecstatic smile on his face, shouting, die, die, die. The progress bar for the Devour glyph was rising bit by bit. The progress bar is filling up pretty fast. Is it because of their levels? Black Dragon turned, laughing loudly. He's at the same level as me, but the progress bar is still going up this much. His eyes widened with excitement as he thought about potentially defeating Black Hook. If I kill Black Hook, how much will the progress bar go up? It would probably fill up instantly, and then I'd get a stat point. After weighing the pros and cons, Black Dragon turned to look for Ryu Min. But he reconsidered, nah, forget it. Who knows what kind of trouble I'd get into if I messed with a high-profile guy like that. He changed his target to the small, low-level players. I should just take care of this trash and level up even more. No sooner said than done, Black Dragon smiled brightly and ambushed someone. Sorry man, I've got no personal grudge against you. He pulled out his axe and swung it, thinking, this really is a great way to relieve stress. Black Dragon moved on to his next target, still delivering powerful axe swings. Because of that thug, I couldn't even hunt properly. He didn't notice a guy creeping up behind him, intending to sneak an attack. This round is perfect for me. The guy lunged and thrust his sword, but Black Dragon easily dodged to the side. The others aren't getting anything out of killing players anyway. He flashed a terrifying, wide grin and brought his axe down. But my stats are going up and I can get stronger. The Devour glyph progress bar continued to rise. The people he killed had now begun to respawn. Some remained motionless while others slumped over, clutching their heads. Black Dragon was absolutely thrilled. Above all, his prey kept respawning and handing him kills on a silver platter. He targeted them and drew his axe back to build momentum. What better opportunity could there be? The sound of slashing echoed, and another life was taken. Black Dragon cleaned up the area and turned toward the other chaotic battles. How many people have I killed now? I have to kill as many as possible to climb to the top of the leaderboard. Or should I head in that direction now? Suddenly, there was the sound of footsteps approaching him from afar. Ryu Min walked toward him at a leisurely pace, making him exclaim, "Black Hook." Black Dragon looked around in a panic. Ryu Min approached and said one word, "Midnight." Those who were hacking and slashing all stopped, looking around in surprise and confusion. What is this? What's going on? Why did it suddenly get so dark? Black Dragon broke into a cold sweat, staring silently at Ryu Min. His scythe had turned semi-transparent. Whatever happens, I have to be as careful as possible. A familiar red slashing arc appeared. From Black Dragon's perspective, he saw himself looking up and seeing Ryu Min looming over him from above. A moment later, he realized his head had been severed by Ryu Min's single strike. So I died. Well, he is the Black Hook. I should have avoided crossing paths with him. The scenery shifted slightly, and the sound of swords clashing rang out. The chaos showed no signs of ending. Every player was trying to kill each other. Die, you bastard, just die and do me a favor. Yangmin, who had just respawned, stared blankly to the side. He saw a girl who had respawned at the same time as him, yawning sleepily. She respawned, huh? Is it really true that everyone comes back to life after 10 minutes? Yangmin had a malicious thought again and flashed the same bright smile as before. This is great. He clenched his fists and thought, they set up this round for us to slaughter each other. This is my chance to take revenge on the bastards who backstabbed me. I'm going to kill every last one of you. Yaman entered the area where the battles were taking place, looking around. Seunghan, where are you? Where is he? He smiled brightly and excitedly. There he is. Before Yaman stood Seunghan, trembling as he drew his bow. What a moron, scared out of his wits just because of a measly stat reduction penalty. He smiled and ran toward him. Seunghan turned around to look. Yaman greeted him with a straight punch to the face. So good to see you, you son of a bitch. Seunghan was sent flying, his bow and arrows scattering across the ground. He clutched his face, trembling in pain as Yaman's voice rang out. Hey Seunghan, you godforsaken wretch. Seunghan's face was bruised and bloody from the punch. Yaman grabbed him by the collar and said, you said if we ever met again, you'd kill me, didn't you? Yaman gave a terrifying, loud laugh and raised his fist to the sound of pitiful screams. So why don't you try to kill me now? He dropped Seunghan, finally done, that feels so good. Yangmin glanced back and said, where are the rest of the bastards? The chaotic battle seemed like it had only just begun. It was getting increasingly intense with more cruel behavior. If hell exists, would it look like this? The strong oppressed the weak. Those holding powerful weapons were hacking away at people who lacked proper combat gear. Die. Seo Arin stood huddled in a small corner, clutching her sword tightly. It was a place full of violence where people only knew how to hate each other. An Sangcheol, who was nearby, asked with concern, are you okay, Arin? Seo Arin tried to calm herself and forced a smile. I'm fine, I'm not tired. But my nerves are still a bit shaken. He turned his head and thought, I can endure this for a bit, but Seo Arin will probably have a hard time. If this affects her mental state and hinders her work, I won't have the face to see the chairman again. Suddenly, An Sangcheol, who had been watching her, noticed something. A hand appeared from out of nowhere and reached towards Seo Arin. The hand belonged to someone who was clearly up to no good. It grabbed her hair tightly. The guy raised his dagger, gripped Seo Arin firmly and shouted, go to hell. An Sangcheol rushed over from afar to rescue her. Don't you even dream of it. He swung his sword, knocking the guy's weapon away. An Sangcheol deftly switched his grip with practiced ease. With a series of fluid movements, he delivered a stab straight into the guy's shoulder. An Sangcheol easily took him down in a single blow. Seo Arin, meanwhile, was still trembling as she looked at the bloodstained sword in front of her, breaking into a cold sweat. She gritted her teeth, stared at the sword with determination. Seo Arin charged forward. She ran straight to where the guy was trembling on his knees and stabbed him. The scene changed. The sky seemed gloomier than before. Seo Arin was trembling on her knees, covering her mouth. An Sangcheol stood by, glancing over and thinking, if I tell her to follow my lead, she'll listen. She stood up and turned to ask him, bodyguard, how much longer do we have to fight like this? An Sangcheol replied, at least another hour before it's over. Seo Arin's face turned pale. I can't even stand to see them dying anymore. I don't understand how people can slaughter each other like this. An Sangcheol gritted his teeth, staring at Seo Arin with a hint of irritation. Too weak. She's too weak. It seems she's been sheltered far too much. He tried to hide his true feelings and asked with concern, if you're tired, please take a rest. Haven't you already killed about 50 people? Seo Arin wasn't sure. I think so, yeah. An Sangcheol turned away and told her, that should be enough to get you on the leaderboard, just leave the rest to me. Seo Arin looked up at him, feeling extremely grateful. Thank you so much. He turned away with a smirk, feeling like a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. I should be the one thanking you. Now I don't need to hand them over for you to kill anymore. On Sanctuel began his own hunt. He attacked anyone he encountered. Now I can focus on my own score. The system notification for this round appeared. Time remaining until the round ends, 10 minutes and 21 seconds. We see the familiar scythe and that red slashing arc again. Ryu Min casually struck everyone down. He hit anyone who came at him. Only about 10 minutes left, huh? The fourth round is always so exhausting. He sensed someone turned around and swung his scythe with a cold, sharp gaze, but he looked at his opponent like a predator hunting prey and swung his scythe toward him. I can't let the first place reward for all zones slip through my fingers. I have to use every possible way to get stronger and reach round 20. After finishing that person, Ryu Min rushed off to look for others. Anyone who encountered him turned pale and ran for their lives. I have no way of knowing how strong the final boss will be. Ryu Min easily caught up to and took down each person, so I have to become as strong as I possibly can. He remained in a ready stance, scythe raised, staring intently at his prey. The guy being chased by Ryu Min panicked, his eyes filling with tears of fear. Black hook. Ryu Min dashed past him, looped around to the front and kept running. The guy collapsed, unable to believe he had survived his death sentence. I'm alive. As Ryu Min ran, he thought about choosing his opponents. I don't need to kill the same people I've already killed again. He attacked anyone new he met, but he didn't just kill everyone he saw. The ranking for the fourth round wasn't just based on killing as many people as possible. You need to kill as many different people as you can. Even if you kill the same person twice, it only counts as one kill. Ryu Min noticed something and glanced back. Behind him was that familiar face Yongmin who was punching someone else to a pulp. Ryu Min felt a bit bored thinking, that means I can't kill that guy over there. He was still enthusiastically punching the opponent's face repeatedly. Die, die, you bastard. Yongmin looked bright, excited, and satisfied. Ryu Min watched Yongmin and silently assessed him. He's just been killing his 3 friends over and over again. Those guys are going to have a hard time surviving this round. Suddenly someone respawned behind him. Yongmin noticed and turned around. He immediately gave Seunghin a slap across the face. Ryu Min thought to himself, if they keep dying the moment they respawn like that, they won't have a chance to earn points for themselves. The game notification continued to appear. Countdown timer, time remaining until the round ends, 1 minute. Ryu Min dashed off, looking around quickly. Only 1 minute left, not much time, I have to get the highest score possible. He looked at the silver-haired guy grinning over there. I already killed him. Next was the brown-haired guy crying while holding a girl in his arms. That one too. Ryu Min shifted his gaze to the guy with light brown hair holding a dagger. I don't remember him, this will be the first time. He finally decided on his target. The person didn't know anything and glanced back. There's no time left, so I'll finish this with one strike. With just one slash to his back, he was sent to meet his maker. Ryu Min's final strike signaled the end of the match. The scenery changed, and a golden aurora appeared in the sky. Every player was now enclosed in a protective barrier. An angel appeared from the sky. Was it fun slaughtering each other? The people below looked very uncomfortable, glaring at her with anger. Ryu Min turned to look at the angel, thinking to himself, how could hurting others ever be fun? The angel leaned down, smiled gracefully, and said, look at that disgusting pile of blood. This clean space has been turned into a complete mess. She laughed mockingly, well, you all completed the killing mission quite well. Before we check the results, let's revive the people who died in front of you. Ryu Min wasn't particularly concerned and thought, she says it like she's the one reviving them, but in reality, it's just the system's ability. Suddenly, a player who had his arm severed watched it begin to grow back. The other players experienced the same thing. Whether their injuries were severe or minor, they were all being healed. Seunghin was no exception. After Yongmin's friends were healed, they were all furious and started cursing him. Yongmin, you bastard, you piece of shit, I'm going to kill you. Yongmin shot a quick, smirking glance at those words. You son of a bitch, you only lost to Josik. What the hell are you guys talking about, bunch of bastards? The angel cut in, silencing the room. She glared at them with a look of annoyance and warned, from now on, if any human dares to speak, I'll make sure their head blooms. Not a single person below dared to utter a single sound. The angel flipped to a cheerful demeanor. Now that it's a bit quieter, shall we take a look at the results? She began the presentation, adding, but first, we should see what the side quest for this round was, don't you think? People looked confused, everyone wondering. There was a side quest this time too. The angel snapped her fingers and laughed. Of course there was. You guys really thought there wasn't a side quest? Are you idiots or what? The round's information board appeared. Round 4 side quest. Eliminate the regional representative within a certain time frame. Quest reward. Lowest tier magic stone draw ticket. Everyone had a board in front of them. Eliminate the regional representative. That was the side quest, she explained, mocking them again. That's right, you stupid humans. Only one person in this region actually completed the side quest. Ryu Min was mentioned by name. It was H letter 1 EAFC Cow Black Hook. The crowd turned to look at him. H letter 1 EAFC Cow, now that I think about it, wasn't he the one who killed Yongmin at the start? Yongmin's face darkened, his teeth grinding in frustration. Damn it, so becoming the regional representative this round was a good thing after all. He went quiet, staring at the board without saying a word. The crowd outside glanced at Yongmin, thinking to themselves, if I had known this would happen, I would have killed Yongmin myself. He was seething, his face turning purple at the thought. Did I die? I died at the hands of H letter 1 EAFC Cow. A message appeared on the information board, temporary skills disabled. Yongmin panicked. Nothing left, my temporary command authority is gone. He recalled what Ryu Min had said. I'll help you so you don't become an easy target. Yongmin felt conflicted. He said he'd help me not be a target, but then he snatched the representative position right out of my hands. The angel's voice rang out, now let's check the final results. She squinted, a playful expression crossing her face. Right, you're all curious about how the results were calculated, aren't you? Everyone listening felt a sinking sensation, clutching their heads in regret as the announcement continued. Rankings will be based on the number of unique individuals you killed. Even if you kill the same person multiple times, it only counts as one kill. People were shocked. Unique individuals, doesn't that just mean I should have killed as many different people as possible? The angel laughed with disdain, such simple minds. You really think it'd be that easy? She snapped her fingers and said, there you go, here are the results. The summary board for round 4 appeared. Total round 4 results for all regions. H letter 1 EAFC Cow Death Reaper level 30, 722 kills. The Fool Mage level 13, 521 kills. Heaven Demon Dark Knight level 13, 433 kills. Current region ESCs 45-5. H letter 1 EAFC Cow Death Reaper level 30, 722 kills. Cute Little Bird Warrior level 11, 211 kills. On Sanctual Knight level 11, 209 kills. She let out a surprised oh. H letter 1 EAFC Cow is in first place this time too. Ryu Min remained emotionless, his face unreadable as he just stared at her with cold, sharp eyes. Everyone hearing the results was stunned and in complete disbelief that one person could have killed over 700 people. Is that even humanly possible? Doesn't the total population here add up to about 1,000? So he killed 70% of everyone here by himself. That's insane. The angel laughed happily. Just you alone killed 722 people. You're impressive. That calls for a reward, doesn't it? Next, a notification board appeared. Congratulations, you have placed first in this mission in your region. Congratulations, you have placed first in this mission across all regions. The reward for placing first in your region is an intermediate rare armor selection ticket. The reward for placing first across all regions is an intermediate special reward selection chest. Ryu Min read through the rewards and seemed satisfied. Intermediate armor selection ticket, that's great. It's about time I changed my armor. The system continued, you can select one of the following rare armor pieces: shiny copper armor, blood-soaked assassin's garb, or dark cloak. Ryu Min tapped his choice. I'll go with number 2, the blood-soaked assassin's garb. The information board for the blood-soaked assassin's garb appeared. Blood-soaked assassin's garb, rare grade armor, defense 60 effects, agility +4, attack speed +5%, movement speed +5%, durability 600, restriction, normal level or higher. Description: a blood-stained set of clothes worn by a certain assassin. Sometimes it gives off the scent of blood. He turned to the side to look at the system board. Next is the special reward. The system presented his options. You can select one of the following special rewards. 1, a buff that increases stats by 50% limited to round 5, 2, 5,000 gold. 3, information about round 5. Ryu Min pondered, the round 5 side quest reward is valuable, but the difficulty is quite high. Having made his decision, he tapped his choice. Considering the difficulty, a stat increase will be the most helpful. Turning back to the group, the angel continued, you've all seen your rankings, right? Just so you know, there are 30 people tied for 521st place in our region. Everyone below that will be eliminated. She gave a wicked smile. Now let the elimination process begin. Those who didn't meet the criteria began to fade away. No. They screamed in panic. Wait a minute, Angel, are we actually dying this time? One by one, they dissolved into nothingness. Some of Yongmin's friends were among them. I don't want to die. Angel, please help us. Please give me a chance, help me. He smirked in surprise. I made it. That was a close call. On Corin's side, she trembled, covering her ears tightly. On Sanctual watched them disappear with his usual cold expression. Please help me, I don't want to die. Ryu Min closed his eyes, his face stoic as he listened to the cries of despair. Once the elimination ended and the silence returned, he looked up. The round 4 summary board appeared. Round 4 ended. All regions, 90,953,209 survivors. Your region asks 45-5, 521 survivors. After a moment, your souls will be transferred back to your physical bodies in the current dimension. Round 5 will begin at midnight on May 1st, 2023. See you in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. The scene shifted to the front of a hotel as night fell. Suddenly, there were sounds of footsteps running through the night. An Sangcheol burst through the door in a panic. Sir. Ma Jeonrak was sleeping in bed and stirred at the loud noise. He woke up looking handsome, unit leader An Sangcheol. Ma Jeonrak sat up, confused. What are you doing here? I don't remember calling for you. An Sangcheol panted heavily. I couldn't contact you, so I took the liberty of rushing in. I thought something terrible had happened to you. He winked, a confident smile on his face. Not at all. You thought I'd die in round 4. Didn't you see the results? An Sangcheol scratched his ear, sweating with concern. I did see your name on the leaderboard, but I was still worried. Besides, the last round was absolutely insane, wasn't it? Ma Jeonrak still felt a bit groggy and held his face. That's why I passed out on the bed as soon as I got back. My mind is just so exhausted. An Sangcheol said seriously, that's true, 433 people died. His expression turned serious and his eyes grew cold. If you account for the number of people who died repeatedly, it was likely even higher. I've already gotten this strong, so what kind of monster is H1EAFC cow? Is he even human? He speculated with a hint of curiosity. Do you think he's active duty special forces? Someone with that kind of skill and bravery in Korea, I keep wondering. Ma Jeonrak thought to himself about H1EAFC cow. The more he thought, the more he admired him. Regardless of his real identity, if I can cooperate with him, it would make me feel very secure. He didn't know Ryu Min's real-life identity. I'll have to ask the Prophet about H1EAFC cow later. An Sangcheol added anxiously, but sir, the fact that round 4 happened exactly as that Prophet said is truly astonishing. To be honest, until I saw it with my own eyes, I was very skeptical of him. Ma Jeonrak agreed, me too. He recalled the prophecy Ryu Min made in the real world. The round 4 mission isn't hunting monsters, it's a massacre among players. Ma Jeonrak was somewhat confused. A massacre. Ryu Min had analyzed it seriously at the time. That's right, it's a disaster and players will have to kill each other. You need to keep your guard up. An Sangcheol asked for guidance. What should we do now, sir? Ma Jeonrak hadn't figured it out yet. What do you mean? He asked him. About the Prophet Ryu Min, do you really want to make him a business partner? Ma Jeonrak picked up his jacket resolute. Of course, he's the major shareholder with 31% stake. What right do I have to refuse? In reality, the company is practically in Ryu Min's hands. An Sangcheol raised his hand, confused. So you're going to follow his advice and pivot to another industry? Ma Jeonrak put on his jacket and walked out to the balcony. Saying something doesn't mean anything. This way the company can grow even further. He walked outside saying, besides that, we need to pull him onto our side. Don't look down on him or be arrogant just because he's young. Ma Jeonrak mused as he gazed at the view. Even if you don't like his attitude, you should flatter him and do everything he says. That's the only way. He turned back and smiled at An Sangcheol. We can reap all the sweet benefits from this honey jar called profit. Understand? He bowed, showing he understood. Yes, sir, I'll be more careful when dealing with Ryu Min from now on. The sky was gradually brightening and their conversation was drawing to a close. Good, call him immediately. What should I say to him? Ma Jeonrak suggested, tell him that to celebrate our survival, we should hold a party tonight and tell him if he has family, he can bring them along. Should I invite Ms. Seo to the party too? An Sangcheol seemed slightly prejudiced against her. Ms. Seo aren't. He looked incredibly handsome and gentle in the early morning sunlight. In times like these, we should have a celebrity to liven things up with us, shouldn't we? The scene changed to beside a cafe. Ryu Min had been standing there waiting for a while. He smiled and waved. Over here. Julie approached and greeted him. Ryu Min, you look healthy, huh? He smiled and replied, you too. She asked with concern, are you okay? You suddenly invited me for lunch like this. Ryu Min spoke normally. I just thought we should go out to eat to celebrate successfully passing the round. Don't worry, it's my treat. Julie teased, well then I'll take advantage of having a rich friend, of course if you don't mind. A red car started up and drove down the road. She smiled and said, thank you Mr. Prophet. Thanks to you I could prepare for round 4. Ryu Min wondered, didn't you think I was lying? Julie trusted him absolutely, but you would never do that. What would you gain from lying to me? Ryu Min replied happily, thank you for trusting me. She looked a bit awkward, thanks, stop it, I'm the one who should be grateful. If you hadn't told me I needed to kill at least 30 people I would have died by now, thank you. Inside, Julie thought, in truth, he has no reason to be grateful to me at all. He thought, even if I hadn't revealed anything, she would have survived thanks to her protective ancient language anyway. She's quite talented too. More than anything, compared to Seo Arin, who is like a flower protected in a greenhouse, she's more like a weed growing outside. They arrived in front of a Western-style restaurant with a touch of Japanese influence. They sat at a table Ryu Min had booked. Let's eat. Thank you. Enjoy your meal. Julie looked at him thoughtfully. This is the umpteenth time he's thanked me. She looked flustered and awkward, breaking into a sweat. Julie thought darkly, should a killer like me be doing things like this? I only came here because Ryu Min called. But having a meal in such pieces. Ryu Min noticed her strange demeanor and asked, Julie, why aren't you eating? He guessed. Looks like she's still feeling guilty. She made a vague excuse, I'm not feeling very well. He went straight to the point, is it because you killed someone? Ryu Min comforted her, don't think about it too much and don't blame yourself. You had to survive, you have to survive. Julie still had many hurdles she couldn't overlook. That's true, but, he said gently, besides, it's not just you, I and the other players couldn't avoid it either. She still couldn't escape that shadow trembling. Even so I killed. Ryu Min cut her off. That's enough. He explained seriously, so what? If a similar situation happens in the future, should we just let it be? If I hadn't woken up, what would have happened to my family here? He remembered his adorable little brother. We have family waiting for us, don't we? Julie paused and muttered, my family. She remembered her father crying and hugging her. If I didn't wake up, Dad would be so sad. Julie clenched her fists, showing determination. You're right. I forgot about my family and didn't realize they were the reason I held on for this long. She looked up at him, thank you for comforting me. Ryu Min happily picked up his chopsticks and prompted her to keep eating. It's nothing, eat some of the good food here to cheer yourself up. Julie returned to a cheerful mood. Okay. Both of them really started eating. This is delicious. It feels like all the fatigue from round 4 has been blown away. Hearing you say that makes me happy. The sky changed color as it grew dark. Thanks for the treat, Min. Ryu Min noticed, this is the first time you've called me without using my surname. She didn't really care and asked, is that so? If you don't mind, can I call you that from now on? He happily agreed. Of course. Ryu Min thought delicately, looks like her mood has improved. Should I bring up the main topic now? He turned serious. Julie, I called you here today to share information about round 5 with you. Julie was startled. Round 5, you can already predict the future. He got straight to the point without beating around the bush. Round 5 will be the hardest round so far, plus the regions will be combined. She didn't understand and found it hard to imagine. Combining regions, Ryu Min summarized simply, basically the divided regions will combine into one. Julie jumped up in surprise. Does that mean you and I can meet? He calmly sipped his tea. That's right, but not in round 5. Ryu Min thought to himself, in reality we'll meet in round 5, but if I said we were in the same region, she'd want to meet me. He put his teacup down and continued, I have to meet her while remaining anonymous. To do that, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Ryu Min gave her a tip. As I revealed, round 5 will be even harder. You might not pass, but there is a way. Julie asked with anticipation, what is it? He mentioned a familiar name and told her how to pass. H-letter 1 EAFC cow. Go meet him and ask for his help. Julie was surprised. H-letter 1 EAFC cow. Julie wanted to confirm her thoughts. Is the H-letter 1 EAFC cow you're talking about that person, the one ranked first across all regions? Ryu Min was certain that's him. She pointed at herself, bewildered and confused. So you want me to ask H-letter 1 EAFC cow for help in round 5? He advised. Instead of asking him for help, it would be more accurate to say you're going to cooperate with him. Ryu Min offered her the best plan. You need to temporarily form an alliance with him. That's the only way you'll survive. Julie pointed at herself and said, but H-letter 1 EAFC cow is level 30. Will he even agree to cooperate with me? She felt apprehensive hearing him speak. You have your own talent. Surely H-letter 1 EAFC cow needs you too. Your relationship will be symbiotic. Julie thought, if I can safely get through this round with his help, that would be great. She sighed anxiously. To be honest, I'm still worried. I don't know if H-letter 1 EAFC cow will take me along just because of my small buff. Ryu Min smiled as he watched her, thinking, that's not just a small buff. Your skill is excellent. Ryu Min comforted her. Don't worry, H-letter 1 EAFC cow will try to cooperate with you, not just for this round but the next one too. I've already seen that in the future, so you don't need to worry. She wanted that to be true, really. She felt somewhat reassured. Thank you for telling me such important information. Ryu Min said, obviously, we're friends, this is what I should do. Julie remembered to ask him, can you hold out your hand for a second? She focused and blue light radiated out. I should give you something to show my appreciation, right? Ryu Min was surrounded by light as blue energy radiated around him. He smiled brightly and thanked her. Thank you, Julie. Ryu Min seemed to have anticipated this. I guess she would buff me because I know she doesn't like to be in debt to anyone. Julie blushed with embarrassment. Meanwhile, he had finally achieved his goal. Now I can go home and use that. The system's information board appeared. All stats increased by 50% thanks to the effect of the blessing skill. A white bag was thrown onto the table by someone. Current kills, 100. All stats increased by 50% thanks to the effect of the Butcher's Rune. Ryu Min had returned home and sat on a chair thinking. Thanks to the effect of Julie's blessing and the stats added by the Butcher's Rune after killing 100 worms. He observed the information board in front of him assessing, my stats must have increased quite a bit. Status window. Status window Ryu Min nickname, H-letter 1 EFC cow grade, normal level 30 occupation, Death Reaper title, time traveler hidden, the first to kill an angel hidden, the challenger punished by God hidden. Stats, strength plus 93, intelligence plus 111, agility plus 105, luck plus 84. The thing Ryu Min paid the most attention to was luck at 84. He drew a random card. Looks like with high luck, I can expect to pull something good. The item he drew was a lowest tier magic stone draw ticket. Item grade, rare, effect, provides 1 to 5 random lowest tier magic stones. Restriction usable until the next round, apprentice level or higher. Description, a time-limited item that randomly provides you with magic stones. If you don't use it by the next round, the item will automatically disappear. It is influenced by the luck stat. Ryu Min observed it closely, thinking about how to use it. If I were a normal person, I'd probably beg the gods to receive something good. He smirked to himself, but to hell with begging that damn god. Ryu Min recalled what the angel had said. Now we will start playing a game. We will play 20 rounds. On the first day of every month, human souls will be transported to another dimension to play a game. He imagined the scene of God hurling a series of swords at the people, speculating, I don't know who that is, but this was definitely caused by a god. Who else could grab 1.8 billion people and throw them into a death game? The one behind all of this must be a god playing with humans. Ryu Min frowned seriously. If after I pass the final round and can make one wish come true, I will wish for the damn god who created this disgusting game to die a miserable death. The ticket in his hand vanished and appeared as a rectangular object. He had used the lowest tier magic stone draw ticket. The system rang out with congratulations. Congratulations, you have drawn 5 lowest tier magic stones. Items acquired. Red lowest tier magic stone X2, yellow lowest tier magic stone X1, green lowest tier magic stone X1, purple lowest tier magic stone X1. He seemed slightly surprised. 5 is the maximum amount. Ryu Min laughed happily. I achieved the best result by cursing, not by begging the gods. I'm pretty lucky, aren't I? Now for the main part, he pressed the button. Alright, let's start combining. First, I'll put the 2 lowest tier red magic stones together and press combine. The system popped up. Combination successful, you have created a low tier red magic stone. Ryu Min received the result in his hand. When you combine magic stones of the same color and grade like this, you can get a higher tier magic stone along with the magic stone I got from Corin and the one pulled from the ticket. The notification sounded continuously. Combination successful, you have created a low tier purple magic stone. Ryu Min thought of a new direction. Next, if I combine magic stones with synthesis items, the success rate is extremely high. Combination successful, Assassin's Hood has been granted additional plus 2% damage. Great, now let's combine the next few. Ryu Min put in various items one by one. Dark gloves, stats added plus 2%. Resistance ring added luck plus 2. Next it changed to long boots of wisdom, which were granted plus 2 agility. He looked at the separation board and thought, I'll extract the blue magic stone from the hunter's leather armor. System notification, blood-soaked assassin's garb has been granted additional plus 1% damage reduction. Ryu Min smiled, ready to reap the rewards. So I've used up all the magic stones I had. Trading information for that buff was definitely worth it. Sunset was descending, and the sky had grown almost dark in front of the large apartment complex. Time to get ready to meet Ma Jionrock. Ryu-won appeared with a dazed and astonished expression. So, he was somewhat panicked and flustered. The chairman of the company you invested in is the heir to the Osung Group. Ryu Min confirmed. I was invited to a party as their business partner, and in the future we will cooperate with each other. He trembled, looking pale, eyes glistening as he looked at him. Can I go to a place like that, brother? Ryu Min focused on tying his brother's tie. He said I could bring family along so you don't need to worry, your tie is crooked. The doorbell rang, Ryu-won jumped and stiffened. They're here, Ryu Min said, let's go. They both went to open the door. Ryu Min looked calm and casual, while Ryu-won was tense and anxious. Ryu-won's eyes went wide with surprise. An Sangcheol stood at the entrance and bowed. Greetings, I'm here to escort you. Ryu-won broke into a cold sweat and clung to his brother. That's the guy we met before, An Sangcheol asked. This is, Ryu Min raised his hand to introduce him. My younger brother. He handed an invitation to Ryu-won. Please forgive me for not introducing myself to you earlier. I am An Sangcheol. We've met before, haven't we? Here is my business card. Ryu-won reached out to take it. Yes. An Sangcheol looked apologetic. Even though I've already apologized to your brother, I am deeply sorry for my rude behavior toward you previously. Seeing this, Ryu-won didn't hold too much of a grudge against him. An Sang-cheol gestured for them to follow. Please consider this party an apology. I hope you won't mind. Shall we go now? The car is waiting for you both. The sky had turned completely dark. The lights from Ma Jeonrok's hotel illuminated a corner of the darkness. The two brothers were guided inside by An Sang-cheol. Suddenly, a voice from somewhere caught their attention. Shareholder Ryu Min. Ma Jeonrok smiled as he walked down the stairs to greet them. I'm so glad to see you're still alive. Ryu Min smiled in return likewise. Ma Jeonrok noticed the person standing next to him. And this is your family member, I presume? Ryu Min introduced him. That's right, this is my younger brother, Ryu Won. He smiled and reached out to shake hands. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Ma Jeonrok from the Heavenly Demon Consulting Firm. You have to use your right hand to shake hands. Ryu Won stiffened as he reached out. Hello. Ma Jeonrok asked curiously, is your brother a player too? Ryu Won shook his head. No, I'm not a player. Ryu Min looked at his brother and smiled. He's only 14 right now. Ma Jeonrok looked at Ryu Won and said, that's truly fortunate. If you were even 1 year older, you wouldn't have been able to avoid this deadly game. I'm quite jealous of you. Ryu Min kept a blank expression, but inwardly he felt nothing but contempt. Jealous, huh? He led them inside. Please, this way, it's a bit simple, but we've put a lot of care into preparing this party. Inside the room, the banquet table was fully set, food was being served, and 2 servers stood by the side. The dishes were beautifully displayed and looked absolutely delicious. A server and a private chef stood by the table, ready to perform and prepare the food. Ryu Won stared in amazement, his eyes sparkling at everything before him. Ma Jeonrok gestured for them to make themselves at home. You must be hungry. We didn't prepare much, but it's certainly enough to fill you up. Ryu Won felt confused and thought to himself, is he joking with me? He flashed a friendly smile and began the meal. Well then, please, let's eat. Suddenly, the door to the room moved. Ryu Min noticed and turned back alertly. He looked on in surprise and confusion. Seo Arin walked in, dressed elegantly and radiating charisma. Seo Arin was invited too. She glanced to the side, and Ma Jeonrok stood up from his chair and said, You've finally arrived, Miss Seo Arin. She quickly apologized to him first. I'm sorry, sir, I had to attend a memorial service for a colleague, so I'm late. He also acted friendly and forgave her. Don't worry about it, we understand. More importantly, this is the major shareholder of our company whom I told you about. She habitually tucked a lock of hair behind her ear to introduce herself. Hello, I'm the actress Seo Arin. Ryu Min gently pulled back Ryu Won, who was standing there with his mouth wide open. Aren't you the two who dropped off the rice cakes when I first moved in? He answered on his brother's behalf. That's right. She acted happy to see them but felt suspicious inside. So, I'm neighbors with the major shareholder. That's amazing. He looks younger than me and he's already a major shareholder. Is the chairman messing with me? Ryu Won turned to his brother and stammered. Hey brother, is that really Seo Arin? His attitude made Ryu Min realize something. Ryu Won didn't know about the relationship between Ma Jeonrok and Seo Arin. Seeing her appear like this must have really surprised him. He looked at his brother's reddening face and thought, more importantly, isn't this reaction natural for anyone who sees her? To avoid suspicion, he told himself, I should probably act a little interested too. Ma Jeonrok noticed them and curled his lips into a hidden smile. He really is young. So prophets are just like anyone else, huh? Calling Seo Arin here was the right move. He flashed his signature smile and gestured for them to eat. Well, you must be hungry. Please enjoy the meal. There's nothing to worry about. Everyone sat at the table to enjoy the lavish feast. Ryu Won was incredibly excited every time he tasted something. Brother, the meat is so tender it just melts in my mouth. His brother felt satisfied and said with a laugh, really? Then eat as much as you want. Ma Jeonrok waited for them to eat for a while before he started probing. Mr. Major Shareholder, is the food to your liking? I told the chef to pay special attention to these dishes. He was busy picking up food for his brother when he turned to reply, it's delicious. He shifted the conversation to the other person. And what about you, Ryu Won? Is the food to your liking? He stammered in embarrassment. Yes, this is the first time I've ever eaten food like this. He looked satisfied. I'm glad to hear that. It's a good thing I have such high standards for my chefs. They continued the meal at a leisurely pace while Ma Jeonrok kept asking questions. I noticed you didn't bring any other family members. Why is it just you and your brother? A look of unhappiness crossed Ryu Min's face. My younger brother is my only family. Our parents have passed away. Ma Jeonrok was flustered by his reaction. I see, I'm sorry. Damn it. He gritted his teeth inwardly. Why did I ask that? The harmonious atmosphere we had is completely ruined. Only now did he clearly see the tears welling up in Ryu Won's eyes, and he cursed under his breath. Damn it, I should have kept my mouth shut until the atmosphere improved. Not long after, the plates were cleared to make way for dessert. Ma Jeonrok drank his tea in utter frustration. Someone needs to improve this atmosphere. He tried looking at the person beside him and attempted to signal her. Ms. Corin, look over here, Ms. Corin. But his attempts failed, and the new chairman lost patience and set his teacup down. He stood up mid-meal and proposed to Corin, Ms. Corin, can we talk for a moment? She kept looking at him blankly. Sure. They went outside together, keeping a fair distance from the room. As they walked, Ma Jeonrak finally spoke. Listen, Ms. Corin. The girl behind him didn't realize what was happening and answered reflexively, yes, Mr. Chairman. He paused to steady his words. The chairman asked a pointed question. Is the food good? Corin smiled. Yes, it's delicious. It was precisely that naive attitude of hers that made him turn to her with a dark, gloomy expression. The chairman's face darkened, looking as if he were about to strangle someone. Do you think I invited you here just to stuff your face? He looked down at her from above with reproach. I invited you here to help make the atmosphere more enjoyable. Why are you so slow to understand? Corin hurried to apologize. I'm sorry, I thought you just invited me to the party. He sighed with frustration. Why on earth would I invite you to a dinner like this otherwise? Ma Jeonrak rubbed his forehead to steady his thoughts. Did the unit leader not tell you who that person was? Corin awkwardly said what she knew. Isn't he the major shareholder? The chairman added to her statement, he is both the major shareholder and a prophet. The young actress was startled. A prophet. He emphasized it even more. That's right, a prophet. Just as the name implies, his profession is very special. He can see the future. His fingers twitched slightly. Do you understand now? We need to keep him happy. Think of the immense benefit it would be if we knew the information for the next round in advance. Ma Jeonrak's subsequent words terrified Corin. So, you need to use that beautiful face of yours to go along with everything he says. Smile for him. He clenched his fist tightly with ambition. Along with his crafty smile, Ma Jeonrak pressured her with an invisible force, using every means to capture the heart of the prophet. Corin broke into a cold sweat. If I may be direct, I don't think doing that will. He didn't even listen to her and cut her off. As chairman, I created the opportunity for you to succeed in your acting career. Shouldn't you be paying back that debt now? Corin listened to his demands with anxiety. You don't need to hesitate. Use whatever tricks you have, just make shareholder Ryu Min happy. Ma Jeonrak raised an eyebrow and asked again. Why aren't you answering me? Only then did the fragile girl hurry to say, I understand. They paused the discussion when he decided to return to the party. I'll be watching to see if you make a serious effort. Now let's go, Corin replied in a sullen tone. Yes. Inside the party, the atmosphere remained awkward, with only An Sangcheol sitting in silence, watching the two brothers. Ma Jeonrak opened the door and walked in with Corin using a cheerful tone. Did you wait long? We had some business to discuss, so we came back a bit late. He deliberately glanced over at her to signal her. It looks like you've finished eating. Let's move to another location. Ryu Min and Ryu Won stood up and headed toward the door, with the other two waiting. Ma Jeonrak became even more impatient when he saw Corin glancing awkwardly at the two guests. I already told her everything she needed to do. Why is she still hesitating? Fortunately, Ryu Won proactively started a conversation with her. Ms. Corin, she immediately answered him. Yes. The young man's face turned beet red from shyness. I'm a fan of yours. You're even more beautiful in person than in your photos. Corin politely hid her smile. Thank you. Ryu Won continued to express his wish. If possible, I hope you can spare a moment later to take a picture with me. They continued to chat happily when she agreed to the request. Oh, of course. Ma Jeonrak immediately thought, the younger brother is more interested than he is. We need to change the plan. The phone in Corin's hand suddenly began to vibrate repeatedly. She raised her phone to check it. A message from the chairman appeared right in front of her eyes. Change targets. Get close to the younger brother first. Corin's face clearly showed how conflicted she felt. He's a fan with very innocent intentions, but I have to deceive him. Ryu Min, who was walking in front, also tried to look toward her. Ma Jeonrak was very pleased with his plan. If we can pull the younger brother to our side, the older brother won't have any choice but to join us automatically. That way, we'll be able to get information about the next round easily. He reached out to guide their gaze to the room inside. This is a private room prepared for VIP guests. Of course, you can order as many drinks and snacks as you like, along with some music. The room was decorated with red lighting. The interior was simple, but radiated the luxury befitting a guest of honor. Ryu Won suddenly wondered, oh, drinks, if it's alcohol, I'm only a high school student. He waved his hand dismissively and offered another suggestion. It's fine, you can have other types of drinks. He ordered on Sangcheol, who was standing by their side, unit leader, call for a special VIP set here and a non-alcoholic drink for the student Ryu Won as well. He nodded immediately. Yes, Mr. Chairman. The door to the room closed very gently. Ryu Min finally sighed and spoke up. Chairman Ma Jeonrak, I can't drink alcohol either. He was surprised and replied, "Is that so? If you're old enough, you should take this opportunity to try it." After hearing his reply, he turned to speak to Seo Arin. "Hey, Miss Seo Arin, could you go outside and take some pictures with my younger brother?" The kind-hearted girl went along with his wish. "Oh, sure." Both of them nodded to greet them and walked out together. When he confirmed that everyone had left, Ryu Min clenched his hand and called out to Ma Jeonrak. "Mr. Chairman," he wondered, "what is it?" The calm expression from earlier was completely replaced by a look of anger. "Do you think I'm easy to push around?" Ma Jeonrak didn't understand his intentions yet. "What do you mean?" Ryu Min crossed his arms and spelled it out for him. "Did you forget that my profession is profit? I can see the future. Do you really think I don't know about the conversation between you and Seo Arin?" He was shocked by his words and couldn't say anything. "How can we do business if this is how things are?" "Mr. Chairman, don't keep anything from me." Ma Jeonrak was incredibly shocked. "He knows about the conversation between me and Seo Arin. How is that possible? He can see the future that well." They were face to face in the private room. "You told Seo Arin to win me over." The chairman hurried to apologize. "If that made you uncomfortable, I'm very sorry. I just wanted her to be your friend." Ryu Min didn't care about that because what angered him was something else. "But you also wanted to use my younger brother. That's crossing the line." He jumped because he'd been hit where it hurt most. He even knows about this. Even though his ego was huge, he bowed his head and said, "I truly apologize. I made a really foolish decision. Prophet, I will fix everything that displeased you." Ryu Min didn't give him a hard time and accepted it immediately. "Since you've apologized so sincerely, I'll let it slide this time. I'll consider the words you said to Seo Arin as never having been heard." After that, he raised his head. "Thank you for giving me another chance." An Sangcheol walked in just at that moment. "Mr. Chairman, I've returned." But this time Ma Jeonrak seemed flustered and ordered him, "You get out." He was surprised. "Pardon me." Ma Jeonrak coughed slightly to signal him, "I have something to discuss with this VIP guest." An Sangcheol understood implicitly and left. "I understand." He gently closed the door. Now only the two of them were left staring at each other, making him even more nervous. "Damn it, I intended to use Seo Arin to soothe the atmosphere, but I only made the situation worse." Ryu Min suddenly asked him, "Do you want information about the next round?" Ma Jeonrak was startled and answered, "Of course you know about this too." The man facing him continued, "The reason I accepted your dinner invitation was to give you information about round 5. He shrugged, showing his annoyance. "But if you continue to treat me like this, it will be very difficult for me to give you information or cooperate with you." Ma Jeonrak gently tried to convince him again. "I truly apologize, please overlook my mistake this time." With his firm attitude, he reminded him directly. "Mr. Chairman, don't hide anything from me. In the future, you must trust me unconditionally." Since he was dominating the conversation, he continued to give orders. "I also hope you won't question how I operate the company. Furthermore, you must convince the other shareholders at the shareholders' meeting." The chairman was forced to comply. "I will do everything in my power to control the other shareholders." Since things seemed to be settled, Ryu Min smiled again. "That's good. Try your best to help me grow the company." Only then did he start mentioning what Ma Jeonrak needed. "I will tell you the information you want to know about round 5. But just as he started, it made him nervous again. "The difficulty of round 5 is the highest of all the rounds we have experienced so far." Seeing his reaction, he added another word of comfort. "Don't worry, if it's you, you won't encounter any major problems." He was impatient to hear it. "If so, what is the mission for round 5? Ryu Min held up 3 fingers. "The mission is to kill 300 orcs, but it won't be that easy." And there was one more important thing he needed to remind him of. "Also, the zones will be combined." Ma Jeonrak's eyes widened in surprise. Zones. The reason for this was also carefully laid out. Because the number of players has decreased significantly, the separated zones will begin to merge into one. He asked with some anticipation, "So we can meet players from other zones like Black Hook." But Ryu Min shook his head and asserted that he would not be in the same zone as the player named Black Hook. Ma Jeonrak didn't dig any deeper but asked an unrelated question. "Is that so? Do you know the identity of Black Hook?" He smiled inwardly and replied naturally, "I don't know who he is either, but you'll meet him soon." But inside, he thought, "We're already meeting right now." Ryu Min's gaze became serious again. "And one more thing." To increase the level of trust, he even said things he didn't expect. "You're chasing someone, aren't you? The person named Yongmin." Ma Jeonrak's jaw dropped. "You know about that too." He calmly crossed his arms and repeated his earlier statement. "I told you, it's useless to try to hide anything from me." The chairman now trusted him completely. "Just as I thought, your prophecy glyph is truly beyond my imagination. Prophet, if you know who that person is." And then a blunt remark was uttered. "Stop investigating him." Ma Jeonrak was curious. "Is there a reason?" Ryu Min turned away and hinted to him. "If you touch that guy, you'll suffer a great loss." The chairman wanted to hear more specifically. Can I know specifically why? But he politely refused him. That's all I can tell you. Ma Jionrok fell into deep thought about this. Watching him struggle like that, he smiled secretly to himself. In reality, I'm keeping that guy alive because he's still useful. Ma Jionrok was very quick to agree. I understand, we will stop investigating Yongmin. Then he left first. Well then, let's restart the party. Let's not drink alcohol this time to keep the atmosphere harmonious. Let me go call the others back. Ryu Min nodded. All right. After leaving the conversation, Ma Jionrok sighed with a cold, hollow look in his eyes. Phew, I need to go blow off some steam tonight. Meanwhile, outside, heavy rain was pouring, making the road slippery, and a strange guy rushed out of an alleyway. His shirt was soaked in blood, but he kept running through the rain. His mouth was wide open, gasping for air because he was losing so much blood. Now looking closely, his arm was gone, and he had reached a dead end. He looked up as lightning struck, turning the sky white above his head. Steady footsteps echoed over the sound of the rain. The man turned in terror and tried to scream. A cold blade was raised high. Then it slashed down 2 deep cuts into his legs. Now even his legs were severed, making him stagger. His whole body trembled as he collapsed onto the ground. A piercing scream rang out but was silenced when someone covered his mouth. Ma Jionrok, while drenched, also gave an order to the other man. If you don't want your tongue cut out. The man crawled on the ground in terror. Why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong? The cold-blooded chairman turned his sword around and countered. A child molester like you still trying to make excuses? You really don't know. The man wept, trying to shield himself with one hand. Wait, that happened such a long time ago. Why are you attacking me now? My prison time is over. I've been released. I'm just an old man. Without bothering to listen to his justifications, the sword was brought down again. Ma Jionrok stabbed him straight through the shoulder without a hint of mercy. His face darkened as he continued his warning. If you don't want to die a slow and painful death, stop talking and shut your mouth. If you cause more witnesses to appear, the body count is only going to go up. Too pained and terrified to continue, the man fell silent as ordered. A surge of dark power radiated from Ma Jionrok's body. That's right. You're this old and your ears aren't deaf yet, are they? Keeping scum like you alive is no good, right? It swirled around the blade that was impaling the man's flesh. The powerful current grew stronger and stronger, gathering around the point where the sword was embedded. The man wept in horror. What is this? Then the flow of magic clamped down on his mouth and face, making it impossible for him to speak. Slowly, those strange tendrils began to consume the unfortunate man's body part by part. His arm tried to reach out in a desperate search for help. Countless venomous snakes were gnawing away at every fragment of his soul, leaving him moaning in agony. Ma Jionrok watched the scene, feeling annoyed. If my dark mana didn't need to be replenished, I would have killed trash like him immediately. He gently lowered his sword so the mana could flow into it. There's no other way. To use dark aura, I need dark mana. Ma Jionrok raised his sword high again, and to replenish dark mana, I have to take others' lives. With a single wave of his hand, the slash tore through the mess on the ground. Now you can die. The blood-soaked arm collapsed, losing all life. And when I kill people, the body was barely intact, the wounds torn wide open, but it yielded much more dark mana than killing monsters did. Ma Jionrok thought to himself with relish, having always enjoyed killing criminals like this. He slicked back his wet hair and laughed heartily. Isn't the Dark Knight class just perfect? Then he brought his sword close to the corpse again. Cleaning up the trash down here really helps me relieve stress. He mentally issued a command, letting the magic surge out to devour the remains. But after waiting a while, the flow of magic just hovered around the corpse, showing no other reaction. He felt a bit disappointed. Just as I thought, it can't swallow the corpse. Dark aura only devours the life force of living targets. A trash can behind him suddenly rattled. His eyes widened and he snapped his head around. A calico cat scurried away in the rain. Perhaps it was responsible for the noise. Ma Jionrok breathed a sigh of relief. There is no way there could be any witnesses. The situation in the dark alley was one he had carefully orchestrated. He had dragged the man into a dead end, away from prying eyes, and it was currently still twilight. No, wait, I think there might be one person. He suddenly remembered someone, the prophet Ryu Min. He could have seen this scene through his foresight rune. The rain lashed down on his body, but Ma Jionrok had only one concern. If that's the case, then he already knows I'm a serial killer, yet he still approached me. He curled his lips into a smirk. That's interesting. By force of habit, he picked up the phone to call his right-hand man. Unit leader on Sangcheol, come here and help me clean up some trash. Time passed quickly, and it was now 2 weeks after the dinner party with Ma Jionrok. Ryu Min sat on his bed, scrolling through his phone idly. I don't have anything specific to do, so I've mostly been staying home. I'm always having to think about the future. I need a little rest like this. A news board appeared on the screen about players changing the world. But as of today, the break was effectively over. He tapped the red button on the screen. It's time for me to take action. A glint of light flashed in Ryu Min's eyes. Now time to go get one of the 5 runes that can be found in the real world. The clone rune. The top headline of the article was a tragic piece of news about the game. 1.8 billion people dragged into another dimension, reduced to 90 million in just 3 months. Economy in danger due to the loss of the young generation. Schools across the nation closed. Endless pain. Parents and siblings around the world were plunged into grief. The fat man sat in his chair and clicked his tongue. Only at the 4th round and a bunch of people are already dead, a bunch of useless losers. He then smirked with interest as he continued scrolling through the news. Deaths caused by players have skyrocketed after the 4th round. 45 minutes ago, thousands of surveillance cameras destroyed. City becomes lawless at night. 55 minutes ago, anti-government players have established an online community. 2 hours ago, public anxiety continues to grow. Emergency solution. 3 hours ago, criminologists suggest that people have lost the motivation to work because it's truly a mess. If they were players, they'd do the exact same thing. He picked up his axe and muttered, "What's wrong with doing whatever I want before I die? Damn senile hypocrites. That's why they shouldn't always try to force us into a mold. Don't do this, don't do that, it's all due to limitations and rules." Black Dragon Fire raised his axe. He shouted angrily as he slammed it down onto the floor. "That's exactly why we're all exploding now." Then his expression went blank as he looked up. "Well, it doesn't matter anymore, no one can stop me now." He curled his lip, laughing until his face wrinkled. "After all, I'm a player, I'm superior to all of them." Around him lay bodies scattered in pools of blood. Who should I kill next? Black Dragon Fire looked at his hands and wondered, "I just killed people in real life, but I don't feel a thing. Is it because I went through hell in the 4th round?" He casually whined after causing this mess, "But only 1 point per person, that's stingy. Is it because they're civilians?" Remembering himself in the previous round only made him more excited. The 4th round was truly great, even better than killing monsters. His system board read, "Devour Rune Effect. Cumulative stats increase as you kill enemies. When the points are full, you will receive a random stat. The amount of accumulation you receive is proportional to the enemy's level." Having decided, he pushed open the classroom door to look for someone else. "I want to kill players instead of civilians because I get more points from them." While browsing his phone, Black Dragon Fire accidentally saw a notable piece of information. Is there an online player community forum? Anti-government players established an online community 2 hours ago. This was exactly what he was hoping for, so an idea sparked. Can I join the forum and meet other players to kill them? That way I'll get way more points. When he tapped it, a barrage of questions appeared. Join forum. Description: nation's first online forum to help players change the world. Welcome to BCW, yes or no. Instructions: BCW is conducting interviews to accept new members to ensure only players join the community. Yes or no. Question: please answer all of the following questions honestly. There will be consequences if you do not comply. 1. Please enter your name, address, and phone number. Please enter your level, class in the other world, and your username. 3. Please enter your region. 4. Please enter your rounds. 5. Please type "I agree" if you agree to the interview. Black Dragon Fire clicked his tongue. What, they want all my personal information and an interview? That's too much trouble. Even so, he quickly filled in his information. But I have to get in here to be able to meet other players. While he was tapping on the keyboard, his bizarre thoughts became even more smug. Other players will certainly never think there's someone out there killing other players. After completing the procedure, he went to a shop nestled in the middle of a lush green area. Is this the right place? On the screen was a message from the interviewer. Please come to the Welcome Cafe in Wabu Namyang before noon. You can wear whatever you want. Looking at the sign in front of him, he had arrived at the right place. It's this place, but Black Dragon Fire felt a flicker of annoyance. Damn it, they called me out to the middle of nowhere, even the bus doesn't run here. In such a foul mood, he opened the door to go inside. I'll kill that damn interviewer if he ticks me off. The interior was clean and formal, which left him a bit flustered. What, the interior is more modern than I thought. Age 30, TU letter 1ED5I30 was sitting at a table and soon saw the guest who had just arrived. Are those two the only guests? He hurried to stand up to ask, are you the one we have the interview appointment with? Black Dragonfire stood still and replied, that's right. He approached him proactively and said in a friendly tone, what's your username? He replied immediately, Black Dragonfire. Age 30 shook his hand, nice to meet you. I'm the interviewer, my username is Age 30. Black Dragonfire gasped in surprise, you're a player. His reaction was not unexpected for the other man. I know I don't look like much, but I'm 30 this year. This way, please. He pointed at the person in the pink jacket sitting on a chair and introduced, this is Little Cockle. He's also here for an interview. Cockle, this is Black Dragonfire. You guys might become teammates, so introduce yourselves. He pulled out a chair with a contemptuous thought. This damn guy who looks like a shrimp is also a player, looks so weak. Hello, the person next to him also nodded politely. Hi. After sitting at the table, he busied himself with questions. I guess this business isn't doing very well, there are no customers, and I don't see any part-time staff either. Age 30 smiled faintly and explained, it's quite far from the city, so it's understandable. That's why we rented this place for the interviews. Black Dragon Fire asked innocently, so you rented this place but shouldn't the owner be here? I don't see anyone. He enthusiastically answered, the owner is preparing food in the kitchen. This is a cafe, but they also serve meals. He still intently watched the scenery around this strange cafe. I see. He was looking at the corner of the wall. There's not even a camera here. Then Black Dragon Fire glanced at the person in pink next to him. If I killed these two and ran away, no one would know. Even so, he reassured himself, not just to kill two people, I can't miss this opportunity. Are we not going to interview? Age 30 said happily, we're waiting for one more person. We'll start when he arrives. He heard that and asked again to be sure, one more person, so there are three of us. He answered while looking out the window and suddenly blurted out, yes, the appointment time is a little late, so let's wait a bit longer. He's here. The cafe door gently opened and the welcome bell chimed. Age 30 politely welcomed the player himself. Are you here for the interview? He replied, yes. Then he asked, what is your username? An unexpected name was uttered, making him quickly cover his mouth in shock. H letter 1 EAFC cow. Time turned back a few days before when an online meeting was taking place on a computer screen. Welcome Jammy, nice to meet you. Welcome Poppering. The chairman clasped his hands together and smiled to open the conversation. Everyone is here except Jam made of honey. Now let's start the meeting for the third week of April. Lost Yark, you go first. The person called immediately spoke up. Yes. The chairman asked him how many people joined the forum this week. Lost Yark reported seriously, about 2,000. The chairman remarked more than last week. He acknowledged that as well. The number of players is decreasing by the month, but the number of forum participants increases every week. Lost Yark expressed his own speculation. I think the article about us attracted them. The chairman wondered, who hired the reporter? Jammy raised her hand to claim credit. It was me, chairman. He looked surprised. I see. I didn't expect you to have connections in this field. She smiled with interest and added, it's a new connection. The chairman kept the smile on his lips and said, that's wonderful. I couldn't ask for more from a long-time member. So Lost Yark, out of the 2,000 people, how many are truly skilled? He replied immediately. If we exclude players without classes and those below level 10, we have about 1,200 people. The number was large enough for the chairman to ponder. So how many are actually useful? Lost Yark put on his glasses and held his tablet. I'll talk about that. He scrolled through the information on his device and began to read. A notable player is Black Dragon Fire from the ESC's 45-5 region. He is an ordinary level 10 warrior, but won third place in his region. The chairman thought about it. Third place? Surely he must have a good rune for his level, either that or he's lying. Lost Yark expressed his satisfaction, but I think he's good enough to be selected as a candidate for an executive position. The report continued. That's right, anyone else? He scrolled more and stopped. One more person is Little Cockle. He's from the ESC 122-7 region, always ranking between 4th and 10th. Lost Yark reported another encouraging figure. Besides those two, there are 50 players in the top 100 of their regions. The chairman's eyes lit up. That's quite a lot. Looks like I'll be busy interviewing everyone. Suddenly, the conversation shifted to someone else. Is that right, my age 30? He hurriedly woke up from a nap. Sorry. The chairman's face immediately hardened. Are you sleeping? What did you do last night that you're sleepy now? Age 30 wanted to say something but couldn't. His superior cut him off. I won't listen to excuses. Finish the 50 interviews before the next meeting. If you don't finish in time, another high-level candidate might replace you. Because of his mistake, he had to nod in agreement. I understand. Please entrust it to me. The chairman turned to ask another question. Anyway, has Lowe's H contacted you yet? He tried checking his phone and replied, if he had, I would have reported it immediately. Hearing that, he sighed, maybe that's it. I would have given him an executive position immediately if he had joined. It's truly a pity. Then he continued to direct the executives. Jammy, can you ask that reporter to write more articles? We might need more promotional strategies to attract H-1 EAFC cow to join. She smiled broadly and gestured with her hand. Of course, as long as there's money. He generously agreed immediately. Don't worry about that. I'll reward you for your dedication. Jammy smiled happily. Thank you, Chairman. He was about to say something else. Then we move on to the next topic. But Lost Yark exclaimed in surprise. Wait, Chairman, a high-profile person just requested to join the forum. The chairman immediately stopped with curiosity. Who is it? His subordinate's hands shook as he hurriedly blurted out the name. H letter 1 EAFC cow. The entire executive board woke up upon learning of the presence of the server top ranker. Returning to the present, age 30 awkwardly shook hands with the person in front of him. Nice to meet you. It wasn't too hard to get here, was it? He coldly brushed off the comment. It was hard. He hurriedly rubbed the back of his neck and gave an awkward smile. Sorry about that. This is the best place for us to keep things private. Then they went inside the meeting place. Anyway, you're really handsome. You must be popular with the girls. Here, follow this way. The guest sat down in the chair next to age 30 as he invited him. Sit down. These two are also here for an interview like you. Black Dragonfire's eyes widened in astonishment. Hi. The introverted guy also spoke up softly. Hi. Sitting in front of them was a strange face who introduced himself. I am H letter 1 EAFC cow. Ryu Min revealed his sinister smile from under his hood. I'm Little Cockle. That bastard was truly funny. Black Dragon Fire broke out in a sweat. Is that H letter 1 EAFC cow? Is he the one who killed me 5 times? I really want to ask him if we've met in real life before, because why is he so keen on killing me? Age 30 reminded him, Black Dragon Fire, what's wrong? Aren't you going to introduce yourself? He hurriedly lowered his head and whispered, Hello, I'm Black Dragon Fire. The fake H letter 1 EAFC cow nodded as if he had heard. That reaction only made Black Dragon Fire grind his teeth in fear. What? He didn't even respond. I thought he'd recognize me if I said the username. Or maybe he doesn't remember my name even though he killed me 5 times. Ryu Min on the side sipped his drink while watching their every move. Have I really acted that arrogant? I'm also impersonating someone, but this guy is a real con artist. He actually already knew the true identity of the person in front of him. His username is Kyukyurubingbong. He is a professional scammer who has pulled all sorts of tricks to make money. This impersonator would in the future have the ability to create another clone. Currently, he wasn't exactly a huge problem, but later he would obtain the clone rune and become famous, or rather infamous, because he used the clone rune to commit all sorts of crimes. He carefully calculated in his head, this is the bitter reality where even criminals can obtain power from the other side. But it's good I met him as planned. I will exploit him to obtain the clone rune. Age 30 took out his computer and opened the conversation. Everyone has finished introducing themselves, right? Then I'll start with the personal information verification. Let's start with Little Cockle. Ryu Min successfully feigned innocence, acting shy. My name is Kim Seunghyun. I'm 20 years old. I just graduated from grad school, so I'm currently unemployed. The interviewer, age 30, recorded the information very carefully. Here it says you're a level 13 assassin. Is that correct? He replied, yes. He asked again, you were also 4th in your regional ranking, right? Yes. Outwardly he appeared flustered, but in his head Ryu Min cursed. Damn right lying, of course, except for the username. During one of his gatherings with the crowd, he had seen a player with that username, so he stole it. Little Cockle is actually a name that exists. In other words, I'm also impersonating someone else, but I need to do that to meet the requirements to obtain the clone rune. As he remembered, In Hong had personally stabbed a girl in the stomach. The clone rune requires the recipient to kill someone where the rune is hidden while impersonating another person. He remained very calm to make himself as cold as Ryu Min. In the past, this bastard killed people while pretending to be me and obtained the clone rune. Then age 30 looked at Hyangtek. Alright, next is you Black Dragon Fire. He replied immediately, my name is Sim Hyangtek. I'm 16 years old and currently in middle school. He exclaimed in surprise but had the opposite thought in his head. You're the youngest one here. This chubby pig is a middle schooler. He smells horrible. Age 30 looked at the person in front of him and wondered if he could still look down on him if he knew Sim Hyangtek had killed his classmate. That's not something a normal middle schooler could do. He repeated the same question. You're a level 10 warrior and ranked 3rd in your region. That's true, right? Black Dragon Fire slammed his hand on the table. What, you think I'm lying? He shrugged and explained, just part of the process. Forgive me if you feel insulted. Afterwards, age 30 continued the interview with the last person. Your turn, H letter 1 EAFC cow, your name is In Hong. He glanced at him and said, Kim In Hong, 28 years old, I'm a fund manager. I have never fallen from the top ranking in my region and I'm level 30. Surely you know my class is Death Reaper. What else do you want me to confirm? The interviewer didn't dare to snap back and only gave an awkward smile. None, thank you. Ryu Min continued to eat the strawberries in his glass but was very dissatisfied. Fund manager my ass, it should be managing scammers. Later he'll use this, H letter 1 EAFC cow name to go borrow money from other players. Age 30 put his computer down and became serious again. That's all I need you to confirm regarding your identities. Now we will start the interviews. You just need to tell me why you want to join BCW. You first, Little Cockle. Ryu Min twirled his straw to hide his awkwardness. Right now, the world is a very dangerous place. It's scary to go out alone and there are many other reasons too. I think it would be better to stick with other players. He turned to the person next to him. Alright, next up, Black Dragon Fire, how about you? Hyentek thought carefully. I can't tell them I came here to kill other players. He then conveniently borrowed the excuse the previous person had just used. I'm in the same boat as Little Cockle. I can't go to school anymore, and I'm worried about the next round. Turning to In-hong, the 30-year-old asked with a bit of enthusiasm. Is that so? And what about you, Black Hook? He raised an eyebrow and replied, I only signed up because I saw the forum. It piqued my interest. The 30-year-old offered a strained smile. I see, is that so? Ryu Min stared intently at him. He'll clear the stage regardless. No matter what he says, he is Black Hook after all. He straightened his posture and smiled. All right, all of your answers were quite satisfactory. Now for the final part of the interview. As he said this, the 30-year-old's attitude became extremely gleeful. Murder. You all have to kill someone else to pass this final part of the interview. Ryu Min panicked. Murder, but wise. He replied quite calmly, I guess you don't get it yet. Fine, let me help you understand. His eyes widened with irritation. You've surely seen the posts by now. The government has started to crack down on us players and has turned their backs on us. They fear us because we're stronger than they are. The 30-year-old clenched his fists with ambition. Even so, we players will dominate this world soon enough. That reality will happen much sooner if we all work together. A wide grin spread across his face. So there's no reason for us to be held back by the law. We need to show the government that players are the law now, by defying the government's laws. Ryu Min was still quite bewildered and covered his mouth. Is that why we have to kill people? The 30-year-old emphasized further. Exactly. That's how we show the government our resolve. Hyentek was stunned into silence, while Kim In-hong remained calm, as if to show them that they were completely beyond the reach of the law. After the 30-year-old finished speaking, he returned to his gentle smile. Do you understand now? Little Cockle replied very softly, yes. He held up a finger and added a warning. If any of you don't want to carry out this final part of the interview, you can leave right now. However, leaving also means you won't be able to request any help from us in the future. He wiped the cream from his mouth, not particularly surprised. So, he means anyone who leaves gets blacklisted, huh? He's doing this to pressure us into killing, so we won't be able to leave this community later. Black Dragon Fire and the fake Kim In-hong both pondered this for a moment, but raised no objections. The 30-year-old clapped his hands in satisfaction. Looks like you're all ready. Good, then I'll assume everyone has agreed. We'll begin the final part right now. Hyentek asked, what do you mean by begin? Start killing, but there's no one here to kill. He replied immediately, you don't need to worry about that. The 30-year-old smirked and hinted, I've already prepared everything. Outside, heavy rain had begun to fall, and black clouds covered the sky, making the atmosphere even colder. With the interview portion over, the 30-year-old stood up. Shall we go? Sure. Just then, a petite girl stepped out from the shop's doorway. You're leaving already. You can stay longer if you like, since you've already rented the whole place. He chatted with her cheerfully. No, we're in a hurry. By the way, is there a bathroom here? The girl pointed it out enthusiastically. It's over in that corner. The 30-year-old replied while rummaging through his pockets. Thanks. By the way, can I ask you for a favor? She asked curiously. What is it? He pulled out his key and handed it to the girl. Could you take the car out of the parking lot for me? I'm in a hurry, so. The innocent girl took it and accepted immediately. Of course, don't worry about it. She took her red umbrella and stepped out into the rain. The car door opened very slowly as she approached. She folded her umbrella and prepared to get into the driver's seat. The heavy rain kept her from noticing a rough hand reaching toward her ear. Then 10 fingers clamped down on the little girl's neck, making her scream in terror. The man continued to squeeze her neck, leaving her to struggle helplessly. The girl's small hands trembled violently, and her screams began to fade. The 30-year-old held the unconscious body in his arms and smirked easily. Ryu Min exclaimed in total surprise, what did you just do? Hyentek was just as shocked. Why her? After placing the girl inside, he urged them on quite casually. What are you waiting for? Get in the car. The car door was shut, and the girl's arm, still glistening with raindrops, twitched slightly. All three interviewees felt the same mix of turbulent emotions. Does he mean the shop owner? The car drove along the dirt road, with green tree branches covering both sides. After a while, the wheels gradually came to a stop in front of a location. The 30-year-old carried the shop owner inside and guided the others. We've arrived. This is where we'll carry out the final part of the interview. They opened the warehouse door. It was just as old and dark inside as their intentions. The girl's body was laid on the floor, accompanied by a question from the operator. Let's start. Who's going to kill her? He was interested in Kim In-hong and suggested, how about you do it, Black Hook? He responded, sure. The 30-year-old chuckled in satisfaction, just as I expected from you. Suddenly, another voice interrupted their conversation. Wait. He noticed the young man in the pink jacket. What is it, Little Cockle? Ryu Min still acted hesitant as he said, I do it. That request made him smirk. You want to do it? Interesting. I wasn't expecting much since you seemed quite shy. Since the result would be the same, he had no objections. It's fine by me. Black Hook, is it okay if he does it? Kim In-hong didn't say a word, just nodded in agreement. Ryu Min slowly walked toward him, while Kim In-hong headed in the opposite direction. As they brushed past each other, the imposter whispered to him, "Do a good job. I just helped you out." Ryu Min's cold gaze lingered on him. "Thanks, I'll be sure to make good use of the clone glyph." Kim In-hong overheard those words and turned back in surprise. "Glyph, you're talking about." At that very moment, two arms lashed out in front of him. Ryu Min decisively delivered a bone-crushing blow and took him down on the spot. Kim In-hong's neck was twisted backward, clearly dead. The 30-year-old looked at the scene in front of him, terrified, his eyes widening. The 30-year-old clutched his head, his whole body shaking. What just happened? He was too panicked and screamed out. "What did you just do? You dared to kill Black Hook. Are you crazy?" Ryu Min turned back, slightly annoyed. "Hey, you're being too loud, old man." The 30-year-old fell silent, not daring to utter another word. That look, it was like he was looking at prey. Something had definitely changed. What on earth happened? The system notified, "You have committed murder while impersonating someone else. You have met a hidden condition. You have discovered the clone glyph, a secret glyph located in a predetermined spot." The acquired glyph automatically etched itself onto the player's body. A golden light surrounded him. Ryu Min exclaimed happily, "Nice. Finally, an impersonation reward." The 30-year-old stammered his question. "You at least say something. Why did you kill Black Hook?" He slowly raised his hand to take off his mask. "Why, you ask?" Ryu Min put on his monotonous mask and said, "Because he's a pathetic piece of trash who wanted to impersonate me." The 30-year-old didn't understand what was happening and asked back, "Impersonate? What are you?" Then he pointed at the shop owner. The 30-year-old pressed him. "You had to kill that woman. Why go and kill Black Hook? Answer me." Ryu Min calmly grabbed the black bag next to her. "Because he's trash. And you're trash too." He threw the bag over the cafe owner's head. That insult left the 30-year-old stunned. "Huh, say that again if you dare." He pulled out his weapon, his face twisted with rage. "What did you just?" Ryu Min silently summoned his scythe. A blood-red aura covered the weapon, making the 30-year-old gasp. Gripping the oversized scythe, he spoke up, "I said you're trash. What about it? Am I wrong?" The 30-year-old stood frozen, unable to move. "What's with that scythe? Don't tell me it's his main weapon." Looking at the eerie scythe, he searched his memories. "I've never seen a player with a scythe that big. No, wait." As if realizing something, the 30-year-old's mouth hung open wide enough to fit an egg. The giant scythe-wielding player. The words the person in front of him had said earlier played back in his head, "Because he's a pathetic piece of trash who wanted to impersonate me." Impersonate? Wait. Ryu Min looked at the pale man who seemed to be realizing it now and spoke. "Do you understand who Black Hook is yet?" He stammered in response. You are Black Hook." Ryu Min looked at that sickly pale face and added, "Sorry for lying." The 30-year-old's hands shook uncontrollably. So it's true. This person isn't the little cockle I knew. He is the real Black Hook." He knelt down and begged, Sir Black Hook, I'm so sorry for mistaking you. You just acted so well. Please spare me." With a single slash, the 30-year-old's head flew off before he even understood what happened. His head rolled along the ground until it stopped at Hyingtek's feet. The 30-year-old died with his eyes wide open, his pupils dilating and contracting. Hyingtek, even though he had already attacked his classmate, couldn't avoid the chill running down his spine. He looked at Ryu Min, realizing this was the real Black Hook. He's on a completely different level. Hyingtek broke into a cold sweat. He hadn't even been able to track the movement of the scythe swing. Suddenly, Ryu Min pointed his scythe at Hyingtek's face. "It's just you and me now. What do you think my next move will be? If you have any last words, say them now." Hyingtek trembled, whether out of habit or sheer stress. His voice was stuttering. I won't say any meaningless words like please spare my life. I just have one question I've always wanted to ask if I ever met you." Ryu Min already knew what that question was. "You're wondering why I killed you 5 times in the 4th round, aren't you?" He was slightly startled and hesitated before answering, Yeah. Ryu Min didn't hold back and explained flatly, "The reason is simple. I wanted to keep you under control." Hyingtek was skeptical. "Keep under control, why me?" Ryu Min answered nonchalantly, "You seem to be the most skilled among the people I met back then. I just needed to eliminate the competition." Seeing his opponent remain silent, he asked, "Anything else?" Seeing him still dead silent, he lost his patience. "You can close your eyes and go now." After a long while, Hyingtek finally spoke. Can I ask one last question?" "What is it?" he stammered, wanting to stall for time. Why did you want to kill me?" Ryu Min spoke frankly without hiding anything. "Because you're trash." "Me? What did I do? Didn't you come all the way here to kill this girl?" Hyingtek tried to deny it. But I haven't done anything yet." Ryu Min continued, "Haven't done anything? You've been watching the whole time." The atmosphere was filled only by Ryu Min's cold, contemptuous snort. Finally, he said, "All right, unlike those other bastards, your only crime was standing by and watching. I'll give you a chance to live." Hearing this, he was pleasantly surprised, showing his relief openly. "Really, really." Ryu Min tapped his scythe against the floor. The tip hitting the ground made a jarring sound. He laid out the survival condition for Hyentek. "Now, you have to give up everything you own." Despite looking tough, the moment he was threatened, he laid all his equipment out on the floor. Ryu Min marveled that this guy actually had some useful things. Looking at the pile of items, Ryu Min's mind jumped to an idea for making money. "If I sell all the items he bought from the shop, I'll make about 2,000 gold." Hyentek scratched his neck and said, "I even gave you the axe and the gear I was using. This really is all I have. I don't have anything else." Ryu Min picked up 2 amber gemstones. "I didn't say anything else." Seeing that he wasn't taking anything else, Hyentek stood awkwardly to the side and asked, Are you not taking anything else?" "I don't need them, you can use them." He just nodded obediently. "Yes, sir." Watching Hyentek busily pack his things, Ryu Min thought to himself, "I couldn't sell those things back to the shop anyway." After putting all the items into his spatial bag, Hyentek turned back to check. So will you spare my life as you promised?" Ryu Min nodded. "Of course I'll let you live. A man keeps his word." Hyentek was momentarily surprised, then he bowed low and thanked him sincerely. "Thank you so much." "Stop, you're making me uncomfortable, damn it." He kicked the bodies of the other 2 and told him, "Live properly from now on. Go take care of these bodies if you want." "Yes, sir." He leaned down toward the cafe owner. Ryu Min added, "I'm taking this girl with me." Hyentek offered, "Let me help." Ryu Min flatly refused. "No need, why would I trust you? Get lost." Hyentek stood there, watching the back of the man as he slowly left while supporting the shop owner. Only then did he exhale, "I'm alive. I thought I was going to die just like that, but he actually spared me. Even though I lost some valuable items, nothing is more precious than my life." Hyentek wiped the sweat under his chin with his sleeve, thinking to himself, "The problem is, why do I feel such an empty sensation in my heart right now?" He stood there wondering what he had actually done wrong. He stole my items just because I was standing by watching. Hyentek gritted his teeth, the victim mentality rising within him. This is so unfair. Seeing Ryu Min casually walking away, a murderous urge flared up in his heart for a moment. Wait, isn't he completely off guard right now? Black Hook didn't die after being hit in the back with an axe, did he? The fire of greed rose steadily, urging Hyentek to act. "What should I do? If I kill a high-level person like Black Hook, my stats will increase several times over." His pupils constricted, filled with bloodshot veins. "That's right, this is a rare opportunity, an opportunity I will never get again." Hyentek gripped his axe tightly. "If I don't take this chance, I'll regret it for the rest of my life." He then walked as quietly as possible, praying in his heart, "Don't notice me, please don't notice me." The distance grew shorter with every step. Hyentek gently raised his battle axe. Just a little bit more. He seized the perfect moment and rushed forward. At this moment, Hyentek raised the axe over his head and brought it down with all his might. "Die, you piece of shit." The strike landed heavily, and blood sprayed out from the open wound. Ryu Min collapsed to the ground, and the shop owner fell beside him. Hyentek gasped, I managed to kill Black Hook just like that." He laughed triumphantly, extremely excited. "Seriously, Black Hook got killed by a level 10 like me." Hyentek stomped hard on Ryu Min's corpse as it lay on the ground, kicking and cursing. "You son of a bitch, you shouldn't have turned your back on me. Who cares what your level is? You're such a moron." He squeezed his hands in triumph, absolutely thrilled. "Thanks for these stat points, you idiot." But after a while, nothing happened. He couldn't even see a system message. Hyentek was confused. Why haven't the stat increase notifications appeared? Normally, the notification should appear immediately, right? As if he sensed something he had carelessly overlooked, his entire body turned ice cold. What on earth is going on? Ryu Min suddenly loomed behind him, his voice dark and gloomy. "What do you think?" Hyentek spun around in a panic. Ryu Min was wearing the pink jacket and smirked sarcastically. "Why are you so scared? Did you see a ghost?" His face was pale and trembling with fear. "How? I clearly just killed him. Does he have a reincarnation skill or something?" Ryu Min slowly stepped forward. Hyentek turned back to look. The shop owner was lying there with a plastic bag sealed over her head, and green mist radiated from her hands. There was no blood left behind. He stepped forward and said, "What you killed was my clone." Hyentek repeated in surprise, "A clone." As he had watched him prepare to strike, his original body had seen it all and clicked his tongue silently. "The clone glyph skill allows for creating a replica that looks exactly like me." He smirked and explained to Hyentek, "However, it can't fight. Clone glyph effect creates a clone with the keyword clone creation. The user becomes a spirit after 10 seconds. However, the clone cannot engage in battle, nor can it access skills or the inventory. 10-minute cooldown." "But you were completely fooled by it." I guess that even if it couldn't fight, it would still be useful, a very good experiment. Hyantech gripped his axe tightly in anger. You tricked me. He pointed to his own head mockingly. Why are you acting like a victim now? I'm the real victim here, you almost killed me. Hyantech didn't yield either and argued back. A victim? You're the one who threatened me first. He summoned his scythe, his voice indifferent. Whatever. A powerful red burst of energy surged toward Hyantech. He stiffened, wondering in confusion, what's going on? Why can't I move my body? He held the scythe tightly as he watched the head fly off his body. Listening to you is just a waste of time. Green mist immediately surrounded Hyantech's head, erasing any traces. The entire room was soon engulfed by it. He shoved his hands into his pockets and retracted his scythe. No one would be able to tell this was a crime scene, of course, except for one person. He stepped toward the woman and called out, "Hey." With both hands still in his pockets, he exposed her. You can get up now. How much longer do you intend to fake being unconscious? You know you can't fool a player. I can hear those thoughts, you know. The shop owner slowly sat up, but she was too terrified to remove the plastic bag. I'm sorry. She hesitated and asked him, can I take this off? He crossed his arms and flatly refused. No, keep it on until I leave. Okay. Sunlight streamed through the window. I'm going to ask a few questions. Will you cooperate with me? Yes, yes. He began his interrogation. How many customers were there? Can you remember each of their faces? She knelt on the ground and answered nervously. There were 4 people. One was in his mid-40s. I remember his face because I actually spoke to him, but the others. He stared at her, absorbing and analyzing the information simultaneously. She's telling the truth. Once he got what he needed, he cut her off. All right, that's enough. She hesitated and asked, so am I safe now? Is everything over? Before letting her go, he gave her thorough instructions. Yes, you can go home now. Don't report what happened to the police. It might backfire on you. I understand. You can take the bag off after a minute. The shop owner nodded and replied, yes. The sound of counting echoed along with ragged breathing. 1, 2, 3. The woman removed the plastic bag from her head as she reached the final numbers. 58, 59, 60. She looked around blankly. What just happened? A long while later, the shop owner finally regained her senses. There's nothing here. It couldn't have been a dream, could it? The skyscrapers sparkled under the sunset. He walked into the house and called out, Ryu-won, I'm home. Ryu-won hurried out to greet him. Welcome back. He was startled, noticing something. He then asked curiously, that's my jacket, isn't it? Where have you been? Ryu-min hesitated slightly at his question. Oh well. He brushed it off and walked inside. I'm so tired, so exhausted. Ryu-won chased after him and asked, where did you go? Have you had dinner yet? Ryu-min took off his jacket and replied, not yet. Ryu-won thought for a moment and suggested, let's order some food. Ryu-min nodded in confirmation, sure, order whatever you want to eat. Looking at the jacket and thinking back to the scenes of slaughter, he couldn't help but reflect. It's spotless, but I can't give it back to him. Then he tossed the jacket away, making Ryu-won jump in surprise. Ryu-won ran over, bewildered. Mins, what are you doing? Why did you throw it away? He calmly replied, it's old. Let me buy you a new one. You've been wearing that one for too long. Ryu-won pouted as if about to cry, which made Ryu-min slightly flustered. I'll buy you a better one, okay? Ryu-won turned his head away and sighed, no, it's not necessary. The school is closed anyway, so I can't go out. He looked at Ryu-won, his expression briefly tinged with sadness. It must be really boring to be stuck at home and unable to go to school because of someone like Hyangtaek. Then he offered Gani, do you want to go out and have some fun with me tomorrow? Hearing that, Ryu-won's face lit up immediately. He jumped up in delight, asking again to make sure he hadn't misheard, really? Are you serious? He was so easy to please. Ryu-min told Rugon, let's have dinner quickly and go to bed early, and he happily agreed right away. The next day, Ryu-won's face sparkled with excitement at everything before him. It's been so long since I've been here. He looked at Ryu-won's beaming face, thinking to himself that because life had been so tough lately, he hadn't been able to take him out. The two brothers stood out in the crowd. Is this place still open? Lately, more places have been closing than opening. In times like these, hope is a vital belief, isn't it? Suddenly, Ryu-won noticed a family laughing and talking happily. He looked at his brother with a meaningful gaze. Ryu-won suddenly hugged his arm and pointed forward. Min, go over there first, hurry up. The two arrived at an exhibition area filled with stuffed panda toys. Ryu-min sheepishly put a panda headband on his head. What do you think? Ryu-won's eyes sparkled as he picked out a few others. You look super cool, that's so cute, pick that one. He happily looked around, there are so many cute things. Ryu-min held up his sparkling black card like a boss. Yeah, take whatever you want. The two chatted happily as they walked. What do you want to do now? We have to do everything there is here. The two went on to ride the roller coaster. Then they moved on to the log flume. They visited the pandas. Ryu-won took out his phone and snapped photos continuously, praising incessantly. Twin pandas, so cute. Ryu-min looked at him, feeling proud of his decision. He was so gloomy yesterday, taking him out like this really is for the best. Suddenly, Ryu-won turned his head and asked anxiously, "But Min, tomorrow is May 1st, will you be okay going out with me like this?" "Of course I'm happy, but..." Ryu-min hurried to reassure him, "Don't worry about anything, I'll be fine. This time it will be over 10 hours, so even if I sleep for a bit longer, don't be afraid of anything." Ryu-won grabbed his shirt in panic. 10 hours, it's not dangerous, right? You have to come back safely, you hear me. He smiled brightly and held up his hand. "You worry too much." Ryu-min patted his head to comfort him. "I promised I wouldn't leave you alone." He touched him to soothe his anxiety. "That's enough. What should we do now? Let's go visit the zoo." At a towering apartment complex on April 30th, 11:50 p.m. He lay on his bed and started at the sound of his phone notification. Ryu-min picked up his phone, surprised to see the name Julie displayed. A series of messages appeared. "Min, it's almost midnight. I believe it will be okay this time too. Do your best. Hang in there, see you later." Reading them, he thought to himself, she must be very nervous. Ryu-min looked at his phone and smiled. "Don't worry, from now on I will protect you." He placed his phone on the nightstand. "It's time to go." The phone screen still glowed, signaling 12:00. Ryu-min quickly appeared in an empty lot, filled with many people. They looked around, confused. "Huh, is everyone here? No way, I think they just haven't shown up yet." No, the number of survivors from the last round was somewhere around 500. Some of them looked bewildered. "That sounds right, actually. It feels a bit empty." Ryu-min stood not far away, observing them as he reflected. "It does feel empty because the first round had nearly 10,000 people, but this empty feeling will pass soon enough." Oliver appeared with a sparkle. She grimaced and complained with gritted teeth. "Your reactions are so boring." Oliver floated among the crowd, muttering, "A total of 442 survivors were summoned. There should have been 521 of you, but we lost nearly 80. Looks like there was some conflict in the real world." It didn't matter, she didn't care about that. "What you do in the real world is none of my business." Oliver pointed a finger up. "However, with so few of you, we can't play properly." Her face suddenly turned devious. "So I've prepared something for all of you." Oliver smiled and announced to the players that the sectors would be merged. Someone raised their hand and asked, "Excuse me, could you explain that in more detail?" She gritted her teeth and snapped, "I already told you, you should have understood immediately." So annoying. It's exactly what it sounds like, merging the sectors. Oliver was losing patience but still seemed amused as she explained, "I don't know if you're aware, but just the nation you are currently in has hundreds of sectors. Exactly 875 of them." The people below were stunned. 875 sectors, there are that many just in our country. She laughed loudly and said, "What's there to be surprised about? Compared to other countries, that's actually quite low." The people below began to reflect on Oliver's words. That's right, if each sector is allocated 10,000 people, then obviously the more populous countries would have more sectors. That makes sense. Wait a second, if every sector has angels. The people below started to murmur, does that mean there are at least several tens of thousands of angels on this earth? Wow, are there really that many? Oliver mocked them, just as you speculated, every sector has an overseeing angel. Is it only now that you've realized that? How foolish. The person below quickly picked up on the information and continued to ask, "An angel then? Didn't you create this survival game?" Hearing this, she froze for a moment. Then she asked coldly, "Why would you think that?" The person gathered their courage and replied, "Surely, there's no way tens of thousands of angels would cooperate to create this survival game." Oliver flew closer to him. She pointed at his face and threatened, "What if we actually did cooperate? Are you planning to praise us? Stop asking useless questions. Being a busybody will get your head cracked one day, human." Being that clothes made the man turn pale as he stammered, I'm sorry." Oliver muttered, "Whatever, humans will be humans." Ryu-min watched in silence as if he had already predicted this. Seeing her dodge the question, "I know we hit a nerve. Then again, there must be a rule requiring them to keep the identity of the creator a secret." Not just him, but everyone began to have their suspicions, reasoning further. Besides, an angel who can be killed by a player couldn't possibly create a massive survival game like this. Oliver flew up, looked down, and angrily said, "From now on, I won't be answering any more questions from you vermin. If you're going to be vermin, live like it. Why are you asking so many questions?" The people below were terrified while she continued to grumble, "So annoying, you're wasting my time. Anyway, as announced, I will begin the sector merger. You only need to know that we are taking this measure because the number of players is too low." Oliver warned, "Stop with the pointless speculation." Suddenly the ground shook, startling everyone. What was that? An earthquake. The ground beneath them instantly began to form perfectly even squares. And from those squares, flames began to erupt. Then a massive pillar of light appeared before everyone. It left those present pale with fear. wondering what terrifying thing from this hell was about to happen next. After that, the spot where they were standing also turned into a deadly square. The areas next to them had turned into a sea of fire, leaving them with no way to escape. Layer upon layer became visible as they lit up. Each square gradually flared to life. Then, the interiors of their own squares began to divide into smaller grids. The people standing inside gradually came into view. All the players looked confused, a mix of bewilderment and panic. Suddenly, the rays of light faded, causing everyone to exclaim in surprise, "Is it over?" Only then did they have time to look around. Next to their square, many people in different outfits had appeared. "Who are those people?" Oliver announced. "The sector merger is complete." Seeing them looking confused, she asked, "What's wrong? You're all humans, so why don't you greet each other?" Another purple-haired angel appeared and said, "That's right, how long do you intend to just stand there like statues?" Looking up, the people below were dazed. Another angel. Looking at the estimated numbers, are there 10 angels? It was another angel, but the voice mixed with disdain sounded exactly the same. "Greetings, are you humans? You must have heard the term in charge angel before, haven't you? Because the number of people was low, the sectors have been merged." She announced, "Currently, 10 sectors have been merged into one, and the total number of people here is 4,844. The people below were in a panic. 10 sectors merged, nearly 5,000 people. No wonder it feels so crowded. Oliver continued, "Other sectors are also in the process of merging. Naturally, since they've merged, the sector names will also change." She spoke with interest. "Now the name of this sector is CESKS007, consisting only of players from the country of South Korea." The people below murmured, "Ah, we're all from the same country. It's a relief we can still communicate. Who knows, we might have been mixed with other countries later." Ryu Min looked around and thought, obviously, the sector merger won't stop at this time. Whenever the number of people drops below 500, they will continue to merge with other sectors. He still remembered the situation from the previous regression clearly. Eventually, when the number of Korean players falls below 500, they will have to compete against players from other nations. Ryu Min looked up to observe, his thoughts racing, but that won't happen until round 11. For now, I need to focus here. Based on the progress of his previous regression, he was certain that the Angels would organize a side game in a moment. Oliver spoke on behalf of the group. "Before we announce the main mission, we will play a side game to celebrate today's sector merger." The group of angels began to discuss, doesn't each sector have a representative? But now that they have merged, what should we do? Naturally, we have to elect a new sector representative. The person below asked back, "A new representative for this sector?" Oliver pointed with her finger, "The rules are very simple." She smiled gleefully. "The 10 former sector representatives will step out and fight each other to the death. The last survivor will be promoted to the representative of this merged sector." The people below were in an uproar. "So to get a representative for this merged sector, we have to kill each other. That's cruel. But interesting, who will become the representative? It would be great to have some popcorn right now." A man thought angrily, "Damn it, what the hell is this?" The girl nearby was also worried and clenched her hands. "We have to kill each other just to choose a representative." Another man bit his hand, regretting it in his heart. "If I had known this, I wouldn't have become a sector representative." Standing before the door of life and death, everyone harbored their own thoughts. "I wonder if we can resurrect if we die this time." Even these people seemed to be representatives from other sectors. Though they had different assessments of the situation, they shared the same thought. "Can we even give up our position as a sector representative?" Ryu Min remained calm, assessing the situation. In the past, being a sector representative had no benefits, but from this round on, it will be different. "I must win this death match and become the representative." Oliver added, "You representatives don't need to be so worried. Although it's a death match, it's not a real death. After the game ends, all the representatives who died will be resurrected." One man spoke loudly, feeling relieved. "We get resurrected this time too." But everyone remained pensive in the face of the vague rules of this new round. Oliver folded her arms and recounted. "Looking at those expressions, it seems you all think being a representative has no benefits, right? The representative can use the power of domination." She continued, to everyone's astonishment. "That is the authority to control players with a lower level than yourself. Regardless of whether they want it or not, you can control that player within the sector at will, an upgraded version of the command power. Of course, the usage limit is 10 times. Furthermore, if the representative dies, this authority will be transferred to someone else." Oliver asked mockingly, "But it's still tempting, right, being able to control others?" The people below still hadn't fully processed the info. "Really, we can control anyone at will, regardless of whether they want it or not." Oliver quickly declared, "I'm sure you have some motivation now, so after you finish preparing, we will proceed with the side game." Another angel pensively spoke up. "Since the sectors have been merged, we should also decide which angel will be the representative." Having said that, all the angels went silent. Is there any angel who would like to volunteer? If so, raise your hand. The one who just asked sighed, I knew it, I asked a useless question. If there were an angel who would volunteer, that person would be quite weird. The angel next to them also calmly spoke up. It's confirmed that no angel wants to be the representative. So what should we do? Does anyone have a good idea? Hearing this, the angel who just proposed it became even more interested. How about rolling a dice to choose a representative? Wanting to leave it to luck isn't a bad idea, but it's not very interesting. They began to murmur and discuss. How about deciding an order and taking turns as the representative? That way isn't very fair. The people at the back would probably have to wait a long time for their turn. That's true, and it won't be long before another sector merger happens anyway. Oliver asked, bored, is there any fair and interesting way? At this moment, Priscilla made a new suggestion. How about this? We are going to have the sector representatives fight each other soon anyway. She looked at Oliver and said, the angel in charge of the sector of the person who dies first will be punished by becoming the representative. Those around all agreed with this opinion. That's interesting. Good idea. I like Priscilla's way. Do the other angels agree with this method? They simultaneously raised their hands to respond. I agree too, I also agree. Someone else had a different idea. Wait, why not do it this way? Oliver suggested, instead of the first one to die, the angel in charge of the final survivor will become the king. Let's choose the angel in charge of the one who survives to the end to be the representative angel. The angel next to them looked at the representative in surprise as they said, the other angels must absolutely obey the orders of the representative angel. Suppose if you designate someone as a guide, they must follow it because it is a royal decree. Priscilla stroked her chin and asked, so that means if the sector representative wins, we win too. If so, wouldn't that make us the representative angel just like the player who won? They continued to discuss with each other, full of excitement. This is getting even more interesting. Representative sounds tempting, a unique idea, Oliver. The red-haired angel seemed pensive, daring to suggest the winner becomes the representative. You seem quite confident. Oliver turned to look at her and replied, of course I'm confident. She smiled very confidently. But what can I do? My sector representative is no amateur. From the beginning until now, this player has never let go of the top spot in their corresponding sector. Oliver laughed provocatively. Oh really? A foolish bird standing at the top of their sector, only that and you dare to mock me. She thought of Ryu Min and was extremely smug. If they knew who my sector representative was, they would surely be shocked enough to fall to the ground. Oliver finished speaking and then asked as if nothing had happened. So, what do you think? Shall we decide on that? I certainly have no reason to refuse. The other angels also happily followed suit. I agree, this idea seems more interesting. Me too, I'm also confident. My sector representative is no amateur either. An angel looked at Oliver and asked, decided then, shall we start now? Oliver, you go and talk, I understand. Then they looked down at the crowd of players standing in rows below and spoke up. From this moment on, we will begin the exception game to select a representative for the merged sector. All sector representatives gather here to receive orders. This statement immediately made several prominent figures break into a cold sweat and clench their fists. Others looked up at the angels with full alertness. Ryu Min just remained pensive with a cold expression. A moment later, 10 representatives were separated, including Ryu Min. Oliver smiled slightly and waved her hand. The ground under their feet immediately shook violently. Flames suddenly ignited, and a circular stone floor with patterns gradually appeared. Gradually, stone pillars rose high, surrounding the stone floor and the players. Finally, a completely circular battle arena was formed right in the middle of the clearing. The 10 people inside looked extremely surprised and bewildered by this scene. Oliver looked down from above and explained once again, from this moment on, within this scope, we will hold a death match. Kill each other until only one person survives. If you die outside the arena, you cannot be resurrected, so even if you die, don't leave this arena. While everyone was focusing their attention, the signal sounded, then begin. The 10 people quickly stood far apart, wary of those around them. Ryu Min did not dare to attack rashly either, but just watched silently. One sector representative glanced around the arena. Just kill the 9 people here, and I can become the representative of the merged sector, right? He looked at a blonde guy and 2 girls in front of him who were struggling with each other. Looks like everyone is afraid to act rashly. They are testing each other. That's right, anyone who managed to seize the position of sector representative before must be a capable person. He smirked arrogantly, even so there is no one stronger than me. In his head, he recalled his previous battles. From the beginning until now, he had not only never lost the top spot in his sector, but the dissolution rune I possess is practically a cheat. Just stab the opponent's body with the sword, and the rune will automatically activate, slicing off the rest of their body. Even the way he stabbed others in the back felt like he was possessed by a demon. The sword moved on its own, and thanks to that, in the fourth round, he killed 312 people. The angels above had the same question. What are you doing? Why aren't you fighting? Fight immediately, you foolish humans. He realized their impatience and thought, what's going on? Betting money? Why are they so agitated? Needless to say, I was planning to act anyway. He confidently walked straight in one direction. Anyway, no one is stronger than me. If I take this opportunity to make a strong first impression, they will be afraid and won't dare to attack. To do that, suddenly he stopped his footsteps and turned around. The sector representative drew his sword, standing alone against the rest. He took a battle stance, acting defiantly. Need a sacrifice to become the victim for my performance. The sector representative gripped the sword in his hand, smirking. Whoever dares to crawl out first, I will deal with them first. Just then, Ryu Min in the crowd nonchalantly stepped out. He held a long scythe, coldly preparing for battle. The sector representative was still inwardly smug, asking himself, finally revealed my first sacrifice. He stood still, observing Ryu Min filled with doubt. A large, crude scythe. Weapons like that aren't common. The sector representative was still underestimating the person in front of him when he suddenly stiffened. Even though he had seen cases with scythes in nicknames, the person who actually held a scythe. He stared at the glowing golden text above Ryu Min's head. Black scythe. Cold sweat began to pour out like a stream, his mouth open wide, unable to speak. Oh, is that Black Scythe? Is the nickname Black Scythe? The sector representative's mind was in chaos, but he still tried to reassure himself. Could it be the same name? No, it's not. Nicknames can't be duplicated, right? His sword tip gradually lowered. So is that him? The sector representative watched Ryu Min walking toward him, screaming madly in his heart. It really is Black Scythe. Ranking at the top of the entire sector, level 30. The angels flying above looked down, unable to help but wonder, what's wrong with that player? He was just eagerly advancing, so why did he suddenly look so stupid? Oliver looked at the red-haired girl who was anxiously biting her nails and asked mockingly, Priscilla, isn't that person your sector representative? She didn't answer, but her expression showed extreme restlessness. What the hell is he doing, that stupid human? She looked at the current situation of the two people below and asked herself, why are they just standing there? Suddenly a mocking laugh rang out, cutting through her thoughts. The red-haired angel turned, annoyed, and questioned coldly, Oliver, do you find the current situation that funny? Oliver laughed triumphantly, looking at her. Sorry, but it's just too funny. Oliver pointed at the guy below and explained, look at that human, look at him. See how he trembles like a leaf when he sees my sector representative. Your sector representative, that is. Only now did she focus on observing Ryu Min. That giant scythe was indeed very impressive. But seeing it for the first time and not feeling enough pressure to tremble? No way. She thought so, immediately turning to question Oliver. So you're saying my sector representative is afraid of yours? Oliver acted as if it were obvious. Does it look like that to you? The red-haired angel still didn't accept the truth and argued. Don't talk nonsense, Oliver. You think being a sector rank 1 is a joke? My sector representative hasn't lost the number 1 spot even once since the first round. Oliver rubbed her cheek, her eyes filled with provocation. That sector, rank 1. That sector isn't for just anyone who wants it. My representative has never missed the top spot in the entire sector, right? The other angels heard this and were also extremely surprised as they looked down. Huh? A sector rank 1? Where did this guy come from to lie like this? Still haven't realized it. The angels who watch the rankings only need to look at the nickname to know. Someone recognized him and said loudly, Oh, I've seen Black Scythe before. Isn't that the person who always appears whenever the final summary results table appears? The red-haired angel was now trembling like a leaf. That Black Scythe is Oliver's sector representative. If that person is really Black Scythe, our sector representative is fundamentally no match. Another angel suddenly let out a surprising sound, causing her to jump. Below, the sector representative had just had a slash cut across his neck. His head fell off just like that. The match ended very quickly. Oliver laughed and teased. At first glance, Priscilla has been eliminated. A blonde guy saw this scene and also broke into a cold sweat, recognizing Ryu Min. Black Scythe, why is Black Scythe here? He looked around, the others nearly lost their will to fight out of fear. Even if all of us rush in, we can't beat Black Scythe. I will also die like that guy, even without time to react. Level 30, how can I win? I'm only level 13. Then he saw him walking toward him and panicked. The blonde guy backed away while giving a strained smile, but his tone sounded more like a plea. Mr. Black Scythe, it's a great honor. Didn't expect to be in the same sector as the famous Black Scythe. I'm moved to tears. Ryu Min got closer and closer and he became more and more panicked. Wait, stop your hand, let's talk in our own language. A girl holding a bow quickly put away her weapon, showing her goodwill toward him. See, haven't I already put away my weapon? I told you I had no intention of fighting Black Scythe. The blonde guy quickly put away his weapon, looked up at the sky. Sorry, angels, I give up. Me too, I also give up. Me too, I also give up. An angel sighed in disappointment at the sight, finding it pathetic. What is this behavior? Giving up? Did you all just say you're giving up, you humans? Another, equally displeased, chimed in, you're ruining the game I've painstakingly prepared. The angels erupted in fury, their faces twisted with murderous intent. Warning, from here on out, if anyone dares to mention quitting again, I will blow their head off. The group below turned pale with fear upon hearing this. If your head is blown off, you'd better not even think about resurrection, do you understand? The female archer pulled out her weapon once again. The others silently followed suit, watching Ryu Min with guarded expressions. One of them tried to reassure the others, there are 8 of us, who knows, we might actually win. Seeing their expressions, Ryu Min felt slightly disappointed and thought, do you think those angels are more terrifying than me? It seemed they were planning to rush him together. Yet this only made him more intrigued, and he offered a cold, mocking smirk. No matter how many ants there are, they are still just ants in the end. Offended by his implication, the group snapped back. Is that bastard laughing at us? He's acting high and mighty because he's a high ranker, isn't he? Well, we have reputations in this region too. Spurred on by their wounded pride, they cast aside their fear and charged at him in unison. Ryu Min swiftly leaped forward. With eyes bloodshot and intense, he decisively swung his scythe. Ryu Min unleashed a powerful strike that sent several enemies flying in an instant. This left the others in absolute shock. He continued to dash between them, taking them down one by one. The scene descended into chaos as Ryu Min swept across the battlefield, leaving a trail of blood splattering in his wake. The angels were horrified by the sight. They began to murmur, I didn't expect it to end so pathetically. Is it over? Did Black Dog really win? Priscilla, having realized something, spoke up. So the angel in charge of Death Scythe, Oliver, will be treated like a king for a while, right? Someone replied, is that it? She screamed in anger, Oliver. Priscilla furiously demanded, you knew this would be the outcome, didn't you? Oliver calmly replied, of course I did. This only made her blood boil even more. Just as I thought. Priscilla pointed directly at her and shouted, everyone, this bitch tricked us. She only made that offer because she knew she would win. Oliver, clearly agitated by the accusation, snapped, why are you stating the obvious? What of it? Oliver, showing no shame, explained, naturally I proposed the game because it was to my advantage. Why would I propose it if it weren't? She then scanned the crowd below with a look of disdain. Besides, did I force you to bet? No, you all agreed to it because you thought it sounded fun, and yet here you are blaming me. Seeing them grit their teeth in anger, she challenged them, what, you want to fight? If you're that confident, go ahead and try. Oliver raised her voice to remind them, angels fighting in front of humans would be a total disgrace. If the head angel finds out, it goes without saying that you'd be locked up in the insect cage. Priscilla froze for a moment, mumbling, the insect cage. That place is truly disgusting. I really hate the insect cage. She continued to provoke them. What's the matter? Too scared to attack? Besides, according to the bet, I'm the king now. Priscilla, you'll be in charge as the interim representative for this unified region. Priscilla asked in a panic, wait, for how long? Oliver replied calmly, until I'm no longer angry. What's the matter? Why aren't you getting to work? As Priscilla left, she didn't forget to complain. Why on earth did I agree to that bet? She flew toward humanity to make the announcement. As you humans can see, the representative for the unified region has been decided. At that moment, the system displayed that the player Black Dog had become the new regional representative for CESKS-007. Temporary skill domination effect can issue commands to players and force them to comply. The player cannot refuse the order under any circumstances. Limit 10 uses total 10 remaining, can only issue 1 command per player. The skill has no effect on players of a higher level than the user. As expected, Black Dog is the representative. Black Dog is level 30, so he could control anyone if he wanted to. It's best not to provoke him. Looking down from above, she declared, all right, since the outcome is decided, I will revive the players who were killed. With that, her feathered wings glowed and a few feathers drifted down. The souls of those who had departed began to glow. The man who had been taken down earlier gasped, his heart pounding in terror. The group that had just been revived was equally surprised. Wait, what just happened? I clearly remember my body being torn apart. Priscilla, losing patience, explained, you were killed by Death Scythe. The new representative for the unified region is Death Scythe. They finally began to catch on. So that's how it ended up. She continued with the briefing. Since there is a new regional representative, I will be revoking the representative status of those who have been revived. The group looked dejected upon hearing Priscilla's words, but she added, don't be too disappointed, there will always be chances to regain the position of representative. Priscilla snapped her fingers to guide them. The sub-game is over, now I will brief you on the official mission. A personal status board appeared before each of them. New information updated for round 5. Main mission, each player must eliminate 300 orcs within 10 hours. Submission, collect 4 balance stones. Success will result in a reward for the entire region. Total participants 77,310,228. Number of completions 0193275557. Corresponding region CESKS 007. Total participants 4,884. Number of completions 01211. One person asked skeptically, "What is this? Eliminate 300 orcs. And why is the number of completions so low? Is it only a quarter?" Seeing their confusion, Priscilla threatened, "Why so many complaints? Are you unhappy because the completion rate is low? Would you like me to lower it even further?" The crowd had no choice but to accept it reluctantly. She reassured them, "I've only ever given you easy tasks before. That's why this time I've reduced the number of completions. Prepare yourselves for something more difficult. But don't be discouraged." They gradually regained their spirits. But 300 orcs shouldn't be that hard, right? In games, orcs are usually just small fry. Hearing this, Priscilla rubbed her temples in frustration and said, "Just experience it for yourselves and you'll see how difficult it really is. I won't say anything more." Two of the people from earlier asked in confusion, "Angel, what is the submission? Why is the reward marked with a question mark?" She explained helplessly, "Unlike the previous rounds, the submission for this round is public. But as you can see, the reward remains a secret." He felt just as dissatisfied. "Every time I turn around, it's a secret." Ryu Min pondered for a moment. The reward for the round 5 submission is the Balance Ancient Script, one of the 18 mandatory ancient scripts. Only one person per region can receive this submission reward. Of course, because it's one per region, other players have the chance to obtain the Balance Ancient Script. But the difficulty is even higher than the main mission. Ryu Min's expression hardened as he thought. Furthermore, even if one completes the submission, how many people could actually meet the requirements for the Balance Ancient Script? Priscilla quickly cleared up the confusion for everyone. The submission for this round is to collect balance stones. If you collect all 4, you will immediately receive the secret reward, but only one person can obtain it. Their expressions turned ugly upon hearing those words, as there were only 4 balance stones in the region. Someone spoke up. "Then what if no one finds all 4? Does that mean the submission is just discarded?" Priscilla gave a wicked smile. "That's right, but don't worry, because you can kill other players to steal the balance stones." They were shocked. "We can kill to steal them, just like the regional representative position." She turned her back and warned, "Yeah, of course you can't steal other items. This only applies to the balance stones. Also, unlike the last round, those killed will not be revived. Once you're dead, you're finished." Priscilla left her final words before the mission began. "That covers everything I needed to announce. You all must do your best." The remaining time until the end of the round is 9 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Ryu Min watched her silhouette fade away with a look of disgust. Even at the end, she disappears in such an annoying way. He began to plan. "First, I must eliminate the 300 orcs as quickly as possible, and then set a record." With that thought, he quickly accelerated and left. Ryu Min ignored all the chatter around him. Everyone had to turn their heads to watch his figure streak by. They whispered to each other, "He passed by already. Thank goodness. Coming so close just now scared the hell out of me. I thought my heart was going to jump out of my chest." Someone suggested, "Where do you think he's going? Let's try following him." The hooded man countered, "Are you crazy? Following Black Dog? Do you want to be controlled by him? He might even force you to be his slave for the rest of your life." The boy with black hair analyzed, "But isn't that still better than just sitting here? Regardless of what it is, Black Dog always acts faster than we do. That's why he's always at the top." The group hesitated for a long time, not daring to follow. One asked doubtfully, "What if he finds out we're following him?" The boy immediately came up with an idea. "We just need to follow from as far away as possible." Someone was still reluctant. "Even so," the black-haired boy said with complete indifference, "If you don't want to, you can stay here. I'm going alone." He then turned his back and left. The others struggled to make a decision. In the end, they followed him anyway. "Forget it, let's go too, right? If it's Black Dog, he'll know the way." At a small orc village, the orcs looked on in slight shock, staring at Ryu Min as he emerged from the tree line. The group hiding in the bushes whispered, "Hey, look at that. Is there a village over there? It looks like Black Dog is planning to go inside." Upon seeing the intruder, the orcs roared in fury. He showed no emotion and continued to charge forward. In an instant, Black Dog reached the orc's neck. Ryu Min delivered a decisive killing blow. The orc couldn't block the attack and collapsed to its knees. After taking down his first target, he continued into the village. Ryu Min observed the orc's activities closely. The orcs quickly realized what was happening and became more vicious as they saw the intruder. They rushed to attack immediately. He calmly swung his scythe horizontally. They angrily swung a hammer down. Ryu Min nimbly dodged the counterattack. He raised his scythe high, channeling his spiritual energy. Once he reached the peak of his power, Ryu Min jumped back into the fray. Ryu Min glided gently past the orc corpses, amidst the crimson blood. He stepped into one of the erected tents. Cries of despair echoed from inside the tent. Before long, Ryu Min had finished off the group of orcs. The players trailing him stood watching from beginning to end. The group seemed to brighten up. Turns out it's nothing major, they're just orcs. I'm sure their level is similar to the gnolls we've caught before. I wonder if it just looks easier because it's Black Dog. Someone reminded them, don't be careless. You're right, caution is better. Then instead of standing here, let's go wipe out an orc village just like him. Let's do it. The hooded player calculated carefully. In the near future, I should probably work with this group. All right, let's move. He looked at the group and thought, they will definitely be useful. I'll observe from behind for a bit. If the situation looks stable, I'll split off. For now, the more meat shields, the better. Someone else pointed ahead and shouted, look, there's another orc village. The group gasped in surprise. This one is much bigger. It looks 3 times the size of the one before. A large orc standing on a watchtower blew a horn to signal the infiltration. The shrill sound echoed through the air. In a flash, a swarm of orcs rushed out. The group, who had been excited just moments ago, were now filled with fear. What is this? Why does he have a horn? Did he just call other orcs? Could it be? A large force quickly rushed out to greet them. The orcs were much more muscular and ran with great power. Overwhelmed by numbers, the orcs immediately surrounded the group. The group of players were frozen in place. They couldn't hide their panic as those pairs of eyes stared intensely at them. They were no longer calm, yelling, damn it. I thought that orc village looked bigger than the last one, but I didn't expect there to be so many. There must be over 50 of them. The black-haired boy replied. The one who had been panicking earlier asked, hey, what do we do now? Someone replied gruffly, damn it, what do you mean, what do we do? We have to fight for our lives. In an instant, the orcs lunged to initiate the fight. They tried to reassure each other, they just outnumber us, these damn orcs aren't anything special, kill. In that moment, their weapons clashed with a loud clang. The orc angrily swung his club in retaliation. The players broke into a sweat but kept pushing. What's this? Their skills are terrible and their attacks aren't that fast. The brown-haired boy, feeling a surge of motivation, rushed forward. He boasted, all right, it really wasn't that big a deal. But the brown-haired boy didn't stay smug for long. He was stunned to find his sword stuck. He was immediately struck by the orc's attack. Just like that, the brown-haired boy collapsed while the others struggled to rise and fight back. Damn it, get away, you damn orcs. The group was quickly wiped out by the orcs. Soon enough, the boy who led the group lay under the orc's blade, asking himself, did I really just die at the hands of these orcs? As the final blow swung down, the black-haired boy screamed, help, help. Ryu Min, observing from behind, couldn't help but feel suspicious. I don't see those players following me anymore. He realized something was wrong but let it go. Moving with 20 people makes it hard to stay quiet anyway. Whatever, with 20 people, I don't need to worry. As long as they aren't stupid enough to touch a large orc village, it's best not to touch a village with guard posts. Because I know very well that if an orc guard blows a horn, over 50 of them will quickly gather, and there are over 200 orcs living inside. It really is an incredible number, with 10 green-skinned ones in every square meter. He recalled the strength of the orcs when he first entered the village. Ryu Min couldn't help but exclaim, furthermore, the muscle density of an orc is completely different from a human's. It's hard to pull a sword out once it's in, and they are incredibly tenacious. His footsteps gradually quickened. He launched an attack while thinking, I must aim for the neck. The orc's weakest point and slashed decisively. Just as he predicted, the orc was quickly finished off, with blood splattering everywhere. His expression remained completely emotionless as he glided past the giant orcs. Ryu Min muttered to himself, well, that only applies to average players anyway. He stepped forward one stride at a time. Then he teleported behind the orc and finished it off. As he pulled his weapon out, a spray of foul-smelling blood splattered upward, and he quietly called up his status window. The system then displayed the remaining time until the round ended. 8:59:22. Main quest progress, orc 300. Total area participants, 77,310,228. Completed, 119327557. Area CESKS 007, participants 4,844. Completed, 11211. He planned out his next moves, nodding, completing the main quest will take about an hour. First, I've secured the top spot, now it's time to go help Julie. Ryu Min recalled her character design and signaled to follow him. Elsewhere, a battle seemed to have just ended and Mankey hurried over to check on him. Are you okay? Young-ho was breathing heavily as he managed to say, that was a real near-death experience. Those two were Choi Mankey, a member of the Young Climbers Guild, and Cho Young-ho, the leader of the Young Climbers Guild. Having just finished the grueling battle, they were only now able to relax a bit and chat. What kind of orc is this strong? Yeah, at first glance, they just look like walking pigs, but you really can't underestimate them. The people here were members of the Young Climbers Guild. Young-ho turned to ask Mankey, how many have we killed so far? The young man was slightly surprised but replied, about 50, boss. Young-ho spoke up with concern, in 1 hour 5 of us have only killed 50. This isn't good at all. At this rate, within 10 hours, forget 300, we're going to get eliminated. Someone raised a hand to ease the tension. Eliminated? That's not right. This time, if you get eliminated, you'll be wiped out completely. He reminded them, getting a little impatient. Everyone, we might have to attack a larger village. Mankey asked skeptically, wouldn't that be too dangerous? That's right, dealing with 3 of them was already difficult and you want to go to an even bigger village. Someone else chimed in, I think it's fine if we just keep picking small villages to hunt safely like we are now. Young-ho showed agreement, yeah, you're right, you're not wrong at all, so I have no rebuttal and I'm not forcing anyone. But if we go on like this, we'll all fail to kill 300 and we'll all die anyway. No matter how difficult it is, every choice has its risks. Suddenly, Young-ho hesitated, but he said seriously, listen carefully, there's no future on a sinking ship. Footsteps echoed through the space. The forest had been stained with the color of blood for some time now. When they arrived, Mankey raised his hand to signal. There it is, the exact village we saw before. He was slightly uneasy. Wait, it looks like there's a guard post at the entrance. Let's circle around to the side. Taking advantage of the orcs not paying attention, the group snuck in. Someone spotted a gap and spoke up. Look over there, there's an opening in the fence. Mankey went ahead to scout the situation carefully. It seems there's no one walking around. The inside was strangely empty. Once they saw the situation was safe, the group moved in. They quickly searched for any remaining traces. Young-ho wondered, are they all inside the houses? With that size, there must be 5 in one house, right? He replied with worry, yeah, more than I thought. He hung his head, you idiots, there's no other way. Someone came up with an idea, we'll just have to hit each house one by one. Young-ho agreed and gave urgent orders, all right, if that's the decision, let's go in. The young man nodded in agreement, yeah, 5 of them. We can easily handle them if we take advantage of a surprise attack. He reminded them carefully, let's start from this house. When I give the signal, everyone rush in. The group got into fighting stances, unable to hide their tense expressions. And then they resolutely marched inside. Approaching the door, Young-ho leaned his ear against it to listen. Then the group quickly broke down the door and charged in. Everyone's face was a mask of panic. Surprised, they shouted loudly, 10 of them. The orcs, seeing strangers, became aggressive and grabbed their clubs to counterattack. Someone screamed in terror, there are too many of them, what do we do? He calmly reassured them, first, let's just kill them one by one. Young-ho ordered the others left side first. They replied, understood. The Young Climbers Guild supported each other fluidly. Everyone quickly cleared a path for Young-ho to move forward. The orc was knocked down to its knees. After distracting the orc, Mankey rushed up from behind to attack. He seized the opportunity to quickly finish it off, leaving it slumped on the floor. The orcs became enraged, roaring with fury. One of them flew toward the group. The orc stared intently at Mankey right in front of it. In an instant, it used its claws to tear open the young man's shoulder. Seeing him collapse, Young-ho panicked and shouted, Mankey. He immediately grabbed his sword and lunged to slash the orc's throat. You damn pigs, die. A single sword thrust pierced straight through its throat. The large orc was quickly taken down, to the astonishment of many. Seeing their comrade die, the others became even more aggressive. He and his teammates surrounded Mankey to protect him. The orc stared at them, preparing for the battle that was about to ignite. Young-ho was momentarily tense and thought to himself, there are only 8 left now, but with this many people, can we really handle them? A member spoke up, trying to talk him out of it, boss, this isn't good, let's retreat. He agreed, I was just thinking the same thing. As soon as he said that, the group scrambled to retreat. The aggressive orcs chased after them to capture them. They tore through the door quickly, but as soon as they stepped outside, they were frozen by the scene before them. The noise from inside the tent had likely been heard by the ones nearby. They stepped out simultaneously, surrounding the Young Climbers Guild. Standing before a crowd of orcs, a member of the guild stammered, how many are there? At least 10 of them. They slowly sank into despair. It's over, everything is over, is it really the end? Young-ho didn't give up, he calmly ordered, pick up your weapons. The group, looking deathly pale, looked at their leader in confusion. It's truly over now. It was really fun being with you all this time. Young-ho became more serious than ever. Do you all know why they haven't killed us yet? He told everyone, if you want to know, take a look at the expressions on those orcs. The orcs were laughing heartily at them. They couldn't help but tremble before the sight. He pointed at them and said, they're mocking us. We're trembling like mice, so they find it funny. Young-ho shouted in a provocative tone, does it make you mad? Being looked down upon by orcs and treated like a joke, like monkeys trapped in a zoo. He quickly bolstered their spirits, don't give up just yet. Everyone hurry up, pick up your weapons and take at least one of them down with you. That way, even if we die, we won't have any regrets. Someone immediately grabbed a sword and replied, I understand, boss. Each of them raised their weapons, determined. I'm sorry you had to see me looking so pathetic, boss. Even if I die, I'll be by your side. The orcs, unable to keep their playful mood from before, began to get serious. Young-ho whispered to his brothers, when I give the signal, we'll gang up on them one by one, understand? They replied, yes, boss. After his call, the group charged forward to the orcs' surprise. Then let's charge. The orcs were suddenly startled. Then they laughed as if something was very funny. For some reason, they ran away. When the group looked back, they saw the orcs had vanished into thin air. Someone exclaimed in surprise, what's this? Why are the orcs acting like that? The whole group looked back when they heard a shout, everyone. Young-ho was struggling against the orcs, where the group had just entered their tent. They stood there staring. He maintained a confident look. There are only 8 left now, let's go. They heard the order and immediately flew forward. Yes, boss. After a long, exhausting battle, they won and cheered. We actually won. We got all 8 of them. Everyone excitedly turned to praise Young-ho. Boss, did we really do it? It was all you, boss. That's right, if it weren't for you, we would have given up long ago and been wiped out. He replied modestly, don't say that. It's because you all had the will to risk your lives in battle that we managed it. Otherwise, I would have been dead and gone here too. Young-ho turned to check on Mankey. Hey Mankey, how's your wound? He tried hard to reply, it still hurts but I can manage, I'm fine. He supported him and reminded, first, go get some rest and remember, absolutely no moving. Everyone, hide here too, I'll go scout to see if there's any way out. Someone asked with concern, won't it be dangerous? Don't worry about me, just stay quiet and wait here. Seeing Young-ho leave, they called out after him, be careful, boss. He observed his surroundings, feeling suspicious. Strange, why is it so quiet? I haven't seen a single soul for a while now. Young-ho continued searching for clues. His gaze fell on the scene before him. What in the world is that? Young-ho couldn't believe his eyes. He was stunned at the sight of thousands of dead bodies. Young-ho walked forward wondering, what on earth is this? He couldn't stop questioning the identity of the person who did this. Who could have done such a horrifying thing? Young-ho couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the person in front of him. Wait, is that person? He couldn't believe it and blurted out, Black Scythe. Ryu-min turned his head to look. Someone reached the village first. He looked at the information displayed above the man standing in front of him. Nicknamed Young-ho. Ryu-min remembered something. This guy is that Young-ho, the mercenary king. He fell into deep thought. Among melee classes, the mercenary is a class similar to an angel. They can use many types of weapons and possess a similar skill set, but there is one clear difference. That is, they become stronger when they sign a contract with someone else. For this reason, most players with the mercenary profession group up with acquaintances or sign contracts with the mercenary king. Young-ho was also the person he was thinking of. The mercenary king is the only class that can command mercenaries through contracts. And when a mercenary signs a contract with a mercenary king, they receive additional effects. Therefore, for a mercenary, there is no reason not to sign a contract. Ryu-min held his scythe and thought to himself, the man in front of me, Young-ho, is that only class, the mercenary king. Looking at Young-ho, who was flustered, he couldn't help but ponder, I didn't expect to meet the mercenary king in a place like this. Seeing him staring, Young-ho spoke up. Hello there, Black Scythe. Ryu-min asked in surprise, you know me? Young-ho quickly continued. Of course I do, who doesn't know Black Scythe, the person who is always at the top of the rankings. Deep down, he was as surprised as a fan meeting their idol. I didn't expect to meet the rank 1 player in the entire area here. If I suddenly reach out to shake his hand, would he be annoyed? Ryu-min carefully assessed him in his mind. He doesn't seem like the type of person to stab others in the back. He seemed lost in his own thoughts. Perhaps that's why he was able to achieve the mercenary king profession. To become a mercenary king, you need a kind heart and the mind of a leader. Young-ho just stood there muttering, well then, let's talk for a bit. Seeing Ryu-min standing motionless staring at him, he asked awkwardly, did you kill all the orcs here by yourself? He quickly received confirmation, that's right. Even though he had guessed as much, hearing him say that, Young-ho was so surprised he stammered. That's really hard to believe. You truly are the player who's always ranked number 1. Then he bowed at a 90-degree angle. Thank you, I only survived because you distracted the orcs. Ryu-min replied calmly, I didn't even know you were here. Even so, Young-ho was still very appreciative. I know you didn't mean to, but I still received help, right? Seeing him so insistent, Ryu-min sighed, closed his eyes and replied, all right, if you're done, you should take your teammates and leave quickly. I killed everything in the village, so don't worry. Young-ho asked suspiciously, is that so? But how did you know I had teammates? Ryu-min signaled behind him. Young-ho saw that and immediately turned back in the direction Ryu-min pointed. His teammates had all stepped out. No wonder Ryu-min knew. Young-ho was surprised to see them. Why did you guys come out? I told you to wait there. A young man holding a sword nearby chimed in. We were worried you'd leave us all behind. Young-ho was extremely annoyed to hear that. Are you kidding? Where would I go and leave you all? Ryu-min glanced toward them and thought, At a glance, those four are mercenaries, and it seems they are in a contract relationship with Young-ho. Then he looked at Young-ho again. They followed him out of concern. To have reliable comrades following him this early on, he really is a mercenary king. After a moment of joking, one of the guys in the group recognized him and exclaimed in surprise, "Huh, Black Scythe." The guy next to him was just as surprised. "Huh, why is Black Scythe doing here?" Ryu Min, holding his scythe, replied calmly, "Nothing, I just came for a light hunt." The person who just asked gave a strained smile. "I see." Another person broke into a cold sweat. "A light hunt and you wiped everything out, hundreds of orcs probably." Seeing them talk too much, he chased them off. "Finished? Then go." He secretly calculated, "I've killed all the orcs so the mid-boss will appear soon. If they get caught up in it, it'll be very dangerous." His words were like a command ringing in their ears. "Oh, I see. Then see you next time, Black Scythe. It was a pleasure meeting you." The orcs' corpses had begun to vanish. The group also hurriedly prepared to leave. But then one of them discovered something. "Huh, don't you guys hear something?" A nearby teammate replied, "What sound?" A young man replied, "Listen carefully." Young-ho also sensed something wasn't right and asked, "What sound is this?" When he asked, Ryu Min also replied, "It's the mid-boss, run away quickly." With the shaking getting stronger and Ryu Min's words, Young-ho broke into a cold sweat and asked again, "What did you say, mid-boss?" Under the crimson moonlight, the silhouette of the boss appeared as if answering his question. The young man holding the sword asked in terror, "What's that?" His teammate replied quickly, "An orc." The massive orc monster roared with a deafening sound. Everywhere it stepped created a shockwave that shattered stones into pieces, sending dust flying everywhere. Ryu Min saw it and thought without any panic, "It's finally appeared, Orc Warrior." A crystal shard flashed in his mind. "Even though I killed all the orcs in this village, I didn't leave because of this guy. To get the subquest item, the Balanced Stone, I have to kill it." Ryu Min smiled slightly at the thought. "By defeating this guy and the bosses of the 3 remaining villages, I will complete the subquest." Seeing its target standing right in front, the boss rushed over quickly. One of Young-ho's teammates saw the monster appear and asked, "Hey boss, that guy looks angry, right?" He replied in terror, "Yeah, looks like it." Young-ho's face went pale as he tried to blurt out, run away." The boss had found its prey. It swung its blade and began the hunt. And the first target it chose was Young-ho. He could only stand frozen in place, terrified to the point that his limbs were shaking and he couldn't run. Death was approaching right before his eyes as the boss's blade descended toward him. 2 members standing nearby witnessed the scene and shouted loudly, "Boss." Just when they thought he was a goner, for some reason, Young-ho was still alive and sitting not far from the blade. The near-death experience left Young-ho's face deathly pale, his hands and feet trembling as he remained speechless. Seeing him still sitting there, Ryu Min appeared out of nowhere, using his scythe to push him somewhere else. Not knowing whether it was a rescue or an attack, Young-ho fell flat to the ground. Ryu Min added coldly, "Why are you just standing there like a statue?" Young-ho finally snapped out of his trance, looking at him with immense gratitude. "Thank you, Black Dog." With an icy expression, Ryu Min ordered, "Back off. If you want to keep living, that is." Young-ho scrambled backward as fast as his legs could carry him while the boss lunged toward the 2 of them, preparing to attack. It kept growling incessantly as it approached, revealing jaws filled with sharp, blood-stained teeth. It was a terrifying sight. Ryu Min swung his scythe and rushed in, muttering, "This is pathetic." He successfully landed a heavy blow on its leg, with energy continuously pouring from his scythe to inflict damage on the boss. Feeling the pain surge through it, the creature let out a deafening, agonizing roar. The previous strike had driven the boss into a berserk state, and it swung its blade once more, determined to turn Ryu Min into mincemeat. An even more powerful blow than the last one came crashing down where Ryu Min stood, shattering the ground into pieces. But it wasn't enough. Ryu Min had already leaped backward in time, remaining safe. He landed successfully without a single scratch, while the boss, still in a frenzy, continued to swing its blade wildly. Another strike landed, but the result was identical to before. Ryu Min had used Blink to vanish. Ryu Min had circled behind the boss and looked at it with disdain. "So what if your attack power is high? It's over the moment you miss." The orc heard the noise and turned back with a snarl. After a moment of continuous movement, Ryu Min's feet suddenly came to a halt. He gathered his strength and sprang upward. In an instant, Ryu Min appeared right in front of the boss. He put all his strength into a powerful swing of his scythe, delivering a heavy strike to the orc. The impact created a massive shockwave. The boss shrieked in agony, while Ryu Min calmly moved to a different spot. Knowing that alone wasn't enough to take it down, he twisted his body and leaped to close the distance once again. The sharp blade of the scythe was raised high. This time he aimed straight for the boss's neck and slashed. The searing pain left the monster in absolute misery. Provoked by his actions, the orc raised its weapon, preparing to retaliate. With its massive frame, it swung at him with everything it had, but its movements were still too slow. Ryu Min dodged with ease. Seeing the creature go berserk, Ryu Min maintained his usual calm and thought, Its neck is too thick. 2 strikes still aren't enough. With that thought, he leaped toward the creature to try again. The scythe was raised, but this time something felt very different. It wasn't just a simple strike. The scythe had hooked into the orc's head. Ryu Min used the boss's body as a pivot and vaulted to the other side. Still gripping the scythe tightly, he propelled himself into the air. Driven by the force of his jump, the scythe bit deep into the monster's neck. Ryu Min performed a graceful spin until the orc's head was severed. The boss was defeated, collapsing to the ground along with its head. Ryu Min stood triumphantly atop its corpse. The chime of the system notifying him of his experience echoed. Orc warrior defeated, experience plus 3773%. Gold plus 4000, bonus gold plus 2000. Young-ho's group not far away had witnessed the entire magnificent scene. One of the blonde guys sat there with his mouth agape. What happened? Did he take it down? Young-ho was so shocked he couldn't even speak. That guy, Black Dog. With everything settled, Ryu Min slowly stepped down. The sight of Ryu Min standing beside the boss's corpse looked truly arrogant and handsome. The system began calculating his rewards. Player has defeated the Orc Warrior. Experience plus 3773%. Gold plus 4000, bonus gold plus 2000. Received World Cleaver, received Orc Heart, received low-grade magic enhancement crystal. Received Balance Stone, submission progress, Balance Stones 1-4. Looking at his haul, Ryu Min thought, as expected, hunting scattered monsters isn't as good as taking down a boss, plus, it drops a pile of decent items. A new item appeared on his screen, World Cleaver. Weapon type, Greatsword, grade epic, damage 100 effect with each hit on an enemy, attack speed plus 5% stacks up to 10 times. Durability 100-100, usage requirement, common level or higher. Ryu Min was thrilled by the stats. In terms of damage, this even surpasses my scythe. I should sell this later for a profit. Another item caught his eye, Orc Heart. An average person would probably get goosebumps and throw it away immediately. Item info appeared, Orc Heart. Item category description, a hard red stone. It looks like a real heart but isn't, so players can use it with peace of mind. An image of his scythe flashed in his mind, but it would be a waste to throw this away. After all, it's a material for crafting unique items. Seeing that the battle had ended, Young-ho and his crew ran over. Black Dog, thank you for saving us. Thanks to you, I and the others managed to keep our lives. But it seems you knew in advance that the giant orc was going to appear, didn't you? Ryu Min found them annoying and thought he should just give a vague answer to be done with it. Acting on that thought, he replied, in other orc villages, after you wipe out the regular orcs, a mid-sized boss always appears afterward. Young-ho exclaimed, so that's why you kept telling us to run somewhere else. How kind. The other members were moved to tears hearing this. Ryu Min dismissed the topic. Anyway, I'm finished here. I'm leaving, Young-ho's team bowed respectfully. Yes, thank you once again for saving us. Safe travels, Black Dog. Young-ho called out happily, all right, let's go too, we have to get back to hunting quickly. But suddenly, the injured team member groaned. He couldn't hold on anymore and collapsed. Young-ho asked anxiously, Mankey, are you okay? He tried his best to speak, brother, I can't take it anymore, I'm exhausted. Young-ho asked worriedly, what, you said you were fine a moment ago. Mankey replied with a pale face, I was just scared you worry, so I said that. I've reached my limit now. Young-ho panicked, even so you have to try. We have to last through the remaining time to survive in the real world. But the cruel truth was the only reply. You know it better than anyone, if we don't hit 300 it's all meaningless. Leave me behind, I don't want to be a burden to you and the team. As the leader, Young-ho refused, that won't do. There has to be a way. Right, we'll weaken the orcs and you just land the final blow, okay. Mankey's complexion worsened, clutching his blood-soaked arm as he spoke. Even if we do that, you and everyone else won't be able to hunt anything else. Even if we hit 300, I won't last until the end. Mankey gasped in pain as he finished speaking. This only made Young-ho more desperate. He felt helpless, not knowing what to do other than call out his name, hoping for a miracle. Mankey. This scene also caught Ryu Min's attention. He watched them and thought, that's surprising. A man who will later become the king of mercenaries, standing above hundreds of others, is this weak just because of a teammate. Ryu Min looked at their desperate struggle and figured out the reason. Well, if they are close brothers, I suppose that makes sense. The image of himself and his younger brother appeared in Ryu Min's mind. It touched him. Ryu Min stopped walking. After a moment of thought, he decided to turn around. I have a younger brother too, I suppose I should help them. The distance between Ryu Min and the group closed. He spoke up, hey, it seems you guys need some help. Do you mind if I take a look? Young-ho, as if grasping at a lifeline, asked hurriedly, do you have a way to save him? Ryu Min replied softly, yeah. He carefully observed Mankey's condition. The wound is serious, but it's not unsavable. Ryu Min reached out his hand, and a bright blue aura flowed from his palm toward Mankey's wound. The magical energy crept into the wound, forming a small energy core. A moment later, Mankey's shoulder was completely healed. as if it had never been injured. Young-ho gasped in disbelief at the magical sight. The wound, the guy next to him also stammered, the wound, it disappeared. Seeing that, the team members quickly asked, "Black Dog, how did you do that?" Ryu Min replied casually, "Emergency first aid. Anyone can buy it at the store." The brown-haired guy seemed enlightened. "Ah, I remember now." The blonde one added, "Right, I've seen it at the store too. It's supposed to be 20,000 gold. I never expected that skill to be this useful." Hearing them, Ryu Min thought, they've misunderstood. Emergency first aid isn't that useful. He contemplated the skill he had just used. It only helps stop the bleeding and heals small wounds. Fixing a broken shoulder like this is beyond its capabilities. A healing skill flashed through his mind, but emergency first aid was a divine attribute skill, and its effectiveness depended on the intelligence stat. Ryu Min looked at them thinking, my current intelligence stat has been boosted to 123. A brilliant, glowing item appeared on his screen with an effect. Each level increases intelligence by 1 and increases divine attribute skill effectiveness by 1%. Ryu Min continued his train of thought. Thanks to the amplification effect of the Radiant Crown, this skill was able to reach this level. He asked Mankey calmly, "Try moving your shoulder." Even though there was a scar, there was no problem with mobility. Mankey did as he was told and exclaimed in surprise, "I can move normally." With a cold expression, Ryu Min reminded him, "But it's not completely healed yet because it was only emergency first aid. If you push yourself too hard, the wound could return." He added, seeing the boy's bewildered face, "Even so, hunting orcs shouldn't be a problem." Mankey quickly stood up and bowed gratefully. "Truly, thank you, Black Dog. You are my lifesaver. Thank you so much." The others followed suit. Young-ho spoke on their behalf, "Thank you for saving Mankey." Two others followed in succession, "Thank you for saving my teammate. Thank you." Young-ho said with a grateful voice, "I don't know if it's worth much, but please accept this. It's a token of my sincerity." Two of the team members were stunned when they saw what he held out. It seemed to be very valuable. Then one by one they brought out gear as a token of thanks. "Black Dog, please take mine too, take this as well, and this sells for quite a bit of gold at the store." In less than a minute, items were piled around Ryu Min. He thought calmly, "For the sake of courtesy I should refuse then accept gently." He replied, "You don't need to do this." The guy with the mace said enthusiastically, "It's okay, this is just a token of our appreciation, please just take it." Everyone chimed in, "Please just take it." The result was Ryu Min standing there awkwardly, holding a whole pile of stuff thinking, all this junk the five of them gave me is actually worth quite a bit. Suddenly his gaze turned sharp as he remembered, but there's a bigger advantage than these things. Young-ho patted his teammate on the shoulder, stood in front of Ryu Min and said, "Thanks to you, Black Dog, Mankey has a chance to keep living." Mankey also smiled. "Beyond this small token of appreciation, I will definitely repay this debt later." Watching them laugh and chat happily, he calculated, getting the king of mercenaries to feel indebted while winning their favor and getting this much from a basic skill. Not a bad deal at all. Ryu Min stored the pile of gifted items in his inventory and turned around, saying, "I'm leaving. See you later." The whole group bowed in unison, "Safe travels." The scene shifted to a nearby forest. A girl sat under a tree canopy, staring at her system window thinking, is doing this okay? It's already been over an hour. The screen displayed, time remaining until the end of the round, 8 hours, 55 minutes, 15 seconds. Main mission progress, 0300 orcs. Julie watched the current situation in a panic. At this rate, forget 300, I might get wiped out entirely. She couldn't stop blaming herself, "It's all my fault. Because I was such a coward, I missed my chance with Black Dog." The scene from earlier flashed through her mind along with her thoughts. Since the start of round 5, finding Black Dog wasn't hard, as he was among the 10 regional representatives gathered for the sub-match, but Julie's face was filled with worry. Why did it turn out like this? She recalled the scene of a player being struck by the scythe without time to dodge. Just like that, his head fell, and he died without even being able to react. Ryu Min glided past everyone. Each time, someone fell without being able to defend themselves. His eyes were cold, incredibly terrifying and icy. She had met those eyes and could only tremble, frozen in place. Facing the cold Ryu Min, one thought crossed her mind, the sub-match is over, now I have to talk to him. But her legs wouldn't move. Julie closed her eyes tightly, trying to reassure herself, "Don't be afraid, he won't hurt me." She opened one eye, surely he wouldn't swing his scythe and scare someone he just met. But then she looked around in confusion, where did he go? Julie felt worried and regretful, "In the end, I missed him. What do I do now?" Then she remembered the conversation in reality. The 300 orc mission isn't easy. Orcs are very strong and they move in packs. Ryu Min had carefully instructed her, under no circumstances should you hunt orcs alone. Once the unified region is finished, you must find Black Dog first, don't even think about fighting orcs. Returning to the current situation, Julie carefully assessed things. Even if I can't contact him, I have to wait at least an hour before moving. Because Ryu Min kept repeating it, I've been waiting. She sank into relentless worry and anxiety. But who can guarantee that Black Dog will come back to the starting point? At this rate, until the round ends, I might not even have a chance to meet Black Dog. After much thought, Julie determinedly stood up, whispering to herself, I have to go find him. Julie paced around the forest, carefully searching. Looking at it, he seems to have gone this way. Then suddenly, she saw something. Small houses built closely together made Julie guess boldly, a village. After observing for a while, she was full of questions. Could that be where the orcs live? If so, maybe Black Dog is in there too. Julie shook her head violently. No, it's better to stay away now, it could be very dangerous. Behind her, an orc had been standing there since who knows when. It had Julie in its sights. She sensed something wrong and turned her head. If she hadn't seen it, that would be one thing, but seeing it, she was so scared she let out a piercing scream. The orc growled in reply. Seeing no way out, Julie drew her sword, determined to take a gamble with it. Damn it, I really didn't want to fight an orc. She quickly cast the blessing skill, which reduces all base stats by 50%. Julie carefully evaluated the situation, however there are still two advantages for me. First, there's only one enemy. She watched the aggressive orc before her and continued her assessment. Second, I know the orc's weak point. Julie's mind raced. The other spots are all too muscular and hard. I have to aim for the neck. The problem is how to hit it. She became hesitant, thinking about how if she missed and hit somewhere else, it would counterattack. But then she swung her sword anyway, recalling what they said about how hard it was to pull the sword out because the muscle density was too thick. Swift and decisive, the sharp tip of her sword pointed straight at the orc's neck. It quickly shifted its center of gravity, tilting its body. As a result, the sword only struck its forearm. The amount of damage dealt wasn't enough to finish it off. Julie's face turned gray. Damn it, it dodged. She pulled the sword out and quickly retreated. Julie looked at her sword and couldn't help but feel lucky. Thank heavens, since I missed, the blade didn't get stuck in that layer of muscle. The orc, limping from the strike, went berserk and raised its axe high. It attacked repeatedly, but Julie dodged flexibly. Seeing a chance to counterattack, her gaze hardened, and her hand gripped the sword tightly. Julie finally saw the opening. There's the opening. She thrust straight forward, successfully wounding its neck. Pain immediately surged through its body, making the orc howl in agony. She watched the situation and cheered inwardly. Good, my technique worked. Looking at the orc's condition, Julie judged, just a little bit more. With that, she launched a flurry of sword stabs straight into the monster. After a while, she had stabbed the orc's neck into a honeycomb. It lost the ability to fight and collapsed to the ground. Julie still gripped her sword, thinking skeptically, I actually did it. Then she became overjoyed. I took down an orc all by myself. Suddenly, the sound of someone's footsteps caught Julie's attention. It was Ryu Min, walking nonchalantly with his scythe in hand, seemingly unbothered by anyone or anything. She rubbed her eyes, thinking, what's that? Am I seeing things? Julie stared at him, her heart in turmoil. Is the person standing right in front of me really Black Scythe? The person I've been racking my brains to track down all this time? Did he just wander here himself? Then Ryu Min brushed past her like two strangers. No, was he just passing by? She pulled herself together. Damn it, now is not the time to hesitate. Julie whirled around and stammered, excuse me. Hearing her call, he stopped and asked, what is it? Julie hesitated before suggesting, well, Black Scythe, how about we team up? Ryu Min looked at the girl before him and asked skeptically, what? She explained flusteredly, form a party. He replied with a question, why would I form a party with you? Julie was left speechless, stuttering, not knowing how to reply. But then she said firmly, I'll show you. Julie raised her hand to cast the same magic spell from earlier. Ryu Min seemed slightly intrigued. Seeing this, Julie happily explained, my enhancement skill blessing lasts for a full 3 hours. It likely boosted all your stats by 50%. Ryu Min intently studied the status window and turned to her. I've checked, it did. Julie saw a glimmer of hope and continued. Does that answer your question? My enhancement skill will really help you with hunting. Ryu Min continued asking, so if I want that enhancement skill I have to party with you? She confirmed, yes, or more accurately, I want you to help me hunt. He replied, slightly wavering, I don't know about that. But his next words were, I have command authority. Right now I could easily use you as a support unit. Julie looked like she'd been struck by lightning, speechless. Ryu Min then requested, can you promise not to betray me? She regained her enthusiasm and nodded immediately, of course. Ryu Min reached out his hand, marking their cooperation. Fine, I'll trust you. He began to introduce himself. Level 32, I'm a melee class. Julie replied joyfully, I got it. I'm level 13 and my class is support. Only then did he ask, you said you needed help earlier. You were holding your own against that orc just fine. She replied awkwardly, actually, that was the first one I'd ever killed. That remark surprised Ryu Min. That was your first kill in the last 90 minutes. Julie could only force a smile. Ah, yes, that's right. His voice sounded again, well, you don't have much time left, so I'll help you take them down as quickly as possible. Julie knew he was strong, but she couldn't help but be surprised by his words. How? The two of them wandered through the forest. Ryu Min walked in front and Julie followed him cautiously. Seeing her lagging behind, he spoke up, "Come closer and follow behind me. If you're not in my line of sight, I can't protect you." She replied, "Okay." Having someone look out for her made Julie feel a bit pleased. He's not as cold as he looks. I'm glad I listened to Ryu Min. As they were walking along, something caught her eye. It was a group of orcs blocking their path. This time there were 3 of them. Julie saw them and backed away in fear, 3 more of them. Ryu Min gripped his scythe and instructed, "Wait here for a moment." Once he finished speaking, he gathered strength in his legs, preparing to fight. A second later, Ryu Min lunged straight at the orcs. He held his scythe ready to sweep away anyone blocking his path. The first strike was aimed at the orcs' legs, locking down their movement to ensure none of them could escape. Losing a bit of blood, the orcs screamed in pain. Before they could react, a figure appeared right in front of one of the orcs. Ryu Min descended like a reaper, preparing to send it to the afterlife. He swung his scythe down, and an arm was severed in agonizing pain. Then the other arm was cleanly dispatched as well. Julie felt a little scared witnessing the scene. After a while of working through the monsters, he landed and stood amidst the chaos. His voice also became sharp. "Now you kill them." Ryu Min saw Julie standing there without reacting and asked, "Why are you standing there like a statue?" Only then did she snap out of it and reply, "I'm sorry." Julie drew her sword, thinking she had to be careful. Then she decisively stabbed the orc right in the neck, sending it to meet its ancestors. The system immediately announced, "You have killed an orc. Experience plus 235%, gold plus 40. She heard the robotic announcement and was surprised. "This is unimaginably easy. I thought there would at least be a little bit of danger." Julie broke into a sweat looking at Ryu Min. "I didn't expect killing orcs to be this easy." His cold face was within her view, and she couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Black Scythe is truly strong." Seeing her starring, he turned and urged, "If you're done, let's go." She stammered, "There are still 2 more I haven't taken care of yet." After finishing off the rest, Julie ran over to join him, secretly rejoicing at being in a party with Black Scythe. Truly the luckiest moment of her life. A little later, another orc was turned into mincemeat. Julie offered praise after praise. "The skills of a high-level player are truly peak. I never expected hunting monsters to be this easy." He didn't pay attention to that, only asking, "How many have we taken down?" She recounted their results. "Within 30 minutes, we've taken down 52. Pretty fast, right?" Ryu Min walked along deep in thought. "Compared to the standard of other players, it is fast, but for me, it's not enough." Just as predicted, having to move all over the place to hunt monsters takes up too much time. He was lost in his own thoughts, carefully weighing his options. "But if I attack the whole camp, Julie will be in danger. Even if it's me, if I get surrounded by 50 at once, I can't protect her." Then a choice was made. "In the end, I still have to target the orc shaman." Julie said happily, "At this rate, we can take down 300 within 3 hours. Before she could finish, he cut her off. 3 hours is too long, it has to be reduced to 1. Hearing this, surprise was evident on her face. "Huh, 1 hour, really? How?" He replied nonchalantly, "We just need to take advantage of the orc shaman." Julie asked skeptically, "Orc shaman, what is that?" Since she didn't know, Ryu Min provided the knowledge. The orc shaman is a monster capable of summoning orcs. The scene of the orcs appearing matched his words. "If he's willing to keep summoning orcs, we'll save a lot of time running around looking for them." She continued to ask questions. "So you mean you intend to leave the orc shaman alive and let it keep summoning monsters?" Seeing she understood, Ryu Min nodded. "Exactly, I'll keep it alive until we've killed 300. Julie stepped forward to probe, "But how do you know information about the orc shaman? This is your first time facing it, right?" He also explained vaguely, "Before meeting you, I had a brief skirmish with it once. That's how I know where it appears." Seeing nothing suspicious, her face softened. "I see." Ryu Min spoke to reassure her, "Don't worry. I'll handle all the dangerous things." Hearing that, Julie was left pleasantly shocked. She watched his back as he walked forward in silence. A smile appeared on Julie's lips without her realizing it. "I didn't expect him to be so thoughtful. It really is true that you have to go through things to understand someone." The scene shifted to another part of the forest. The two arrived at their destination. This was the place. Standing before the village gate, Julie asked skeptically, "There's a boss in a village this small," he affirmed. "That's right. If you rush in because it looks easy to attack, you'll immediately be surrounded by a swarm of orcs summoned by the orc shaman." Ryu Min's gaze became sharp, thinking that everything was just a trap to lure players in. He sank into his memories, remembering the previous round was the same. Behind this village, the corpses of players killed by the orc shaman were piled up. That's enough to show the orc shaman is intelligent and very cunning. The scene of players falling one after another surfaced. In other words, it's very cowardly. He walked and pondered, because it's not confident in a direct confrontation, it has to set up these tricks. Seeing her standing still, Ryu Min spoke up this way. Julie found it strange and asked, "But why are there no orcs at all?" His explanation rang out, "The houses over there are just a disguise to trick players into getting close. In reality, this village is inhabited only by the orc shaman." He raised his scythe, preparing for a real battle. Ryu Min pointed straight at the largest house. "It's inside, digging a trap, waiting for us to step in." She didn't understand and asked back, "A trap, what do you mean?" He slowly analyzed, "The trap is simple. Clueless players will walk into the house, and as soon as they step on the trigger point, the orc shaman waiting inside will summon orcs to swarm them." Ryu Min looked at her and added, "The number summoned each time is about 10 to 20. If you get surrounded, it's almost certain you'll be finished off." Julie heard this and grew worried. "So what should we do? If they all appear at once, it'll be very difficult to stay alive." He quickly replied, "True, but it's not impossible." Suddenly, Ryu Min stepped close, making her blush. He whispered something that surprised Julie. "Is that really all it takes? Will the orc shaman really be fooled that easily?" Ryu Min reassured her, "Don't worry, I've verified it." Julie placed her hand on her chest, her voice firm, "Then leave that part of the mission to me." He asked back, "You intend to do it alone?" She replied with determination, "Yes, we don't both need to go in. If I just keep sitting still like a baby bird waiting to be fed, I feel guilty. I can do that much." Ryu Min was stunned for a moment. Then he agreed, "All right then, I'll wait outside." Julie followed the plan, slowly walking toward the house under Ryu Min's observation. She pushed the door open slowly, entering with full tension. Awaiting Julie was a long, dark corridor as black as ink, with no end in sight. She gripped her sword tightly and continued carefully. Suddenly, something caught her eye. Julie stopped before a spacious room and thought, "Red carpet." Her gaze became determined and she clenched her fists. "This spot right here is the trap point Black Scythe mentioned. From now on is the important part." Julie remembered what Ryu Min had told her. "Inside, the orc shaman is hiding. If you follow the corridor, you'll reach a room with a red carpet. Just step on that and orcs will be summoned immediately to block the retreat." A perfect plan was set up. We just need to approach the red carpet and then retreat outside. At that moment, the orc shaman, thinking it just missed its prey, will send out a few orc scouts to chase you. And our job is to handle those scouts. Ending the memories, Julie became even more determined. Exactly, it's simple. She brought her foot close to the red carpet. "Just show a little bit of presence to show I was there, then retreat immediately." Instantly, Julie witnessed the orc sitting on the throne, radiating a massive gray aura. It was waiting for the opportunity for her to step on the carpet before trapping her. But Julie turned and ran away according to the set plan. She used all her might to run toward the exit. The door finally closed. Julie ran outside, breathing a sigh of relief. "It was just a small thing, but my heart is still pounding." Ryu Min asked subtly, "Are you okay?" She replied happily, "Of course. I followed the plan, went to the red carpet, and then turned back." He heard that and was reassured. "That's good enough." Still doubtful, Julie spoke up. "Will the orc shaman really send scouts to find us?" He replied confidently, "We'll just have to wait and see." The door creaked open once again. Just like Ryu Min said, countless orc monsters appeared. They were sent out to scout. From behind an orc with yellow hair came a voice. "What are you looking for?" Still the same as always, it was Ryu Min's voice. He gently swung his reaper's scythe upward. "It's right here." The orcs naturally couldn't withstand the slash and all fell to the ground. Seeing it was safe, Ryu Min called out, "Come out." Julie, who was hiding in a corner, peeked her head out and replied, "Okay." Time passed and after a while the fire lit up, pushing back the dark night. Julie let out a breath, done. Ryu Min didn't know what fatigue was and still wanted to continue. "Then let's lure it one more time." Julie started her questions again. "Will it fall into the trap again if we repeat this many times?" The answer to the question was voiced. "It is intelligent, but only at the level of a goldfish, so it will forget quickly." Ryu Min's face no longer had a cold look but was surprisingly gentle. "Don't you worry." Julie also replied with a radiant smile, "Okay." The orcs had been almost entirely wiped out, their bodies scattered there. Julie said with a radiant face, "Black Scythe, I've taken down all 300. He replied softly, "Exactly 1 hour has passed." She tilted her head and smiled. "Thanks to you, the hunt went by quickly and easily. I'm truly grateful." Seeing her smile so brightly, he asked, "How many levels have you gone up?" She replied excitedly, "I've gone up to level 19. He encouraged, "Just one more level and your class rank will increase." He continued looking at her, thinking to himself, "When the rank increases, she'll learn new moves and her current skills will become stronger. I'll benefit from that too. If I want to set a record with the final boss, I need her stronger buff effects." He gazed at her pensively. "I'll help you until you reach level 20. Once you reach that level, dealing with the orcs will be much easier." Hearing him say that made her blush involuntarily. "Are you doing all this for me?" She asked bashfully, "Then, if it's not too much trouble, please keep helping me." Suddenly, a voice from afar rang out, causing both of them to turn their heads. Look over there." People walked in one by one and someone recognized him. "Wait, isn't that Black Scythe?" then wondered, who is that standing next to him? What's up with this pile of orc corpses? A young man stepped forward, greetings. He replied coldly, what is it? The man stammered, we just came here to hunt orcs but didn't expect someone to arrive first. Even as he said that, he couldn't believe it. No way. Looking at the pile of bodies there, he couldn't help but be startled. Just two people, and they killed this whole group. Another person inwardly thought, a small village like this has so many orcs, that's strange. The guy standing next to him stared at Julie, who's the girl next to him, teammates. At this moment, they couldn't figure out why Black Scythe would collaborate with teammates. That was illogical. Another young man just stood there and smiled sinisterly. Maybe it's his type or something. Looking closely, she's actually pretty cute. He saw them just standing there and got angry, swinging his scythe forcefully. Ryu Min warned seriously, don't bother us, get lost. They were startled, huh? His gaze gradually changed, a coldness to the extreme, think whatever you want but you've crossed the line now. If you have no business here, get lost. They lunged forward and shouted, hey, who are you to speak to us so rudely? That's right, meeting for the first time and speaking like that, don't you find it disrespectful? Julie was suddenly alarmed, are they crazy? Daring to argue with Black Scythe. The young man who had just complimented her looks rushed forward heroically, even though he was still afraid. I don't care if you're rank 1, you have no right to look down on us. As he was speaking, Ryu Min had already lightly brushed his scythe across the man's forehead like a breeze. A blurred red scar appeared, causing him to grit his teeth in silence. He gritted his voice and repeated, if you want to keep your life, get out. They scrambled to run for their lives. Everyone, let's go. Sorry for bothering you, sorry for interrupting. Even while running, that group still harbored the intention of wanting to know what he was doing. Damn it, you think we'll just leave like this? Even if we have to tail him, we have to see what the hell he's doing. And he wasn't foolish enough not to realize their intentions. Those bastards, they intend to sneakily tail me. A few flies buzzing around won't stop me from hunting prey, but if some idiot tries to steal my boss kill, I should handle them and take the reward. Ryu Min turned to look at Julie and decided, but first I'll get you up to level 20. Now that the pests are gone, let's keep hunting. She nodded excitedly. As time passed, the scene shifted to where the group that had been scared off by him was hiding. It seemed they had run quite a distance, and one of them spoke up, I think we're out of sight now, aren't we? A teammate asked nervously, what are you planning to do? The guy who had been injured by Ryu Min said uncomfortably, aren't you curious to see how that guy Black Dog hunts? Someone else agreed, yeah, me too, I have no idea where he finds so many orcs. They continued to chatter excitedly. So now what, are we going to stalk him from the shadows? He replied calmly, we won't be discovered from this distance, don't worry, if you're that scared, just go die. Scared? Nonsense, let's go. And so they headed back toward him. They hid behind the bushes, watching the two of them in action. By this time, even more orcs had appeared around him. Seeing him standing there alone without attacking, they immediately lunged at him like a storm. He slowly unleashed a punch. He effortlessly handled one of them. That single punch sent it flying far away, with such force that those behind it couldn't even react in time. One of them accidentally looked up, but he had already launched a flurry of attacks, swinging his scythe with deadly precision. It shredded them into hundreds of pieces. The remaining ones stood there blankly, not understanding what had just happened. The group watching him witnessed it all and were completely stunned. He's definitely a rank 1 for a reason, we struggled just to kill one of them. One guy noticed something wrong. What is that? It seemed he wasn't taking them down all at once but was waiting for something. Why doesn't he finish it off? The girl from before is walking over to it. The orcs under his control kept squirming. Seeing her walk over, they finally understood. No way, could it be, he's letting her take the kill on the monster. Now they finally grasped what was going on. What does Black Dog lack that he'd do that? They continued to question her behind her back. Who is that girl to be worthy of such special treatment? Damn it, look at how she's leveling up as easily as eating candy. I'm so jealous. By then she had stepped inside, but they kept rambling. We're sweating buckets just trying to kill a single orc. They wouldn't stop even as she faded from view, while she's just sitting there soaking up the experience. By the time she came back out of the house, they were still seething. So annoying, seriously. However, one of them noticed something. Something's not right. What is it? There were more and more orcs. Each time the girl went in and out of the house, orcs would pour out behind her. As they watched him show off his power, they were puzzled. But isn't it weird? How many orcs are in that tiny house? Wait, don't tell me that hut is an orc spawn point. Maybe so, there's no other reason for it. They suddenly understood. Damn it, it turns out there's a spawn point right here. Have those bastards been sitting here farming like crazy this whole time? I get it now. They told us to get lost so they could hog the spawn point for themselves. Once they understood, they quickly deliberated. How about we wait until they leave? Once they're gone, that spot is ours. Yeah, good idea. I'd love to take it by force, but we aren't strong enough. On his and Julie's side, Julie looked at her system bored with joy. She looked up with eyes full of satisfaction and pride. Black Dog, I've reached level 20 and I've learned a new skill too, he said softly, congratulations. She ran over excitedly and said, my blessing buff has increased from 50% to 60%. He replied quietly, can you use it right now? She said hastily, of course. She raised her hands in midair, and a green light emerged from her palms, gathering into a fantastical source of energy. A truly beautiful energy enveloped them both. This is called the blessing skill. It increases all stats by 60%. Blessing duration, 2 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Her blue eyes glowed with confidence and passion. A green magic sigil is glowing, that's enhanced blessing. This next one is the new buff I just learned. That green aura gently flowed onto the scythe in his hand, and then down to his feet. Before enveloping his entire body, the system continued to notify him. Attack speed and movement speed increased by 60% due to the haste skill effect. Haste duration remaining, 29 minutes 59 seconds. He looked at the system board, his face expressionless. Attack and movement speed boosts, not bad, she replied. Right, I can use it on you every half hour. He chuckled, teasing her. I'm very grateful. She pouted, I mean it. He turned and walked away. That's enough, let's go catch the orc mage. She hesitated. Is there anything I can help with? He walked away leisurely. Just stay out of the way, that'll be enough. Suddenly, he glanced aside, toward where those people had been watching all this time. I bet those bastards are happily talking trash behind our backs. She smiled brightly, oblivious. Okay, then I don't have to worry about that. Under the red light, he felt a hint of contempt. Let's see what they do about this. The scene shifted back to the house once again. She hid in a nearby corner, while the others kept tracking them. What's that? Black Dog is going into the house again. The thick wooden door was gradually slashed open by sharp strikes. He smashed the door open and flew out. Following him were the ferocious orcs. They lunged like hungry tigers, while his eyes were as sharp as blades, no less than theirs. Standing there, Julie sensed that something wrong was happening. She saw him brandishing his weapon and charging forward, full of questions. Why is Black Dog running away? Why? Not far away, the group also observed the incident. What is this? Black Dog is being chased by orcs. Another person followed up. No way, is that Black Dog? A pair of large feet appeared, accompanied by the sound of a staff hitting the ground. It was the orc sitting on the throne. It raised its staff, emitting a surging wave of dark energy. It raised the staff and pointed it directly at Ryu Min. The freezing energy from the staff struck toward him, but Ryu Min easily stepped back and dodged. From the ground, triggered by the skill, several orcs crawled up. Ryu Min was caught in a pincer attack, with new orcs in front and the previous ones behind. A young man pointed at the orc and asked, who is that masked one behind there? Someone else added, it looks much bigger than the other orcs. They looked at the orc and carefully evaluated. If only that one is that big, maybe it's the leader, a boss. A perceptive person realized, so it's not respawning orcs but summoned ones. Julie stood in a corner, terrified, thinking, Black Dog is surrounded by orcs. What should I do? Should I intervene to help? But then something made her calm down. She carefully observed Ryu Min's attitude. And that gaze, he didn't look panicked at all. The boss saw he wasn't afraid and raised its staff to summon another group of orcs. The young man from earlier had a scare. 10 more orcs have appeared. Ryu Min was completely surrounded, yet he felt no fear. He leaped to avoid an orcs club and prepared to counterattack. A voice spoke up, damn it, he dodged it all. He really is a monster. The young men couldn't stop chattering. Hey, this isn't the time to sit still. That guy, the big one that looks like a boss, no one's guarding it, right? A nearby person replied, you're right. One guy said with a sinister tone, should we steal it? The group was a bit timid. I don't know, what if Black Dog catches us? But the guy reassured them, he won't catch us, he's too busy dealing with the orcs. Even if it's Black Dog, he'd have to struggle being surrounded like that. The guy in white responded, right, and if he asks, we'll just say we thought he was in danger and rushed in to help. The guy next to him thought it was okay, that sounds reasonable. And so they moved toward the house with no regard for their lives. That scene had been captured by Julie, who was not far away. She looked at those idiots and thought, what are those people doing? Then Julie panicked as she thought of a possibility. Don't tell me that while Black Dog is drawing all the attention, they're trying to kill the orc mage and steal the credit. The scene flashed back to shortly before that as Julie called out, hey, Black Dog. She asked cautiously, I appreciate your help, but am I getting in the way of your mission? Ryu Min replied leisurely, don't worry about that, I've already finished the main mission. The answer was so beyond her expectations she couldn't hide her shock. What? Ryu Min turned his head and replied, my goal isn't the main mission but the sub-mission. I've already obtained a balance stone. Her voice rose with surprise, you've already got one. The conversation continued, I got it by killing a boss named Orc Warrior. The others probably dropped from bosses too. Ignoring Julie's surprise, Ryu Min continued, all I need to do is kill the bosses so you don't need to feel guilty. She understood the situation and replied, okay. Returning to the present, she looked at the group and thought, No, that mage belongs to Black Dog. If this goes on, some random stranger will steal the credit for killing the orc mage. Julie drew her sword and moved forward. I have to stop them. Those idiots were still fearless, brandishing their swords and heading toward the orc mage. Life isn't usually that easy. The skill Midnight was unleashed, shocking Julie and the group. The game was taken to a new level, as the people who tried to steal the credit were now standing blankly in the chilling, murky space. The swordsman exclaimed in shock, "What is this?" But someone immediately rushed over to cover his mouth in fear. The two were terrified, carefully looking up. It would have been better not to look, seeing it gave them quite a shock. The orc mage slowly turned its head around, its two eyes filled with cold, murderous intent as it let out a deafening screech. Seeing this, the group panicked and immediately reversed course. Damn it, we've been spotted, everyone run. The orc, of course, wouldn't let its prey escape. It swung its staff and cast a skill. The minions it summoned surrounded the 5 frogs at the bottom of the well. By now they were truly panicked. Damn it, we're done for. The orcs showed no mercy to anyone and began to attack. The first one was the black-haired guy. He was grabbed by them and screamed insanely in terror. The black-haired guy who had been so boastful before was now in a pathetic state. He lay on the ground trying to beg for help. Please help me. But then a pair of feet appeared before his eyes. He hoped for rescue, only to be met with total despair. It wasn't someone coming to save him, but an orc ready to send him away at any moment. He looked at the orc's foot coming down as if he were falling into an abyss, screaming in despair, "No." Then blood flowed and the black-haired guy was sent to the heavens. The scene shifted to another orc being attacked. It was Ryu Min's spot. He had used his scythe to send the orcs away. He stood there and let out a long breath. Perhaps fighting for so long had worn him out. Then suddenly, Ryu Min glanced toward another place. It was where the orcs were busy sending those guys off to heaven. He looked at that scene and thought, I lured the orc mage out to see how they would choose. Would they try to take advantage of me being in danger to steal it? The ones who tried to ambush him paid a very heavy price. Ryu Min watched them fall on the battlefield with disdain. So that's how it is. Then he moved toward the boss, which was growling and signaling. Anyway, they wasted their time stalking us. They've failed the mission and been wiped out. Receiving the big boss's signal, the orcs all turned around. They charged together, intending to attack Ryu Min. Before they could even touch a hair on him, red threads appeared on the orcs' bodies. It turned out to be Ryu Min's slash. It was so fast they couldn't even react. As he fought with interest, my attack speed must have increased. With the buffs, agility, and the extra 50% nighttime attack speed. Naturally, the info board for death script appeared. Effect. Scythe damage doubled, and at night, attack speed increases by 50%. Staying stationary at night significantly decreases the chance of being detected by enemies. Not wanting to waste any more time, Ryu Min accelerated toward the boss, preparing for melee combat. The orc holding the staff aimed straight at him, but Ryu Min quickly circled behind it. Just like he did before, the scythe was placed right against the boss's neck. Ryu Min pulled with force. Its head fell along with his words, "Goodbye." The monster was decapitated. Its massive body no longer had a brain to control its balance, so it collapsed to the ground. As soon as it entered eternal slumber, the system quickly recorded it and displayed a notification. You have defeated Orc Shaman, EXP plus 3773%, Gold plus 4000 level up. After defeating it, the system also collected a new item and added it to his massive storage. You have received the Eternal Rest Orb. A series of notifications for loot obtained echoed. You received a mysterious wooden statue. You received a low-grade blue mana crystal. You received a balanced stone. Submission progress, balanced stones 2-4. Ryu Min wore a satisfied smile. He looked down at the item in his hand and rejoiced. I've reached level 33, and I've picked up an item so powerful it's insane. The system then displayed the detailed info for the Eternal Rest Orb to inform the player. Eternal Rest Orb, necklace type epic grade effect. Each time a monster is defeated, gain 1 stack but lose 1 durability. Every 100 stacks convert into 1 stat point. Durability 101000. Requirement common quality gear or higher. Description: a necklace with a cloudy gray orb. Legend has it that it seals the souls of those who were murdered. Looking at the orb's info, he couldn't help but reflect on the stats it possessed. The Eternal Rest Orb gives 1 stat point after 100 stacks. It's similar to the Devouring Rune that the Black Flame Dragon once used. However, Ryu Min didn't just focus on the pros. He suddenly remembered a fatal flaw. But there's a disadvantage. Durability 01000. The more stacks you accumulate, the more the durability wears down. This is a consumable piece of equipment. In his head, an image of another golden soul stone appeared. However, if used in conjunction with the endurance rune from round 8, and if there's a blacksmith to help, I can restore its durability. After analyzing the newly acquired item, he quickly made his decision. That means I can increase my stats indefinitely. Suddenly, Ryu Min's train of thought was interrupted by a shout. Black Dog, where are you? He turned his head slightly to look back, then realized it seemed the effect of the death's mark was making it hard for him to be detected. Looking at Julie searching behind him, he turned to observe those people lying motionless on the ground and thought of a way. Before dispelling midnight, I should. Following his spell, the corpses of the men gradually faded into nothingness. Ryu Min whispered, clean up the traces. He shouted the name of the skill to dispel midnight. The spell faded accordingly. Under the effect that the death's mark left behind after vanishing, Julie realized something strange. Why does this place keep flickering between light and dark like this? Then suddenly, she glanced to one side and discovered something. Ryu Min appeared right beside her. He walked over to where Julie was. Upon recognizing him, she happily started a conversation. There you are, I've been looking for you everywhere. Black Dog glanced at the monster he had just taken down and replied coldly, as you can see, I've been busy. Julie received the info and asked further, so you finally got it right, but did you see anyone else around here? A few people tried to steal the orc mage. Ryu Min held his scythe and rested it on his shoulder, replying gently, no, I didn't see anyone at all. Julie nodded to show she understood, but she couldn't help but wonder. That's strange, I thought I heard screaming. She innocently turned to one side, thinking about what had happened to her, which made Black Scythe feel guilty. After all, exposing the corpse wouldn't do any good. Cutting through the atmosphere, he turned away to another spot and shouted, hurry up, we still have to take down the next boss. Julie followed his lead and started walking. Yes, they arrived at a certain village, taking down every monster residing there. The carcasses of the monsters just slumped over right where they had fought. The orcs lay still, witnessing the commotion Ryu Min was causing. To one side, an orc that appeared to be the leader of this place was battling Ryu Min. With the skills of a hunter, the orc didn't pose the slightest obstacle to him. Lightning fast, the Reaper's scythe moved toward the orc's lower body. The leader's arm was severed by the Reaper's scythe. It didn't even have time to react. Beside the arm, his next target was the orc's torso. Its body was torn apart by the attack, and the blood surging inside its body sprayed out into the air as it was sliced in half. The Reaper's scythe had ended yet another monster's life. After the leader was finished, the system immediately displayed the recognition of the feat. You have defeated an orc archer. EXP plus 3773%, gold plus 4000. You have obtained agile archer boots. You have obtained rusty arrowheads. You have obtained low-grade green mana stone. You have obtained balance stone. Subquest progress balance stone 3-4. Ryu Min moved his scythe to his back. He stepped forward, looked at the system board, and commanded, check the item. A table appeared with detailed item information. Agile Archer Boots, Type Boots, Grade Epic, Defense 60, Agility Effect plus 10, Durability 1000, Requirement, Normal Grade or higher. Description, boots said to belong to an agile archer enhancing agility. Looking at the collected boots appearing on the system board, Ryu Min looked down to observe the boots he was currently using and analyzed inwardly. Much better than the ones I'm wearing now. Agile high tops, common grade, defense 15, agility plus 4, movement speed plus 5%. There's no reason not to swap them. He went into the adjustment menu, placed the collected boots on the control bar and forged them with another mana stone. Ryu Min analyzed how to use it. If I combine it with the blue mana stone I just picked up, the effect will be even better. After the combination was finished, Black Scythe pressed the combine button to confirm with the system. Upon receiving the new setup, a mechanical voice announced the successful combination. Having just changed his gear, the system provided new information for the player regarding this choice. Agility plus 4 option has been added to the Agile Archer boots. Ryu Min nodded, satisfied with what he had just done. Great, that means I've handled all the sub-bosses. Not letting himself rest, the image of the final boss orc appeared in his mind. Ryu Min set a new goal, only the high-ranking orc boss remains. Unlike the others, the high-ranking orc has a time-based attack rule. As time ticked back to 0, Black Scythe determined in his heart that he had to take it down as quickly as possible. He tried to analyze. The faster the strategy, the greater the reward. The best record from the previous round was 43 seconds. After that, he and Julie headed to the location of the final boss. All right, let's go. She responded with a happy smile, yes. Seeing her energetic posture, Ryu Min didn't pay any attention, only focused on defeating the target. Julie has already buffed me. This time I'll definitely break the record. They left the chaotic scene they had just caused. Black Scythe still couldn't stop calculating in his head. However, I still want to shorten the time even more if possible. First, I have to reach max level and then use the Orb of Eternal Rest to enhance my stats. The orcs defeated and left behind were also gradually being processed. The system announced again, time remaining until the round ends, 30 minutes 41 seconds. The monsters vanished into thin air, converting into new items before Black Scythe's eyes. Ryu Min put his weapon aside, thinking, it's time to act. I'm only one level away from 40, but I'm running out of time. The item worn around his neck suddenly glowed. clearly showing that Ryu Min no longer regretted his decisions. Even so, no regrets, I've achieved the goal I set. After retrieving the carcasses of the orcs, the system sounded an announcement again. Fluctuation within the storage, plus 9 stat points, durability 11000. Julie approached from behind and called out, Mr. Blackscythe, aren't you going to continue hunting? Ryu Min turned to reply, I think that's enough. She couldn't help but wonder, so now are you going to take down the final boss? Ryu Min coldly raised his hand to the side to say goodbye. Let's part ways here, thanks for accompanying me. Julie could only shake his hand, feeling a bit awkward. Is it really over? Parallel to her words, Julie felt a sense of regret in her heart. Now that we're about to part ways, I feel a bit sad. I was even planning to ask if I could stay with you until you defeated the final boss. Realizing she had just had a foolish thought, she quickly dismissed it. No, if I stay, I'll only get in the way. It's better that we part ways here. Julie couldn't hide her gloomy expression, which made him pause and think. It seems she's grown attached in this short amount of time, but the high-ranking orc is very dangerous. There's no need for her to come along. Julie raised her hand, which was emitting a stream of power like a final parting gift. Mr. Blackscythe, let me buff you one last time. Julie performed the incantation while saying goodbye to Ryu Min. Mr. Blackscythe, thanks again for helping me hunt monsters. If I were alone, it surely would have been very difficult. She broke into a sweat and reached out to press an option on the system board that had just appeared. It's not much, but here. Julie took out a blue item from her inventory that glowed with a beautiful color. She explained, I received this item when I was guided by you. I don't know if you need it, but please accept it. Ryu Min didn't let her suffer any further loss, and he didn't hesitate to decline. You keep it. Julie politely shook her hand, still wanting to give him the item. No, receiving the experience was already more than enough for me. After saying that, she thought, actually I have two, but I need to give one to Ryu Min so. Ryu Min looked at Julie with a gentle gaze. He knew she was worried about him, unaware that he was that very person. And she thought she owed Blackscythe a debt of gratitude. And then Blackscythe could only give in. He took the item from Julie's hand and said, but I also received help, so let's call it even. Next, Blackscythe turned and walked forward, not forgetting to say a farewell. I'll take it then. Well then, if fate allows, we'll meet again. Julie touched her chest, looking worriedly at Blackscythe as he walked away. Elsewhere, Ryu Min was casting a fast movement spell, and a magic arrow darted forward. Blackscythe followed its lead. After confirming the location he was stepping into, the system announced, location of the high-ranking orc boss confirmed. Distance to target, 1,121 meters. Ryu Min thought while keeping his eyes fixed on the guidance arrow, it can still be tracked, which means no one has taken it down yet. He recalled the history of defeating the orcs and realized, and besides, no one has ever managed to take down a high-ranking orc in the previous rounds. The image of the 3 orcs he had just defeated appeared, with the shadow of the final boss behind them. The Reaper's Scythe knew that among the 4 bosses of the 5th round, the high-ranking orc was the one so strong that the other 3 were only considered sub-bosses. Ryu Min imagined in his mind an orc that could match the strength of many warriors. He envisioned that perhaps it would take 100 level 20 players risking their lives to take it down. Ordinary players would never be able to take it down. Blackscythe entered the Green Forest and re-evaluated the final boss. Even I had to die 4 times before I could defeat it. That's how I set the current record of 43 seconds. After that, he went with Julie to the position of the final boss. All right, let's go. The system's sound rang out in parallel. It was the sound of movement on the ground. Distance to target, 321 meters. Ryu Min jumped onto a tree and used the footholds to launch himself forward. Blackscythe muttered to himself, this time I will break that record. Sounds emanated from the branches. He arrived and quickly moved away from the trees. Blackscythe lunged forward and saw the boss's silhouette. The system announced again, distance to target, 160 meters. Ryu Min was suddenly surprised to observe the situation before him. It was the image of a warrior being crushed. He was having his life slowly stolen by the final boss. The strongest orc was confronting other ordinary warriors alone right in front of Ryu Min. A giant orc emerged. In its hand was the body of an unfortunate human. Jun Seok sat on the ground in fear, his limbs trembling, unable to move. What is happening right now? Why is everything like this? There were no problems before this. Back to the time before that, Jun Seok was standing and talking to a group of people. The orcs act together, so why don't we do the same? Join our team. He rested his sword on his shoulder and confidently introduced himself. First, I'll introduce myself. I am Jun Seok, a level 12 warrior. The blonde young man beside him continued, I'm also level 12, very happy to meet you. I'm Barity Pitt, a hunter by trade. The young man in the cloak introduced himself shyly. I am a level 13 warrior. My name is WHWH. I got this name because my keyboard was broken. All of them formed a small group and began to destroy the orcs. At first, we joined the team because it was in our mutual interest, but everything gradually became better and everyone became more open. Barity Pit shouted loudly at Jun Seok, lure them to help me. All right, just leave that to me. Jun Seok shouted loudly at an orc holding a chain, hey you look at me. Thanks to the team spirit, we easily handled a small orc village. The girl holding a trident jumped onto its back and pinned it to the ground. Barity Pit, kill it. The short-haired girl, seeing an orc preparing to attack, immediately warned WHWH behind her. After eliminating all the orcs, everyone gathered together and chatted happily. I got my 300. Me too. Congratulations, we all did it. Jun Seok felt very happy when completing the quest. We have completed the main quest. Suddenly, he felt a bit bored traveling alone, so he suggested to the group, a bit sad to have to separate, should we go hunt a little more? Sure, I want to reach level 20. The person with the bow, the person with the sword joined forces to take down an orc. So, we continued to hunt. Continuously eliminating them, everyone's level gradually increased. You have leveled up. You have reached level 20. You have leveled up from apprentice to official. The combination feature has been unlocked. From then on, they were able to collect many other types of skills. We reached level 20 and learned new skills as a result. 3 people in the group surrounded the corpse of a dead orc and mocked them. Orcs are easy now. It's funny how we struggled with them before, right? Gradually, they had many different types of skills. We have become stronger. WHWH turned to suggest Jun Seok go somewhere else, but he was attracted by something. Then let's try a larger village. Wait, what is that? A giant orc with 2 heads and a long tongue walked past. Both Jun Seok and Barity Pit watched its path, wondering, looks quite like an orc, never seen that before. Could it be the boss? The boss. The girl holding the trident suggested to everyone, should we try fighting it? I have a feeling the 5 of us can do it. Try it. The rewards must be great. He turned to ask Barity Pit and he immediately agreed. Then we'll split the reward equally after we kill it, deal? Deal. The high-ranking orc was walking when it suddenly stopped. It unexpectedly turned back and let out a roar. The event came so unexpectedly that no one could react in time. Or we thought we had become stronger. The high-ranking orc roared louder and louder. It even stuck out its long tongue. So the ground began to show deep indentations. It took momentum and jumped very high into the sky. The high-ranking orc landed in front of everyone, creating a powerful shockwave. It viciously raised its sharp claws. The black-haired girl was the first target aimed at by the high-ranking orc. After finishing the first girl, it turned back to target the orange-haired girl. She was too terrified to do anything, only knowing how to crouch down. The high-ranking orc used a powerful force to strike down. Blood splattered everywhere. It turned to another spot, aiming at Barity Pit, who was standing nearby. The enemy is not the prey. The high-ranking orc quickly grabbed him and lifted him high. It used great force to crush Barity Pit, causing his body to be mangled. The group was quickly overwhelmed in turn. Jun Seok witnessed that scene and his face turned pitch black. That was death itself. Seeing the danger, WHWH stood in front of him, but was also wrapped up by its tail and lifted up. The high-ranking orc used its tail to slam his head into the ground, leaving only a plea. Save me. After finishing almost everyone, it turned to look at Jun Seok. He looked at it with terrified eyes, muttering to himself in his thoughts. I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm definitely going to die. The high-ranking orc kept getting closer. Jun Seok screamed, don't come near me. His face turned purple, trembling in fear. It raised its hand, preparing to finish him off. Then suddenly, he appeared from behind its back. Black Scythe slashed with his full might. With that force, one head of the high-ranking orc was severed from its neck. The remaining head turned to look at him. It also received a slash across its neck from him. Finally, it was finished off by Black Scythe, slumping down to the ground. Jun Seok looked up and was very astonished. That is, his feet appeared at eye level. Ryu Min slowly descended to the astonishment of Jun Seok. Black Scythe. Black Scythe looked at the high-ranking orc's corpse and was attracted by something. I didn't expect it to die in just one blow. The system notifications appeared rapidly. You have defeated the high-ranking orc. You have leveled up. You have reached level 40. You have leveled up from official to expert. The negotiation feature has been unlocked. He rested his scythe on his shoulder and continued to view the notifications, increasing damage for the Death Seal skill from 120% to 140%. The range of the Knight of Death skill has increased from 500 meters to 1,000 meters. You have learned the Moonlight of Destruction skill, a special skill of the Reaper. The next skill will be unlocked at level 60. Suddenly, Black Scythe smiled happily, finally got it. Moonlight of Destruction, a Reaper's attack skill. A type of skill with absolute power appeared on the screen. Exclusive skill, Moonlight of Destruction. Effect. Focus energy for 1 second and release an attack with 1,200% damage, increased by 1.5 times at night, has a 10-minute cooldown and can only be used with scythe weapons. He only needed to swing the scythe once to slice many orcs in half. When there's only one attack skill to rely on, missing is very risky. But because Moonlight of Destruction is an area of effect attack, it's very hard to miss. Black Scythe's blade slashes also cut through a brain. It would be even more useful when combining both magic and physical attacks. That means it will have an effect even on those with physical resistance. He rejoiced inwardly for having such a wonderful skill. Killing monsters is now a piece of cake for me, but later there will be overpowered monsters, so this move will be truly useful. Ryu Min then checked the next reward. Notifications continued to appear when Black Scythe received the previous skill. You obtained Orc Gloves. You obtained high-ranking Orc Teeth. You obtained low-grade Purple Mana Stone. You obtained Balance Stone. Subquest in progress, Balance Stone 4-4. In his hand was now a stone sparkling with blue light. You have completed the subquest. You have obtained Balance Stone. This is exactly what I wanted this time. Black Scythe clenched the stone, causing its energy to radiate outward. The newly obtained rune was automatically carved into the player's body. The screen displayed the strength stats of the stone, Balance Stone. Effect: all stats will be doubled when the difference between the highest and lowest stats is no greater than 10. He observed for a long while and thought, this stone only has an effect when I increase all stats equally. Black Scythe looked at the stats on the screen and calculated inwardly. Because I knew I would get this stone, I increased my stats without too much difference. He pressed the screen to view the current stats. Now it's carved into my body. Let's see how much my stats increased. Black Scythe was very surprised to see his stats increase significantly. Even he didn't expect all his stats to increase by more than 300. He was astonished when his strength surged like that. All stats: Strength 374, Intelligence 614, Agility 518, Luck 374, Stat points 0, they're all over 300. Black Scythe was too stunned to speak. Even with the round buff and bless, this number is still far beyond imagination. He stood on the back of the high-ranking orc's corpse and thought, indeed, nothing beats the balance rune for growing strong quickly. Well then, finally, the time challenge reward. A series of other notifications appeared on the screen. You defeated the round 5 orc boss in just 1 second. This is a boss subject to the timed challenge rule. Prize gold will be awarded based on the record. Because you defeated it in under 10 seconds, you have obtained the highest reward, 100,000 gold. Congratulations. He smiled happily upon receiving such a large reward. Last time it took 43 seconds, and I only received 23,250 gold. This is great. I must use this gold to learn all the common skills I haven't learned yet. Because Ryu Min had set an unprecedented record, the system wanted to record him in the book. You have set an unprecedented record in the history of timed challenges. Your achievement will be recorded in the Akashic Library. He was surprised to see the system announce the reward as an exclusive item selection voucher. What is this? A ticket appeared with a dazzling light. Is there a special reward for setting a record? Black Scythe looked at the screen, hesitating as he pondered. I even get to choose an exclusive item. Can I really just pick anything I want? He tapped the card that had just appeared on the screen. A series of categories popped up after he tapped. You may choose one of the following exclusive items as your reward. Please first touch the category of item you desire. 1 weapon, 2 shield, 3 helmet, 4 armor, 5 boots, 6 gloves, 7 necklace, 8 ring. He looked over the list of weapons and thought carefully. Can I truly choose anything? If so, then the unique weapon I plan to craft after returning isn't necessary. As for the rest, after a moment of thought, Black Scythe chose item number 3. This seems reasonable, a helmet. Jun Seok tremblingly stood up, looking up at him standing atop the high-ranking orc. He wiped the mucus from his nose, looking at Black Scythe as he marveled. No way, that monster, just one blow. Jun Seok looked down at the bodies of his companions lying scattered on the ground. Is he really this strong? How could he take that thing down alone? Something that not even 5 level 20 people could do. Putting aside the sorrow, he felt he wanted to say a few words to him. No, not right now, I really ought to thank him. Black Scythe turned back to look at Jun Seok. Then he turned and walked away, leaving the boy completely bewildered. Jun Seok stood frozen on the spot, not even having managed to greet him. Priscilla appeared in the crimson sky, halos radiating around her. How did it go? Did you all complete the mission well? She looked down at the surviving players below and scoffed. In just 10 hours, the number of people has dropped quite significantly, hasn't it? Priscilla mocked the players. Did you really die to those weak orcs, or were you fighting amongst yourselves over who gets the kill? She snapped her fingers to see the results. Well then, let's see what the results are. The results board clearly displayed the top 3 players. Round 5 summary for the entire region. Black Dog level 40 Reaper, Fools level 25 Mage, Celestial Demon level 24 Dark Knight. For region CESKS 007, first Black Dog level 40 Reaper, second Democracy level 21 Supporter, third No Pain No Gain level 23 Dark Mage. The people below were stunned when they saw the results. Oh my god, level 40, that record is insane. Everyone turned their eyes toward him, whispering among themselves, eliminating 300 orcs in just 1 hour. Is that even possible? Black Dog just stood with his arms crossed, sighing helplessly. It would be great if they would just hurry up and let me claim my rewards. A series of notifications appeared before him as the results were announced. Congratulations, you have completed the mission as the #1 ranker of this region. Congratulations, you have completed the mission as the #1 ranker of the entire region. Reward for regional rank 1, choice of a rare grade necklace. Reward for overall rank 1, special reward selection box. Black Dog looked at the screen with satisfaction as everything was going according to plan. Confirmed, you are the first player to achieve overall rank 1 for 5 consecutive rounds. You have achieved an impossible feat. You have earned the title the leader. Done, just as planned, I've got the title. As he received the title, he began calculating his next move. The leader title, conditions for acquisition, reach rank 1 overall for the first 5 consecutive rounds. Effect, all experience gained increased by 1.5x. It was because of this title that I never missed rank 1. I can't pass up a chance to grow 1.5 times faster. Black Dog reached out and tapped the golden chest on the screen. Now that I have the desired title, time to choose the rank 1 reward. As he tapped, a list of various necklaces appeared. You may choose one of the following rare grade necklaces. Reward, tap on the reward you want. 1. Skeleton Knight's Necklace. 2. Java's Necklace. 3. Necklace of Resilience. Black Dog thought carefully before choosing. An ordinary person would probably just pick one like they're taking a multiple choice test, but I've already tried them all out in previous loops. After some hesitation, he chose the second item. What I need is Java's Necklace. When Black Dog tapped it, a series of stats appeared. Java's Necklace. Type necklace grade rare effect all stats +3 status effect resistance +35%. Durability 1000. Usage requirement common level or higher. Description, a necklace always worn by the alien Java race. The necklace itself contains magic power. He looked at it and pondered. What I need to strengthen right now isn't strength or raw stats, but resistance to adverse status effects. A ring and a necklace appeared, shimmering with bright gems. Furthermore, items with status resistance are extremely rare, so later on, if I don't need it anymore, I can sell it for a high price. The system continued to display the second reward. Now you may choose one of the following special rewards. Reward, tap on the reward you want. 1 3x EXP buff for 6 hours. 2 6,000 gold. 3 information about round 6. This time he didn't hesitate and decided immediately. No need to think, I'm definitely choosing the experience buff. Suddenly, Priscilla clapped her hands, and the sound drew the attention of the players. She asked if all the players had received their rankings. Everyone has checked their rankings via message, right? Priscilla's eyes flashed with disdain. By the way, the number of players who completed the main mission is 1,588. As soon as she finished speaking, the lower-ranked players began to be incinerated. From rank 1,211 downward, you will be eliminated without mercy. No, wait, Angel, please have mercy. They all screamed in agony as the flames consumed them. Please spare me. Priscilla covered her mouth and laughed mockingly. It's pathetic to beg for your life like that. Humans are no better than insects. He looked at her and mocked, you think you're any different. Priscilla looked at the leaderboard. I guess you didn't finish it either. She glanced down at Black Dog and mocked him. Round 5 submission, first place. Priscilla was quite surprised when she saw him. You passed. With a blinding flash of light, she said her goodbyes and vanished. Well then, humans, get some rest. See you in the next round. After Priscilla disappeared, the system announced to all surviving players. Round 5 ends. Entire region, 19,327,557 survivors. Region CESKS 007, 1,211 survivors. Souls will be transferred back to their original physical bodies in a few minutes. Round 6 will begin at midnight, June 1st, 2023. See you in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. He returned to his apartment. Ryu Min's body was tense, and he had to lift his arms to stretch out his muscles. Ryu Min slumped back into his chair, urging himself on. After eating, let's get started. Black Dog opened the system and started upgrading his weapon. Combination window, main material is the Reaper's Scythe. Submaterials include the Orc Heart and the Divine Wooden Statue. Then he added the items he had gathered, rusted arrowheads and the fangs of 2 orcs. Black Dog seemed a bit hesitant about combining the weapons. If I hit the combine button now, the weapon will be enhanced into a rare grade item suited to my level. After still weighing his options, he recalled, but I have the black diamond I took from Yongmin. Finally, Black Dog decided to combine that stone as well and hit the button. If I combine it with the black diamond, it won't be rare grade anymore, but upgraded to a unique grade item. Combine. A unique scythe radiated a mysterious black energy. Combination successful. You have created the death scythe. After the combination was finished, the system displayed the stats of the weapon. Death Scythe. Type weapon, grade unique level 300 effect all stats plus 10 skill damage plus 10%. Durability 3000. Usage requirement expert level or higher. Description, a scythe once favored by death. It is said that darkness always follows the death scythe. He let out a refreshing laugh that startled Ryu Min. Finally, I've gotten rid of that Reaper's scythe. Ryu Min used his remaining money to purchase more skills. Now, with the remaining money, let's learn some general skills. Store all equipment, materials, consumables, general skills. Surrounding exploration, 20,000. Eyes, a skill used to show maps and paths. First, surrounding exploration will help display a minimap. The second skill helped his eyes see further. Enhanced vision would push his sight far beyond human limits. And the last two skills were for creating shields and aiming at targets. Basic resistance would increase resistance to adverse status effects by 15%. Dexterity would increase skill accuracy by 20%. That's all the general skills learned. Even though he had opened all the skills, he still had plenty of money. Learned all the skills and still have 140,000 gold left. Besides the rare items opening in a few days, there's nothing worth buying. Ryu Min sat up and decided to stop there. Alright, that's enough for now. He used his thoughts to open the system and check his stats. Status window. Status window name Ryu Min, class expert, level 40, job Reaper, nickname Black Dog, titles timeline resistor hidden, first angel slayer hidden, one who opposes divine punishment hidden, the leader hidden, stats strength 106, intelligence 150, agility 106, luck 136, stat points 0. Skills, general, tracking, breath sensing, trail removal, first aid, surrounding exploration, enhanced vision, basic resistance, dexterity. Specialized, Death Mark, Reaper's Knight, Moonslicing Slash, Massacre Rune, Radiant Rune, Clone Rune, Reaper Rune, Inner Rune, Balance Rune. Additional features, store can purchase items, combine can combine items, trade can trade items or gold. Unlocks at level 60, unlocks at level 99. Ryu Min looked at the screen and smiled with satisfaction. When it's just the buff from the Balance Rune, it's already like this. If I add the Massacre Rune, the power will double. As he was thinking and the system began to fade, awesome. Now I'm as strong as I can be. Time to start doing business with Ma Jionrock. After that deal is done, I'll take advantage of Yongmin. Suddenly something crossed Ryu Min's mind. Wait, come to think of it, how is that guy doing now? I wonder if he survived as planned. He opened a skill and started track Yongmin. Ryu Min laughed happily when he found Yongmin's location. Being able to track him means he's still alive. Great, I can still use him more. With eyes cold as ice as he thought of him, he smirked, determined to make him fail. But this time will be the last time I use Yongmin. After using him in this real world, I'll discard him. The scene shifted to the large building inside the city. Inside a luxurious cafe, Julie sat alone. She looked outside, slightly puzzled. Why would Ryu Min want to meet me again? In her head, she imagined the next scene. In her fantasy, Ryu Min leaned in gently. Julie, I've missed you. Thinking this made Julie extremely embarrassed, she tried to keep her composure. What a stupid thought. Calm down, absolutely don't let it show. She was still lost in her mess of thoughts when the door swung open. Ryu Min walked in with a handsome, dashing demeanor, turning his head to look for her. After noticing her sitting in a corner, he smiled and came over to greet her. You're here? Have you been waiting long? She quickly stood up to explain. No, I just got here too. Feeling a bit shy, Julie announced she was going to order. What do you want to drink? My treat today, just choose whatever you want. This made him quite happy. Really? Then I'll take an Americano with an extra shot. She nodded in agreement. Okay, wait a moment. After sitting down, Ryu Min's face became strangely friendly. Thanks for the drink, Julie. Julie felt something wasn't quite right and pondered. Why does the atmosphere feel so tense today? It must be because of those silly thoughts earlier. Before she knew it, she was thinking again about the intimate scene she had imagined. This time, Ryu Min spoke gently. So how was round 5? He looked quite awkward as he stared at her face. Did you meet Black Dog? Seeing this, she nodded in agreement. Ah, just like you said, I met him and went hunting together. Julie's face lit up as she explained. To be honest, I was skeptical. The rank 1 player agreed to party with me, but when I showed him my buff, he agreed immediately. It seemed this was all within Ryu Min's calculations. I told you, once he saw your buff, even Black Dog would need it. She nodded, laughing in understanding. Because of that, hunting was incredibly easy. He helped a lot. It was the first time I ranked 2nd in the entire region. This surprised Ryu Min, who looked forward. 2nd place? That's amazing. What did you get? Her eyes became extremely expectant. Want to see? Julie summoned the necklace in her hand. Her face sparkled with joy because this item was a mid-level rare necklace that increased agility stats. Well, how does it look? Ryu Min looked at the necklace in her hand and couldn't help but feel amazed. It's beautiful. She immediately held it out toward him. Here, take it. This left him quite awkward. Why give it to me? She quickly urged him. Just take it. I only got it because your guess was correct. It seemed he was still too shy about these things. No, I can't, this is your hard-earned reward. But Julie's gaze was extremely resolute. That's not true, Black Dog carried me so hunting was like a breeze. Ryu Min could only give an awkward smile. Then give it to him, she sighed in surprise. Why would he need this low-level stuff? In his head he already had his own thoughts. Of course not, he doesn't need it. Ryu Min saw the situation and quickly waved his hand, shaking his head to explain. Thanks, but I don't need it, I haven't even reached the regular level yet. She felt a bit confused. You haven't reached the regular level, what level are you now? He sighed, bowing his head with a look of sadness. Level 19, I just finished killing 300 orcs in 10 hours. Seeing his attitude, Julie had no choice but to put the necklace away. The prophet class isn't very suited for melee anyway. Sensing something wasn't right, she became curious. But hey, how does the prophet class fight? Ryu Min laughed, scratching his head, not knowing how to explain. I have a few magic skills, but I'm a bit shy about performing them. This made her contemplate. Then you don't need the agility necklace since spells are based on intelligence, right? He nodded in confirmation. Exactly. She also figured something out. Then, in Julie's hand, a new item appeared. I'll give you this instead of the necklace. She also smiled sincerely and explained, I picked it up while hunting, just take it. I don't know if it's any good, but it's a token of my heart, so don't look down on it. Seeing her treat him so kindly, Ryu Min was also a bit touched. He gently reached out to take the item from her hand. Thank you for thinking of me. This contact also made Julie blush with embarrassment. It's not what you think, okay? You've been giving me information the whole time, I felt so bad. Ryu Min pondered for a moment, then immediately proposed an idea. In that case, I want to give you something too. She was quite surprised. Julie, to me, what is it? He continued to announce, what else? Information about round 6, of course. These words stopped her in her tracks. She tried to muster an awkward smile. I would be extremely grateful if you'd let me know. Ryu Min didn't care at all and spoke up. All right, the mission in round 6 is. The two of them chatted for a long time, intensely. A moment later, Julie's face seemed to understand something more. Should I hunt with Black Dog? Ryu Min confidently comforted her. I'm sure he won't refuse. You already proved your worth in round 5. She became contemplative. Teaming up with him again, huh? Seeing this, he became worried. So you're happy about it, right? Julie laughed and expressed her thoughts. Of course, Black Dog is extremely kind to me. Ryu Min seemed quite surprised to hear this answer. Kind. Speaking of this, she focused on recounting it with sparkling eyes. He behaves more thoughtfully than I thought. He's not as scary as he looks, a bit arrogant, but rank 1 is allowed to be. These words were like a knife stabbing into Ryu Min's head. He couldn't say anything more. Is that so? After a period of reflection, she announced again, also, he seems to have great insight. Ryu Min felt a bit confused. Insight? She explained according to her own thoughts. It's hard to explain, but it's like he can read other people's minds. He heard this and calmed down. That's just thanks to the soul mark. In his head, he already had his own thoughts. I'm not perfect. I've already failed 99 times. Wait, have I been deceived? The final round requires 5 people to enter the boss room. Suddenly, he remembered the system's notifications from that day. Boss room requirement, 1-5. At least 5 players are needed to enter the boss room. Thinking of this, Ryu Min looked forward with determination, not letting himself make mistakes. Either way, I've run out of chances. I must reach the final round at all costs. Both Julie and that American pastor too. Seeing him lost in thought like that, Julie felt a bit confused. Min, what are you thinking about? He hurriedly shook his head to explain, nothing, don't worry. She was quite curious. Are you worried about the next round? Ryu Min nodded in agreement with this. Yeah, I'm not very strong. She sighed with regret. If only the regions were merged, I could still help you. He felt quite surprised. Help for free? She nodded, reconfirming once again. Of course. She sighed to explain. Always being the one receiving help makes me feel guilty. I haven't helped you at all. Seeing her feel so guilty, Ryu Min calmly had his own thoughts in his head. You've helped a lot, Julie. Thanks to you, I took down a high-level orc in 1 second. He gently comforted her. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Sooner or later, we'll meet again in another world. This was what made Julie lift her head and be happy for a bit. Really. She wore a pure smile and encouraged him, then let's both do our best. He could only raise his hand and nod to acknowledge, although in his head he already had his own calculations. This is if she finds out I'm Black Dog. I don't know how her reaction will be. That's what worries me most. Time quickly shifted toward the evening at the Celestial Demon Corporation. Ryu Min stepped inside. The secretary bowed to announce, Sir, the major shareholder Ryu Min has arrived. Seeing that he had appeared made Ma Jonrock excitedly stand up to greet him. Welcome, distinguished shareholder. He quickly pointed to the chair and signaled to the secretary. Please take a seat in this chair. Manager on, bring us 2 cups of chrysanthemum tea. The secretary also nodded, understanding the meaning perfectly. Yes, sir. After sitting down, Ma Jonrock went straight to the main point. Major shareholder, Prophet, was your trip all right? Ryu Min smiled. Very good, the driver you sent was very polite. Hearing this, he let out a sigh of relief. That's great. If anyone makes you uncomfortable, just tell me. I'll handle it immediately and take appropriate action. He reasoned. Ma Jionrock, the man who kills a criminal every week talking about appropriate action, huh? Suddenly he called out, oh, that's right. A plan sparked in his head, better not say anything pointless. Ma Jionrock looked outside and proposed. Have you eaten yet? If not, we can eat together. Ryu Min saw this and laughed in response. There's something more important than eating. This made Ma Jionrock extremely excited and jump up. Could it be? His face was extremely expectant. Are you here to provide information about the next round? Seeing the look on his face made Ryu Min extremely satisfied. He's desperate. He proposed, of course I will share information about round 6. He heard this and happily responded, really, I'm very grateful. As soon as he finished his sentence, Ryu Min interrupted. In exchange, I want you to convene an emergency shareholders meeting. He calmly stated his thoughts. It's time to discuss business. We'll have to change our industry and the company name. Ma Jionrock immediately changed his attitude. What do you want me to do? Ryu Min also refused to lose as he went straight to the main point. At the meeting, I want you to support the project that I'm about to propose. His voice kept ringing inside the office. As I said before, don't oppose it unreasonably. That means you have to convince the other shareholders. Ma Jionrock remained silent after hearing these words. From what I see in the future, they won't be happy about this. Feeling something wasn't right, Ma Jionrock panicked and intended to react. In the end, what kind of business is this? All of his reactions were taken in by Ryu Min. He already had his own calculations. Judging by his face, I can tell he wants to know so badly, which is understandable, hearing me say change industries and yet bringing success. This time he spoke slowly. The business industry that I'm about to launch is creating an exclusive social network platform specifically for players. Ryu Min smiled confidently as he announced, that is creating an exclusive open platform for players. This made Ma Jionrock feel puzzled. You mean a website? Ryu Min nodded to confirm. That's right. The difference between a regular page and this one is that it will only be for players to use and it's designed for trading items instead of daily goods. Ma Jionrock looked suspicious. Can you really trade items with cash? Sensing that he was still hesitant, Ryu Min patiently explained, we will let the sellers decide for themselves whether they want to trade or receive compensation for their items while selling on the site. This also left Ma Jionrock feeling quite confused. I understand the trading part, but do players actually need cash? Ryu Min calmly speculated, some people will definitely need it. He continued to overview the initial plan. Currently, there is no other way. Ma Jionrock found it a bit hard to believe currently, so will there be another way later? Looking at Ma Jionrock's attitude, Ryu Min thought to himself, he's quite smart. However, these things were all predicted by him. He calmly revealed the plan he had devised from the beginning. That's right, I've looked into the future and saw someone above level 40 trading with gold coins instead of cash. This was the first time the other had heard of this plan. Gold, you say? He introduced the plan he had set in his mind more clearly. When you reach level 40, you will unlock the negotiation feature. Using that feature, you can transfer gold between people. We just need to create a system on the page to exchange gold safely when the time comes. His face showed a hint of smugness. Of course, we will collect fees in either cash or gold. After hearing this, Ma Jionrock sat there in deep thought for a long time. A social marketplace for players, huh? That's a great idea, especially since no one has done it yet. If it succeeds, we'll have a monopoly. He looked up and asked, so who is going to use it? Ryu Min acted as if nothing had happened and replied, players who have accumulated many items over the last 5 rounds. Ryu Min had researched these things very thoroughly beforehand. As you know, you can't sell items dropped from monsters in the shop, so I'm sure they are figuring out how to get rid of them. His voice continued to echo in the room. Furthermore, they are over level 20 now, so they are certainly testing various item combinations. Ma Jionrock listened in silence. If there were a website that allowed them to easily buy things. After hearing it all, this time his idea gradually shifted. There will be a lot of users. Ryu Min nodded to confirm, this is the best opportunity to create the website. Ma Jionrock needed time to think. He sat still, focusing on calculating the next step of the plan. As you said, if done well, it will surely be a huge success. We can post a series of advertisements. Various thoughts appeared in his head. We should also make an app to make it easier to use. Maybe we should even add an auction system if we aren't charging fees initially. While he was still wavering on how to do it, a smug smile appeared on Ryu Min's lips. It seemed he liked this idea a lot, simply because he knew he was a prophet. It seemed that in this plan he also had his own calculations. It's true that it benefits me too. If I monopolize the crafting materials whose uses others don't know yet, I'll be able to create unique, legendary, and even god-tier items. While he was still lost in his thoughts, Ma Jionrock had already made a decision. Let's just decide on that for now. What about the company name? Ryu Min glanced at him. Do you have any ideas? His face became more confident as he offered his opinion. Let's just do as you say. You are the largest shareholder after all. Ryu Min became serious again. He continued to propose, what about player place? To emphasize that we are for players. Ma Jionrok silently agreed with this. That sounds fine and it's easy to abbreviate to PP2. Ryu Min sighed in relief upon hearing that. Good, so how long will it take to develop? He carefully calculated and then announced, at least 1 month. Ryu Min nodded, thinking silently that means after round 6. Remembering something important, Ryu Min quickly declared, by the way, let me tell you about round 6 as well. This information also caused Ma Jionrok and his secretary nearby to be surprised. After discussing for a long time, Ma Jionrok sat there calmly thinking, so, teamwork is also very important in round 6. This time he stood up, thanking him for everything. Ryu Min shook his head as if nothing had happened. It's nothing. Ma Jionrok was extremely happy and had plans for the future. Keeping him was a wise decision. Thanks to him, everything is going smoothly, both in the real world and the other world. He looked up and smiled. Then we will deploy the business as you described. I will organize a shareholder meeting as soon as possible to pass this idea. His face became excited. Can you attend the meeting to present the idea? Ryu Min nodded at this idea. Sure. He quickly placed his trust in him. That's good. I'll call you as soon as the date is set. Feeling that everything had happened very quickly, Ma Jionrok gave instructions. Section Chief On, take him home and by the way, tell Ms. Seo everything. On Sanchial nodded, understanding the intent. I understand. After Secretary On Sanchial left, Ma Jionrok turned toward the door. Well then, goodbye. Time passed until a few days later. Ryu Min woke up, and the first thing he did was pick up his phone. Today, epic-grade items will be sold. He opened the store screen, shop today's items. His fingers agilely performed the operations. Looking at the cloak right in front of him, Ryu Min was somewhat delighted. Here it is, the tattered robe of the Wanderer, item of the day. The system displayed information about this robe. Tattered robe of the Wanderer, type armor, grade epic, defense 1, durability 1000. Restriction, official player or higher. Description, a dirty, tattered set of clothes, however it has one strong point. Price 20,000 gold. Time remaining 23 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Ryu Min felt a bit regretful. The defense is crap, but it increases movement and attack speed significantly. Even so, he still reached out to confirm. An epic item for 20,000 gold is truly rare. Looking at the screen that was gradually confirming the success, Ryu Min contemplated strangely. Soon I won't have to rely on the shop anymore. I'll be able to buy everything I need on the social marketplace. Before him appeared a scroll he had just ordered. When that time comes, crafting blueprints will sell for a high price, if there is a blueprint for crafting a certain item. Ryu Min looked at it to see if anything changed. You won't need to blindly combine items anymore. It was clear that a perfect plan had been set in Ryu Min's mind. Furthermore, players can also resell blueprints, so it's a very popular commodity. If this advantage is exploited well, the market will grow even more. Thinking this far, he felt a bit tired and collapsed onto the bed. But first, in tomorrow's shareholder meeting. Time passed to the next day at the Heavenly Demon Consulting Company. As each president walked in, Secretary On Sangchial handed them a document folder. This is the document folder, please sit. Things were gradually getting better. The shareholder meeting went smoothly. Ryu Min stood on the podium presenting his idea to everyone. However, things were never that easy. There were always people who opposed his opinion as expected. There were people who opposed my idea, but because I answered every question fluently, they gradually questioned less. Ryu Min was not afraid but calmly stated the plan. This also left Ma Jionrok nearby feeling impressed. Finally, everyone agreed. After the press conference passed, Ma Jionrok happily walked over to praise him. You did a great job, you didn't look nervous at all. Ryu Min calmly replied, perhaps it's thanks to practicing at home, which also left Ma Jionrok feeling a bit surprised, really. He placed his hand on his chest and then voiced his current thoughts. From now on, I will take care of the rest. You just need to worry about surviving the next round. Hearing him say that, a strange smile appeared on Ryu Min's lips. He must be worried I'll die. Knowing that everything was gradually getting better, Ma Jionrok quickly proposed, are you hungry? Let's go have lunch together. He happily nodded, sure. In his heart, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's it for today. He slowly walked forward, planning the next step. Only one thing left, I have to use Yongmin. A moment later, Jammy's face appeared on the screen. Hello, this is PCW, the Sunday periodic meeting. Poppering's face looked a bit strange. He quickly replied, hello, Jammy. She immediately realized there was an issue. Why does everyone seem so heavy-hearted? Is something wrong? Poppering asked seriously, haven't you heard the news? Jammy, who randomly didn't know what had happened, what news? The following words also left her stunned on the spot. We still haven't received any news from my 30-year-old self and Honey Jam. Looking at the fact that we haven't been able to contact them since round 5, I don't think they are alive anymore. This time her face became completely serious. She glanced at everyone's attitude. I see, so that's why everyone is hanging their heads. But surprisingly, are they really sad about that death? I only met them via video call. Thinking this far, Jamie was startled to realize something important. They're probably pretending to look like good people. Already she thought of the president's face and then pondered, the founder of PCW is the most influential person here. Of course, they have to pretend to be close to win his favor. He always acts sad whenever someone dies. Thinking this far, Jamie became even more determined. Might as well pretend along with them. She immediately switched to acting mode and cried pitifully. No, not those two. Seeing her so pathetic, everyone cried along. Don't cry, because you're crying, I'm crying along too. Seeing everyone following her lead, Jamie thought smugly, look at them, every one of them is imitating me. Humans really are easy to predict. Suddenly, the system displayed a new notification. The president has joined the PCW call. Looking at everyone's attitude, the president became bewildered. What's going on? Why is everyone crying? Seeing this, Lost Yark could only sigh, recounting the story from beginning to end to the president. After hearing all this, the president also pondered strangely. I understand, but I'm still very happy that you guys are alive. He closed his eyes tightly, saying his thoughts sadly, no round passes smoothly. Now we only have 6 people left. This time one of them asked in surprise, President, can't we choose a new operator? The president deliberated and then replied, I want to too, but no one is capable enough. The candidates who applied last time are all unreachable. He looked at the employee sitting opposite Lost Yark. What happened to those 3? He shook his head in reply, I've called them many times but no one answered. This also left the president feeling disappointed. Surely all 3 died in round 5. Lost Yark informed him quite seriously, I'm not sure about the other 2, but Black Scythe is still alive. The president focused on listening to Lost Yark's reasoning. Everyone must have seen the results of round 5 by now, right? Someone that powerful will be completely safe in both the game and real life. Recalling the round 5 leaderboard where he stood at the top, the president had another question. Then why Black Scythe? Why has he been hiding until now, even though he submitted an application? Lost Yark and another person on the screen were also confused about this. I don't know that either. I'm asking if he's trying to trick us. Poppering suddenly realized something and said, wasn't the opponent Ryu Min from the very beginning? Currently, the reason I can't contact him is that he died in the 5th round. The president agreed with this point. That makes sense because he is an imposter. Another member of the group, Miyakbing, who looked quite sluggish, suddenly spoke up. Well, there's no way a big shot like Black Scythe would want to join a cafe like this. Miyakbang suddenly realized his slip of the tongue and shut his mouth immediately. However, the president's expression turned cold unexpectedly. At the same time, Lost Yark and Jamie expressed worry. The president's voice rose afterward. Hey Miyakbang, did you just say this type of cafe? Is there something wrong with our cafe? Miyakbang's voice was flustered that. The president's interrogation, along with the coldness, enveloped the entire meeting. Our cafe plays a pioneering role in this new era by bringing players together through cooperation. It seems there is something that makes you feel dissatisfied. At this step, Miyakbang realized his mistake and stood up, waving his hands. I'm sorry, President, I didn't mean it that way. Every mistake cannot be forgiven, so the president made his decision. From this moment on, Miyakbang, I am dismissing you from your executive position. No, you will be expelled from the cafe permanently. Miyakbang was astonished, while the president's words continued, cooperating to survive in a situation where even our combined strength isn't enough. We cannot accept someone who looks down on our cafe. Miyakbang tried to salvage the situation, but it seemed too late. From now on, Miyakbang, you will be on our blacklist, so adapt when a new era comes. Here, Miyakbang's screen turned off along with a message in the group. Chat window manager, Miyakbang has been kicked from the conversation, removing members without a hint of hesitation. The president returned to his cheerful self, turning toward the remaining people and saying, now that we've removed the troublemaker, should we continue the meeting? The faces of the remaining executives were tense. Once again, they realized that in this place, the president's word is law. Yes. At that moment, Lost Yark shouted and showed clear confusion. The president asked, Lost Yark, what's wrong? Lost Yark watched the screen information more closely and replied, oh, there's a player who just submitted an application, but that player's nickname is Black Scythe. The president and everyone looked at him in astonishment. Is he being used again? Hearing the president's question, he began to analyze further. Yes, Mr. President, but the real name is different from the previous Black Scythe. The applicant this time is Yongmin. After thinking for a while, the president made a decision, go visit his house. We don't know for sure if it's Ryu Min, but we have no other choice but to meet to find out right. The next problem followed, but what if it's not him? What should we do, Mr. President? The president said in a cold voice, then he will have to pay for daring to play a prank on us. Shifting to another place, there was a player sitting in an internet cafe. This person was none other than Ryu Min. He sat there in deep thought. Someone has disguised themselves as the mysterious Black Scythe, and the top brass of PCW cannot just sit still. His grand plan was to use Yongman as bait to lure the PCW executives. They could use this interview as an excuse to visit his house. I've written the address in detail for Yongman. He then left his seat. They recruit members by forcing players to kill, and the way they alienate and enslave civilians is wrong. Such wrongdoings only divide players and civilians, and eventually they will lead to destruction. That's why I can't just stand by and watch. It's better that I eradicate the root of the problem, the executive directors, and use the organization myself. Someday, BCW will grow into a major power, with more than 30% of the players in the country as members. Therefore, instead of destroying the group, it would be more beneficial to use it to control the player count. That's the reason I registered to join PCW from the very beginning. Once I use Yangman to topple the executive directors, I will take that president's chair. He opened the door and walked out of this place. Moving to a new place, a shrill bell rang as someone opened the door and entered. A person with a somewhat large black bag walked toward the counter where the shop owner was busy reading a newspaper. Hearing the footsteps get closer, the shop owner paid attention. Hello, just in time. With the large bag slamming down on the counter. The person who appeared was a bank robber, a stranger wearing a mask to hide his identity with a sudden, agile movement. His voice was laced with sharpness. Put all the cash you have into this bag if you don't want trouble. The owner hesitated. Confusion was evident. P-player. He saw the shop owner not taking action, so he narrowed his eyes. And in response, his fist slammed down on the counter. Although the punch seemed normal, it sounded like a sledgehammer strike, leaving a lasting impact. Damn it, what are you hesitating for? Do you think this is a joke? Only then did the shop owner realize the truth. He then tremblingly carried the bag to the cashier's side. His voice grew urgent. Hurry up, do you want your skull crushed? I will do it right away. The owner quickly took money from the cash register and handed the money bag out, the look of worry evident in his eyes. Here. An amount of money appeared right in the bag handed out by the owner to the opponent, but he seemed unsatisfied. Is this all you have? The shop owner hurriedly explained. Business hasn't been very good lately. Ticket sales have been suspended. You see, I sell many items like a convenience store. But the revenue, he suddenly leaned in and interrogated. I didn't ask you about that. I know you still have something safe inside. His fist was pointed straight at the shop owner, shouting, now pull it out right away. Facing a raised fist, the shop owner reluctantly ran to get money from the safe. I'll get it right away. A moment later, the money bag was filled almost to the brim, with stacks of money still in their paper wrappers. Seeing that, he also accepted it and reached out to pull the bag, thinking, about 10 million, this seems enough. Satisfied. He turned to leave but suddenly turned back. Just try reporting this. I will escape prison and kill you with my own hands. The shop owner was completely silent before this event. In the darkness, he had walked out of the shop he had just robbed. He quickly chose a corner and ran away afterward, minimizing the chance of being detected. And then, choosing a location, he began to put his hand on the thing covering his face, and pulled it off, and this person was none other than Yangmin. He checked his belongings in the bag, and a smile appeared on his face involuntarily. Heh, today was quite effective. This money is enough for me to eat for a month. But suddenly he stopped with another worry as thoughts took over. In the real world I can manage, but what about the other world? Can I endure surviving the next round? His fist clenched in anger. Everything is all because of that bastard Black Scythe. Because of him I lost a friend and my stats have also been reduced. He shouted in the alley as if he couldn't hold back this anger. Everything is that bastard's fault. But then he was startled when a cat jumped behind him naturally. Walking forward, his thoughts continued. Reaper, you son of a bitch, don't let me meet you in real life. I'll chop you in two right on the spot. Arriving at a certain building, Yangman was currently walking hurriedly up the stairs, panting. However, unexpectedly, someone was holding a phone, nonchalantly standing outside his room door. Yangman's reaction was shock. As he approached, Yangman asked, you, who are you? This person who appeared was Lost Yark. Lost Yark also noticed, so he asked, are you Yangman? Yangman looked at the stranger with a cautious gaze, not answering. Lost Yark then put his phone away. I assume my guess was correct. Judging by his reaction, but Yangman pulled the bag back and interrupted. Who are you? Are you a cop? Lost Yark was puzzled. Cop. A friendly smile as if understanding the meaning. Ha ha. What? Have you committed some crime already? Without hesitation, Lost Yark introduced himself. I am Lost Yark, an interviewer from PCW. You submitted an application to be a member this morning, right? Yangman's face was stern and didn't understand what was going on. Is this bastard trying to sell me something? What is this nonsense? Catching something, Lost Yark asked. Are you not Black Scythe? And what the hell is PCW? Lost Yark was startled. But then he sighed and realized his mistake. I apologize for this confusion. I will take my leave immediately. But Yangmin shouted again, what the hell? At least tell me what on earth is going on here. Not rushing to leave, Lost Yark explained. It seems like someone knew your information and decided to bother you because your name and address both matched. Yangmin was shocked again. What bastard did this? Very quickly came the answer, it was me. Both Yangmin and Lost Yark turned their heads when hearing the unexpected voice. In the hallway, a man wearing a mask with his face painted white was standing there, fully equipped. I used your name, Yangmin. The coldness locked them both. Yangmin looked at the opponent who suddenly appeared and became even more annoyed. Hey, what the hell? Who is the crazy guy standing in front of me? Do you know who I am? Ryu Min, I know. He was puzzled by the problem. Yangmin challenged, who the hell are you? Instead of answering, Ryu Min took the Reaper's scythe from his inventory. Are you asking me who I am? Witnessing the giant weapon, both Lost Yark and Yangmin were silent in shock. He interjected for the opponent, confirming further, does this answer everyone's question? A player using a scythe is not common, especially a giant, fierce-looking scythe like this. If there were a player carrying such a scythe, there would only be one. Lost Yark imagined those problems and pieced together the ridiculously huge scythe, is that Black Scythe. But looking at that appearance, he was too short. He didn't even seem to be a person over 170 cm tall, and his build was small too. It was completely different from the Black Scythe image he had imagined. Rather, he seems quite easy to deal with. But Yangmin, who had actually met Black Scythe before, felt the fear rushing back. That's Black Scythe. It really is Black Scythe. Today is a truly terrible day. The physique was different, but the voice and the atmosphere were exactly the same. And above all, those eyes, the gaze appearing through the mask was unforgettable. His footsteps subconsciously backed away one step. It's real, the real person has appeared. Black Scythe has appeared and approached me in reality. With a level difference of more than double, Yangmin's face turned even paler. Countless questions set themselves in his head, but why is he here? No, more importantly, why is he using my identity? There is no reason for the two of us to do business with each other, right? In any case, appearing with a weapon in hand is not a good sign. Not knowing whether it was because his hands were sweating or to reduce stress, Yangmin kept clenching and releasing his hand. With such strange behavior, Lost Yark looked at Yangmin one more time, thinking, is he trembling? Because the opponent is really Black Scythe. Turning to look at him, her mind was still fixated on that thought. She had never met him in real life, but what if he really was Black Sickle? A drop of sweat fell as she pressed her lips together. She was only level 20, so there was no way she could be his match. Not wanting to give them a chance to think, Ryu Min shifted his gaze toward Lost Yark. Startled by the sudden attention, Lost Yark froze. Ryu Min followed up with a question. You didn't come here alone, did you? Tell the others to come out, I know they're here. Lost Yark was shocked. He even knew that there were other executives hiding nearby. Without waiting for Lost Yark to speak, two men hiding in the hallway stairwell emerged. Damn it, we've been spotted. How did you know we were here? Knowing nothing about the presence detection skill, both tried to approach Ryu Min, but he pointed his black scythe at them as a warning. Don't come any closer unless you want to die. Seeing this, Kyukuru sneered. Hey, you're pretty loud for someone in such a small body, aren't you? But Poppering reached out a hand to stop him. Hey, are you really Black Sickle? To Poppering's question, Ryu Min swayed his scythe. Looking at this should tell you everything you need to know, right? Although she knew what it was, Poppering continued bravely. I've heard he uses a scythe as his main weapon, but we've never seen Black Sickle with our own eyes, so I don't think it's convincing just by looking at the scythe. He retorted, if you don't believe it, why even ask? But we still want to hear it from you directly. After some thought, there was only one way to confirm his identity, so he coldly gave the answer. Fine, I'm Black Sickle. Is that enough for you? When he admitted he was Black Sickle, Poppering's expression changed as a status window appeared. The target you are looking at is currently telling the truth. Rune of Truth, he had actually admitted it was the truth. Kyukuru, standing next to him, turned to Poppering and asked, what did it say? It said it's the truth. Hearing Poppering's words, Executive Lost Yark looked at Black Sickle in astonishment. He didn't want to believe it, but it was indeed true. Kyukuru was the only one of the three executives trembling because he had been so arrogant when talking to Ryu Min a minute ago. It's over. Damn it, my big mouth ruined everything. What should I do? Should I apologize for my mistake? No, wait, maybe he didn't hear it. He's just standing there quietly, right? With numb legs, Kyukuru, who was observing the situation, was the first to reach out to greet him, though still shaking. Black Sickle, it's a pleasure to meet you. But he shut him down. Now is not the time for pleasantries. The Black Scythe pointed at him once more. You said you wanted to confirm if I'm really Black Sickle, right? Then let's use our skills to confirm it. Kyukuru was stunned. Challenging a level 20 player was just child's play, and the intent was clear. He heard it, damn it, he heard it. There was no way to escape this situation. No matter what he had to apologize, he immediately bowed before him. I am truly sorry for my rudeness earlier, sir. Black Sickle did not pull back his scythe. You're apologizing, don't you need to verify if I'm truly Black Sickle? The situation was going south. Poppering intervened by raising her hand. There's no need to show your skills, the verification is already complete. He interrupted immediately. I only just mentioned my name, didn't I? Seeing him retract the weapon at his side, Poppering explained, Ah yes, I have a rune related to that. Fine, but I can't overlook this. If he can withstand my attack, I'll consider that rudeness never happened. Hearing this, Kyukyuru's body shook even more, his face turning pale, and he tried to say a few more words while holding up a finger. Please, Black Sickle, sir, just this once, let me go. But he signaled him. In that case, I'll begin, shall I? Before he could even apologize for his mistake, it happened. Click. With a chilling sound, Kyukyuru's head hit the ground. As their colleague's head rolled to their feet, both were shocked. Lost Yark wanted to scream, damn it, what the hell is wrong with this monster? He stepped forward a few more paces. At a clear distance, Poppering now felt a chill down her spine. I didn't even see him swing his scythe. Frustrated by the loss of his colleague, Lost Yark couldn't hold back his emotions and shouted at him. Sir Black Sickle, what the hell are you doing? He turned to look at him and replied, What do you think? I'm proving that I really am Black Sickle with my own skills. Lost Yark clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. I told you there was no need to show your skills. Worry was immediately replaced by a few new thoughts. Surely we came here to recruit him. But are we supposed to accept a madman who kills without warning as an executive? Poppering also began to spiral into her own thoughts. It's too dangerous to have Black Sickle as an ally. If we can't recruit him to our side, we need to kill him right here and right now. They both reached the same conclusion, but he was currently level 40. It won't be easy. We have to pretend to surrender, catch him off guard, and ambush him. But their thoughts stopped as he let out a long sigh and spoke. It's ridiculous. You're really radiating killing intent. Do you think I wouldn't notice something like that? Caught red-handed, Poppering was startled but tried to correct herself. What are you talking about? Ryu Min stated their plan. Are you planning to kill me? Poppering stammered, trying to justify. No way, how could we ever think of killing you? Black Sickle Ryu Min coldly voiced the thoughts they'd had moments before. You just need to bow your heads and pretend to surrender like this. His gaze shifted to Lost Yark. And then ambush me, am I right? Both couldn't say anything as they were hit right in the heart. Their inner thoughts had been read clearly. He then turned to look at Yongmin. Do you know why I used Yongmin's name and address to apply? I wanted to lead the executives out. Hearing this confirmation, Lost Yark felt uneasy. What are you going to do? Raising his scythe, he let them know. It's very simple, you are all going to die by my hand. Poppering in the back still couldn't change her expression, especially in such a desperate situation. Her thoughts shifted again. Let's try to persuade him first. Persuade him and buy some time, that's the only way. Although Ryu Min had killed people unexpectedly, perhaps they could still talk it out. That was their hope. But just as Poppering was about to speak that thought aloud, she accidentally gasped, because Lost Yark had also become a corpse falling right in front of her. With another chill down her spine, the remaining Poppering understood the issue. He was trying to lure us here just to kill us from the start, wasn't he? Fear filled Poppering's eyes as she faced the harsh reality. Why do you have such a grudge against us? Are you asking me why? Ryu Min's scythe touched Poppering's neck. Are you asking what grudge I have when innocent people are killed as a trick for your recruitment test? Hearing him describe the method, Poppering couldn't believe it. How did you know that? He suddenly added, especially the executive interviews, you make them deal with innocent civilians personally. Poppering started to justify those issues in a hurry. They weren't innocent. They weren't innocent civilians. They said disparaging and belittling things about players. They were secretly jealous of our abilities. So hypocrites like that deserve to die, don't they? But he coldly cut off the justification. What about you? While treating others strictly, you go easy on yourselves. Isn't that a double standard? Poppering was deeply suspicious. You are so annoying, you don't even know who I am. His eyes widened as he looked at her, blurting out those words and reflecting. Why wouldn't I know? I can see through everything with my rune of truth. Following that thought, the opponent was sliced into two by him. Blood covered his mask. The thought continued. Only scum kill the innocent. His gaze moved to the last person in this space. Yongmin was trembling, looking terrified. He stood there and added a final remark that caused even greater panic in the other. No need to be afraid. I'll send you to your friends right away. As Ryu Min glanced over, one could see Yongmin trembling with fear. He stepped directly to his position. Yongmin took a step back, cowering against the wall. How do you know my friends? Ryu Min replied coldly, matching his footsteps. Why wouldn't I? Haven't we played together before? Or rather, to be precise, I was dragged around everywhere by your group. Ryu Min still looked at Yongmin, who looked at him as if to ask what kind of nonsense he was spouting. Covered in the blood of those he had just killed, Ryu Min slowly took off his white mask. Do you not know who I am? Leaving the others shocked and speechless, a familiar face was revealed, but it wore a smile with no trace of killing intent. It's me, Ryu Min, the person you used to bully. Reactions when something unbelievable happens are diverse. Some people's faces can become as stiff as stone, and Yongmin did just that. What? Ryu Min. Two scenes flashed through his mind as if they were overlapping. One was Ryu Min cowering like a turtle and being kicked by Yongmin himself. You bastard, didn't I tell you to bring the money? The other that appeared was Black Sickle, making everyone fear him as his black scythe severed limbs with an overwhelming aura. That loser. Ryu Min is actually Black Sickle. Yongmin looked up again. Even after rubbing his eyes, Yongmin could clearly recognize that the person who had taken off the mask in front of him was Ryu Min. They are the same person? No way. Seeing the other become shaky because of what he had done before, he added a probe. You don't believe this, do you, that I am Black Sickle? Closing his eyes and putting away the mask, Ryu Min told an old story. I see it was only last year that I was the one beaten to a pulp by you. The more Yongmin looked at the reality, the less he wanted to believe it had happened. His face turned livid and his voice could no longer remain calm. What, have you been playing with me this whole time? Why did you act like such a pathetic loser? Hearing the other speak, he was a bit surprised, and Ryu Min posed a counter question. What are you talking about? Since when did I act like a pathetic loser? However, still with the black scythe, Ryu Min spun it, cutting through one arm. The bag along with countless bills suffered the same fate, being sliced and scattered outside. Pain spread throughout his body and Yongmin collapsed into the hallway after the impact. He stood still, keeping the scythe pointed forward, explaining, hearing someone like you call me a pathetic loser really, truly pisses me off. Yongmin's moaning echoed throughout the area, but he didn't want him to make that sound. Silence, unless you want your tongue cut out. Yongmin tried to hold back his tears and endure the pain. Blood oozed from the cross-section, but he didn't want the other to die that easily. Fine, be a good boy, I'll give you first aid. Ryu Min raised his hand and performed first aid. Strings of turquoise runes headed toward Yongmin. The blood stopped flowing and the cut recovered as if new. Although Yongmin didn't understand what he intended to do, the answer was immediate. What? You've already lost an arm, but that doesn't matter much, you're going to die soon anyway. In great shock and complete surprise, Yongmin tried to stifle the trembling in his body and stated his doubt. Are you really the Ryu Min I once knew? Ryu Min shook his head slightly and looked at him with a cold gaze. No, the Ryu Min you knew has disappeared. Then he slowly raised his black scythe, like an executioner about to take a prisoner's head. Goodbye. In a critical moment, Yongmin shouted in a desperate voice. Wait Min, I bullied you a lot, right? I was wrong, I really regret it. Please don't kill me. The moving scythe stopped in midair because of that. He coldly kept his eyes on Yongmin. Are you sure? As Ryu Min listened, Yongmin seemed to see hope. If I say the right thing, I might save my life. With that thought, Yongmin chose his words more carefully. Yes, because killing me doesn't benefit you anyway, right? Instead, why don't you use me as a replacement? Retracting the scythe, he asked, use you? How? Yongmin hurriedly scrambled to find words to say. I can be your exclusive servant. If I have to crawl, I'll crawl. If I have to run, I'll run. I'll do whatever you ask. Run errands, act as bait while hunting, or whatever else you want. Faced with these words, Ryu Min brought his hand to his chin, as if preparing to sink into thought. Yongmin's gaze was full of expectation, but in a short moment he destroyed the other's dream. No, that's still not good enough. Are you still thinking about stabbing me in the back, right? The whole story about being a servant is just to buy time to kill me. Yongmin sweated continuously. Me, what are you talking about? Why would I have that thought? Yongmin acted surprised, but inside he was horrified. Damn it, who is this bastard? How does he know? Is he just guessing? Yongmin would be the one who never knew he was the one having his thoughts read. Ryu Min's voice rang out slowly. A stray dog trying to bite its owner. I can't keep something like that near me. Once more he raised his scythe high. Your usefulness ends here. The unfavorable situation returned. Urgency appeared clearly on Yongmin's face. Wait, please give me a reason. Slash, his scythe swept across Yongmin's neck quickly and cleanly. The conversation officially ended there. No longer capable of control, Yongmin fell to one side. The money from earlier continued to scatter throughout the hallway. Looking at this mediocre and meaningless death, Ryu Min felt a little regret. I really did give you a chance. In the previous regression. At the time I didn't have the rune in my heart. I was cleverly deceived by Yongmin's trident and let him live. And what was the result? A stab in the back. Of course, at that time, I was someone who was easy to bully. This is the end of a special relationship. He looked at the corpse and said a few last words. Goodbye, you bastard. His eyes narrowed further. Our long and terrible relationship ends here. This is the last time I have to see his damned face. He breathed lightly, then brushed his hands off. First, I need to clean this place up and remove the traces. Yangmin's body was covered first, and he didn't forget to include the other 3 corpses. All 4 corpses completely vanished thanks to the trace erasure skill. With no witnesses and no one to detect his presence, he put away his scythe and skills and smiled softly. Beautiful and clean. Now should I go to his house? Ryu Min quickly vanished into the darkness. The progression changed and a message appeared. Jamie has joined the PCW chat room. An unusual meeting took place and Jamie appeared on the screen raising her hand to greet everyone. Nice to meet you, Chairman. Seeing she was present, the executive greeted her back. Oh, Jamie, there you are. Looking at the screen where only 3 people appeared, Jamie felt a bit uneasy. I guess the interview with Black Sickle is over, but where are our other executives? The chairman sighed before answering. The executives are dead. They went to interview the other party and were killed. Jamie started in surprise, looking back at the screen. You could do that terrible thing. Immediately, she thought of someone in a panic. Could it be? Tiwin rested his chin on his hands, nodding as if he had guessed it. That's right, Black Sickle. He is hunting PWC members. Jamie brushed her hand to the side, her voice becoming more urgent. So Kyukuru, Lost Yark, and Poppering, you mean all of them died at the hands of the same person? Tiwin confirmed. That's right, but why? What did they do wrong? Receiving this question, the chairman answered immediately. Does a murderer need a reason? Perhaps he just wants to satisfy himself. Or perhaps he hates that we are increasing our influence. After hearing the chairman speak, Jamie understood somewhat. There are always evil people trying to steal others' bread. If it seems bigger, is it because envy and jealousy made him act? Jamie had completely changed her image of Black Sickle. If that's the case, we have to kill Black Sickle. Her fingers then tapped the desk once. So the application to join PWC was just a trap to lure the executives. The result was confirmed by the chairman once again. That's right. Jamie began to pull her hair out because of this. I was even looking forward to meeting Black Sickle, but he turns out to be a psychopath hostile to us. Fortunately, I hadn't recruited him into the ranks yet, or it would have been a disaster. Mentioning this, the chairman was also vague. Indeed, maybe my head would have been taken by that Black Sickle too. The chairman's expression wasn't good, perhaps due to losing so many executives, and a new order had been added. From now on, Black Sickle is our enemy. We must find him and avenge the members who have fallen. Although he said that, Jamie still felt something wasn't quite right. But are we sure that it's not an imposter but Black Sickle himself? The chairman then gave a reason. There is a witness. Please explain it to Jamie then. Lost Yark appeared miraculously on the screen after being killed by him earlier. Yes, Mr. Chairman. The meeting only had 3 people left and Lost Yark explained the situation of facing Black Sickle. Time passed and the chairman opened his mouth to conclude. Then see you at the next regular meeting. Both responded in turn. Yes, Mr. Chairman, goodbye, sir. Goodbye, Mr. Chairman. A message appeared on the conversation, stating the chairman had left the chat room. After the chairman left, Lost Yark also said goodbye to the remaining person. See you later, Jamie. She only then showed more concern. Yes, you must have had a hard time today because of the unfortunate event, so take care of yourself and rest. Nodding, Lost Yark replied softly, yes, thank you. He then typed on the keyboard, okay. After finishing that conversation, Lost Yark left the screen. The screen turned off. On that black screen, Lost Yark's thoughts appeared. Fortunately, it seems they didn't notice, so time to take off the helmet. Afterwards, the face rippled like a wave and returned to its original form. It wasn't the dark complexion from before, but Ryu Min himself. Making himself cute, he added, just as I thought, acting really suits me. Back to a slightly distant time before that, he was smiling as he looked at the system window in front of him, thinking. In round 5, the assassin's mask was chosen as the limited time combat reward. If there's a unique reward I need right now, this is the best item. Detailed information was added. Assassin's Mask, unique helmet type, defense 1 effect. Mimics the appearance of the player you killed by remembering from the start of the disguise. Face, skin tone, voice, and even physique change completely. Durability 3000. Usage restrictions. Expert level or higher. Description, a thin mask. Transparent, favored by assassins with a 99% success rate. It is said that no one knows his true face. Although this is an item with almost zero defensive power, but being able to change the appearance of the player you killed is a huge advantage. There is no assassination as easy as betrayal from an ally. He turned to one side, coming up with a new idea. Honestly, I wanted to kill the chairman and turn into him, but the assassin's mask doesn't work on him. Because the chairman is not a player. The head of a player group is not a player, is that not an irony? He left and walked away immediately after that. There is also a cunning player named Jamie who is very close to him. With my current level, there is no way I can counter her skills. Until I find a countermeasure, I will avoid contact with the executives in the next stage. I will faithfully carry out my role as Lost Yark through video chats and monitor the situation. The door opened and he left the place. After that, they probably won't try to find lost Yark until the next meeting. In the meantime, I should probably restore the durability of this eternal sleep stone. Looking at the distant place, he had a new plan for himself. I think I should go abroad now. Moving to a cabin in a forest in England. Someone was continuously swinging a hammer for their blacksmithing work. After finishing the work of striking impurities, the iron rod was submerged in water to cool quickly. Just as it was taken out of the water, it clearly showed the shape of a long dagger. A sizzling sound and smoke from the water vapor rose up. As the blade was confirmed in good condition, this person proceeded to sharpen the blade with a machine. Russell Daniel picked up his creation to admire it, flashing a bright smile. It was finally done. Despite having crafted a satisfactory piece, he let out a sigh, feeling a bit down. As soon as he placed the dagger on the table, he voiced the reason. What was the point of making it if it wouldn't even sell? Ever since those damn angels appeared, his customer base had dwindled significantly. Picking up the dagger to look at it once more, he grew even more anxious about his situation. He had tried his best to scrape by, but he had truly reached his limit. With his bank balance completely empty, should he start looking for another job right now? His dream was to continue with blacksmithing for as long as possible. Was there any way to make that happen? Just then, as if he had remembered something, he grinned. Now that he thought about it, they said they would grant him a wish when he reached the 20th round to help him hold on to that dream of his. He acted all cute, slamming both hands on the table as he came up with a new idea. Yes, there was no way he could give up on blacksmithing. What was the best thing about being young? It was that a man had to have passion. He decided to brush off the sadness and move forward. He would clear the final round and make his dream come true. Even in another world, he had been granted the profession of a blacksmith, as if it were destiny. Although the blacksmith profession wasn't suitable for combat, he could still make it work for now. His weapon's attack power increased by 150% due to the weapon polishing effect, which he had unlocked upon reaching level 20. Thanks to that, he had easily defeated an orc. A massive surge of determination welled up within him. He was going to make it to the 20th round. His confidence peaked, only to be followed by a wave of disappointment. That was all well and good, but money was still money. He didn't even have the funds to buy materials right now. He gazed into the distance. There was nothing else he could do. He would take a break for a while to save up enough money for materials. Then, when he had the cash, he would return to the hut and start over. As a habit, he stood there tidying everything up. First, he would look for a job after heading down the mountain. Just then, the familiar figure of Ryu Min suddenly appeared outside the house. Daniel inside sensed someone else's presence through their footsteps and turned around. The handsome Ryu Min walked in naturally, carrying a large bag with one hand tucked inside his pocket. Daniel noted he was an Asian youth. It was rare for anyone to visit this place. Watching him stop at the door, Daniel asked two questions in quick succession. "What's the matter? Are you lost?" Ignoring both questions, Ryu Min smiled and held out an arm, replacing his words with action. "Russell Daniel, isn't it? You're famous as a young blacksmith." Hearing him speak fluent English and knowing his name, Daniel was startled for a moment before straightening his back to ask again, "Who are you?" Ryu Min had his confirmation. "Based on that reaction, I'm sure I've come to the right place." He desperately searched his memory to see if he knew him, and the suspicion only grew. "Where did you hear about me? I haven't heard of you anywhere." "I saw it. Saw it." Ryu Min placed a hand over his heart, adding a reason to persuade the other party. "I am a prophet. I can see the future." Daniel was slightly confused by this. A prophet? That's pretty nonsensical to say the first time we meet, isn't it? But he suddenly interrupted. Level 21 profession. Blacksmith region name CSK008 right. Instead of answering, Daniel stood there stunned once more. Thoughts raced through his mind. Even if he could guess his level and profession, how could he have gotten the name of the region correct? He really could do it. Daniel began to believe it. His fists tightened and a rapid exchange was established between them. "Can you really see the future?" "Yes. I've never heard of a profession called a prophet." Ryu Min smiled and explained. "It's rare, so that's understandable. You might not know, but it's a unique type. Only one person can have it. A prophet is one of those." After those words, Daniel's skepticism deepened. Why would someone as amazing as you come here? Hearing the other party seemed unimpressed with him, Ryu Min smiled awkwardly and said, "Calm down, Daniel. I'm here because I want to make a deal with you. You just need to repair an item using your repair skill, and if you do, I will provide you with useful information." "Useful information?" Daniel asked cautiously. Perhaps out of curiosity, he spoke confidently to save the other party from thinking too much. "It's information about the 6th round." Daniel's eyes widened at that, the 6th round. As a businessman, Daniel was always cautious, carefully observing the other person's words. This time he couldn't help but be on guard. If he knew about the next round in advance, it would certainly help him clear it. But was repairing an item for information about the 6th round too big a reward? Daniel decided to ask to confirm once more. Are you really going to give me information about the sixth round just for restoring an item's durability? Do you not want anything else? Ryu Min watched the confusion on Daniel's face and a thought crossed his mind. That sounded just like Daniel. If he had accepted it easily, he would have been disappointed in him. When in doubt, don't be deceived. First, you need to open your mind and proceed in the right way. Ryu Min smiled and began the next part of the story, speaking bluntly, I want to get closer to you. Sensing something dangerous, Daniel froze for the second time. His voice stuttered as a result. Why you? What are you talking about? He interrupted again, returning Daniel to his stupor. I saw a future where you reached the pinnacle as a blacksmith and survived until the 15th round without the help of anyone else. Regardless of whether Daniel believed him or not, Ryu Min grew sadder and continued. But that's where it ends. There is no future for you beyond that. It's tragic. But a smile appeared immediately afterward. However, I can help you. If you join me, you will not only grow faster but also surpass the 15th round and continue with the profession of a blacksmith, your lifelong dream. Daniel truly couldn't believe it. Even Ryu Min knew his biggest secret. After feeling that even his deepest desires had been guessed, Daniel's feelings changed significantly. What do you want from me? He asked slowly. Nothing huge, just that we can help each other. Knowing Daniel was deep in thought, Ryu Min gave him time to choose while adding a few more thoughts. Daniel was the only blacksmith who could survive until the 15th round. Keeping a good relationship with such a talent would be very helpful in many aspects. He looked blankly at that hesitation. It seemed like he had a lot to think about. Do you want me to help you make a decision? Ryu Min had studied English over and over again to prepare for situations like this. He smiled and spoke fluently. My request isn't much. You only need to repair my gear when necessary and cast a few skills with me. In exchange for that, I will provide you with information about the next rounds. If you can do that, you can gain advantages you usually miss out on and grow stronger rapidly. The increasingly better offer made Daniel a bit suspicious. It was a deal he didn't even need to think about. But could he trust a person like this? If he looked at what he was saying, he seemed like an honest person, but it was better to be cautious. After a series of thoughts, Daniel slowly took off his gloves and reached a compromise. I appreciate you thinking highly of me, but I'm still not sure. So I will decide whether to continue the deal after seeing the results of the 6th round. Ryu Min smiled confidently at that decision. Do whatever makes you comfortable. I'm not asking you to sign any contracts. Like Ma Jeonrok, once you confirmed a prophecy with your own eyes, you had no choice but to join in. Then let me repair your item first, and then I can get the information about the 6th round from you. Understood. Having reached that initial deal, Ryu Min took the soul stone out of his inventory. Its information was specified once again. The Stone of Eternal Rest, necklace type epic grade effect, increases 1 stack per monster kill, loses 1 durability per kill. Every 100 stacks convert stat points. Durability 11000. Level requirement normal or higher. Description: the necklace has a cloudy gray bead. It is said that this bead traps the soul of the person killed. Ryu Min knew the item only had 1 durability left, so it was difficult, but with Daniel's help, he was sure it wouldn't be a problem. Here. After receiving the necklace, Daniel immediately cast his skill without needing to look at the item's information. A short while later, Daniel held the item out fully repaired. Ryu Min received the item and observed it. He began to check the information again. Durability had reached 1000. All other information remained as it was before. Holding the item in his hand and watching it without blinking, Ryu Min felt more confident. Good, now I can start stacking. Matching his expression, Daniel formed a new judgment. I don't know what kind of necklace this is, but it looks pretty nice and quite good. It seems like he's trying to continue using it even while he's improving its durability. But this thought was suddenly read by Ryu Min. He looked back, focusing more on the other party. According to what you said, it seems like you didn't know anything about the item. I considered that your privacy and didn't intentionally read it. Storing the item back in his system, the two exchanged more words. Thank you. Thanks to you, the durability has been fully restored. Now, can you tell me the information about the 6th round? Of course, the mission of the 6th round is... Ryu Min revealed a lot of advanced information to the other party. Pondering those words, Daniel began to cross his arms, feeling overwhelmed and needing to get things done. If what you just said is true, then it would be best for me to gather powerful allies. Ryu Min also encouraged that decision. Yes, I guess that would help. Because in the end, those monsters were very strong. Having obtained the information he needed, Daniel felt it ended there. One issue was brought back to his attention. So our deal ends here. Ryu Min was silent for a while but broke it immediately. Perhaps you could sell me an item. Black iron powders, you have it, don't you? Daniel was still skeptical, but this time he was shocked again. He could even guess what I possess. The fact that the other party could know what he possessed was absolutely unbelievable. But he wasn't the only one surprised. Ryu Min asked him again. Then how about selling me that black iron powder? I guess you're planning to find a job to cover material costs. I'll pay you handsomely for it. This wasn't a prophecy, but rather Ryu Min reading the other party's thoughts. Daniel froze, stunned. He even knew he was planning to earn money for materials. Stunned for a moment, Daniel returned to their exchange. Absolutely amazing. Now I really believe you are a prophet. To be honest, I suspected you might have been using some kind of trick. I sincerely apologize. Ryu Min smiled and waved his hand as if he didn't care about those words. There's no need to say those apologies. I only spoke about the future as I saw it, and whether to believe it or not is up to you. Following these words, it seemed like Daniel had a major shift in trusting him more. Although his reflection was quite profound, he had a new decision. I will give you that black iron powder. Ryu Min was stunned right there. Huh, Daniel added an explanation. I feel I've received too much from you for what I've done. A pyramid-shaped black bag was taken out by him. I'm not that shameless or conscienceless, take it. The information was specified again. Black iron powder, material category. Description, black iron powder, you can feel a little bit of magic power from it. Not believing the other party had actually given it to him, Ryu Min was stunned for a long time. Is he giving me this rare item for free? Black iron powder was an ingredient in crafting god-grade items, and he seemed to not know that it was very hard to find until entering the 11th round. Thinking of this, he knew he had to be ashamed of that kindness. I'm the one who should be saying thank you to him. Although he knew what he needed to do and what to do, Ryu Min wanted to ask the other party's intention again. Are you sure you can give me this? Daniel scratched his head and replied hastily. I'm fine. Honestly, I don't even know what it's used for. Only you, the prophet, can know its true value. Besides being talented and intelligent before, Daniel now had a deep understanding and he transformed that into his thoughts. If you look at the exact requirement, it must be something quite important, but I won't be curious about it. I have already received help. It would be very greedy if I asked for anything else. Daniel had enough of the important and necessary factors. Previously, he only lacked luck, but now he had obtained it when Ryu Min officially set foot in this place, complete with a wide grin to boot. You have a good personality. Seeing Ryu Min smile so dangerously, Daniel had many more skeptical question marks than before. As planned from the start, Ryu Min then threw his slightly large black bag toward Daniel. Here, open it. Suddenly having something thrown at him, Daniel instinctively received it and froze for a beat. As requested, he opened the bag, and inside were countless stacks of bills with Queen Elizabeth's image on them. Handing over another stack, Ryu Min explained what it was. A total of £20,000. I would feel uncomfortable accepting that item for free. That should cover a lot of your expenses, right? Daniel did not hesitate to answer. Oh, of course. If currently estimated, £20,000 is equivalent to over 37 million won. Landlord Ryu Min successfully acquired a new member, and Daniel was on the verge of tears. With this amount, I won't have to worry about looking for another job anymore. However, there's no such thing as a giant mountain of money falling from the sky. Both then measured their cuteness, and Daniel pulled the bag string tight. Abandoning all coldness and seriousness, Daniel was embarrassed and spoke his concern. But can I take this much money? Ryu Min explained confidently. Because the other party had faced reality too late, it was worth that much so he could take it without any worry. And of course, it wasn't like he gave it to him to get materials. Daniel couldn't think of anything else then. Couldn't let the other party guess it himself either. Ryu Min became serious again with a hand held out toward him. Open an overseas stock account. Invest about half of the money I gave you in South Korean stocks. Both began to go deeper into this matter. South Korean stocks, the company name is Player Place. I'm not forcing you to do this, but it's a company that will soon explode. If you invest, you will never have to worry about material costs again. And as for the rest, whether you believe in me or not is up to your decision. Daniel was no longer as hesitant as before. He gave his choice with full confidence. Since it's the advice of a prophet, I will believe in it. Moreover, this is money I earned without effort. From outside the window looking in, the two shook hands for the new plans ahead. Then I wish you luck in the next round. Oh, and can I leave my number for you? Of course. Daniel took out his phone to save the number but forgot one thing. He looked up and asked Ryu Min directly. Oh, I forgot to ask your name from the moment you appeared. What is your name? Ryu Min put his hands into his pockets and smiled, answering concisely. Just call me Mr. Ryu. Time couldn't stop and that day arrived as usual. June 1st at midnight, a place like a desert would be the next location to face. Ryu Min, in a slightly nice outfit but with a slightly torn cloak, added another summon into the game world. Other players then appeared in droves around him. Seeing himself not being summoned to a location like before, the color changed from lush green to a distinctive yellow. Whispers continued everywhere. Why is it all dust and sand after this round? Have we been summoned to a wasteland this time? What kind of hellish mission could bring us to a place like this? Turning on his tracking skill, Ryu Min added a few new thoughts. The 6th round is a co-op round. I need to find someone I can work with. The first person I need to find is Julie. Honestly, other than Julie, I don't really need anyone else. but I need 3 more people to form a 5-person team. Just then, he unexpectedly looked aside when someone called his nickname, Black Sword. Julie had discovered his location and immediately waved, running over with a smile. As soon as she got close to him, Julie kept that smile and asked him immediately, "It's so good to see you here. How have you been lately?" First, he greeted her back. "Has it been that long?" The current Julie smiled brightly, and she was no longer as afraid as before. "Heh, it's already been a month since we last saw each other." However, the conversation between the two accidentally caught the attention of everyone, and thoughts kept being added to each other. Who is that woman? Who can talk so comfortably with the person standing in first place? Is it Julie? Does she have a high rank suitable for Black Sword? Thinking about that, I think she stood in second place in the results of the last round before. I'm a little jealous. Adding another high-ranking person to the row. Ignoring the expressions or actions of everyone, the two went together and had small exchanges. "In the last round, you were the one who eliminated the final boss, weren't you?" he replied coldly. "That's right." Although knowing he was very strong, Julie still wondered. There wasn't much time left and you could solve it quickly. Did you actually complete collecting all those balance stones too? Knowing what she intended to ask next, he interrupted first. "It's true I did it, but I won't say what the reward was." Julie pouted at those words. "How did you know I was planning to ask?" He answered concisely. "Just looking is enough to know." Although wanting to ask, Julie brought her thoughts out instead. "I've felt this for a long time too. Black Sword, you really have a deep insight." He stopped to look at Julie, and it seemed he couldn't say another word. Sensing it, he stopped and looked at himself blankly after saying those words himself. Julie's face turned red and her inner heart began to race. "Hey Julie, why are you saying such weird things suddenly? So embarrassing." Unable to let the atmosphere get any worse, Julie decided to step back, bowed quickly and said loudly, "Too awkward, right? Sorry about that." Ryu Min didn't care, nothing to apologize for. Julie also realized this. "Ah, you're right." To make up for those words, he flashed a smile. "Anyway, I have to thank you for that compliment." Julie smiled along. "Heh heh," new thoughts were had. "Sometimes thoughtful, sometimes cold in demeanor, you really are an interesting person." And then she started talking again. "However, Black Sword, However, the conversation had to stop. Because Seo Arin and An Sangcheol standing nearby had seen both of them. Who are Black Sword and that woman? Immediately both approached the position where Ryu Min was standing. An Sangcheol sent a greeting. "Ah, long time no see, Black Sword." Meanwhile, Seo Arin was a bit confused. "Hello, Black Sword." Unable to hide her curiosity forever, Seo Arin asked him a new question. "Is this person your companion?" Hearing the other party's words hinting at her, Julie paid attention. However, Ryu Min looked over and answered in a cold voice. "I don't have any reason to answer that question, do I?" Seeing him cold toward her like that, Seo Arin sweated a bit. "Right, that's right." But then she was confused when remembering his previous smile. "Just now, you were still smiling comfortably like that, but with me." Interrupting that thought of hers, he asked back. "Anyway, what did you come to find me for?" Asked so quickly, Seo Arin hadn't regained her composure to answer him actually. Ryu Min knew the reason but tried to pretend he didn't know and thought. "She must have come here because I prophesied that she would join the team with them, right?" But then this difficult problem of Seo Arin was replaced by An Sangcheol, who stood up to speak after consideration. "Yes, Black Sword, honestly we want to team up with you." With a killer face, he narrowed his eyes and questioned back. "Team up, you guys with me?" Bringing his words out, Ryu Min made An Sangcheol confused just like Seo Arin before. "I know we're just like obstacles, however we will try our best to avoid causing more trouble for you." In the anticipation of the other party, Ryu Min rubbed his chin, and he should pretend to be a little worried. "Honestly, these two were just to fill the number of people needed in a team. But what if I put these two into my team instead of others? Ma Jeonrak would have a more favorable view of Black Sword." Seeing Ryu Min show obvious confusion, An Sangcheol became more impatient and started to make a proposal. "I won't ask you to join us for free. I currently have information about this 6th round. If you can let us join the same squad, I'd be happy to share that information with you." His eyes narrowed slightly more at the other party's determination. "What information? Bringing that information to trade with me? I guess I need to see how it is." Ryu Min crossed his arms and answered concisely with 3 basic words. "Not necessary." With just this, An Sangcheol, who couldn't have known he was the one who said that information, looked at him with confusion. "Not necessary. Wouldn't knowing information about the 6th round be more useful?" Ryu Min gave his reason for the other party to understand. "I can solve everything in my own way. I don't intend to rely on any unreliable information." An Sangcheol was confused but, however, Ryu Min didn't let the other party have time to think and questions were added continuously. "Where did you get that information? From whom was this source provided?" Questioned so quickly, An Sangcheol was startled and couldn't provide a clear answer. That is." This stuttering of the other party made him add a few new questions. "Can't say, even when I allow you to join the same team." Before the consecutive problems, An Sangcheol, who was confused before, bowed his head deeply, apologizing. Satisfied with this result created by the other party himself, Ryu Min instinctively gave himself a new thought. Not telling me about the prophet, he seems more tight-lipped than I thought. Not bad. Conversely, An Sangcheol appeared sad. Then maybe I, however, his words were suddenly interrupted. I will let you both join my team. An Sangcheol quickly changed his mood to surprise as if not believing those words. What? He smiled, still crossing his arms, explaining one more time to the other party about this new decision. Because you didn't reveal the information source, which makes me think it's a reliable source. I don't like people who can't keep their mouths shut. Julie added the surprise of herself before his way of acting. An Sangcheol took a breath, thoughts flashed, secretly happy before the correct decision just now. Thank heaven, if just now I mentioned the prophet, then instead it would have been a bad assessment and being targeted by the other party. Reacting quickly to this problem, Aran was perhaps the one who did better. She bowed her body. Thank you, Black Sword. Because of that, An Sangcheol reacted in time and bowed deeper. Thank you for accepting us on the same team. Knowing everyone still wondered about Julie, he introduced her to the other party to know. This is the buffer. I signed a contract to participate in the same group. Vague about this way of introducing her, both were blank and asked questions in their own heads. Contract? And what is a buffer? How did they meet? Although thinking that making friends still had to happen, Aran approached and held out an arm introducing. Hello, I am Aran, very happy to meet you, Julie replied similarly. Oh yes, I am Julie. However, Julie blushed a bit and seemed to have remembered this name and instinctively said more afterward. Wait a minute, you aren't actually actress Sin, are you? Did you just change your face to look like her? Before this quick question, Aran handled it easily and answered quickly. No, this is my real face. Obtaining the result, Julie jumped up and held Aran's two hands. Oh, I really like it. Oh, my destiny. This is a favorite TV series of my dad and you are his favorite actress in that movie. Praised, Aran was a bit awkward. Really? Thank you for loving me. While both seemed to be closer, An Sangcheol here paid more attention to him. So you're really okay when I don't provide information about that sixth round. Still that cold attitude, he said. I don't need it, don't bother about that with me, I don't want to owe anyone anything. An Sangcheol was a bit disappointed because of this. If you already said so, then okay. An Sangcheol was more disappointed when he drew a boundary like a knife. I just wanted to repay you by providing information. If there is an action contrary to the strategy, then at that time I will suggest a little to him. Feeling unaccustomed to the lack of knowledge just now, An Sangcheol then approached Julie and performed an exchange. Ah, Julie, your profession is a buffer, what does it mean? Before this question, Julie solved the question. Oh, that's a class that creates support spells for others, and I will apply it to everyone later. Looking at Julie smiling with that answer, Aran, according to that mood, placed her hand before her chest adding words. I also have something similar to a buffer. I can perform a summoning command, it's a fairy spirit, it can add a protective shield. Julie's eyes shone. Wow, that's a genuine spirit. Aran smiled and replied, I'll show it to you later. Seeing himself uselessly ignored when having nothing, An Sangcheol was blank there. Unable to let himself be left out, An Sangcheol intervened, the bowing motion directed toward Julie. My name is An Sangcheol. In her mind had a new thought, I think at least I should introduce myself. Julie was surprised looking over. Very happy to meet you. Shortly after, the conversation between the two shifted to Ryu Min, who was looking off into the distance. I get the feeling you've known Black Sickle for a while now. An Sangcheol dazedly recalled an old memory. Ah yes, Black Sickle once saved both of our lives. Turning to look at him once more, Julie's favorability toward him increased. Saving someone in danger. Just as I expected, my judgment of character isn't wrong at all. Just then, yellow feathers began to fall from the sky. Angel Priscilla appeared after a flash of light, her smile directed at everyone. She began to address them all. Hello, everyone. Have you all had enough rest over the past month? Observing and counting the number of people present, Priscilla analyzed with satisfaction. There are 1,010 participants in this round, truly a perfect number. Her wings spread further, then let's get straight to the point. To everyone's surprise, a notification window slowly appeared before their eyes. Specific details materialized. Round 6 main quest, defeat a boss within 6 hours in all areas. Participants 16,120,590. Those who achieved the goal 0860295295. Applicable area CS007. Participants 1,010. Those who achieved the goal 0505. Confusion mounted as new information appeared. He looked up and listened to the others continuously adding their input to the conversation. What? Defeat a boss? Is a boss finally appearing? How are we supposed to kill that boss by ourselves? Priscilla, hearing the murmurs, wore a satisfied smile. You didn't expect us to do it in a solo battle, did you? Don't worry, you couldn't do it on your own anyway. The crowd had more questions. Can't we defeat it? Then what are we supposed to do? Priscilla immediately answered that issue. Of course you have to work together, that's why we need to prepare for a few things. A finger rose slightly along with that familiar smile. A team system. A team is a system that allows people to form groups and cooperate with each other. You need at least 5 people to form a team. And once you're on a team, each of you will be recognized as an ally and cannot cause any damage to one another. The people below gained a new perspective. Ah, so we can't fight each other anymore. I don't have to worry about being stabbed in the back while fighting the boss. Seeing the crowd understand so quickly, Priscilla added further satisfaction. Of course, attacks from other teams or monsters still work. It's just that members within the same team cannot inflict damage on each other. When on a team, experience and gold are split equally among members. Regardless of who lands the finishing blow, if you are more than 100 meters away, you will not receive a share of the rewards. Similarly, every time a new idea emerged, the crowd chimed in. Experience and gold are split equally. What about the items? Spreading her hands, Priscilla explained the details once more. Items drop based on the contribution rate. For example, if 2 people contribute 70% and 30% during the hunt, they will have a corresponding chance to receive the items. A new issue was raised by a player. So even if you contribute little, you can still get items if you're lucky, Priscilla answered precisely. Yes, even with 1% you can receive items if you're lucky, though the probability is very low. Waving her finger, Priscilla seemed to remember something else. Oh, and one more thing. The contribution rate is calculated by the system based on a total of all factors. Those who deal high damage are counted more. But it's not just based on damage. Even those who only use buffs will be counted as having made a contribution. He looked at a nearby player who was surprised and had his arms crossed. Can a buff class player do the same? How nice would it be if I were that type too? He understood this rule clearly. His eyes turned a deeper red. Thanks to that, players who cannot directly participate in combat can still receive high contribution points. Recalling Priscilla's words, if you are not in a team, you cannot complete this quest. If you have formed a team, you will pass this qualifier immediately if you kill the boss. This applies to all members of the team. A girl was surprised, all 5 of them. Looking at everyone here, a new note appeared. There were a total of 101 bosses, meaning only 505 participants involved in the boss hunt would pass this round. Her hand reached out again and a few new feathers fell. The explanation for the team system ends here. See, the quest isn't that hard, just kill a boss. It's too simple. He stood below with his arms crossed and remarked internally as always. To them, everything is simple. Light flashed once more and Priscilla gradually finished her instructions. Now, everyone, do your best to destroy that boss. Oh, and there are no side quests in this round. Although they had enough details to do the quest, some expressed dissatisfaction. Damn it, and they said it was easy. A boss is a boss for a reason. It definitely won't be easy, but there's no other choice. The first thing everyone needs to do is form a team. Information windows popped up continuously. To create a team, everyone must hold hands and shout "Form Team" in unison. If you are not in a team, the quest progress will not be counted. Remember that. The remaining time for this round until it ends is 5 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Form your teams now. Ryu Min's group currently had 4, both surprised and worried. An Sanchial mused, just as the prophet said, round 6 is a quest that mandatorily requires a team of 5. It's fortunate that I followed the prophecy and followed Black Sickle early on. The issue was raised, replacing his thoughts. Black Sickle, can we form a team now? He cut in abruptly. Wait, a team needs 5 people, we're still missing one. Co Aaron and Julie were simultaneously confused. So who should we pick as the last one? An Sanchial knew he didn't need to worry about this, so he said, let the strongest in our team, Black Sickle, decide. He slowly fell silent as if waiting for someone to appear here. It would be great if that person were nearby. Bringing his hand to his chin, Ryu Min continued the previous thought. If that's the case, I can pretend to choose randomly and gently insert him in. While he was lost in thought, others were concerned about finding teammates. First, I have to form a team. If I'm not in one, even if I kill the boss, it won't count. So it has to be 5 people in one team. Among them, some found teammates. Sorry, do you want to form a team with me? What level are you? Another directly raised his hand high and said loudly, Level 20 warrior, does anyone want to form a team? But there were also some who stared at Ryu Min's back, nurturing their own desire. If I'm going to join a team, it has to be Black Sickle's team. Just like that, someone gained the courage to approach behind him, bowing slightly. This person smiled and opened the conversation. Ah, hello Black Sickle, could you consider joining a team with us? He replied coldly without turning around, responding swiftly. No, confusion immediately followed. Ah, yes. They retreated with sad expressions, but above all, those words directly caused embarrassment for everyone. He told us to get lost without even bothering to think. So humiliating. Damn it, no chance to leech off Black Sickle. The idea was communicated, but Ryu Min didn't care about those idiots. In the past, I would have accepted anyone to fill the numbers, but in this round I have to recruit people with the potential to grow with me. Anyway, it seems like in every round, I attract a bunch of strangers. Some others still hadn't given up hope when approaching him, however, the other party received the same result as the others. Don't bother me, get lost. Because I'm a girl, another player smiled and said immediately after, can I join a team with you? He closed his eyes and stood there, not interested. Those who had harbored hope now felt a sense of disgust toward him. What? Is it that hard to let one person into the team? Damn it, how stingy. At least hear me out first. The pair from earlier suddenly noticed others around him. The ones standing next to Black Sickle have already formed a team. Lucky for them, they're basically guaranteed survival. Not only were others confused, but An Sangchial's team was equally perplexed as they watched him closely. I wonder who he will choose for the final spot. Looking in another direction, his contemplation deepened. If only Chairman Ma Jionrock were here, then I would nominate him for the team. Julie similarly considered someone. If Ryu Min were here, surely he would compete for the last spot. What a shame. At the moment, everyone didn't know what to do next. Someone with a familiar voice approached everyone. Black Sickle. Although this person seemed slightly familiar as they approached, An Sangchial still compared this person to those from before. Who is it now? What other nobodies are these? However, this time Ryu Min paid attention to this person, contrary to expectations. When he realized it was Young-ho, he changed completely, while Young-ho smiled and held out an arm toward him. It's great to see you again, Black Sickle. A smile in return, Ryu Min grabbed the extended hand. Ah, how great, you're still safe. I thought you had been eliminated in round 5. Young-ho laughed loudly at that. Don't look down on me too much. The smile gradually became brighter. Seeing you fight back then gave me the motivation to quickly finish my hunting. Is that so? Anyway, thank you too. Thanks to you, this friend survived. Young-ho turned to look for someone and said loudly, calling Mankey's name. Like a dazzling flash of lightning, Mankey immediately appeared beside Young-ho and bowed deeply toward Ryu Min, saying, Black Sickle, thank you for healing my shoulder back then. Thanks to you, I could keep my life. Clearly sensing that sincerity, he asked a question to set the mood. You could also kill 300 with that body. Mankey was startled and bowed once more. It's all thanks to you. Black Sickle, you are my savior. Stopping the greetings there, Young-ho unexpectedly received another question. Black Sickle, are you looking for a team? Knowing he had spoken slightly out of turn and caused the other to have a strange expression, Young-ho quickly waved his hand to explain in more detail. Ah, don't worry, we didn't come here to ask to join. We have already formed a team. Ryu Min still had his usual expression, and he confirmed that statement in his thoughts. I knew they already had a team. On everyone's wrists there were gold chains, the symbol of a link. Dismissing the thought, he directly raised the issue. I don't think much about that, but why did you come to meet me? Young-ho smiled and replied, Ah, part of it is to greet you, part of it is to offer a suggestion. A suggestion. Young-ho was excited and didn't hide anything. How about our team and you cooperate with each other? We aren't aiming for experience or items. If a boss appears, we'll yield it to you first. Everyone in Young-ho's group was expectant. However, Ryu Min didn't say a single word regarding this issue. That was why embarrassment appeared on Young-ho's face. We just want to lend a hand, you don't need to be so vigilant. Really. Ryu Min could read the other's thoughts and knew the truth. He immediately made his decision. I refuse. Young-ho immediately became awkward, then kept stammering and asking him back. Huh? Why? Because we will get in your way. He shook his head in opposition and said, No, I just don't like unnecessary trouble. Thanks for the offer, but I'm fine. Ryu Min misunderstood, but Young-ho said hurriedly, I want to help. He cut off that bad feeling. If I really need help, I will open my mouth and ask immediately. Young-ho regained his confidence. Are you serious? One side happy, one side confused, the two just blathered back and forth. Then promise us that if you need help, you'll call. Okay, promise. I said I understand already. Not knowing why, the group bowed deeply one more time. Young-ho added, Then we will take our leave. If you need help, call us anytime. When they had left, An Sangchial gave a slight reminder toward him. Black Sickle, it's time for you to decide. Who will you choose for the final spot? Ryu Min unexpectedly turned to one side and said with a cold gaze, I've decided. His finger didn't hesitate, but pointed straight in one direction. Everyone was startled and looked in the direction he pointed. Following the direction he pointed, a person covered completely in a hood with their back to everyone was startled when he spoke. Hey, you in the cloak. The request was immediately reaffirmed. This person then turned around, covered up but revealing black hair, a small build and hunched shoulders. He was a young man who looked anything but strong. When they reached a reasonable distance, Ryu Min directly questioned him. You've been following me for a while, haven't you? He stammered before his coldness. Yes, he asked why again. Confused, this person also lacked confidence. He bowed down and spoke slowly in his hurried answer. Because I want to join a team with you, Black Sickle. The procedure was set and he exchanged standard questions. Level and class. Level 23 Dark Mage. The answer was given. He pretended to think. Whatever. Turning back to look at the teammates behind, a new decision was made. He will be the last one. Quickly, the young man was confused by the result being so fast. Julie, Sioaran, and Ansanctial were amazed. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the previous confusion blended into his own thoughts. Refuse everyone just to choose someone this week. Once more, everyone paid attention to this new, slightly trembling member of his. He then smiled mysteriously. His nickname is Napinage, no pain, no gain. One day, this guy will found a cult worshipping Black Sickle as a god. His hand reached out, he would become his fanatical follower. Building a connection early will be very useful later. The guy shook his hand and Ryu Min gave instructions to everyone. Then we'll form a team like this. Everyone put your hands on. As soon as everyone placed their hands on, golden light of the link was born. Team formed. A ring was etched according to the golden light from before onto everyone's wrists. It didn't take long, and the golden link connected perfectly just like that. However, the guy who just joined the team had an expression that wasn't quite right. No way Black Sickle chose me. Hey, what's with this expression? Something went wrong with the skinny one. This isn't good. As soon as the joy hadn't lasted very long, a tragic past rushed back to the fifth member of the team. For me, the person everyone turned their backs on, from the first year of high school, I became what's called a puppet for violent bullies. A group of 3 tall guys surrounded him. You bastard, what are you looking at with that sneaky look? I wasn't looking. This damn kid is scary. My heart is beating like crazy. There's no reason to bully. I just look easy to them. From mockery, they turned to threats. Friends should know how to live together harmoniously, right? Don't forget to bring money. Does a brat like you hear what we're saying? Do we have no weight to you? His face turned pale like he was severely sleep-deprived, his body shaking as he stammered. Sorry, I live with my grandmother, so I have no money to give. They immediately shouted. What? Whether you steal or do anything at all, you must bring money. Stupid, if you don't have it, you'll feel our wrath. Because of you, we've all become beggars because we have no money left. When your grandma dies, do you want to be buried with her? Once his self-esteem was touched, Hio Tisiok lost his reason. Jumping up with all his might, he swung his fist, preparing to hit the opponent. You bastards, you pieces of trash. Obviously, the result was disastrous. Hio Tisiok was beaten to a pulp, lying in a heap there, moaning. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. His body trembled, tears kept falling, and his mouth was smeared with blood. I want to die, I think that would be easier. But if I leave, what will happen to my grandmother? My grandmother has had to endure so many things because of me. I promised to earn a lot of money to give her a more comfortable life. That's right, I have to endure, try to endure with the sole purpose of repaying my grandmother. I tried my best for the next 3 years and finally achieved the result right before my eyes. Bangwon middle school student achieved high results in the exam. We will cheer for everyone. But with the appearance of the angel, a major catastrophe occurred. It was hard to find a decent part-time job, not to mention providing more luxurious accommodation. Then around the second round, he opened the door and entered his house as usual. I'm home. However, an unpleasant voice suddenly echoed in this room. Oh, has our Hio Tisiok returned? The 3 bullies had this time attacked the grandmother as well. They showed their provocative smiles. Didn't I tell you, I will bury you along with your grandmother? Hio Tisiok froze on the spot but once again lost his reason. Grandma. 2 bags of instant noodles immediately fell to the floor. Purple-black energy formed around Hio Tisiok, along with weapons appearing. Dark arrow. One by one, 2 attacks pierced one side of the red-shirted guy's face and pierced the blue-shirted guy's shoulder. The red-shirted guy hit in the eye, foamed at the mouth, and unexpectedly shouted loudly. Ah no, what the hell is this? The place where the arrow pierced was rotting. The remaining yellow-shirted guy pulled out a saber, trembling palely. Damn it, don't touch this damn guy. Have you changed your profession? In an instant, he had wiped out all 3. He knelt there, covering the grandmother with a blanket as she no longer had breath. Perhaps since then, I have built a wall to separate myself from everyone and become stuttering when talking. And I decided to enter the final round and use the wish to save my grandmother. A summary information board appeared. I also managed to do that in this round. Since that class change, I have never lost the number 1 spot in my area. However, there is always someone better. After the first area merger, Ryu Min directly took action and wiped out all representatives. Eyes widened as if he couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Defeating all 9 representatives of each area in the blink of an eye. If only I could do that, then I could have saved grandmother. I wondered why he could be so strong so quickly. I want to meet him at least once. Returning to reality, Ryu Min, representing all members of the group, spoke first. Napinage. Tisiok unconsciously replied. Yes, he had a request. We have already formed a team, introduce yourself. Tisiok was slightly confused, lifted one side of his hood and his introduction began. I am a level 23 Dark Mage, my skills are Dark Arrow and Shadow Shackles. Tiesiok was surprised about himself. Usually I stutter a lot whenever I talk in front of others, but strangely now I don't feel nervous at all. Is it because I feel a sense of confidence when I'm in front of Black Sickle? Or is it because I want to leave a good impression in front of him? Ryu Min looked at Julie and said, "Then let's go hunting." Julie smiled and waved her hand. "I'll buff everyone." A green mark appeared on Sanchial first. Skill, Blessing, all stats increased by 60%. Duration, 2 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Next was a turquoise color for Corin. Skill, Godspeed, attack and movement speed increased by 60%. Duration, 2 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Immediately, all three fell into a state of bewilderment. What is this? My stats increased by 60%. Attack and movement speed also increased by 60%. Is this a system bug? By this time, Sanchial had to look at Julie with a different gaze. So that's why Black Sickle went with Julie, huh? You're awesome. Being complimented, the supporter Julie blushed and smiled. Hee, it's nothing. Meanwhile, Corin was slightly flustered and then realized she also had skills. I will use summon to buff everyone too. When cast, two cute fairies appeared before everyone's eyes as they saw them flying around with surrounding light. Julie and Tiesiok took turns expressing their amazement. Wow, these are spirits, they're so cute. Hugging them in her arms, Corin smiled and explained in detail. Before, they only knew how to create shields and had no fighting ability, but just reaching level 20, I was able to summon two and they started using attack magic. Corin's hand condensed something else, and she could even summon a golem upon reaching this level 20. Julie looked at that big lump of earth with wide, admiring eyes. So cool. Corin smiled and said, Golem doesn't have a buff, but it will attract the monster's attention. Julie still hadn't finished her admiration. A supporter and a tanker, truly wonderful. However, Corin wanted to receive a compliment directly from Ryu Min more. What do you think, Black Sickle? I'm useful too, aren't I? Ryu Min was indifferent as if that was normal. Everything is done, let's go. Ryu Min led everyone away. Corin sighed helplessly while walking alongside. During this time, Tiesiok had a new thought. One buffer, one summoner, I have to contribute to. Starting the mission, both Ryu Min and Tiesiok took the lead in reconnaissance. Just then, both felt a sound rise suddenly in a fixed direction. Without hesitation, Tiesiok ran toward that position. Just after exiting the tall stone pillars, Tiesiok arrived at a wider area, where a group of players was battling a yellow, centaur-like monster wielding a spear. Bright smiles broke out among the team members. Finding the boss is this easy, let's attack now. Following the cue, both of them charged straight at the monster in front of them. Die. However, the monster suddenly swung its spear and a player's sword was sent flying away. Caught in the middle of their charge, they were forced to retreat. This guy is no joke, split up and attack. A female player near the monster's rear flank asked, how do we take it down? The player in the pink cloak swung their sword and replied, if we attack it from behind. But Ryu Min didn't seem pleased with this. Tiesiok, standing nearby, also sensed something. The player in the pink cloak was kicked squarely in the stomach by the monster's hind legs. Carried by the momentum, they were sent flying, flipping several times in the air before landing on the ground. As they came to a stop, a teammate ran over and shouted, Pink Princess. He, on the other hand, had done a little analysis of the situation. Attacking a horse from behind, how stupid. Unable to stop the assault, the female player lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of short sword strikes. The archer also coordinated with arrows. The weapons embedded themselves into the monster's chest one after another, causing it to let out a miserable shriek. Both of them waited outside for the crowd ahead to cheer. It's time, die you bastard. Tiesiok looked bewildered. What just happened? After a barrage of attacks, the giant monster in front collapsed sideways. The crowd of players cheered excitedly. We won, we got first place, we finally completed the mission with first place. Tiesiok stood nearby, staring at him with a pale face, thinking, no way, did we really get robbed of first place? Just then, in front, the joyful voices of the player group still echoed. We finally completed the mission in first place. This round was easier than I thought. Tiesiok was stunned, struck by inescapable disbelief. While he was distracted and before he could realize what was happening, had he truly lost the number one spot? Their gazes swept over him. He felt quite disappointed about not grabbing first place. Why is he so strangely calm? Just as they were failing to understand what was happening, one of the members in the group ahead voiced a major suspicion. Did everyone get the mission completion message except for me? Another was startled, quickly checking their messages. No, why isn't it appearing on mine? Don't tell me. Ryu Min, standing aside, crossed his arms and watched their helplessness. So, someone finally realized. The centaur we just killed is not the final boss. The real final boss is the Minotaur. To defeat the Minotaur, you need at least 20 players at level 20. That means it takes at least 4 teams of 5 to have a chance at beating it. That is the trap of this round. It's designed to mislead everyone, making it look like a five-man team can take down a boss. The problem hidden in the angel's words became clear. Once you join a party, if you manage to slay the final boss of the round, the team members will pass. But she never said that 5 people could actually defeat the boss. Those damn angels know how to pretend to make things look different. I can't go around telling everyone about this, so just standing here watching is fine. Looking at Tisiok, who was slumped in regret, he stood there helplessly without explaining it to him. Except for Tisiok, who knew nothing about the prophecy. Everyone else appeared very calm. The calmness he spoke of, however, was just confusion among the three of them. Breaking the slightly awkward atmosphere, he let out a fake cough to signal, "I guess I really have to put on a bit of a performance." His handsome, contemplative look was striking. Based on the reactions of the other teams, what we just saw wasn't the final boss. The real final boss is out there somewhere else. So let me tell you about our plan from now on. We will temporarily put aside killing the final boss and farm the centaurs around here to level up until time runs out. Everyone seemed surprised by this decision. With his habit of overthinking, Tisiok asked what everyone needed to know right now. Huh, why? His eyes narrowed as he explained, "It takes 5 level 20 players just to take down one centaur. And that's just a normal monster. So to engage the final boss, you'd need at least 3 or 4 teams to have a chance at beating it. We don't know how strong it is, so charging in to fight the boss is not a wise decision. There might be many other traps lurking in wait for us there. What if we kill the final boss too early and get stuck inside a pillar of light? We'd waste the remaining time in vain. Hunting monsters first and observing the situation is definitely a better choice." From the first time they met until now, An Sangcheol had been continuously amazed by his accurate judgments. To be able to find the right strategy on his own without even needing to listen to a prophecy. I really didn't think Black Sword could have such deep insight. However, Tisiok, standing next to him, still hadn't adjusted his mindset, sticking to his obsession. But if you wait to fight the boss like this, you might lose the first place position. Do you feel okay about that? Ryu Min gave the other party a satisfactory answer. It doesn't matter. Even if we don't get the first place reward, the experience we gain during those 6 hours of hunting is enough to make up for it. Moreover, the first place position might not even be measured by who kills it first. At this point, An Sangcheol was left speechless. How could he find the right path without any prophecy? What An Sangcheol thought was exactly like escaping a maze on the first try without taking a single wrong turn. Regardless, the 2 girls in the team still had their own worries. Then shall we go hunting together? Shouldn't we come up with a simple strategy first? But he denied it. No, that's unnecessary. I will be the only one killing the monsters. The whole group was stunned by the decision and immediately asked in unison, "Huh." Seoarin, thinking she had misheard, asked for confirmation. "Black Sword, are you really planning to fight alone?" And then she analyzed his previous statements again. Even those monsters that require a 5-man team to defeat. Tisiok nodded at his weighty decision. Well, if it's Black Sword, I suppose he's fine on his own. He confirmed it to put everyone at ease. "That's right, you don't need to do anything. I'll be the one killing the monsters." Feeling that it didn't make sense for them to just do nothing, An Sangcheol asked for his advice. "Then what should we do?" And indeed, he intended to let them do nothing. "Just follow me and collect experience and gold, consider it a carry." The problem arose again, but all items that drop based on the contribution rate will belong to me. In exchange, you get gold and don't need to take risks. How about it? Is it a deal? He offered a deal for everyone to choose from. And because this deal was very lucrative, no one refused. "In that case, I agree. Us too will do as you say, Black Sword." When everything went according to his plan and was settled, he smiled and took out his black scythe, which had some red substance on it. "Good choice, you won't regret it." Next, he turned his back to everyone. "Let's go then." 3, 2, 1, where he had just been standing, only 4 people remained. And before everyone could understand anything, he had accelerated and pulled away. Reacting the fastest, An Sangcheol led everyone, "Hurry, follow him." Ryu Min continued to dash forward, not thinking that the remaining members couldn't catch up even if they had rockets attached to them. And even though everyone was buffed by Julie, the distance didn't narrow at all. At this point, both Seoarin and Julie asked themselves a big question. How can he move so fast? What number did his agility stat reach? And Tisiok, who thought he was relatively fast, realized that at this level, it was like comparing a house cat to a cheetah. When their perspective ended, that was also the moment Tisiok fixed his gaze in one direction. His finger pointed out, marking the spot for everyone. Over there. At this moment, Ryu Min had also changed his position, directly confronting the first centaur of the new mission. Flash, he vanished from the spot where he was moving. In the next 0.3 seconds, he landed elsewhere, leaving a familiar slash on the centaur's neck, the same one most monsters that had fought him had. And just as the centaur collapsed on the spot, Everyone behind had caught up to his pace. Instead of being happy, a state of shock overcame their minds. At this moment, they looked at him as if he were a terrifying monster. What just happened? No one could have thought that a centaur monster could be defeated in just one blow. Although they had many thoughts, Ryu Min kept running straight toward his next target. Directly opposite now, two centaurs were charging toward his position. Encountering the first centaur, he stopped, crouched down, and swung his scythe behind him. A crescent-shaped slash was launched, targeting the legs of the one charging forward. He spun the scythe back in a half-crescent arc. At the same time, the monster lost its momentum, which was when the centaur began to. And without knowing how, the monster's head fell right into the position where the scythe was waiting. The scythe passed through, the monster fell. The centaur's reward was empty. He rushed toward the remaining centaur. Not waiting like before, this time he jumped directly into the air. And when it saw something lunging toward it, it used its front legs to jump up. He naturally placed his foot on it. A similar scythe motion was initiated. Without a single wasted movement, its neck received a critical hit from him. The monster fell, marking the end of the process, and the system board updated the information. Centaur defeated, triple experience active. Title effect, experience increased 1.5x. Experience plus 0.89%, gold plus 60. Repeating the same maneuvers, the system provided another result. Number of monsters defeated, 172-100. Effect, Rune of Slaughter, all stats plus 100%. He temporarily stopped hunting and evaluated his level of satisfaction. 172 in 30 minutes. That speed isn't bad. There are 200 centaurs active on the battlefield in total. At this pace, I might even monopolize all of them in 6 hours. Of course, minus the few that other teams managed to kill. While he paused, everyone had another chance to catch up with him. The characteristic of being on a team with him was clearly illustrated by everyone. Even doing nothing is exhausting. His face remained emotionless while watching them in this state. I'm dying, ha ha ha, cough cough. Not wanting to let everyone feel awkward, he smiled and offered a suggestion. If you're tired, you can take a break for a bit. Finally getting to rest, Julie and Tisiak felt relieved. Really, thank you so much. Not waiting for anything else, everyone collapsed. Tisiak was even worse, lying flat out. Only On Sanchial could stand firm and his complaints were voiced. Just keeping up with you is exhausting as hell. Fanning her arm to cool off, Corin added her analysis. I thought a 100m distance was enough, but it turned out not to be. With a flushed face, Tisiak stammered, what do you mean? Ignoring them, Julie smiled and gave him a compliment. Black Sword, you're truly terrifying. Your hunting speed is unbelievable. Before this compliment, he gave a playful question. Does that mean you're not satisfied? Julie's confusion was obvious when he asked that. No, that's not it. Just following you and leveling up, how could I hate that? Tisiak stood up, trembling as he gave him a thumbs up. The one working harder than us is you, Black Sword. Ryu Min crossed his arms, looking blank, and responded, looking at you, one would think you were the one suffering. While everyone was happily chatting with each other, another group was approaching. And to be more precise, this was a group larger than a 5-person team. Because of this, everyone's attention shifted simultaneously in that direction. What's that? Someone is coming toward us. As everyone stood up, that was also when this mysterious group had moved closer. And this is the end of Chapter 70. Don't forget to leave me a like, a comment, and hit the notification bell. That is the motivation that helps me create videos every day. Goodbye everyone and see you again. Among them, a man in a white cloak stepped forward with a confident, smiling face. He looked straight at Ryu Min, who was standing with his arms crossed amidst his teammates. He spoke first, greetings, Sir Black Sickle. How fortunate to meet you here, hahaha. Ryu Min remained motionless, the wind gently fluttering his cloak. His gaze was cold, devoid of even a hint of emotion. He responded in a curt, calm tone as if he hadn't given the other's arrival a second thought. Enough, what do you want? The man in white twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth, yet maintained his cordial appearance. Oh, we're just looking for a team to hunt the boss together. Would you like to? Before he could finish, Ryu Min coldly cut him off, his voice ringing out decisively in the quiet air. No. Silence stretched for several seconds. The group's eyes widened, the man in white froze, his face stiff with disbelief at the response. He stammered, why not? Ryu Min's dark red eyes flickered over him, cold as a blade. He didn't bother to explain, leaving the other man even more flustered by his silence. After a moment of awkwardness, the man tried to regain his composure, continuing as if to show he knew better. Sir Black Sickle, I don't know if you realize it, but the boss here isn't easy. He turned around, pointing into the distance. At the horizon's edge, a giant creature stood clear in the glaring sunlight, a hulking body, the head of a bull holding a massive mace. A deep guttural roar echoed, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Do you see that monster? It looks like an ox. That's the boss, and it's extremely tough. He tried to sound serious, while Ryu Min observed quietly. The golden light of sunset cast shadows across his face, reflected in his expressionless eyes. Then the man's voice lowered, carrying a hint of fear as he recalled the memory. Another group already tried to fight it, and every single one of them died. Images of red blood flooded his memories, the monster swinging its mace wildly, blood splashing everywhere, each person falling one by one. The entire team had been crushed in the blink of an eye. He turned back to look at Ryu Min, trying to sound sincere. I've realized it now. To defeat this boss, many teams must join forces. We should cooperate if we want a chance at survival. But Ryu Min only crossed his arms, his tone casual, as if life and death weren't worth discussing. Worry about yourselves. The man broke into a cold sweat, stammering an explanation. But isn't it better to help each other? We could even let you land the final blow if you just reconsider. Ryu Min opened his eyes to look at him, a crimson glint flashing. His voice dropped, powerful enough to make the air around them seem to freeze. Don't make me repeat myself a third time. The man immediately panicked, turning to run as he replied, understood, my apologies, sir. After Ryu Min's cold refusal, the group turned back with disappointed expressions. The desert sun bore down, making the atmosphere even more stifling and heavy. The captain in the white cloak let out a frustrated sigh. I guess that's that. A teammate asked, full of curiosity. Did you tell him we'd yield the final blow? He grimaced, scratching his head helplessly. I did, but he still flat out refused. The people around looked at each other, confused and irritated. A girl in the group crossed her arms, her tone suspicious. Why, he has to kill the boss to pass the round too, right? The man standing beside her replied, his expression tense. Or maybe, is he scared? The girl let out a breath, her gaze heavy. I guess we have no choice but to do it ourselves. A few others chimed in, feigning confidence. Yeah, let's try together. While they were debating, the ground in the distance began to tremble slightly. Sand flew into the air, and then the giant silhouette of a minotaur, the bull-headed monster tall as a tower, slowly stepped out. Its glowing red eyes flashed, and the heavy pressure made the air feel thick. The captain swallowed hard, trying to keep his voice steady as he whispered to his team, Whoa, it's even bigger up close. The person beside him answered tremblingly, we can do this, right? He tried to look strong, giving a half-hearted nod. Of course. The group lined up, eyes fixed on the monster slowly turning its head. The captain tightened his grip on his weapon, muttering calculations. We have 20 people. That should be enough. But just as he finished speaking, the minotaur let out a terrifying roar. The shockwave spread everywhere, forcing everyone to cover their ears. The sound was like thunder, making the entire squad tremble. The captain shouted in panic, Damn it, it's charging this way. The shout of attack echoed across the desert. The group lunged at the minotaur simultaneously, the light from magic swords and arrows intertwining brilliantly. Sand flew and the ground shook with every step. From a distance, Ryu Min stood on a high rock, his black cloak fluttering in the wind. His gaze remained indifferent, as if he were just watching a trivial play. I wonder how long it will take them to realize. Down below, the minotaur roared furiously. Its muscles bulged, veins popped, and its eyes burned like fire. The giant monster swung its mace, sweeping in a circle and forcing several players to leap away. Gruo, Ryu Min still observed silently from afar. A calm thought crossed his mind. Actually, this minotaur isn't as difficult as they think. Each of its attacks was powerful but slow. As long as one caught the rhythm, dodging was entirely possible. He narrowed his eyes, continuing his calm assessment. Its attacks are easy to predict, it's just that they aren't fast enough to take advantage of it. Down below, a few warriors shouted, Charge, slash at its legs. Swords flashed, but upon impact only a cold clang sounded. No blood flowed, it only left faint scratches on the thick skin. Someone hissed in desperation. No way, its skin is too thick. Another replied, sweat dripping down his forehead. My sword can't pierce it either. They attacked repeatedly, but the minotaur's steel-like hide remained unharmed. Ryu Min stood indifferently above, his cold internal reasoning continuing. Even if its skin is hard to pierce, if they keep attacking, they'll eventually find a weak spot. Arrows and magic rained down relentlessly. Fireballs exploded around the monster's body, light and sand blended into a chaotic scene. Griua, the minotaur roared, swinging its arm down violently in a rage, creating a shockwave that sent several players flying. But Ryu Min didn't budge, only tilting his head, his tone even as he counted down. Even if it takes time. Down below, the captain was gasping for air, sweat streaming down. He gritted his teeth, watching the monster stand tall, its entire body unaffected. This thing, it's too tough to handle. Focus on dodging, someone shouted, his voice hoarse amidst the dust. A warrior with a glowing blue axe gritted his teeth, his entire body tensed like a taut string. He roared, filled with resentment. Die, you piece of trash monster. With all his remaining strength, he leaped high, his axe glowing brilliantly before swinging down. Whoosh. The axe blade swirled through the air, heading straight for the monster's chest. Gyuwu. The minotaur's roar sounded pained, and red blood sprayed everywhere. The deep gash in its chest made it stumble, its giant hand flailing in a fit of rage. I did it, I hit its chest, someone shouted excitedly. Keep attacking, don't let it recover, the captain yelled. The group swarmed in, swords and spears flashing. Light and blood turned into red streaks amidst the sandstorm. A swordsman leaped high, swinging his sword diagonally across the Minotaur's shoulder, leaving a deep gash on its arm. The gash was deep, blood spurted, and the monster roared in fury. Grew. The Minotaur swung its arms madly, grabbing an unlucky player midair. Its glowing red eyes flashed with rage. The captured person struggled desperately, screaming, "Help! Help me!" The Minotaur roared, its giant hand tightening, and the sound of cracking bones echoed. The scene turned blood-red, blood and light blurred together. The Minotaur's hand covered the player entirely, leaving only a dark shadow being crushed amidst the red light. The sound echoed in the air. Crack! The player's body exploded, blood spraying like mist. From a distance, two mages raised their staffs in panic, fireballs appearing around them. One shouted loudly, "Cast fireball, hurry!" Just then, the corpse was thrown into the sky, flying past them. The fireball shot straight into the Minotaur's chest, and boom, boom, explosions echoed across the battlefield. Flames surged violently, engulfing the monster's entire body. "Hit, it's burning," someone yelled excitedly. The flames swallowed the Minotaur whole, its giant body roaring in agony. Goohhh, patches of charred skin peeled away and smoke billowed into the sky. The squad stood there, gasping, hopping against hope that it had truly died. The giant monster dropped to its knees and collapsed with a heavy thud, the ground shaking. Everyone erupted. We took it down. Really? We're the first team to win." Cheers echoed everywhere, and everyone raised their weapons to the sky in celebration. A giant pillar of golden light suddenly surged into the air, covering the entire squad in brilliant radiance. The survivors looked at each other, their eyes filled with joy mixed with doubt. "Did we really complete the quest?" one whispered. The entire battlefield gradually shone brightly with a series of similar light pillars. Various groups of players shouted with joy. "Our group did it too. The quest window says complete." "Ha, that was awesome." Another group observed from afar. He frowned, rubbing his forehead. "Do we have to kill it again? Damn it." The girl beside him tilted her head, watching the light pillars, then replied, "It seems like every time a quest is completed, a pillar of light appears to mark that group." A man stood in the bright golden pillar, scratching his head in boredom. "So, now we just have to stand here and wait for the time to run out." The teammate sat down on the sand, resting his chin on his hand, replying, "Yeah, looks like it." He sighed softly, muttering, "It's nice to rest early, but I feel like I'm missing something." The air was silent. The man in the white cloak let out a long sigh, then said, "Well then, I guess I should go find another group." Just as he finished, his gaze faltered as if he'd just realized something. Atop a rock formation, a figure appeared. Sunlight poured down, his dark hair fluttering in the wind. "Sir? Black Scythe," he called out in surprise. Before them was Ryu Min standing calmly, his dark cloak waving in the desert wind. The man stammered, "Ooh, our group is." Ryu Min looked around, his expression as calm as if he had anticipated the result. Other teams were frustrated. "Don't bother asking, I can tell just by looking." He sighed in exhaustion and then turned away. Black Scythe jumped down, landed, and said, "It's fortunate. If we killed the boss early, we would have wasted all the remaining time." Julie saw this and replied, "Right, just as you predicted." Ryu Min stood at the front of the team, his voice calm and steady. "Let's go, don't waste time." Everyone immediately followed him, the formation stabilizing quickly. "Understood," the group replied in unison. A strong wind blew. Ryu Min led the way, darting like a flash of lightning, his cloak waving, and his teammates followed close behind. He spoke softly, his sharp gaze fixed ahead. Track. A stream of green magical aura appeared. Centaur. Golden light covered the entire sky, with brilliant pillars of light stretching from above down to the ground. The entire desert region was bathed in a sacred light, as if declaring, "The match has ended." Groups of players lay scattered within the pillars of light, everyone exhausted. A few sat down while others just let out sighs of relief. "So, is it really over?" "Seems so. Look, everyone is being teleported to the safe zone." The air was relieved but mixed with exhaustion. A man held his interface board, frowning. "Hey, where are our rankings? I don't see anything displayed." The teammate looked up, asking, "What rank are we?" "I don't know, it doesn't say." Someone else chuckled, waving a hand. "Why care? Surviving is enough. I just want to lie down and rest." He leaned back on the sand, sighing comfortably. "Now, it doesn't matter who wins or loses anymore." A blond man narrowed his eyes, looking into the distance, his voice surprised. "Huh, look over there," the person next to him asked. "What?" In the distance, a centaur was galloping, spear leveled as it charged. A black shadow dove from the sky like lightning. It was Ryu Min. Wind whistled in his ears and his cloak snapped. He spun in midair, his black scythe shining brilliantly. Slash! A streak of bright red blood tore through the air. The centaur's body was sliced in two in the blink of an eye. Sand flew, blood rained like mist. Ryu Min landed lightly, his eyes as cold as steel. "Black Scythe," someone in the light zone shouted in astonishment. The girl beside him widened her eyes. Did he just kill that monster in a single blow? The man lying nearby laughed. Ha, what else would you expect from a level 40? That power is terrifying. The woman with curly hair crossed her arms, questioning, but why did he kill the centaur instead of the boss? Wouldn't it be faster to kill the boss and then rest? The blonde man replied, his voice calm, not really. Even if we kill the boss now, we won't make it to the top. He shrugged, smiling faintly. Maybe he's just farming for more exp. After all, he's already lost the top spot. He smiled faintly as he watched the pillar of light in the sky slowly fade. Hayes, what a shame. I actually thought he'd keep the top spot again. He curled his lip, his voice tinged with gloating. Anyway, Black Scythe can't hold the top spot forever. The person beside him nodded, eyes following the scene of Ryu Min rampaging through the centaur herd. But you have to admit he's smart. Look at him farming. In the frame, Ryu Min spun in midair, his red scythe slicing through a centaur's body, blood spraying like a red curtain under the sunlight. On the notification board, lines of text appeared. Target identification impossible. Centaur. Number of kills 1920/100. Time remaining 002043. Ryu Min lowered his scythe, his eyes cold as ice. It seems this time, I've wiped them all out. Behind him, his teammates were nearly exhausted, gasping for air continuously. Mr. Black Scythe, Julie spoke between gasps, can we rest for a bit? Everyone else was hunched over, sweating profusely. Ryu Min glanced at them, his voice calm but decisive. No need, the hunt is finished. He tightened his grip on the scythe handle, golden light reflecting in his eyes. Now, it's the boss's turn. Julie widened her eyes in surprise, almost unable to believe her ears. It's already done, really. Ryu Min nodded, his cold gaze directed ahead. That's right, based on my tracking skill, there are no more centaurs in this area. Julie sighed softly, so that's how it is. While everyone else was deciding what to do next, An Sanchial checked his status board, a golden light flashing before him. Huh. He quickly shouted, everyone, check your levels. Everyone simultaneously opened their boards and golden light shone brilliantly. Level, it went up. No way this much. Everyone's eyes were full of amazement mixed with excitement. Ryu Min looked over at An Sanchial, who was gaping at his glowing status board. How much? He asked simply. An Sanchial swallowed, unable to take his eyes off the number in front of him. I went from level 20 to 34. Corin quickly turned on her interface board, her eyes lit up. Me too, level 34 already. Julie beside her shouted in disbelief. I went from 21 to 35. The air was filled with excitement and astonishment. Hiotisiok trembled. I went from 23 to 36. He said this while looking at his hands as if he couldn't believe it, his sweat still wet. Ryu Min squinted, his voice low and internal. Everyone gained 13 to 14 levels. The corners of his mouth curled slightly. And I went from level 40 to 54. The status board opened, name Ryu Min. Alias Black Scythe. Level 54, class Grim Reaper. Titles, last time regressor, hidden first ever angel slayer, hidden opposer of divine punishment, hidden. Ryu Min checked the loot in his inventory. 19 mana cores, 9 normal equipment, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The last material I need for a divine tier synthesis. An item window appeared before his eyes, shining horsetail, a horsetail containing faint magical energy. Ryu Min curled his lip. Finally, I have it. Julie shouted in delight. I have way more gold now. Her face beamed as if she'd just won the lottery. Cor and me too, Hiotisiok shouted in astonishment. 115,000 gold. Is this real? Ryu Min just looked at them silently, his expression calm. An Sanchial scratched his chin, calculating. How strange, suddenly having this much money. He looked at the shimmering gold board, confused. Now, what should we do with all this stuff? Ryu Min stood tall amidst the desert sun, his eyes reflecting cold red light. Buy the basic skills from the shop, his voice rang out clearly. Presence detection, enhanced vision, and magic resistance. Those are mandatory. Buy the items in the today's item section too, Ryu Min continued, his tone calm. The teammate beside him looked at the board while muttering, presence detection, and what else? Ryu Min urged, go shopping later. He turned, the desert wind swirling around his cloak, his eyes burning in the evening light. Let's go. Our next target is the final boss. His voice was so decisive that everyone behind him stood stunned for a few seconds. Hiotisiok took a deep breath, then nodded. Yes. Ryu Min activated Track Minotaur. From the corner of his eye, blue light erupted. Magical threads twisted around like a guiding line in the air. A strong wind rose, sand swirling. Ryu Min darted away, his black scythe slicing the wind with a chilling whistle. His cloak snapped, energy vortices swirling around him. The air trembled, leaving a shimmering blue trail behind. Suddenly, Ryu Min saw something. He stopped in one place. Meanwhile, the others felt someone coming, so they turned back, ignoring the Minotaur lurking between the rock pillars. Two men from another group ran over in a panic. Sir Black Scythe, Please join our group. Hunting the boss together would definitely be safer. Ryu Min stopped, his voice deep and chilling. No, he turned his head, his red eyes flashing like steel. I don't want to share the contribution rate with you all. The two stood frozen, speechless. The setting sun shone on half of his face, Ryu Min's voice ringing out softly yet full of murderous intent. I will kill the boss myself. Everyone stood stunned, no one dared say another word. One person swallowed, whispering, is he really going to solo that Minotaur? Another thought in fear, it takes at least 20 people to take down one and yet. A warrior crossed his arms and sneered, his tone mocking, I think you're quite arrogant, Black Scythe. Ryu Min heard this and responded coldly, arrogant. You underestimate me too much. If you can kill it, why can't I? The man faltered, trying to argue, but we need the whole team to take it down. Ryu Min twirled his scythe and smiled slightly, saying, what's the use of having numbers? He walked past the man while the other was still stammering. That's a bit. Julie called out, her voice filled with worry, Mr. Black Scythes. He still walked straight toward the Minotaur, his voice light but decisive. Wait here, it'll be over quickly. Everyone started whispering, saying he really intended to solo it. They were excited to see a good show while they were bored. Ryu Min glanced around, dozens of eyes watching him from outside the boundary of the light. He thought to himself, there are quite a few people watching. If possible, I shouldn't reveal my core skills. But this is the perfect opportunity to show them how strong I am. He stepped into the teleportation circle, his entire body covered in golden light. If they see me take down the Minotaur in seconds, no one will ever dare underestimate me again. The voice in his head sounded even, but his hands were gripping the scythe handle tightly. All right, as fast as possible. In the distance, the giant Minotaur stepped out of the golden sand, its glowing red eyes staring at him as if he were prey. On this side, Ryu Min crouched down, one hand pulling his scythe back in preparation for an attack. Everyone saw him like that and started whispering, what is he doing? Seems he's about to use a skill. That stance, it's strange. Not caring about them, Ryu Min was still calculating. The system only started the timer when the distance was close enough to attack the boss. He gripped his scythe tightly, meaning they were still in the preparation phase and the clock hadn't started yet. Just then the Minotaur roared once. He decided it was time to enter attack range. The Minotaur also raised its axe and ran toward him. He began to count under his breath. 3. His legs braced, gathering force for the attack. 2. The count reached 1 just as he and the monster faced each other, both in positions to finish off the enemy. The air around them suddenly darkened. Black streaks rose from the ground like imprisoned souls. Ryu Min closed his eyes, the scythe in his hand emitted a dark purple light. Night of death. His voice rang out deep and cold as the Reaper's judgment. His eyes became resolute. Now, moonlight destruction. He unleashed a blood-red crescent wave of power at the monster. It froze, unable to react before the attack neared its neck. A clean slash cut through its throat. The monster's giant head was sent flying, spinning in midair before falling to the ground with a heavy thud. Its giant body collapsed, dust billowing into the air. Those outside stood frozen. One shouted, his voice cracking with terror, look, the Minotaur was beheaded in a single blow. Another trembled, eyes wide in disbelief. No way, just one blow, no way. Meanwhile, Ryu Min stood still, gripping the scythe, thinking, no way what, do you even know how high my stats are? The system settlement finally appeared. You have destroyed the Minotaur. Received cowhide. Received Minotaur armor design. He knew what he would receive, so he wasn't surprised. Minotaur design and cowhide, huh? Let's check the data. Cowhide item category description. High-quality cowhide, very durable and great for crafting armor. While everyone else stood paralyzed in fear, Ryu Min approached his teammates. I guess I can sell this for a high price. The display didn't end. Minotaur armor design, consumable item category description. An item containing 6 combination formulas to create a unique Minotaur armor set. You should take notes before using. While everyone shared the same expression, he came close and told them to wake up. Is everyone okay? Julie hesitated and replied, yes, we're okay. They hadn't imagined he would use such a fast attack. But among them, Hio Tisiok's expression was the most spectacular, as if he wanted to kneel before him on the spot. Ryu Min responded to that cute expression. Ryu Min felt anxious and looked elsewhere. This kid, what is that weird expression? I can understand that he's someone who will follow me later, but for sure I need to keep my distance from now on. The sun reaching its peak signaled that the time for the participants was coming to an end. Just like those before him, a pillar of light covered him and locked him inside. When the game officially ended, golden feathers flew everywhere. Finally, you've all destroyed all 101 bosses. Well then, next we will remove the remaining teams that didn't catch a final boss without further thought. Angel Priscilla's voice slowly sounded and then revealed a creepy smile. Trash needs to be removed and vanish. The eliminated players were those not covered by a light pillar, their cries fading away like the previous rounds. Ah no, oh Angel, wait a minute, please save me. Those who remained lucky enough to survive secretly rejoiced that they didn't share that fate. When the wailing had ceased, Angel Priscilla clapped her hands and smiled, drawing everyone's attention back. Well then, let's check the rankings together. The giant settlement board appeared in view. Round 6 results summary, all areas first place, Black Scythe and 4 others 0 hours 0 minutes 1 second, second place, Chin Ma and 4 others 0 hours 3 minutes 21 seconds, third place, Stupid Fools and 4 others 0 hours 4 minutes 9 seconds. Area CSK007 first place, Black Scythe and 4 others 0 hours 0 minutes 1 second, second place, Kim Soohyunmoo and 4 others 0 hours 5 minutes 31 seconds, third place, Rice Parasite and 4 others 0 hours 5 minutes 58 seconds. After they finished absorbing this information, a few teams seemed very panicked, their voices and thoughts distorted. Why isn't our team ranked first? We were the first to destroy it, right? Black Scythe's team ended up taking the first position. Didn't his team destroy it way later? Surely something is wrong. Priscilla, hearing those mutters, sneered. Who said that? Are you ranking by the order of kills? As you can all see, the ranking is determined by the time required to eliminate the boss. The mood among several people shifted into sudden despair. Time, so does that mean our team is in last place? That mocking smile made them feel even more humiliated. 11 minutes and 30 seconds, I don't understand why it took you longer than 11 minutes to kill a cow. Truly, the human race is inferior. I don't know if you looked at the results screen carefully, Priscilla added, her words uncalculated. On the other hand, the shortest time was 1 minute. And that was the team managed by Black Sword, so this result is quite good and understandable. Quickly, a player interrupted. Angel, the time wasn't 1 minute. Priscilla was stunned, blinking as she looked back, as if she felt something was off. 6th round results. Black Sword's team area, 0 hours 0 minutes 1 second. The information board hit them like a physical blow. 1 second is 1 second, not 1 minute. The time Black Sword took to handle the boss was 1 second. Upon realizing this, her expression turned blank. The arrogance inherent to an angel was now confused by the players participating. Oh, I actually made a silly mistake in front of these people below. Changing her expression, she crossed her arms and complained, there's even a 1 second record. Well, is the boss really this weak? These words fell on the player's ears like water off a duck's back. Having resolved her error, Priscilla announced something else. All right, first, we will award the top 3 finishers. Please note that rewards are only given to players who contributed the most. He crossed his arms, waiting for the results to appear on the screen. Congratulations on completing the mission as the number 1 in your area. Congratulations on completing the mission as the number 1 in the entire region. Regional first place ranking, Epic Helmet Choice Reward. Selected as the first place reward for all regions. Special reward selection box. He smiled as he looked at the inventory he had been keeping open, waiting for the items. It was time to replace his helmet. As he touched it, the notification screen glowed. You can choose one of the following epic grade helmets. Reward, tap on the reward you desire. 1 Ring of Angels, 2 Minotaur's Bull Mask, 3 Hermes Feathered Helmet. There was no condition that could make him hesitate. If there was anything he needed, it was a feathered helmet, a fairly attractive choice. Item information for option 3 appeared. Hermes Feathered Helmet, Epic Grade Helmet. Defense 180, Effect, Agility plus 10, can use invisibility, Durability 1501-500. Restriction, Professional level or higher. Description, a helmet modeled after Hermes' feathered hat. It is not an original. He equipped it on his head while it was still warm. If he wore it immediately. Skill info, temporary invisibility. Effect, conceals your entire appearance from opponents. Sound cannot be hidden, automatically cancelled when attacking or being attacked. Duration 30 minutes, cooldown 30 minutes. The item that could turn him into a perfect assassin was now in his hands. The smile because of this could not end yet. From now on, I can use the stealth skill. The drawback is that it can't hide sound. If I can get a rune to hide my presence, my invisibility will become invincible. There was one more thing he wanted to activate on the spot. You can choose one of the following special rewards. Reward, tap on the reward you desire. 1 Random item selection, 2 14,000 gold, 3 information about the 7th round. He wasn't poor, and as for information, he had already understood it in the 99 previous regressions. Then only the first one remained for him to choose. He didn't need gold or information. For this type of special reward, he could only choose position number 1. Selection info attached. Reward, choose one of the following materials. 1 Near Broken Branch, 2 Effervescent Solution, 3 Hard Magic Shell, 4 Angel's Gold Dust. Already knowing what they were, he immediately chose number 4. You don't need to worry, and you have understood the use of each material. Selected Angel's Gold Dust, a God tier item. Angel's Gold Dust, utility category. Description, dust fluttering on the hair of an angel, it is not dandruff. Golden energy surrounded him, lighting up the area. The angel Priscilla's voice gradually came to an end. All rewards have been granted. Now you may return. See you all in the next round. The large global announcement board was activated. Sixth round concluded. Total survivors across all areas, 8,060,295. Survivors in applicable area CS007505. After some time, souls will be transferred to bodies in the current dimension. The seventh round will begin at midnight on June 1, 2023. See you all in the next round. Congratulations to all who survived. Returning to reality, the person who appeared was not Ryu Min, but Ma Jeonrak, or more accurately, someone knocking continuously and calling out loudly, Director Ma Jeonrak. He tried to force himself up, having been disturbed while still asleep. But with someone calling so urgently, he had to put on his slippers. He headed out to open the door that was bothering him. Department head On Sangcheol, dressed in a neat suit, was waiting for him. What happened that brought you here as soon as you returned to this place? On Sangcheol's voice trembled slightly. Excuse me, may I come inside to talk? Of course. The two went to the reception table. Ma Jeonrak poured himself a glass of liquor. So your level increased quite a bit, right? After all, you teamed up with Black Sword and hunted for 6 hours directly. Ma Jeonrak looked coldly at him and questioned. So how much did you contribute and increase by to be so excited running here? An Sangcheol was confused about where to start, so he just went to the final result. I went from level 20 to level 34, a total of 14 levels. Ma Jeonrak's hand, which was about to drink the whiskey, stopped in midair. 34? Are you kidding me? He took a sip to sober up. Yes, it's great, right? It makes sense because all the hunting work was handled by Black Sword. Thinking about this was also a big surprise. Right, he handled everything by himself, we just tried to keep up. Ma Jeonrak shook his glass. I guessed he kept all the items obtained. In his anxiety, An Sangcheol showed a hint of joy. That's right, but I don't regret skipping those items at all. I never thought my level could go up that fast. Ma Jeonrak's voice was a bit cold as he took another sip. I also never thought you could surpass me in level. An Sangcheol asked quickly, so what level is the director at now? 29. The result made An Sangcheol surprised and unable to speak further. Brushing off the previous joy, An Sangcheol didn't show any emotion. Regardless, that wouldn't make the director comfortable. Then I guess actress Seo Arin is at the same level as you, right? Thinking that my level is lower than hers, it seems I need to try harder. Although smiling, it was bitter. Ma Jeonrak poured his glass full again. Tell me, department head An Sangcheol, did Black Sword really kill that quickly? Yes, he took down those centaurs in just one hit. Then that's very fast. Even with 5 people on a team, I couldn't do it that fast. Truly Black Sword. I saw the result that Black Sword eliminated that minotaur in just 1 second. Is that true? An Sangcheol rubbed the back of his neck, recalling how Ryu Min did it and said, that's right. He used some kind of glowing skill and sliced off its head in one move. I've never seen that skill before. Although he knew the result would be like that, Ma Jeonrak was startled and couldn't easily change his expression. He took down that minotaur with just one skill in 1 second. Has the gap between him and the rest of us grown this large already? The Dark Knight is strong too, but still can't compare to Black Sword. If I reach level 40, can I be that strong? Now he had to focus on grinding levels instead of dreaming about that. His self-esteem didn't allow Ma Jeonrak to hesitate any longer. I guess I have to force myself to make more effort. It seems I have to thank Black Sword. He gave me the motivation I thought I had lost. And he can help department head On and actress Seo Arin become even stronger. If we meet again one day, I will give him a worthy gift. He bowed his head, looking dejected. When the prophet appears, I will ask when I will meet Black Sword. The crucial question. An Sangcheol said, do you think the prophet is still alive? Ma Jeonrak was not pleased with this way of speaking. Instead of thinking, why not call to confirm, that is your job. An Sangcheol knew he was wrong. Sorry, I will go check immediately. He watched the back of the department head leaving quickly and exchanged. No need to apologize, confirm it and report back to me. Oh, and have you learned the 2 skills I told you to? Yes, I have definitely learned both tracking and trace removal as the director instructed. Good, then later when we go out we will check the skills while cleaning up. It's been a while since we cleaned up. An Sangcheol understood. Working at this hour, the sun had also gradually risen. Ma Jeonrak didn't care much. It's fine, we don't kill anyone on the street anyway. Clear, director. The sun was indeed rising through the glass. The gloomy weather like this was the perfect time to relieve pressure. Moved to a room where someone was still sleeping. Hyo Tae-seok blinked, opening his eyes, remembering Ryu Min Black Sword. He let me into his team and that terrifying power. Black Sword is on a completely different level, someone I don't even dare to look up to. So is he really a god? Rubbing his hair a bit too much, how can I repay his favor? Can I help him with anything? I'm not as useful as the buff girl. Sitting up right on the spot, if only my character class could support him. The more he thought, the more he felt he couldn't help him in this world. Then what about in the real world? His smile gradually brightened. Right, what does a god need most? Of course, loyal believers. Speaking of this, Ryu Min here rubbed his hands and shivered strangely. Why do I feel a chill down my spine today? That cold feeling coincidentally made Ryu Min's mind become hazier. I'm feeling a bit chilly, maybe I'm a bit tired. Not knowing how to handle it, the phone placed by the head of the bed suddenly rang. Ryu Min thought it was an international call. Not wanting to ignore it, a second later he picked up the phone. There was only one contact linked to abroad, so he pressed the answer button and started to communicate. Hello, Russell, it's me. The voice on the other end sounded a bit awkward. Hello, Prophet. First of all, let me send my thanks to you. Thanks to your prophecy, I was able to survive. He cared for this important person and asked quickly, what happened? Vol smiled brightly and replied, for now I will come there and tell you in more detail and specifically. Okay, so you're coming to Korea? Ryu Min's probing question echoed. Meanwhile, Vol was packing his things into a backpack with his phone attached. Yes, I just booked a ticket. Instead of being happy, Ryu Min was confused with a huge mess. What is this? This has never happened in those regression times. This expression showed that in previous times helping Russell, this was likely the first time he directly came to find Ryu Min. And Russell realized that slight confusion, so he asked him back, Mr. Ryu Min, have I bothered you? If you feel bothered, please tell me. I will cancel the schedule immediately. Brushing off that confusion, Ryu Min smiled and responded without tripping over any words. And by some magic, the previous expression had infected Russell on the other side. I'm looking forward to meeting you. It's great that you can come all the way to my place. Moved to the next day, the encounter of both took place again, but this time it was in Ryu Min's own country. Russell, in a simple outfit with a small backpack on his shoulder, waved at Ryu Min, who was waiting. Because he was a foreigner, Russell was a head taller than him. Shaking hands to greet, Russell spoke first. It's great to be able to see you again, really. Ryu Min smiled and welcomed. Welcome to Korea, Russell. Greeting finished, it was also time for Ryu Min to guide a new friend to his country. Let's go, I will guide you. A3 parking lot echoed with a new conversation. There really are many things I want to say, but I also don't know where to start and how to say it. First of all, I will hold back a bit, haha. The first place that Ryu Min led Russell to was a large restaurant. Hot pot along with countless ingredients had been prepared very carefully and neatly. Both sat in this area and it was easy to see how surprised and interested Russell was in this dish. Why are there so many types of food like this? This is the first time I've seen such a lavish dining table. Not wanting to let his partner as well as an important future teammate feel embarrassed, he didn't hesitate to add a sentence. Eat as much as you want, my treat. Russell happily accepted this kindness, but a few words also needed to be said right now. I can't, Mr. Ryu Min, I can't receive benefits from you forever. Please, at least this time let me pay for the meal. Everything has a little reason for action and Ryu Min wouldn't let him do that. He didn't hide it and spoke without hesitation. Russell, don't do that, just let me pay for this meal. But in return, repair the durability of my item like last time. Russell was surprised but quickly adjusted his mood. Durability. Of course, that is something I must do. After putting that familiar item into Russell's hands, Ryu Min carefully observed every gesture and action. A skill was helping to enhance the durability of the eternal sleep item in a short time. After that, he received back the item he had just enhanced. Thank you, I will pay for this meal. Reintroducing some item information, Eternal Sleep Jewel Epic Grade Necklace. Effect, each monster killed increases 1 stack and decreases 1 durability. Every 100 stacks converts into 1 attribute point. Durability 1000. Restriction, players from normal level or higher. Description, a necklace with a cloudy gray sphere, it will absorb the killed souls. While that information appeared, Russell's voice sounded a bit shy. I still feel like I haven't done much to help you. Unable to discuss one thing forever, Ryu Min changed the story after putting the item away. It's okay. By the way, what exactly happened? You said you almost died. Russell forgot he still had this to tell him. About that, he gradually became more shocked as he told the story while remembering the giant shadow of the Minotaur. According to your advice, I went hunting for nearly 6 hours, Prophet. And after that, we went to challenge the boss, something so strong that I almost died while fighting it. If I hadn't raised my level a bit like you said, we would have really been finished. While he was still scared, Ryu Min laughed naturally. I'm glad I could help you. So what level are you at now? Russell answered quickly. I've reached level 29. But I feel a bit ashamed when asking this, but will I really become a top-tier blacksmith as you said? Russell stammered in his words. It's hard for me to believe that. Ryu Min confidently answered that problem. If you continue to work hard, yes, with my help, you can even do more than that. Russell's cheeks suddenly flushed red at that saying, haha, that's enough to put me at ease. Just having guidance from a prophet like you, I no longer have anything to fear. Both seem to have not eaten anything yet and the conversation continued. Have you looked at the company I told you to invest in? I opened an account the very same day. However, I invested a bit more than half the money you suggested. He nodded in praise, a very wise decision. That's enough to ensure your life. With a chopstick in each hand, Russell looked closely at him and asked, "But that company, exactly how did it become so famous? What kind of business are they doing?" Stunned he didn't even look into it before investing. How could Russell be blamed? "I only believe in your words, Prophet. I think everything will probably be fine. If so, then let me introduce you properly to this company." Instead of just talking through his mouth, he led him straight to that company. Here it is. A building with unique architecture clearly showing sophistication. Not just that, a special area and path for players. Putting one hand in his pocket, astonishment once again took hold of him. It seems like all preparation has been completed. Walking inside, Russell couldn't hide his curiosity and looked at him, asking, "So this is the company that I invested 70% of my total assets in?" "Ah, to be more precise, that is your money, Prophet, not mine." Ryu Min responded shyly, "That money is yours, don't feel too much pressure." Standing in the elevator area and waiting to press, Ryu Min analyzed the previous statement and looked back. "But if you only kept 30%, is your living stable?" Russell was a bit bewildered but still told the truth. "A bit tight, but I can still manage. I will reduce from 3 meals to 2. He couldn't let his important person eat like that. He made a suggestion. "I will earn you some money after leaving this company. £10,000 should be enough, right?" A suggestion that made Russell hard to refuse. The lack of confidence increased, and then an unlikable figure was used as an accompanying example. "Prophet, are you like an angel?" "No, no, not that angel." Ryu Min tried to laugh after that strange thought, haha. Since stepping into the elevator, Russell gradually realized something wasn't quite right. Thinking carefully, "Is it okay for us to just walk into someone else's company like this?" He answered seriously, "It's fine. Although I'm not a major shareholder, it's no different from saying this is my company. Recently, we renamed the company and completely changed the business model. I will explain this business model when we get inside." Russell listened carefully to those words, only to become cheerful again. "Actually, I don't need to hear the explanation either. If it's something you've put your all into, Prophet, it will surely succeed brilliantly." When the elevator reached the 48th floor, Ryu Min added, "Anyway, you've invested a lot of your money, so at least I should tell you what kind of company it is. After hearing it, you will surely be even more excited, because it's a type of business that any player would be interested in." Carrying Russell along the long corridor, he guided him further. Just as he entered an office, he noticed some strange looks from the staff. What's that?" Walking a little further, he encountered department head on Sanchial standing before the door, carefully observing his phone. "Why are you blocking the door like that? Is there a guest?" Because he was a department head, his observation was very good. On Sanchial detected his appearance. "Mr. Ryu Min, our major shareholder, what brought you here?" he calmly said. "Sorry for coming without notice." Standing to the side, introducing someone else, "I intend to introduce the company a bit to a foreign investor. I intend to meet the director, he's in there, right?" On Sanchial put his phone inside his jacket. Department head on Sanchial hesitated, not daring to look directly at him. "Yes, he is here, but currently he is busy with a guest." He hurried to smile and ask, "Is there a guest?" Although intentionally tilting his head, An Sanchial still didn't intend to move away. He saw that and thought, "It seems like Ma Jeonrak has ordered no one to enter." Even so, even when I signaled clearly like that, he pretended not to see it. Coldness gradually carved itself onto Ryu Min's face. Even if he's a fool following Ma Jeonrak to his death, who exactly came here? He began reading the thoughts of department head on Sanchial, who was bewildered, not knowing what to do. "HMPH, this is troublesome. Just at this time, the director's fiancée is here." Reading this, he was startled on the spot. But then a new smile gradually appeared. "That girl has arrived." After a long time, the office door was opened by Ma Jeonrak himself. Surprise gradually replaced everything. "What brought you here without notice?" He took a step forward to ask, "Oh, do I need to make an appointment to be invited in?" Ma Jeonrak forced a smile and tried to explain, "Aha, it seems like I spoke a bit strangely, making you misunderstand. In business, benefits are always the top priority. Whoever brings more benefits is prioritized." He understood that clearly. "Misunderstand? A prophet isn't a powerful occupation anyway. Aside from seeing the future, there's nothing special, so in your heart, you're secretly looking down on me, right?" Ma Jeonrak tried to squeeze out a conciliatory smile. "Sorry, a major shareholder like you can naturally come at any time. It's just because you always schedule before coming, so this time I was a bit surprised." Ignoring Ma Jeonrak, Ryu Min looked at the girl beside him. "Haha, is that so?" A foreign woman with blonde hair stood in an elegant posture. Ryu Min gave a brief introduction in his mind, Christine Gregg, a woman whose only occupation was a priestess, and she was someone who could survive until round 15. A priestess, just like a support, is a support occupation considered essential, especially the resurrection skill learned at level 60. It is an indisputable cheat skill that can bring a dead person back to life. Although that is the case, it has some limitations. Only players who died under 10 minutes can be resurrected. But even so, having one more life would be an extremely huge advantage. Initially, I approached Magton. Meeting at this time is also nothing special, but who knows, it might be a good thing. Whatever happens, I must turn her into an ally and get her at least to round 20. Ma Jeonrock gradually noticed the strange look from him. Without hesitation, Ma Jeonrock pointed to introduce her. Ah, this is a friend of mine. Her name is Christine Gregg. Under this introduction, once again, he had a bad impression of the other party. Ah, a friend? Don't make me laugh. You said you wouldn't hide anything from me, yet you hid your own fiancée, right? Adjusting his mood, a smile and hand were directed to greet, and it was in English. Very nice to meet you, Ms. Gregg. I am Ryu Min, a business partner of Mr. Ma Jeonrock. Shaking hands to greet back. Very nice to meet you, Ryu Min. Just call me Christine. I didn't know the director had business partners. Ma Jeonrock was panicked. Huh, he can speak English. Meanwhile, he continued. I also couldn't imagine that the director's fiancée would be this beautiful. Christine Gregg brought a sentence that made Ma Jeonrock increase his fear. Ah, did the director also tell you about me? This time he looked back at Ma Jeonrock, unease increased. Even the existence of his fiancée he knew. Immediately bowing before him, sorry, Prophet, I didn't intend to deceive you. His voice softened, it's okay, you must have felt awkward. Thank you for understanding. However, a different look remained a different look. But if only you trusted me a little more, it would have been better. Ma Jeonrock didn't dare to look him in the eye, only knowing how to curse himself. Damn it. And beside him, Christine Gregg still didn't understand what was happening. Although not very pleased, the important task of choosing to come here also needed to be done. Ryu Min said, I also intend to provide information about the next round to your fiancé. Let's go inside and chat together. He didn't forget to turn to Russell to instruct Russell wait outside for a bit. Russell did not object to his suggestion. All right, Ryu Min. Once again, returning to the director's office. Ma Jeonrock stood beside Christine Gregg, gestured with his hands, and said a few things. Christine, just now I haven't introduced Mr. Ryu Min clearly. He is one of our business partners and is currently the executive director of our company. Still looking at him, a worry enveloped his mind. Furthermore, before he could continue, Ma Jeonrock wanted to ask his permission to say the next thing. And when Ryu Min nodded, he continued. He is a prophet capable of seeing the future. Regarding this aspect, Christine was bewildered and didn't understand well. What is that prophet? He replaced Ma Jeonrock to explain, just as he just said, I am a prophet. It is a special class type with the ability to see the future. For example, information and strategies about the next 7th round. Still that suspicion, Christine Gregg looked back at Ma Jeonrock. Really? Ma Jeonrock nodded, smiling. There hasn't been a single mistake in the times the prophet has spoken, and he has never failed in setting goals. This was an unbelievable declaration, and more importantly, Christine Gregg still didn't understand one thing. She turned back to look at him and asked, Then why do you want to reveal that to me? He said seriously, I will provide you with information about the 7th round without any terms needed for exchange. Silence reigned. A moment later, Christine relaxed her vigilance. I will listen. Stopping for a moment, he analyzed before speaking more. Even when I offered to reveal the future, her reaction is still like that. She must still not believe me. And then the message he said immediately afterward, don't let temptation shake or bewitch you. For the 7th round, that is all everyone needs to remember. Only receiving one sentence, Ma Jeonrock was truly worried. So that's it, Prophet? He nodded in confirmation. I cannot say more. If I say more, everyone will be in danger. Don't let temptation bewitch you. Remember it like the way you are memorizing a spell. That is all I can say because today there is one more person here. He turned directly toward her and spoke further. Christine, there is something else I need to tell you. Yes, part of the reason I arranged this meeting was to talk to you about it. He sat down and said with a somewhat serious expression, Christine, you will be in danger by the 11th round. Your life could be at stake. Sounding like a threat, Christine Gregg pointed at herself, me. Not wanting her to carry that mental burden any longer, Ryu Min added a method. But don't worry about it. A lifeline will be lowered to save you. The rest of the conversation became top secret. A flight took off. It was Christine's flight back to the United States. She was looking out the window, but her focus was on a major issue. To be precise, she was confused about the prophet's declaration that she would be in danger in the 11th round. Analyzing it further, if my father were here, that would be a big problem. With his temper, he would definitely lose his mind. But to reveal a few more details from that exchange, a lifeline to save you will appear. What did that mean? He said it meant someone would save her. Who will save me? Regarding this, he raised a hand to stop her. That I cannot say. Christine gradually took it as something no more absurd than this. Can't say who? Is he really seeing the future? It's all just vague prophecies. Could that person be trying to trick me? The airplane's announcement sounded right at that moment. The flight will soon land at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. Dragging her luggage out of the airport, she met the familiar person who had come to pick her up. Butler Bishop. He was quite handsome and smiled as a greeting. Christine, was your trip to Korea successful? Let me take that for you. Christine paused for a beat. I didn't expect you to come all the way to the airport to pick me up. Taking the suitcase from Christine, they both continued walking forward because he instructed me to take you straight home and not to go any other way. Christine didn't find that strange. Ah, would it be difficult? Let's go. Leaving the international airport, the two went to the largest hall in the United States, the Shining Hall. They continued walking down a wide hallway. Arriving at a room, Bishop knocked on the door to ask for permission. Sir, Miss Christine has returned. No one was seen inside, but a voice confirmed, let her in. The door opened, but this time only Christine entered. Waiting for her was a middle-aged man with blonde hair sitting opposite. You've arrived. It was Christine's father. She happily responded to him, yes, father. When his daughter sat opposite him, he exchanged a few questions with her. So, how is he living lately? He is still living well and is as well-groomed as before. He became slightly serious. Does he ever behave disrespectfully toward you? She didn't look at her father, never once. On the contrary, he treats me very politely. Hearing his daughter, he smiled contentedly. Of course he has to be polite. Whose daughter is she after all? So have you two become any closer this time? Christine shook her head with a light sigh. I don't know yet. The man opposite him paused his emotions for a beat. What do you mean you don't know? You two have been dating for 6 months, haven't you? Regarding this, Christine wasn't pleased and even felt a bit of disgust. Dating? Just seeing each other without having any feelings for one another. Can that really be called dating? He knew his daughter didn't like it, but there was a matter that needed to be addressed. The Osung Group is a large Korean conglomerate famous worldwide. A marriage with the eldest son of such a tycoon only benefits you. There is nothing bad about it. Even if you hate him now, won't you develop feelings later? A sadness welled up in her. I don't know. I still feel gross because he seems to be hiding something and plotting something. He changed his tone. You are a child of God, yet your cultivation is still quite poor. Why do you keep being so suspicious? Because I am your daughter. A reply that left him unable to utter any further reprimands. After a moment, the awkwardness hadn't dissipated. All right. What is he doing lately? He said he was preparing to do business, right? The world has been connected to God's world, yet he still hasn't discarded his worldly material greed, has he? Christine said without a moment of hesitation, Father is the same. He objected, I have not received the choice of God. Just then, a light radiated from Christine's palm. Do you truly believe that this is the choice of God and the power of God? He nodded decisively. I believe that my daughter has received the grace of the angels. Christine was left speechless by her father, the grace of the angels. I've told you so many times about what the angels have done, yet you still refuse to understand anything. Wanting to exchange more with his daughter, he continued. Is your fiancé also making good use of God's gift? He's level 29, right? His area ranking is also 23rd. He seems to be a person of significant ability. You can tell just by looking at his level, which is even higher than Jeffrey's. Not wanting to hide anything, Christine looked at her hand and spoke a truth. This time he said he would create a trading market for players. There are also investors involved. I forgot the name, but that investor calls himself a prophet who can see into the future. He had to hear about another strange matter. She crossed her arms and shook her head as if to dismiss what she was about to say. He just acted like he was giving me information about the 7th round, but I don't know if it's credible because he only talked nonsense. She didn't care, but he was the opposite. A prophet, in this chaotic time, there is no ability more attractive than seeing the future. How about keeping a good relationship with that person? Christine's answer remained the same, I'm not sure. He let out a tired sigh because the man kept saying unbelievable things like she would die or be in danger. Hearing someone dare to curse his child, he flew into a rage on the spot. What did you say? She answered as before, it's just nonsense prophecy, you don't need to pay attention to it. In that chaos, what kind of player is even normal? If they keep prophesying so vaguely, anyone could become a prophet. Even though that was the case, he still reminded his daughter, don't be careless. Who knows, someone among those following you might betray you. She confidently closed her eyes, don't worry, father. Have you forgotten that I am a regional representative? Compared to the possibility of betrayal, the number of people protecting and accompanying me is even greater. I will be safe. He seemed to make fewer demands. If you have said so, then it must be so, but always be prepared for unexpected situations. The conversation slowly ended. Christine stood up from her chair. I understand, father. Carrying a sense of annoyance and fatigue, Christine walked out of the room. Coincidentally, Bishop noticed. He had always observed her throughout the walk, and then an order was gradually imposed on him. Jeffrey. Yes, sir. The coldness of the leader emerged. I heard that Ma Jeonrok's investor is a prophet. Does he dare to impersonate a prophet and talk nonsense about my daughter dying? He paused for another beat to think. If the prophecy that she will be in danger is a lie, I will make him taste hell a little early. While waiting for Bishop, the direct order was issued, investigate whether he is a fraud or not. He seriously complied, in the name of God I will execute the order. The chat room information screen was connected. Lost Yark has joined the PCW chat room. Yami has joined the PCW chat room. With the invisibility mask, Ryu Min went to the studio where Lost Yark lived, and now he had become the other person, smiling as he spoke, "Welcome, Yami." The voice responded to him, "Lost Yark, you arrived early." Ryu Min replied, "I had nothing else to do, haha." While the two were exchanging, another important character appeared. Chairman has joined the PCW chat room. There were 3 people in the meeting room and the chairman spoke seriously. "Hello everyone, let's start the meeting. Last time we decided to select executives, right, Lost Yark? Among those who submitted applications, have you selected any candidates?" Lost Yark compiled what he had prepared on his computer, waiting for the chairman to report on this. "Among the current candidates, I have selected 30 people in order of level and area for selection." The chairman asked, "Black Sickle is not among them, right?" Lost Yark replied, "If he were, I would have reported it immediately." "And what about the other names?" "I have also looked them up. There are no nicknames like Heavenly Demon or Stupid." The chairman frowned unpleasantly. Then we have no other choice but to choose the executives from among the 30 candidates. The 5 who pass the examination will be appointed as executives. Yami, you carry out the examination." "Yes, I will do that, Chairman." Just then, Ryu Min received another piece of information from the chairman, and the following content seemed to indicate that a lawmaker had started to condemn players. Yami also knew about this information and said, "Ah, I saw that news. That's right, Representative Lee Seong-hyun of the National Assembly, right?" The chairman didn't change his expression, but his voice and tone had changed. "That's right. After the executives are appointed, we will discuss whether and how to deal with that person. The enemy of our players is the legal profession, and they are trying to tie us into that so-called legal framework." Ryu Min smiled but didn't show it, "Not a player, so why add "our" to that?" The information also ended. The chairman said his final words before leaving, "Well then, that's all for today's issue." Ending the regular meeting, Ryu Min returned to his home. Stepping out of the bathroom, he was using a towel to dry his hair, his eyes intently fixed on his phone screen. Finally, the day has come. The official Player Place website has launched successfully. Just as predicted, tens of thousands of players have visited and items have been registered. Everyone must be short of money, so they registered all sorts of things like that. First, let's grab the unique materials. Very quickly, several items caught his eye. Utter Root 100,000, Black Diamond 300,000, Orc Fang 95,000, Knoll Backbone 70,000, Hunter's Palm 100,000. Among them, he selected several things he liked. Utter Root, Black Diamond, Orc Fang, and Knoll Backbone. He was satisfied after finishing his selection. "With this much, I can craft at least 3 unique items." There were 4 in the shopping cart on the screen, and he made the decision to choose express delivery for everything. Done, unique items are now normal items. Now it's magic stones. Each magic stone is known to cost over 2 million, even though they are just low-level magic stones. I'll buy them all. 90 items were snatched up by him in 1 second. The sky was blue with few clouds and plenty of sun. Just like that, 2 days passed very quickly. From outside the room, Ryu-1 returned holding a somewhat large bag. Just opening the door, Ryu-1 was completely surprised when the room was piled up with many cardboard shipping boxes. Ryu-min sat in a heap on the sofa, hearing the tragic sound of his younger brother echoing in from over there. "Huh? Ah, brother, what is this?" Looking clueless as if he were innocent, he stepped out from inside and said lightly while looking at the giant pile there, "Ah, you've arrived." The face went pale, not thinking this was his brother, and said, "Brother, did you order all of these? What exactly did you buy that's this much?" Ryu-min smiled and stated the purpose, "Nothing big or special. These are just items for players to use." Ryu-1 understood but couldn't help but be confused. "Ah, what is this player place area market exclusively for players? Is that it?" After a long time calming down, Ryu-min brought those item boxes inside and left them as messy as if he were living alone. Most of them are colorful magic stones. Picking up a purple one, he made a decision in his head. Everything is ready, nothing is missing anymore, so I will start trying to combine them. First, start with the magic stones he had in the greatest quantity. Opening the combination status board, he placed a red stone in the center and 15 identical stones in the smaller link slots. The reason for this was stated in detail. With 16 low-level magic stones, you can create a top-level magic stone, and then a magic stone was formed. Combination successful. A series of response notifications poured in endlessly. You have created the best quality red magic stone. You have created the best quality orange magic stone. You have created the best quality yellow magic stone. Done. With the highest unit of 7, Ryu Min completed the collection of the highest level magic stones for each color. Finishing that, he moved back to the combination board, but it seemed different from before. Now, if I combine these into equipment, a golden aura appeared, combination successful. Death Scythe 16% damage added. He continued the process at a rhythm. Hedes Feather Hat 32 strength added. Traveler Cloaks 32 luck added. Attribute Resistance Ring 16 added to all stats. The next thing to do was to equip them on his body. Already pretty, and now adding accessories makes it complete. Now I've equipped them all. Status window. Your stats have increased significantly. Strength plus 206, Intelligence plus 284, Agility plus 244, Luck plus 202. Point stats, even without the Slaughter Rune or Blessing buff, all my stats are over 200. He smiled contentedly at the change. If I apply the buff, it could increase from 600 to even 900. He raised one arm, and above all, supplementary information. You have equipped 7 highest level magic stones based on 7 colors. Rainbow effect buff has been activated. The gear worn on his body emitted a subtle light. With the rainbow effect buff, resistance to negative status effects increases by 50%. The only threat regarding status types had been improved. He was satisfied and overthought for a moment. I've increased resistance to negative status effects by 50%, plus Java's necklace at 35%, the attribute resistance ring at 35%, and applying an additional 15% from the general basic resistance skill. How about that? With the synthesis multiplier, I can block the influence of negative status effects with an 82.1% probability. At the moment, I'm probably the only one filling my gear with the highest level magic stones, because I've monopolized all types of magic stones. Of course, new stones will appear over time, but by then, their value will skyrocket and scarcity will begin. Even the lowest level stones cost over 20 million, so I need to be one step ahead. He looked at a few boxes nearby. First of all, I need to store the remaining unique items. If possible, upgrading equipment with high levels to unique will be more beneficial, but that's a matter for later. I will combine them when I reach level 60. Standing up from his chair, he checked his phone screen. Until then, I'll keep an eye out for any unique materials that appear. Suddenly, he realized something. Even he found it hard to believe. Wait a minute. The reason for the surprise was nothing strange. This was a necessary combination material for a legendary item. Information: Immortal Skin 1 million. Item category: Description: Skin cut from a creature called Immortal. Trading method: Direct trade only. Trading location: Suwon. A new piece of knowledge he mentioned. Similar to player levels, items also exist in 6 tiers. Common, rare, epic, unique, legendary, and god. Things you can buy at the shop are at most epic level. As for higher tiers, players are required to craft them themselves through combination. The higher the tier, the lower the acquisition rate for combination materials. Of course, that's not impossible, just very difficult to obtain. And currently, there is only one place where the immortal skin piece can drop. That is the level 5 orc boss. When you kill it, there is an extremely low chance it will drop this immortal skin piece. But he was serious when he managed to kill the high-level orc alone, and was lucky enough to receive that material. And then he suddenly woke up. Could it be that guy? Someone with enough ability to kill an orc, and moreover, that person has a loot drop rune. Everything seemed clear to him. If it was indeed that guy, there's a high probability this is a trap, and a quite dangerous one at that. He forced himself to look closer. The fact that it only applied to direct trade seemed true. Let's see. He clicked on the chat window. The message began connecting. Hello, you are the seller of the immortal skin piece, right? A quick response returned, yes. He sent 2 consecutive messages. You posted it for 1 million, could you lower the price a bit? The other party was also a bit surprised. What price did you have in mind? Is 900,000 okay? It's a bit difficult for me. Alright, I think that's fine. But it seemed he had a new calculation. Perhaps I should try to squeeze the price down a bit more. No, that's not it. I made a typo. Reduce it a bit more, 800,000. Very quickly, he seemed to be slapped in the face by that choice. Are you kidding me? Why, anyway, the market value hasn't been established yet. Honestly, I don't even know how to use it. If you don't know what it's used for, why are you trying to buy it? His eyes teared up. I just want to try combining a few things. Everyone buys materials for that, right? My wallet is a bit tight right now, so please lower the price for me. Gradually, he doubted his life because of his own messages when the other party didn't respond anymore. Sorry, are you not intending to sell it? Hello. However, finally, the other party hesitated, but when the hesitation ended, the response was very fast. Fine, I'll sell it for 800,000, but only for cash. Can you come to Suwon? The smile returned. This guy really is him. He dropped 200,000 and still sells, of course. I can. He assessed the other party a bit more. The item is just bait to lure others. With a psychopath like him, it's not strange at all. At the door of a room, then, before any more victims appear, let's go see what he looks like. Gear up, gear up. Of course, I'll take that legendary tier item. Shifting to the scene of sunset falling over a neighborhood, signaling a long night was about to begin. In a dark alley, Jusiantak stood there, holding a blood-stained knife, looking at his phone while letting out a mad laugh. Ha, what the hell is going on with him? Haha. He was extremely angry when his item, posted for 1 million, was bid on by someone demanding a 200,000 reduction. A savage smile appeared on his face as he looked at the phone screen. A close-up of his eyes reflected anger and contempt. He wondered if the buyer actually knew what kind of item this was. This was a precious item he had obtained after having to kill 20 high-level orcs to face the boss in round 5. He had risked his life nearly dying to obtain it, and yet that bastard dared to try to buy this item for only 800,000 won. What an immoral brat, he thought, gripping the blood-stained knife tightly and swearing to make the other person suffer. Just then, a man covered in injuries was trembling at Ju Siontak's feet, stammering and begging for his life. He looked annoyed. Damn, you scared the hell out of me. What the hell, you're still alive. The pitiful man continued to beg for his life, but it seemed his pleas had no effect. Without a moment's hesitation, Ju Siontak swung his hand, ending the life of the innocent man. Tusk scaring people for no reason, how annoying, he said coldly. Dragging the corpse away, he muttered, anyway, that bastard will die as soon as he gets here. Hopefully, he'll be more interesting than this guy. The scene abruptly shifted to the past. Jusiontak, as a young boy, had always felt life was too boring, to the point where he wanted to give up on everything. Nothing was fun, nothing could break the boredom. It was just simple monotony. Because middle school was the same, he decided to focus on his studies, hoping that if he really focused on something, things would get better. And as a result, he always topped the class with perfect scores. But then studying became boring too. When he gave up, his grades dropped and his parents started scolding and badgering him, saying he made them ashamed. Thinking back on that, he only smirked in a ghastly way. Returning to his gloomy reality, he toyed with the blood-stained knife, reminiscing about the past and thinking, those were the good old days. Another horrifying memory flooded his mind. The image of himself wearing his school uniform, standing there with the knife in his hand. Before him lay the corpses of his own parents. That was a day he would never forget, the day he discovered his true joy. A savage grin once again appeared on his lips. He was interrogated by the police, but because he was still a minor, he was lucky enough to avoid legal punishment. Thanks to that, he continued his life of crime until he was 27, and by this time he had enough experience to never get caught. He walked away coldly, leaving a pool of blood behind, ending his spree of murders in the real world. Ending his flashback to his murderous past, he realized that the otherworld game was truly the playground meant for him. Thanks to the Rune of Drops, he had received many useful items. He also quickly chose his class thanks to a shaman-type item. But the real joy only began in round 4, where he could indulge in slaughter, where his bloodthirsty nature was completely unleashed. He felt immense joy and decided that he would wish for more rounds when all the rounds were over. The flashback ended, returning to reality. He smiled in a sickly way and said, "It's so much fun, I love watching the world crumble." He sat down next to the corpse he had just created, muttering, Then he stood up, thinking he needed to prepare to welcome his upcoming guest. He dragged the corpse to a nearby trash can, intending to hide it inside. A sinister plan was hatched. He would hide the body in the trash can, so that when the buyer arrived, he could use his skill, corpse explosion. The body would explode and destroy the target. He imagined the scene if that person somehow survived the explosion. Then he would use Curse of Fear to hold them back and play with them for a bit before finishing them off. There were footsteps from the end of the alley. The guest he had been waiting for was coming. He hid behind the trash can, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Finally here. He stood waiting, silently urging, "Come on, hurry up, you bastard, I have a surprise gift for you." The footsteps drew closer, entering the alley. And then Ryu Min appeared. That was Ryu Min in the guise of Yongmin. Jusiontak thought to himself, bingo, the prey had appeared. Ryu Min approached and he silently counted. That's right, just a little more, 5 more steps. But suddenly, Ryu Min stopped right before stepping into the trap's range. He was surprised and a bit confused. Why did he stop? Ryu Min called out calmly, are you the one who wants to sell the piece of immortal skin, right? Jusiontak started to panic. Damn it. He only needed 2 more steps to fall into the explosion radius. Ryu Min acted impatient, demanding he come closer to trade. What are you doing there? Weren't you planning to sell it? Come over here. This seemingly harmless offer was actually a psychological strike, pushing Ju Siontak into a corner. He suddenly realized if he walked over, he himself would be within the explosion's radius. Cornered, he tried to stay calm, laughed awkwardly, and complimented the other party. "Oh wow, you're really fast." He gritted his teeth, sweat beginning to pour out. The plan hadn't gone as expected. He could just use Curse of Fear, but then what would be the fun in that? Trying to save the situation, he said in a weak voice, could you come here? My leg hurts a bit. He continued to pretend, hopping to lure the prey into the trap. Just one more step. But Ryu Min mocked him, my leg hurts too, buddy. Do you know how long I've been walking to get here? Sorry, but I'm disabled. Ju Seon-tak was stunned. Disabled? You look fine. He started to panic. Damn it, could it be he realized? He tried to reassure himself. No, that's impossible. How would he know there's a corpse in the trash can, or that I have the corpse explosion skill? Ryu Min lost his patience. Do you want to sell that damn thing or not, or are you just lying about the item? He continued to pressure him, or are you just planning to rob me? Is that why you kept making me come close, you asshole? Ju Seon-tak completely lost his composure. I need to calm down. I can't let him control the situation. Everything will be over if he takes one more step. He tried to explain, you seem to be misunderstanding. But Ryu Min cut him off rudely, misunderstanding your mother. Called a scammer, he angrily shouted. A scammer? Why should I be nice to a scammer like you? Losing all patience, he summoned the item. Here, look, it's not a fake. Ryu Min just watched silently, without a hint of expression. And then, a sinister and meaningful smile appeared on Ryu Min's face. Ju Seon-tak froze. What the hell? Why is he suddenly smiling? In a flash, a red streak of light flickered. The hand he was holding the item with was sliced clean off. He screamed in excruciating pain, blood spraying incessantly from the severed arm. He couldn't believe his eyes. But he's standing over there, how could he possibly? The image of Ryu Min was still standing at the end of the alley, smiling as if nothing had happened. Ju Seon-tak's eyes widened in horror as he realized the terrifying truth. The predator had now become the prey. Ryu Min had appeared right behind his back from who knows when, with a knife pressed against his neck. Ju Seon-tak only had time to let out a desperate scream. Behind him, Ryu Min appeared with a smile. The brutal hunter had finally met an opponent far beyond his imagination. Ju Seon-tak stared at Ryu Min in shock. He couldn't believe his eyes, stammering to ask Ryu Min if there were two people attacking. Ryu Min smirked arrogantly. He casually denied it, saying he was all alone, implicitly mocking his opponent's weakness. Ju Seon-tak was completely stunned. He couldn't understand how there could be two identical people here. Ryu Min asked coldly, implying there was no need to explain the obvious. He even acted annoyed at being asked such a stupid question. Realizing the disparity in power, Ju Seon-tak began to feel the danger. Ryu Min slowly picked up the piece of immortal skin that had fallen to the ground. Fear quickly turned into fury. Ju Seon-tak gritted his teeth, revealing sharp, beast-like teeth, and roared, cursing Ryu Min. He decided to use his trump card. His eyes flashed terrifyingly as he activated a special skill, Curse of Fear. Immediately, a system notification appeared, explaining this unique skill. It could inflict the fear state on an opponent for 5 seconds if there was eye contact. However, Ryu Min maintained a completely calm expression. However, another notification appeared. Opponent has resisted fear. Curse of Fear failed. Ju Seon-tak was stunned, not believing his skill was useless. He tried to calm himself, thinking there was no need to panic. While Ju Seon-tak was still bewildered, Ryu Min took action. A thunderous punch was thrown, aimed straight at the opponent's face. The powerful punch sent Ju Seon-tak reeling, blood starting to gush from his mouth. He asked in horror about Ryu Min's strength stat, unable to imagine how high it could be. Not giving him a chance to recover, Ryu Min continued with another brutal attack, punching Ju Seon-tak in the face again. Ju Seon-tak collapsed to the ground after the second attack, his body convulsing in pain. Lying sprawled on the ground, covered in blood and nearly unconscious, Ju Seon-tak could only groan and call Ryu Min a mad bastard. Just when it seemed like everything was over, Ryu Min raised his hand. A blue stream of light enveloped his hand. That light covered Ju Seon-tak's body. This was a healing skill, mending the wounds he had just suffered. Ju Seon-tak was surprised to see his wounds healing. Ryu Min coldly explained that he had used a healing skill. And the reason for that action wasn't mercy, but to be able to hit Ju Seon-tak for longer. As he finished speaking, another punch was thrown. Ryu Min continued his torture, continuously punching Ju Seon-tak in the abdomen and chest, causing blood to splatter. The relentless attacks, each punch extremely powerful, demonstrated Ryu Min's brutality and superior strength. After being healed, Ju Seon-tak collapsed once again in pain. Ryu Min looked down and asked sarcastically, as if he still hadn't been hit enough. Despite being beaten to a pulp, Ju Seon-tak still tried to stand up, muttering to himself, waiting for his skill's cooldown to end. And then the system notified him that the cooldown of Curse of Fear had ended. Ju Seon-tak gave a sinister smile, threatening that Ryu Min would have to die. However, before Seon-tak could act, Ryu Min was a step faster. A desperate scream rang out as his golden sword plunged straight into Ju Seon-tak's eye. Just as he pulled the sword out, Ryu Min coldly remarked that his parents must have cried tears of blood when they gave birth to a piece of trash like him. just like him now, bleeding from his very own eye. From Ju Seontak's hand, a sword slowly appeared. He roared in pain, calling Ryu Min a bastard. In a fit of rage and desperation, Ju Seontak swung his weapon frantically, shouting that Ryu Min dared to deceive him. But all his efforts were in vain. Ryu Min easily dodged and countered, blowing Ju Seontak away. Ju Seontak fell flat on the ground, completely powerless against his opponent's strength. He realized his tragic situation. One arm had been severed and one eye had been gouged out. He panicked, not knowing what to do. He thought this was truly the end for him. But then, he suddenly realized something about his current location. His face lit up with a final, malicious determination. Looking at Ryu Min, he gritted his teeth and swore that even if he had to die, he would drag that bastard to hell with him. Saying that, he activated his final skill, a suicidal move, corpse explosion. A horrifying green energy explosion erupted from his position. Outside the alley, passersby were startled by the loud explosion. They gossiped, wondering if a bomb had just gone off. Everyone looked in horror toward the alley, where there was now only a pile of rubble and thick dust after the explosion. The police quickly arrived, sealing off the scene. They reassured the curious crowd that it was just a gas explosion and asked everyone to keep their distance. From a nearby balcony, Ryu Min crossed his arms and watched everything quietly, letting out a sigh of relief. The scene shifts to another place. Ryu Min stood looking at Ju Seontak, who was gasping for air, thinking he had almost killed him. He revealed the defeated opponent's identity. Named Ju Seontak, nicknamed Dumbidiots, a strong player, competing for the top 2 and 3 spots on the entire server. Ryu Min calculated. Although Seontak had good skills, he couldn't take a serial killer along to round 20. However, he could utilize him to hunt bosses beforehand. The reason for this calculation was the drop rune that Ju Seontak possessed. That was an extremely useful item. The info board explained, drop rune helps increase the rate of receiving items when hunting. Especially for bosses, it increases the rate of special item drops by up to 10 times. Ryu Min continued his line of thought. As long as Seontak was alive, he would continue to collect good materials and sell them to the market. The only problem is he is a serial killer. If he let him live, he would certainly continue to kill innocent people. Thinking that, Ryu Min summoned his golden sword again. A bright red and razor-sharp sword arc was swung, demonstrating a decisive action. After that, a green energy stream radiated again, but this time it focused on Ju Seontak's injured eye. Ryu Min performed a strange action. He used his ability to take something from Seontak's severed arm. He reattached the eyeball to Ju Seontak's eye and thought that when he woke up, this restored eye would show him what had happened to his body. Ryu Min muttered that he had ensured Seontak's severed limbs could not be reattached, making him unable to walk freely to kill people anymore. Anyway, only the body in the other world mattered for item drops. He was confident that because Ju Seontak had never seen his real face, he would never be able to find him for revenge. A moment later, Ju Seontak began to wake up after being unconscious. He groggily opened his eyes, completely unaware of what had happened, and wondered where he was. His last memory was activating the corpse explosion skill in the alley. The pain hit him, causing him to scream. He remembered the moment Ryu Min cut off his arm. He frantically searched for his enemy, but then a more horrifying truth hit him. Ju Seontak looked down and realized not only his arm but one of his legs had also vanished. He screamed in pain and despair. In panic and anger, he roared, demanding the bastard who had harmed him show himself. Amidst that, he discovered a piece of paper left on the floor. He curiously picked up the paper. It was a letter with the first line, "First, I didn't do anything to your leg." The letter continued with a mocking tone. "Why did you hide a bomb to kill me? I almost killed you, but the leg you blew off looks so pathetic that I spared you." The words in the letter were full of sarcasm and contempt. Who would be kind to someone intending to rob them? You should consider yourself lucky. Don't do these trashy things anymore. Live properly. At the end of the letter was a stern threat. If you cause trouble again and get caught, you will die for real. I've already memorized your ID and home address. Ju Seontak gritted his teeth, feeling extreme hatred. He realized the bitter truth. His corpse explosion skill didn't kill his enemy but instead blew his own leg off. He angrily cursed. He wondered how long he had been unconscious for the other guy to do all these things and leave. He started checking his pockets again. Another cruel truth hit him. His phone, wallet, and all his cash had vanished. His anger reached its peak. Not only was his arm cut off, but he was also looted of all items and money. Ju Seontak screamed in humiliation and indignation, swearing he would definitely repay this debt to Ryu Min. The scene moves to a luxurious location, outside the Imperial Hotel. In a traditional restaurant, Ryu Min was dining with Julie. She complimented the meal as delicious, while he excitedly replied that this was the best restaurant he had ever been to. Ryu Min smiled, saying he was glad it suited her taste and suggested they should come here more often. His suggestion made Julie feel a bit shy and surprised. She blushed and asked back more often. Seeing this, Ryu-min hurriedly corrected himself cutely, saying not too often, just occasionally. Julie shyly agreed. The happy atmosphere quickly changed when Julie asked why Ryu-min had been so busy lately. Every time she called, she was turned down. He apologized and said some things had happened. While eating a bite, he thought to himself, I've been very busy with player meetings on weekends. His gaze became cold and alert as he revealed the real reason. And also, I couldn't go out comfortably because I had to be on guard against someone following me. He looked out the window, even now someone was following him. But that didn't make him worry, because he already knew who that person was. The identity of the stalker who had the ability to turn invisible was the level 28 assassin Jeffrey Bishop. In his thoughts, Ryu-min had determined the stalker early on. It was Jeffrey Bishop, a level 28 assassin. And the person behind him was none other than Christine's father, Nathan Craig. Ryu-min recalled, initially he didn't realize he was being followed. But thanks to his presence detection skill, he knew someone had been tailing him for several days now. The fact that he couldn't see the person proved he was an assassin with an invisibility skill. However, it seemed like he didn't have a presence detection skill, because if he did, the assassin wouldn't have tailed him so blatantly. Since the day he discovered the stalker, Ryu-min decided to play cat and mouse. He started tailing the guy back, and the moment the assassin let his guard down, revealing his true form, Ryu-min realized who it was. He even read the guy's real intentions. Ryu-min thought to himself, it seems like Christine told her father about him. He could understand why Nathan was unhappy. A guy suddenly appears and says his daughter will die in the future. Of course, he would send someone to check. Ryu-min decided to ignore it, just let the guy tail him. As long as he wore a mask and used invisibility, he would look like an ordinary person going to work. In a restaurant, a girl initiated a conversation with Ryu-min. But Ryu-min, you told us about round 7 before, didn't you? Julie worriedly asked back, is that really all there is? Just remember the phrase, don't be tempted. Ryu-min smiled and responded decisively, that's right, you just need to remember that much. He sipped his tea, thinking to himself that if he knew the details of the mission beforehand, it would actually be the cause of failure. And failure meant destruction. Ryu-min couldn't let them be wiped out. This time he told himself he had to save as many people as possible and reach the final round. Ryu-min looked at Julie with a firm gaze and called her name. He seriously suggested, let's survive together until the final round. Julie smiled, agreeing to his suggestion. Immediately after, an announcement was made. An angel with pure white wings appeared in the sky and greeted humanity. The angel asked, have you lived well over the past month? Below, the crowd just responded in silence. The panoramic view shows a vast field. The angel announces that only 434 people have survived this time. With such a small number, the game cannot continue. The angel begins to make a new declaration, therefore. Hearing this, the crowd below begins to run away in a panic. The angel continues her speech. This time as well, we will proceed with an area merger. Giant walls of light descend from the sky, beginning the process of splitting and restructuring the entire area, leaving the survivors in astonishment. Everyone can only helplessly watch the disaster unfold, swept into the chaotic area merger, not knowing what awaits them. After a while, the angel announces that 10 areas have been merged. The total number of participants has now reached 4,992. Everyone looks at the scene before them in shock. The angel smiles and declares the name of the new area to be C2 ESKA003. She also reassures everyone that since they are all Korean, there is no need to be too cautious with one another. The angel continues, before we begin, we need to choose a representative for the area. A man in the crowd dejectedly mutters, damn it, this again. But the angel interrupts, saying there is a matter to discuss regarding how things will proceed. Afterward, she vanishes, leaving everyone in bewilderment. Ryu-min smirks. He knows that a battle to choose the representative is about to take place. He absolutely cannot miss the opportunity to become the representative this time, because it brings authority that can be used even in the real world. Not only that, the reward for the side quest of this round is also incredibly attractive. It is the mental barrier rune, a precious item. This is one of the 18 mandatory runes, and it is necessary to counter the abilities of an enemy named Yamti. Ryu-min makes up his mind. No matter what, he must obtain both things, the representative reward and the mental barrier rune. He has prepared thoroughly for this. Meanwhile, in the heavens, the angels are chatting. A high-ranking angel asks if anyone volunteers to descend and lead the new merged area. Obviously, no one wants to take on this difficult task. An angel speaks up, saying she heard Priscilla played an interesting game with Olive. It was a game where humans in the designated area would become kings if they won. Priscilla, the angel who spoke with the players, smirks and suggests, shouldn't we try that game too? It sounds like fun. Another angel interrupts. Wait, then let's choose the representative using the most basic method, a deathmatch. Priscilla asks in surprise, your area has Black Sickle, right? Isn't he the only one who has passed level 50? The other angel objects. If we organize a deathmatch, Priscilla, you will clearly become the king. That is unfair, Priscilla asks back. Then do you have a better idea? The other angel proposes. With Black Sickle present, any game based on combat power is impossible. Instead, why don't we choose the one who clears round 7 first? The other angels agree, thinking it's a good idea because round 7 is unrelated to combat power. All eyes turn to Priscilla, awaiting her decision. After a moment of silence, she agrees. Priscilla flies down in front of the participants and declares that the method for choosing the representative has been decided. The representative position for the merged area will be awarded to the first person to complete the quest. The crowd buzzes, a man breathes a sigh of relief. It's not a deathmatch, that's better anyway. Priscilla declares, then I will announce the round 7 quest. Ryu Min and the others wait in silence. A notification window appears before everyone, but the description of the round 7 main quest is filled with question marks. Everyone is surprised and confused, wondering if it's a system error. Priscilla says coldly, that is not an error. The round 7 quest is a secret. Priscilla vanishes, leaving behind a notification window with the remaining countdown for this round. 2 hours. The crowd becomes chaotic. They don't know what the quest is, what to do while time just keeps ticking away. Everyone is anxious and worried. A few frustrated people suggest they have to find the quest themselves. Others think that if they keep wandering around, maybe something will appear. Suddenly, a group of people approaches Ryu Min. They call him Black Sicklenim. Ryu Min asks why everyone came here. An Sangcheol happily replies that they bumped into each other recently and it's great to see him again. An Sangcheol asks Ryu Min if he knows what this quest is. Ryu Min replies coldly, why ask me? If the quest doesn't appear, what can I do? An Sangcheol immediately changes his attitude, offering to tell Black Sickle information about round 7. He asks in surprise how he knows. An Sangcheol confidently boasts that he heard it from a prophet in the real world. Ryu Min thinks to himself, last time this guy acted like he was hiding things, but now he's revealing it openly. I wonder if I was stupid to think he was trustworthy. Seeing Black Sickle silent, An Sangcheol flusters. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm being very serious. An Sangcheol explains that it was an acquaintance of his who has helped him many times. Then he turns to Seo Arin for agreement. Ryu Min adds Seo Arin to the list of people who cannot be trusted. He decides to keep listening to what they have to say. An Sangcheol reveals the prophecy. To pass round 7, just remember one thing, do not be tempted. Hyo Tseok wonders, tempted, what does that mean? An Sangcheol admits he doesn't know the details either. Hearing these words makes Julie realize the coincidence. Julie suddenly asks An Sangcheol, coincidentally is the name of that prophet, Ryu Min. The question leaves both the man and Seo Arin speechless. They didn't expect the prophet's identity to be revealed. Ryu Min sighs. He didn't expect his prophet identity to be exposed. He thinks to himself, so the existence and identity of the prophet have been shared with 4 people. As long as my Black Sickle identity isn't revealed, there won't be a big problem. For now, it's best to separate them. Ryu Min, acting as Black Sickle, says, thanks for the information. We'll have to see what that prophecy actually means. For now, it seems better to split up and find more information. An Sangcheol is surprised, split up, but staying together. We don't even know if this is a team quest, so why do that? The group agrees with Black Sickle's decision. They decide to carry out round 7 on their own and wish each other luck before dispersing. Julie hesitates, then I will also. Ryu Min tells her to go away coldly. The girl is a bit disappointed but eventually turns and walks away. Left alone, Ryu Min sighs. The situation has become more complicated than he thought. However, Ryu Min suddenly realizes, what exactly is the round 7 quest? He can't fully remember either. While lost in thought, he is startled by a shrill scream echoing from afar. Without a moment's hesitation, Ryu Min immediately darts like an arrow toward the direction of the scream. He moves at extreme speed, cutting through the dense forest. Sensing something is wrong, Ryu Min's expression becomes extremely tense. The scene before him is a deserted trail in the woods. Under a tree, Julie is sitting slumped, covered in wounds. Ryu Min is shocked to realize it is Julie. Right at this moment, Ryu Min appears. He is shocked and angry to see the scene before him, not understanding what happened to Julie. Julie clutches a bleeding wound on her stomach, her face grimacing in pain, as she desperately calls Ryu Min's name for help. Ryu Min stares at Julie, his head in a whirl. He wonders if she knows his true identity and why this situation occurred. Julie wheezes back, You're Ryu Min, right? Hearing this, Ryu Min calmly asks back how Julie knows his identity. Julie tears up, confessing how could she not recognize him, as he is her first love. No matter how much he tries to hide it, she still recognizes him. Ryu Min can't help but be surprised. He asks if she has known for a long time but kept pretending not to know. Julie admits that pretending like that was really difficult. Ryu Min catches Julie, worriedly asking about the wound on her abdomen and demanding to know who did this to her. He places his hand on the wound, noticing it is extremely serious. A green light begins to radiate from his hand as he tries to heal her. Magical energy flows from Ryu Min's hand, enveloping Julie's wound. He says that if it had been any later, she might not have survived. Julie's wound gradually recovers thanks to Ryu Min's power. She looks up at him and whispers a thank you. After Julie is more stable, Ryu Min gently brushes her hair, but his eyes become sharp. He demands again, "Who stabbed you?" Julie fearfully replies that it was a man named On Sangcheol. Hearing this name, Ryu Min freezes, his eyes full of shock. Ryu Min grits his teeth, his anger rising. He roars, asking where that bastard is. From behind, a voice says, "Right here." On Sangcheol and Seo Arin emerge from the forest. Recognizing the enemy, Ryu Min glares at him and begins to curse. The knight On Sangcheol just smirks, mocking that a prophet like him could be so rude. Ryu Min is surprised that On Sangcheol knows his prophet identity. On Sangcheol calmly admits he just found out after torturing a woman. Hearing this, Julie painfully realizes she inadvertently revealed Ryu Min's secret. She apologizes to him in tears. Ryu Min is silent, clenching his fists, his eyes burning with rage. On Sangcheol warns him not to look at him with those eyes. On Sangcheol speaks up, saying she was very shocked to learn that someone who looked so weak was actually Black Sickle. Ryu Min growls, demanding On Sangcheol explain before he tears his mouth off. Ryu Min looks him straight in the eye, repeating the question of why he attacked Julie. On Sangcheol calmly replies that because he saw Julie seemed close to Ryu Min, he ambushed her to dig for information. He smiles victoriously, boasting that the results were better than expected, and his boss would surely be very happy to hear this important news. Ryu Min, with glowing red eyes and murderous intent, gets into a fighting stance. He challenges On Sangcheol, wondering if he will live long enough to report back to his master. Seeing Ryu Min prepare to lunge, On Sangcheol hurriedly raises a hand to stop him, demanding he stay back. He knows he cannot go head-to-head with Black Sickle. On Sangcheol reveals his trump card. He threatens to detonate a bomb hidden inside Julie if Ryu Min dares to take another step. Ryu Min stops, stunned by the cruel threat. Ryu Min can't believe his ears. He looks at Julie in horror, then turns to On Sangcheol, who is laughing maliciously at his helplessness. Right then, Hyo Tae-seok appears beside On Sangcheol. The knight points to the newcomer and says he also helped. Ryu Min recognizes the traitor. He exclaims the name, Napinage. He couldn't imagine that the teammate he once trusted would appear here. Hyo Tae-seok smiles with a fake apology, officially confirming his betrayal of Black Sickle. Ryu Min's eyes become confused. He thinks there's no way Hyo Tae-seok could. Explaining the bomb, it is Dark Seed, a skill that a dark mage learns at level 40. When you plant a dark seed in the ground and activate it, it randomly summons one of the Demon King's minions to that location. A ferocious demon dragon is summoned, illustrating the terrifying power of the Dark Seed skill. The explanation continues with a chilling question. If you take that skill and plant it inside a person's body before activating it, what do you think would happen? Ryu Min realizes in horror that the bomb inside Julie is exactly this. Ryu Min turns to ask Hyo Tae-seok how he managed to reach level 40. Hyo Tae-seok replies that he had been grinding very hard because he wanted to become strong like Black Sickle. Ryu Min orders Hyo Tae-seok to remove the dark seed immediately, but he flat out refuses. Ryu Min yells in anger, questioning the admiration he had once shown. Hyo Tae-seok admits to him Black Sickle was once a god, but he adds that admiration only existed if Ryu Min handled situations perfectly. If he is no longer perfect, there is no reason for him to follow him anymore. Ryu Min freezes, feeling as if a dagger was stabbed straight into his back. He demands to know what they want. On Sangcheol smirks, commenting that it seems that woman is quite important to Ryu Min. Pushed to a corner, Ryu Min demands they get straight to the point. Ryu Min pulls Julie behind him, accepting the compromise, demanding they swear they won't kill Julie if he gives them what they want. Hearing Ryu Min's proposal, On Sangcheol laughs manically as if he had achieved his goal. Ryu Min reluctantly agrees and asks what they want. Information about the next round or the location of a hidden item. But then On Sangcheol reveals his true intention. He doesn't care about those things. What makes him angry is that someone like Ryu Min dared to deceive and manipulate Chairman Ma Jeonrak. On Sangcheol bows his head, a mysterious voice orders him, commit suicide. Julie is terrified when she hears this request. On Sangcheol sets a cruel condition. Ryu Min must end himself right in front of them and then they will spare her. Ryu Min slowly raises his scythe, pointing it at himself, seemingly accepting the request. He only says coldly, keep your promise. Witnessing the scene, Julie desperately shrieks in tears, calling Ryu Min's name, begging him not to do it. In the final moment of the illusion, Ryu Min's only thought is, if I can save Julie, that's enough. He accepts his own sacrifice. Darkness envelops the villainous trio, an evil smile appearing on their faces, marking their victory in this illusionary world. But right at that moment, a system notification board suddenly pops up. A hidden side quest has appeared. This is the signal Ryu Min has been waiting for. The entire scene begins to crack. The villains' faces and even Ryu Min's pain shatter into pieces. The illusion has been broken. Another notification appears declaring, player Black Scythe has escaped the illusion. Ryu Min floats in midair, freed from the grip of the fake world. The system continues to notify him that he has completed the main quest, escaped the illusion within 2 hours, and the side quest, commit suicide without hesitation. Ryu Min slowly opens his eyes in a bright space. He breathes a sigh of relief, realizing it was all just an illusion. He has succeeded. He stands amidst a lush green meadow, calmly reflecting. The main quest of round 7 was to escape this illusion. Ryu Min explains the quest's trap. If players know beforehand that it is an illusion, they cannot continue and will be wiped out. It is an extremely devious challenge. And this is when he reveals his genius plan. Right when round 7 began, he used the domination skill on himself. He knew that once the time limit began, the system would create an illusion, and knowing about its existence would trigger the wipeout penalty. The command he assigned himself was, do not think this is an illusion until the side quest is completed. He erased his own memories. To complete the side quest, he even brainwashed himself before coming to this world. He planted 2 core commands in his mind. Must save Julie at all costs, even if it means sacrificing my life, and I love Julie. Ryu Min explains further. Round 7 is where the system creates illusions based on the player's deepest anxieties, and leads them into situations where they are forced to commit murder. In his case, it was the fear of being exposed and the worry of being betrayed by trusted teammates. The illusion recreated those fears exactly. Because the system recorded the love he had implanted for Julie, it built the entire story based on that, turning her into his greatest weakness. And the system used that affection to lead him, forcing him to kill to escape. Fortunately, thanks to the self-brainwashing plan, everything went exactly as he predicted. Ryu Min smiles confidently. Suddenly, Seo Arin walks out of the illusion. She also escaped that fake world. She approaches and asks Black Scythe if he has completed the round 7 quest. Ryu Min confirms, and she also smiles, saying that she has escaped the illusion too. Both look into the distance, noticing that other players seem to still be trapped in their own illusions. Suddenly, the girl turns to Ryu Min and shyly confesses, the truth is, I think I like you. This is the system's final attempt to manipulate him. She says she is completely serious and feels that if she doesn't say it now, she will never have a chance. Meanwhile, Ryu Min just listens coldly, his hand already beginning to gather dark magic. The girl stammers, asking to stay by Black Scythe's side, hoping this sudden confession might move him. But Ryu Min, who has seen through everything, doesn't hesitate. He swings his scythe, a sharp and ruthless cut slicing across the girl's illusion. The girl's illusion collapses to the ground and then dissolves into thin air, revealing its fake nature. Ryu Min stands there coldly looking at the vanishing illusion. He says with a look of disdain, stop playing these cheap tricks. Right after that, a final notification board appears confirming, you have completed the main quest, escape temptation within 2 hours. The body of the woman who was just defeated dissolves in a beam of golden light, confirming that she was just part of the illusion. Not only her, but the other players around also disappear one by one. The entire magnificent scene before that was part of a play created by the system. Suddenly, Priscilla appears in midair, looking extremely surprised. Priscilla panics when she realizes a human has awakened at this moment, seeming not to believe that someone escaped the illusion so early. Her eyes stop at Ryu Min. Recognizing his weapon, she exclaims the name Black Scythe. Ryu Min is confused by the angel's appearance, not understanding what is happening. Contrary to him, the angel giggles mysteriously. The angel covers her mouth, laughing, and offers congratulations. Black Scythe, you are the first to escape the illusion of temptation. Congratulations. Ryu Min mumbles illusion, while a pillar of golden light envelops him. The system window appears, notifying that the reward will be given after the time ends, with over 1 hour and 30 minutes remaining. The angel flew around playfully while Ryu Min could only stand still and wait. He chuckled with satisfaction, completely in control. He thought calmly, just as predicted, the main mission was still escape temptation. Experience from previous regressions had helped him grasp the rules of the game clearly. Like the first illusion, this main mission lured players based on their personal data. For example, the temptation of material wealth. Or it could be the temptation to be free from pain. Or even the temptation of risen. The rules of the game were simple. If you didn't escape the temptation in time or were eliminated before facing it, you would be disqualified. Conversely, if you escaped, the ranking would be determined based on the completion time. Ryu Min sat confidently inside the protective pillar of light, calculating that he had escaped in about 1 second, exactly like the last time. At the same time, another player had just woken up from the illusion. He gaped, his face full of shock and confusion. Other players also gradually woke up. They were still bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. One person even muttered about his girlfriend, showing that the illusion had deeply impacted their minds. The angel clapped her hands, feathers fluttering all around. She drew attention and demanded that everyone focus. A new system window appeared, announcing round 7. The main mission remained unchanged, but now there was an additional terrifying side quest: suicide without hesitation. The angel's smile became sinister when the side quest was announced. The other players screamed in shock. What? Suicide is a side quest? What kind of crazy mission is this? Before they could recover from the shock, the round 7 result board appeared. The name Black Scythe proudly stood at position number 1 on both the regional and global leaderboards with an unbelievable achievement: 1 second. The other players were stunned, unable to believe their eyes when they saw this familiar name at the top once again. The other players couldn't believe it. Such a difficult mission, how could anyone complete it in first place? It was simply absurd. A series of reward notifications appeared for Ryu Min. He wasn't just first in his region, he was first across all regions. The reward was a random choice ticket and a special reward gift box. Other angels appeared, whispering about Ryu Min, acknowledging his mental strength was perfect. One of them blurted out, "Tusk, so in the end Priscilla will become the king." Priscilla turned back with a sinister smile, announcing the fate of those who had failed to complete the mission within the time limit. With the words, "Goodbye all of you," the failed players were engulfed in golden light and vanished amidst painful screams. The system had carried out a ruthless purge. More system notifications were sent to Ryu Min. He had become the new regional representative. His temporary skill authority/dominion had been changed, allowing him to use it once in the real world. Ryu Min gripped the new power in his hand, his eyes flashing with determination and danger. Finally, I have a way to fight back against Yamddi, he thought. Now I can control player place at any time. The scene shifts to a luxurious bedroom. Ma Jeonrak woke up in bed with a tired and miserable look. He sat up, an awkward smile appearing on his lips as he wondered, have I truly returned to reality, or is what I saw just an illusion? That illusion was a scene of his brothers trying to take his life. Ma Jeonrak shuddered, wondering, what if that wasn't an illusion but a glimpse into the future? Obsessed with that vision, he resolved, I need to grow the company fast and gain my father's recognition. Ma Jeonrak stood looking out the window, thinking about the rankings. He didn't see any nickname like Prophet and wondered what was happening. He continued to analyze, noticing this wasn't a combat mission, yet Prophet had completed it without appearing on the leaderboard. Did he intentionally delay completing it? Ma Jeonrak wondered. What is that Prophet planning? Scene change. Ryu Min was enjoying his meal at a restaurant, looking completely relaxed. Sitting opposite him was Julie. She didn't look well, her eyes were vacant and her body was exhausted after the last round. She whispered to herself, maybe it was a mistake to agree to meet right away. I still haven't really regained my composure. Ryu Min noticed Julie's strangeness and asked, Julie, what's wrong? Is it not delicious? Julie awkwardly replied that the food was good but then hesitated. Ryu Min went straight to the point. What happened in round 7? Julie's face flushed, she stammered, I don't know. Ryu Min saw her reaction and seemed to understand something. He thought to himself, I accidentally saw it. Ryu Min comforted Julie, saying that whatever that illusion was, round 7 was over, so forget it. Julie, with her face still blushing, agreed that she should do so. Julie tried to hide her confusion, saying it was nothing, she was just tired from rushing the preparations. However, Ryu Min knew she was lying. Outside, Jeffrey was still quietly observing their every move. Ryu Min decided to state the main reason for the lunch. Actually, the reason I invited you to lunch is because I want to tell you about round 8 as soon as possible. Ryu Min's gaze became sharp and serious. He looked toward Jeffrey, thinking to himself, from now on, engrave every detail I'm about to say into your mind. He explained round 8 in detail to Julie, but in his heart he didn't stop calculating. To gain Christine's trust, this is information that absolutely must be transmitted via Jeffrey. A system screen appeared, showing 2 players named Yamddi and Lostyak had joined. These were the targets Ryu Min was aiming for. Meanwhile, in another office, the chairman was tearing his hair out, looking extremely stressed and angry while constantly checking the news on his phone. A close-up of the man's glasses reflected a series of news articles being displayed on his phone screen, revealing the cause of his frustration. The businessman was watching the news on his phone. A series of GBS news articles appeared, interviews with survivors after round 7, the success of the player marketplace app Player Place, and the success of the player-only exchange PLPL. He sighed, frustrated because new articles related to players kept appearing every few minutes. In his mind echoed his father's scolding. The youngest son of Oseong Group has succeeded with items aimed at players, hasn't he? He's 3 years younger than you and already has a business brain. Meanwhile, you aren't even a player and don't have a single article written about you. Returning to reality, he gritted his teeth, feeling enraged. I can't believe player place belongs to that bastard. He blamed his failure. It's all because of that bastard Ma Jeongrok. If only I had become a player, I could have competed fairly with him. He scrolled through his phone and saw news about politicians passing anti-player bills, allowing for the formation of an anti-player police force and warrantless arrests. A dark intention crossed his mind. To expand my influence and prove myself to my father. His gaze turned cold and determined. I need to execute the plan immediately. A video call started on his computer screen, connecting with 3 others. The people in the video call greeted him. Have you arrived, Chairman? Their faces appeared, including Yang Ddi, one of Ryu Min's targets. The chairman asked Yang Ddi about recent executive interviews, confirming the information. You said 3 people passed the murder test, right? Yang Ddi replied calmly. Yes. The chairman smiled fearsomely and declared, we will execute the plan tomorrow. The scene shifts to a large, modern church. Christine's father was talking to her. Christine, it seems best to keep your distance from that prophet. Christine looked surprised and skeptical at her father's advice. She replied, does father seriously believe him just because he guessed one thing correctly? That could just be a coincidence. Her father explained, I had Jeffrey investigate him and he doesn't seem particularly dangerous. I heard he's just a young man who goes to work and comes home. He added, your fiancé also trusts him, doesn't he? They are even business partners. But Christine still seemed unconvinced. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, causing both to turn toward the sound. Then how about this, Christine? Jeffrey stepped in, he announced. I just received information about Round 8 from that person. Christine's father asked in surprise, Round 8, have you heard the prophecy? Jeffrey nodded. Yes, this time he explained it in quite some detail. Jeffrey turned to Christine and said, if you truly cannot trust him, you can decide after experiencing Round 8. Christine crossed her arms, looking pensive. Seeing Christine had calmed down, Jeffrey smiled and said, listen. The scene cuts back to the conversation between Ryu Min and Julie. This was the information Jeffrey was repeating. The difficulty of Round 8 changes depending on your choices, and the experience you can receive also changes accordingly. Back to Christine's group, Jeffrey said and added, and one more thing. Jeffrey continued to reveal important information from the prophet. He says a new element will appear in Round 8, and that is, Christine asked curiously, a new element. Jeffrey solemnly declared that the new element is NPCs, an element that promises to completely change the landscape of the next round. The prophecy for Round 8 continued to be revealed, set in a magnificent, splendid mansion, signaling an entirely new challenge. And that new element is the appearance of NPCs. A beautiful NPC, ethereal like a spirit with blue hair and pointed ears, appeared, promising an important role in the upcoming round. The underground parking lot was deathly quiet, with only the pale fluorescent lights casting a dim glow over the expensive luxury cars. Inside one of the vehicles, a figure waited patiently, eyes glued firmly to the control screen. On the airwaves, Congressman Lee Seong-hyun was loudly declaring that players were the root of all social evil. Watching the news report, Yamti smirked with a knowing look. It seemed her target had finally revealed himself. The congressman continued his prejudiced speech, standing beside a framed photo of the happy family he once had. A rough hand reached out, slamming the power button to kill the blaring TV screen. The room plunged into silence after that sharp, dry click. Lee Seong-hyun sat there, his face etched with clear resentment and the exhaustion of hours of political warfare. He stared at the photo of his wife and child, the agony of his loss serving as the fuel that drove him to want to wipe out all the players. Shaking off the thought, he stood up and strode out of his luxury apartment. Down in the lobby, the security guards bowed respectfully as the powerful congressman walked past. Stepping into the elevator, Lee Seong-hyun straightened his tie, his mind still preoccupied with his plans to push through a new law. His luxury car was already waiting in the garage, and the driver quickly opened the door to receive his boss. He stepped into the backseat with his usual nonchalance and offered his customary morning greeting. But his expression changed in an instant, his eyes widening in sheer terror. Yamti had been sitting in the driver's seat the whole time. She turned around and waved with a sinister, bewitching smile, just as he gathered his wits to bark a demand for the stranger's identity. A heavy blow to the back of his neck sent his vision spiraling into darkness. Lee Seong-hyun slumped over, knocked unconscious right there on the leather seat. The guard reported that everything was ready, and Yamti coldly ordered him to shut the car door. The door slammed shut, cutting off any hope the congressman had of crying for help. The car quickly rolled away, gliding past the rows of pillars in the empty parking garage. Yamti hummed a triumphant tune while driving, not the slightest bit worried. Glancing at her prey through the rearview mirror, she felt confident in her absolute power of fascination. It was the charm glyph, a skill that allowed her to manipulate a target's mind through mere contact. Thanks to it, she had turned powerful warriors into mere chess pieces, ready to hand over their hard-earned loot to her on a silver platter. However, this skill had one weakness. It could not be used again on someone who had already been released. The list of those she was currently controlling appeared, including several high-profile names. Yamti triggered the command to release the charm status on a few pawns that had outlived their usefulness. Watching the confused players through her screen, she smiled in satisfaction knowing her next move was already set. Only Song Yijom was kept on the leash, as she needed him to maintain control over the PCW community. Reminiscing about the beginning, it was Yamti who had used her beautiful appearance to trap Song Yijom at a coffee shop. She had been quite surprised to learn that the founder of the largest player forum was just a commoner. She had ordered Song Yijom to act normal in front of others, instead of calling her master. Returning to the present, Yamti was focused on executing the next phase of the kidnapping plot. This plan had been meticulously discussed by her and Song Yijom beforehand. Song Yijom had arranged for the kidnapping of the congressman to appear as the work of commoners with criminal records. They planned to appear as saviors, but in reality, they intended for Lee Seong-hyun to die before he could ever be rescued. That way, the PCW would become heroes in the eyes of the public, and the anti-player law would be abolished. Even though she found the plan quite interesting, Yamti still reminded herself to warn Song Yijom not to act on his own next time. The car sped along the deserted road, leading deep into the remote mountains. Yamti hoisted Lee Seong-hyun over her shoulder and walked nonchalantly toward the wooden cabin, the stage for his final act. The cabin's crude wooden room came into view, filled with piles of old books and dimly lit by a sickly yellow light. Congressman Lee Seong-hyun gasped awake, suddenly realizing he was tied tightly to a chair. "Oh, you're finally up." Yamti smiled to greet him with her henchmen standing guard behind her. Lee Seong-hyun shouted in panic, demanding to know who these people were, while Yamti casually prepared more rope. The congressman roared, using his high-ranking position to threaten the kidnappers he deemed to be nothing but trash. Yamti's henchmen didn't even blink at those meaningless threats. She sneered, declaring that she would kill him and stage it so that her side would be hailed as heroes. Lee Seong-hyun gritted his teeth in fury, unable to believe what he was hearing. Yamti coldly reminded her subordinates not to give away the plan too early in front of their prey. She twirled the rope in her hand, ordering him to sit still and cooperate. Lee Seong-hyun continued to struggle, causing Yamti to lose her patience with his stubbornness. "Aha, in such a hurry to see your son again," she said with a malicious, mocking tone. Watching his horrified expression, Yamti promised to send him to meet his son as soon as the staged criminals arrived. Unable to contain his rage at having his trauma touched, Lee Seong-hyun lunged straight at her. But Yamti was faster. She dodged the blow effortlessly and prepared for a counterattack. A powerful kick sent the congressman flying backward with terrifying speed. Lee Seong-hyun fell hard to the floor, coughing violently in agonizing pain. Yamti stood over him, mocking him for underestimating her just because she was a woman. She grabbed him roughly by the collar, forcing him to face her. With one hand lifting the congressman up, Yamti began to exert her power of manipulation. Her eyes flashed with a bewitching pink glow, as she whispered seductions about reuniting with his deceased son. The system notification chimed that Lee Seong-hyun had been successfully charmed. His eyes went dull, his expression turning entirely obedient. She threw him back into the chair, clicking her tongue in regret at having to waste another charm slot on this piece of prey. "All right, get the scene ready quickly so we can wrap this up," Yamti ordered her subordinates. Lee Seong-hyun was hooded and tied tightly in front of the prepositioned camera. A subordinate reported that everything was ready, and the group was just waiting for the master to appear to start the play. Just then, the sound of the cabin door bursting open startled Yamti into turning around. She froze when she saw an unexpected figure walk in. "Why are you here? Weren't you supposed to be guarding the outside?" Yamti asked with annoyance. Ryu Min, inhabiting the body of Lost Yark, walked in nonchalantly, using the excuse that he was bored and wanted to see how the situation was unfolding. Yamti approached him, addressing him by the name Lost Yark, and reminding him of the importance of today's mission. She began to get irritable, fearing the plan would fall apart if the police arrived before they were finished. Ryu Min kept a strangely calm demeanor, asking leisurely if the staged criminals had arrived yet. He flashed a knowing smile, making the air in the room suddenly feel suffocating. Yamti was frustrated by the sarcastic attitude of someone she thought was a subordinate, and she used her seniority to try to suppress him. She pulled out her phone to check it with a look of anxiety and impatience. Yamti wondered why Song Yejeom wasn't picking up, something that had never happened before. How stupid you still haven't figured it out by now, Ryu Min suddenly mocked. Yamti was stunned by the blunt insult from the person she had always viewed as a mere pawn in her hands. Anger boiling over, she glared at him and demanded to know Yejeom's whereabouts. You traitor, look me in the eye, Yamti roared, intending to use her charm skill as punishment. But she was wrong. Ryu Min's eyes glowed with an overwhelming purple hue, officially turning the tables on her manipulation. Yamti irritably blamed herself for not handling this guy sooner, and she coldly asked, "Where is the leader?" Ryu Min asked arrogantly in return, "Do I really have to answer?" She froze, unable to believe the guy in front of her dared to talk to her in that tone. Ryu Min asked again with a sarcastic tone, asking if she was deaf. Yamti began to panic. Clearly, she had cast the charm skill, yet he showed no reaction. Refusing to accept the truth, she decided to channel her energy to try one more time. But Ryu Min remained indifferent, continuing to demand that she answer his question. Her magic failed completely, and Yamti was terrified, not understanding what was happening to her trump card. Just then, a system notification appeared right in front of her. The system announced that Ryu Min possessed an extremely powerful spiritual barrier, and that he was the infamous Black Scythe. Yamti turned pale, realizing she had just messed with a real Grim Reaper. Ryu Min smirked, guessing that she had seen his username, and even praised how convenient this name-checking skill was. Yamti asked tremblingly how he knew about her skills, but he only replied coldly with a rhetorical question. I've said it time and again, do I really have to answer your questions? The atmosphere became heavy, and Yamti knew she was in an extremely dangerous situation. She told herself she couldn't win by force, and had to use her words to negotiate her way out. Yamti began to soften her tone, promising to meet any demand if he would just tell her his goal. Just at that moment, her henchmen approached to check on the situation. The group surrounded Ryu Min, and the leader arrogantly asked if there was any trouble that needed taking care of. Ryu Min smirked, a smile that made anyone who saw it feel a chill run down their spine. Yamti stood to the side, sweating bullets as she realized a bad omen was upon them. The thug kept demanding to strike, but Yamti snapped at him to shut up as they were only getting in her way. Ryu Min added a stinging comment, nodding that at least the minions knew how to read the room better than she did. He began to move, a fierce red energy enveloping his feet. With just a flick of his hand, a scythe of energy swept through the henchmen, leaving blood and corpses in the blink of an eye. Yamti stood rooted to the spot, staring in horror at the bodies collapsing all around her. Ryu Min stood amidst the pool of blood with a powerful, pitch-black scythe. His speed was so great that Yamti's reflexes couldn't even track his movements. She completely fell apart, realizing all her tricks were meaningless against this Reaper. Ryu Min pointed his weapon at her, ordering her to undo the charm spell on Congressman Lee Seong-hyun immediately. Yamti still hesitated because she didn't want to lose her most important political pawn. Not waiting long, Ryu Min swung his hand, creating an extremely sharp energy slash. She screamed in agony as her hand was impaled through the floor. Ryu Min's cold gaze confirmed that he hadn't come here to hear any refusals. He stepped hard on her bleeding hand to extinguish any thoughts of resistance. Yamti was in so much pain that tears streamed down her face, and her earlier arrogance had completely vanished. Suddenly, he used a type of glyph that emitted a blue light to heal her hand. She was stunned to see that her hand could move normally again. Ryu Min repeated his order one last time in a threatening tone. Scared to death, Yami hurriedly dispelled the charm spell as requested, and the system immediately confirmed success. After confirming she wasn't lying, Ryu Min finally relented and retracted his killing intent. In the distance, Congressman Lee Seong-hyun began to come to, his head still spinning from the side effects. He was still hooded, so he could only scream and threaten his captors. When the hood was removed, the congressman was drenched in sweat, his face showing clear terror at the bloody scene around him. Ryu Min told him to rest assured and wait a moment, as he still had to settle some business with the lady. The congressman looked blankly at the pile of corpses on the floor, while Yami knelt down nearby. Ryu Min walked away nonchalantly, leaving Lee Seong-hyun still in a state of shock. Ryu Min stood in front of Yami and asked about her life. Could she live the rest of her days without using that skill again? Yami swore an oath and promised on her honor that she would never repeat her actions. Fine, I'll show you mercy just this once, Ryu Min said with a smile that she couldn't believe her ears. He told her she could leave now, causing Yami to be overjoyed, thanking him profusely like she had just struck gold. Not waiting for a second invitation, she immediately took to her heels and ran. Yami ran for her life into the deep woods, her breathing heavy because she was afraid the Reaper might change his mind. After running a long distance, she stopped to catch her breath, coughing violently from exhaustion. Looking back and seeing no one chasing her, Yami began to find it strange. She wondered, did that guy really intend to let her live? A sinister smile began to form on her lips. Yami laughed hysterically, feeling as though she had just toyed with the Grim Reaper himself. She mocked Ryu Min's stupidity, assuming he had been bewitched by her appearance. Clutching her phone, she sneered, "Only a fool would keep a promise to a piece of trash like you." But her joy was short-lived, as Yami suddenly felt a surge of killing intent right beside her. Ryu Min had been standing there the whole time, staring coldly. "I knew you weren't trustworthy." Yami turned pale, trying to cover her tracks by saying it was all just a misunderstanding. Ryu Min smiled faintly, saying that her smile just now sounded very angelic, especially the part where she called him a fool. Seeing that the show was over, Yami went back to her old tricks, begging him to spare her life because she still had value. "Why should I believe you when you just said that a promise means nothing?" Ryu Min's eyes were full of contempt. Yami was speechless, while Ryu Min insisted that he had never said he would kill her in the first place. He moved closer to her face, admitting that it would be a waste to destroy such an overpowered skill. She looked at him blankly, clueless about what he was planning to do next. Instantly, Ryu Min activated the Dominator status skill, commanding Yami to become his slave. Yami's eyes began to shift to a shade of purple, signaling a fundamental change in her mind. She knelt down, respectfully calling him master while under his complete control. Yami knelt at Ryu Min's feet, her gaze vacant as she had been completely subdued, and she swore to do whatever he asked. Ryu Min looked down with a smug smile, knowing that the charm rune was finally in his grasp. To achieve this, Ryu Min had carefully calculated everything in advance, aiming to get close to Song Yejeom, the boss of the PCW organization. He had secretly trailed Yejeom to this warehouse right after uncovering the plot to kidnap Assemblyman Lee Seong-hyun. Just as the criminals hired by Yejeom were about to act, Ryu Min quietly appeared behind them without anyone noticing. Inside the warehouse, the henchmen were causing a fuss, haggling and demanding triple the pay before they would finish the job. Wearing a mask, Yejeom held his phone and gave orders in a threatening tone, ready to claw back their huge deposit if they failed to deliver. The thugs laughed boisterously, showing total disregard for human life and claiming that killing someone in this day and age was a piece of cake. Ryu Min stood in the shadows, observing everything and thinking to himself that this world, whether it be players or ordinary people, was full of trash. Yejeom remained engrossed in directing his subordinates, completely oblivious to the fact that the Reaper was standing right behind him. He dialed Yami, ordering her to get ready to execute the next step of their plan. Once that was done, Yejeom urged his henchmen to quickly get into their vehicles to head to where the assemblyman was being held. But before they could even take a step, one of the bodyguards was taken down by Ryu Min in the blink of an eye with a devastating blow. The next guy also took a painful hit to the face, leaving him with absolutely no chance to counter. Seeing his men fall, Yejeom stared at Ryu Min in shock, blurting out the name Lostyark with a look of pure astonishment. Ryu Min stepped closer with a cold, murderous aura, declaring that it was finally time for Yejeom to go to sleep. A fiery slap sent Yejeom flying back a meter, his glasses flying off in the process. Witnessing the overwhelming power of Lostyark, the remaining henchmen started shaking in their boots. Ryu Min summoned his glowing red scythe, looked at them with lethal eyes and asked bluntly, "So what's the plan now?" Realizing they were facing a professional player and knowing they didn't stand a chance, they just froze in fear. Ryu Min had no intention of showing mercy to people like them, who were ready to kill for money. He swung his scythe, finishing off the criminals with decisive slashes that stained the warehouse floor red. After finishing the job, Ryu Min stood calmly amidst the piles of corpses, his expression completely unfazed. He used a special skill to wipe away every trace of the massacre that had just taken place at the scene. Ryu Min decided to leave Yejeom there, as he knew all their trouble would be taken care of by the time he woke up. Once he finished handling the henchmen, Ryu Min sped off in his car, heading straight for the place where Lee Seong-hyun was being detained. Upon arrival, he saw Yami also just appearing in the distance, with everything playing out exactly according to his script. Ryu Min manifested before Yami, pretending to show mercy and offering her a chance to keep her life. Taking it at face value, Yami knelt and thanked him profusely, having no idea she was about to fall into an even more terrifying chain of command. In reality, Ryu Min did this because he didn't want Seong-hyun to see him use his power to take the charm rune. This charm rune was extremely powerful. It could control anyone regardless of their level or identity. However, thanks to the spiritual barrier rune he obtained in the previous round, Ryu Min was completely immune to its effects. Taking advantage of the moment Yami dropped her guard, he commanded her to become his slave forever. Yami's eyes went dull as she was completely subdued, ready to obey every command of her master. Ryu Min cautioned her that whenever others were around, she was absolutely forbidden from calling him master or acting like a slave. He told Yami to run off and report to Yejeom that the traitor Lostyark was the one who ruined their operation. Ryu-min also forbade her from mentioning the identity Black Scythe to anyone from that point on. Yami nervously asked that if she couldn't call him that, what name should she use to address him properly? Just call me by my real name, Ryu-min, he replied with a smile full of hidden meaning. Meanwhile, in a different turn of events, Assemblyman Lee Seong-hyun was tied tightly to a chair with his mouth gagged in an empty room. He was still in shock, unable to believe he had been kidnapped so brazenly just because of the laws he was pushing for. Seong-hyun was certain that those behind this could only be players, as they were the only ones capable of threatening him at this time. Ryu-min walked into the room where Lee Seong-hyun was tied up, and seeing him, the assemblyman felt a glimmer of hope, believing this was his rescuer. He recalled the scene where Ryu-min smiled reassuringly, telling him to wait a bit as he needed to go out and finish dealing with that woman. Lee Seong-hyun watched him go with concern, wondering what the relationship between this young man and Yami could be, as they didn't seem to be allies. But he remained vigilant, for in these chaotic times, the fact that they weren't accomplices didn't necessarily mean Ryu-min was on his side. Ryu-min started to untie Seong-hyun, not forgetting to apologize for being late because he was busy taking care of some minor business outside. Hearing him ask about Yami, he casually confirmed that she was the one behind the kidnapping, but everything had been taken care of. Ryu-min smiled lightly, promising to explain everything to the assemblyman once he had completely freed him. Suddenly, he waved his hand to use a skill, and streams of green energy appeared, causing the criminal's body to vanish right before Seong-hyun's terrified eyes. Seeing that, Seong-hyun immediately realized the guy in front of him was a player, and he tremblingly asked why he would risk his life to save him. Ryu-min replied with a serious face, explaining that many players hated him because of the bills he was promoting, and the kidnappers were just one group among them. He revealed that he had been invited to join the plan, but felt this world truly needed fair laws like those Seong-hyun was proposing. That was why he decided to betray them, while Seong-hyun nervously looked at the dissolving corpses, feeling that this debt of gratitude was far too great. Ryu-min pointed at the bodies, confirming that these were all people sent to take his life, and he was ready to provide their identities if needed. Still shaken, Seong-hyun asked straight out what Ryu-min wanted from him in exchange for this heroic act. But Ryu-min's answer caught him off guard, as he only wanted him to stay firm on the path he had chosen and push that bill to the end. Seong-hyun was stunned by the young man's lack of self-interest, bowing his head in thanks while feeling that he owed him a debt he could never repay. Hearing sirens outside, Ryu-min knew the police had arrived and decided to leave immediately to avoid any trouble. Seeing his savior about to leave, Seong-hyun hurriedly called out to him, not wanting his rescuer to depart without even knowing his name. As Ryu-min climbed out the window, the assemblyman used all his strength to call out, asking what his name was after all. Ryu-min paused for a moment, turned his head with a proud smile and left behind a name that would shake the world. I am Black Scythe. Soon after, news of the kidnapping and the appearance of Black Scythe flooded online news outlets with thousands of buzzing comments. At Yami's house, she was excitedly showing her phone to Ryu-min, displaying comments praising him as a public hero. Ryu-min scrolled through them casually. The reactions were quite positive, but he knew well that he couldn't just rely on one incident to become famous overnight. He returned the phone to Yami, thinking to himself that he needed time to build his image gradually rather than rushing into things. Ryu-min began delegating tasks, asking her to change the recruitment method for the PCW organization and focus on character rather than killing skills. He also told her to use Song Yejeom's authority to run background checks on applicants to ensure no criminals got through. When he heard reports that about 4,000 players remained, Ryu-min asked if all of them had passed the so-called murder test. Receiving a nod from Yami, he sighed in frustration, realizing that all the remaining players had blood on their hands. Ryu-min went silent for a moment, a new plan already brewing in his mind to deal with this trash. He gave a cold smile, thinking that for people like that, letting the cleanup crew handle them was the most logical choice. At midnight on August 1st, time passed and everyone was transported to a strange white expanse, with the crowd whispering and confused that it wasn't the planes they had expected. Amidst that chaotic swamp, Ryu-min stood with his arms crossed calmly, and from afar, Minjuri recognized him and waved while shouting the name Black Scythe. Ryu-min was slightly surprised that she found him so quickly. Minjuri smiled brightly, saying that thanks to the tracking skill she had just learned, it was a piece of cake. Seeing that Ryu-min didn't look happy, she put her hands together in apology, sweating bullets knowing she had just gone against her boss's wishes. Ryu-min coldly reminded her that tracking was not on the list of skills he told her to learn, and Minjuri could only laugh it off. Just then, Hyo Tseok in a black cloak also approached to greet them, and Ryu-min glanced over, wondering if this guy had wasted money on that useless skill. Even as he returned the greeting, Ryu Min was sighing internally, realizing they were both throwing money away on trifles instead of focusing on increasing their power as he had instructed. Hyo Tae-seok excitedly talked about seeing Ryu Min save the doctor on real-world news, and Minjuri chimed in, saying she had gone around commenting to support him everywhere. Ryu Min glanced over the comments elevating him to the heavens, calling him a living saint or a sexy idol, and just uttered an indifferent "oh." Hyo Tae-seok looked at him with sparkling, admiring eyes, showering him with praise, while Ryu Min just sweated at the overwhelming enthusiasm. Suddenly, a pair of brilliant golden wings spread wide in the sky, drawing every gaze as a powerful presence was about to appear. It was the angel Ariel, the new manager of this area, who landed with a glamorous look and an arrogant smile, telling everyone there was no need to applaud. But the reality was that there wasn't a single clap. The crowd just stood in dead silence, staring at Ariel hovering above. Ariel's face darkened, muttering unhappily because she thought at least one person would have clapped. What an annoying bunch of people. Sensing the freezing atmosphere, Ryu Min and those around him started to give a few lazy, perfunctory claps, thinking to himself that this situation was truly awkward. Ariel immediately brightened up again, thanking everyone for that fake enthusiasm, then snapped her fingers to announce it was time for the Round 8 mission check. The board appeared. The main mission is to escort the merchant convoy to the destination, while the side mission is to eliminate the traitors for a mysterious reward, with the number of participants reaching into the millions. The players began to panic. Some wondered where the merchants were, others worried if this was a role-playing game, and some were even afraid they would have to play as merchants for others to protect. Ariel laughed mockingly at their naivety, sarcastically saying that while she knew humans were inferior, she hadn't expected them to be stupid enough to think the system would make them act in a play. She explained that the merchant convoy came from another world, and players could choose to escort one of three types: humans, spirits, or dwarves, with difficulty levels from high, medium to low, and those who chose the same would automatically be grouped together. The condition to pass was to get the convoy to the destination safely within 5 hours, fighting off aggressive monsters along the way. But the most interesting part was that there would be traitors hiding within, and whoever made the biggest contribution to finding and destroying them would receive a generous reward from the side mission. Ariel announced the game would begin in 10 minutes, then flew in the air, sending her best wishes along with a hidden, cynical laugh. Players began to weigh their options. Some wanted the easiest path for safety, while others chose the human convoy for fear that other races looked too scary, with most just looking for the most comfortable path. Ryu Min observed and guessed that everyone would rush to the human side first, then the spirits, and finally the dwarves. For him, if he had to choose, the dwarves were the most logical. He analyzed it carefully. The dwarf path was the easiest but offered the least experience. Spirits were in the middle, and the human side was the hardest with fierce monsters. So anyone who wanted an easy time should just choose the dwarves. But the escort was only a necessary condition, as the ranking would be based on contribution points. The weaker the monster, the easier it was to earn points, but the experience gained would be pathetic. Conversely, high-level paths were tough but brought in a huge amount of experience, representing a trade-off between safety and power. Minjuri approached to ask which path Ryu Min intended to choose, and he gave a vague answer that he wasn't sure yet, then asked about her intentions. She rested her chin on her hand, looking puzzled and saying she was still thinking, as it seemed she was facing a difficult choice. In Minjuri's mind, she was struggling intensely, fearing that if she chose a path too easy, her level would stagnate, and the gap between her and Black Scythe would grow, leaving her no longer needed. Ryu Min realized she was worrying about nothing, and thought to himself that if he had known, he would have made her choose the dwarves immediately. He looked straight at Minjuri, reminding her sternly to remember one thing: greed leads to destruction, so the top priority was to survive as long as possible. Ryu Min affirmed that it was the best path for her, for him, and for everyone, and Minjuri was stunned, unable to say a word before that weighty advice. She wondered if Ryu Min had the ability to read minds, as he had hit the nail on the head regarding her fears, while Ryu Min hoped those words would make her choose the safe path. The system began activating the merchant convoy selection process, and 3 doors, humans, spirits, and dwarves, appeared, requiring players to touch them to confirm. Everyone around started choosing based on intuition. Some picked number 1 at random, others were curious to see what spirits looked like, and the selection boards glowed under their feet. Minjuri decided she would go with the dwarves and asked Ryu Min to go with her, but he refused outright, telling her to go ahead. Although a bit disappointed, she nodded in agreement and carefully buffed Ryu Min with an extra layer of green aura before leaving, and he smiled slightly, seeing that she was quite thoughtful. Minjuri waved goodbye, her body beginning to fade into the light of the choice, and she shouted with determination before officially entering the mission. After Minjuri, it was Hyo Taeseok's turn to say goodbye to do the mission, and Ryu Min casually told him to go ahead, not needing to worry about him. Around him, each player began to disappear into a brilliant beam of light, and in the white space that was gradually becoming empty, Ryu Min still stood as still as a statue. Looking around to see that most had left, Ryu Min still hadn't made a move to choose a faction, while the system constantly notified him of the last 1 minute remaining and warned of severe penalties for those who were slow. The countdown ticked down every second with tension. 10, 8, then the final 5 seconds passed, and Ryu Min still stood there calmly, ignoring the flashing, urgent notification of the system. He smiled with a hidden meaning when the time hit 0, and his choice was to choose no merchant convoy at all, which immediately caused the system to report an error because the player had missed the selection opportunity. A notification flashed. Player Black Scythe has been assigned to the trader group. His round 8 mission has been completely changed to preventing the convoy from reaching its destination. The reward is unclear, but if he fails, he will lose 20% of his stats and only have up to 3 tries. Other players who were pushed into this group began to panic, not understanding what was happening when they were suddenly labeled with the infamous traitor tag. Angel Ariel hovered above, laughing mockingly at the indecisive crowd that was thrown into this corner, ordering them all to gather to hear the rules. Ryu Min walked slowly among those in the same situation, and everyone immediately recognized him, unable to hide their amazement at seeing the #1 master appear in this traitor faction. Whispers erupted endlessly behind his back, as they wondered why someone like Black Scythe could have missed the selection time, or if this was actually some other plot. Ariel coldly explained the rules of the game. As members of the traitor group, their mission was to ruin the convoy's journey at all costs. She laughed gleefully, adding that this side would have no team-ups or experience sharing, because the nature of traitors was that they were never allowed to trust each other. One player worried about having to hunt alone, while another regretted missing the chance to team up with Black Scythe to benefit from his power. Ariel posed a hypothetical if someone wanted to betray their own teammates for profit, and a burly guy immediately asserted he would kill that person instantly to keep them quiet. Ariel looked satisfied, saying that was the reason they weren't allowed to team up, to be free to attack each other when necessary. She added that everyone's nicknames would be hidden to protect their identities, but one player wondered what the use of hiding names was if everyone had already seen their faces. Ariel believed that remembering faces was much harder than remembering names, and no one could remember more than 20 faces in an instant. Ryu Min heard this and just smirked, for he had long since memorized every single one. She urged them to start the game and warned that if they failed, they would have to retry at a harder difficulty with weakened bodies. And one player was still confused when hearing about having to face other convoys if they lost. Ariel explained that the retry sequence would start from dwarves to spirits and then to humans, and the crowd panicked when they realized the terrible scenario if they couldn't win right from the start. She laughed cruelly, confirming that if they lost at the dwarf turn, they would have to face the spirits in a state of having all their stats reduced by 20%, which was nothing short of a slow death sentence. The other traders began to sweat, telling themselves they had to give it their all to succeed at the dwarf stage at all costs, thinking it was their only chance to survive. Contrasting with that panic, Ryu Min coldly looked in another direction, as he never had any intention of ending the mission so early. Ryu Min had seen through the game's flaw. The traitor side could experience all the convoys if they accidentally failed, which was his golden opportunity to sweep up monsters on all 3 routes and gather a huge amount of experience. Not only experience, but each route also contained unique items and runes, and Ryu Min wanted to monopolize all of those resources. He glanced over at the others, silently offering condolences as they were about to become tools for his leveling plan. Ariel waved to order the start, not forgetting to leave a mocking remark, hopping, they would provide an entertaining show for the high-ups observing from afar. The teleportation light enveloped the whole group, sending those labeled as traitors by the system straight to the first mission location. The scene that appeared was a rugged mountain range, with thick fog covering the steep cliffs, and the notification appeared, "Escort the dwarf convoy." A lopsided battle was about to begin as 230 defenders had to face only 29 traitors. The scene shifted to a place surrounded by nothing but rugged, jagged mountains. The players began to murmur and whisper, "Is this truly another world? It's hard to believe how incredible this is. Haven't we always been surviving in an otherworldly realm from the start? Are you out of your mind? Wait, why can't I see anyone else's nickname?" Black Scythe also appeared among the group. A system interface appeared before his eyes. Mission: escort the dwarf merchant caravan. Number of participants: 230 people. Traitors: 29 people. Safely protect the dwarf merchant caravan until they reach the designated destination. If the escort mission is completed, all members will receive an experience reward. Specifically, the person with the greatest contribution in eliminating the traitors will receive an additional reward from the side quest. In the case where all traitors are wiped out without a single one left, a bonus reward will be granted to everyone. What the hell is going on? Even the number of traitors is clearly displayed. There are 29 traitors on our side. That means roughly 1 in every 8 people is a backstabber. Are they hiding right here in this crowd? Black Scythe looked around and thought to himself, the atmosphere is becoming suffocating and tense. It's inevitable when no one knows who the traitors are. He turned his face to look at a guy who had appeared earlier. That guy, is he trying to expose himself as one of the traitors' cohorts? He thought, I need to deal with them before Black Scythe exposes this entire treacherous plot. Suddenly a familiar voice rang out, oh, is that you, brother Black Scythe? Wow, I never expected to have the serendipity of running into you in a place like this. Ryumin approached him joyfully and spoke up. Did you choose to follow the dwarf merchant caravan too? Could it be that you are following me? Black Scythe replied calmly, your support skills generally have some use after all. Oh yes, though the number of players gathered at this dwarf merchant caravan is fewer than I imagined. That really is true. At that same moment, another familiar face approached. Are you the famous Black Scythe? I am truly surprised to see you again in a place like this. Priscilla smiled eagerly and said, it's a pleasure to meet you. But then, everything suddenly went silent. Also, Ms. Min Jury is here too. It's the actress Priscilla. Hello, sister, it's such an honor to meet you in the real world. Ah, yeah. Priscilla's face bowed slightly. How strange, I feel a prickly, uncomfortable sensation, she whispered, a feeling of jealousy rising within her. Ryumin looked around and wondered, so where is the person who usually accompanies you? You mean the bodyguard? No, and Sanchel decided to join the human merchant caravan side. The human merchant caravan, I don't know why, but he insisted on going over there no matter what. I see, even knowing that the human side possesses the harshest level of difficulty, he still chose it. That is quite a shocking decision. Then someone shouted, drawing the attention of the three of them. Oh, everyone, look over there. It seems like there are about 10 carriages approaching. The dwarf merchant caravan had appeared. The caravan leader jumped off his mount and said, so have you all gathered? Brave warriors from the other world. The auxiliary translation feature has been activated. You are now able to communicate with the races of the other world. He continued to explain, it is a pleasure to meet you all. I am H, a blacksmith with the dwarf merchant caravan. It seems you are the warriors from another world who have come to accept the escort mission. Is that correct? Sure enough, my judgment has never been wrong. No wonder your appearance and aura are completely different from the aggressive bandits in this area. All the goods stored on the carriages are precious iron ore and metal materials. These items must be escorted across the Kagego mountain range to reach the Ambit Kingdom. The trouble is, there are too many monsters surrounding the path. That is why we had to seek help from the temple. The players looked at each other with confusion. What is this? Are they real flesh and blood? How is that possible? They must just be artificial creatures like the goblins. Our only goal is to finish the quest and get the reward. However, Black Scythe thought differently. Those who come into contact with otherworldly races for the first time usually reveal such confused reactions. Later on, otherworldly races will appear with increasing frequency. So one must accumulate reputation points while starting now to receive many special privileges later. Especially the dwarves, who have the ability to craft and provide legendary-grade divine weapons or god-tier materials. Thus, surely no player would be stupid enough to give up those immense benefits just to make enemies with the dwarves. Because they were completely clueless about that information, the eyes of the traders revealed such treacherous and uncertain looks. Even if they were paid, they wouldn't dare act blatantly in front of other players. The caravan leader stepped forward and announced, "O warriors from the other world, I leave this journey entirely in your hands. The countdown to reach our destination is 5 hours." And so the group began to move, everyone alert to their surroundings. Ryumin also walked slowly after the group. Someone like those orcs can be dealt with in a heartbeat. From deep within the dark canyon, an orc legion appeared, blocking the caravan's path. The players looked at each other in confusion. What is this? Everywhere I look there are orcs. They are pouring out like ants. Aren't these the ones we fought in the 5th round? Isn't it nice to see them again? So everyone charged forward, slashing and killing crazily. Today, I'm going to send you all to the afterlife. The players looked down at the pile of corpses and chuckled inwardly. So much for that, turned out they weren't so tough after all, but it seems the number of orcs this time is a bit overwhelming. Why do these freaks keep pouring out without end? Black Scythe bombed the battlefield alone, every swing of his blade claiming the lives of countless enemies rushing toward him. The exact number was a staggering 4,600 orcs appearing, because after every sweep, the number of monsters produced would be 20 times the total number of players present. There would be 30 such waves of attacks. That meant every 10 minutes, the monsters would mount a full-scale assault. At this rate, the experience points. Why is the amount of experience received so miserably small? On top of that, the experience gained from killing monsters is shared equally among all members of the party. However, the traders get to keep 100% of the experience from the monsters they personally finish off. One after another, they fell under his tempestuous attacks. After a while, Black Scythe stood atop the pile of orc corpses and silently calculated. So that's a total of 463 kills. The system was applying a triple experience effect, plus an additional 1.5x experience from his title. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Just after the first wave, I've already leveled up once. If I can persevere through the remaining 29 waves, breaking through level 60 is definitely within reach. The dwarf caravan leader spoke up again. "Oh, warriors from the other world, you have worked hard. Now let us continue on our way." A moment later, the orcs again poured out crazily from every direction, attacking continuously. The players began to exhaust themselves, cursing the crazy wild boars. Why are they charging out to attack again? We haven't even had a moment to breathe. Looking around, everyone was exhausted from having to fight continuously. Only Black Scythe remained full of energy, sweeping through monster after monster without rest. "Damn it, I can't take it anymore." They pointed at him and muttered, "Wait, if the situation is only at that level, we can just sit back and watch, right?" Yeah, come to think of it, that's true. Even if we don't lift a finger, the experience points still automatically flow into our accounts. Or should we take this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to hop on Black Scythe's wagon and hitch a ride for speed? His eyes glanced backward and he smiled. Are those freeloaders dreaming that they can just tag along for an easy ride? However, if they just stand around doing nothing like that, it won't end well. Because the leaderboard will be decided based on actual contribution levels in hunting monsters. Min Jury understood that rule very well, so she kept moving to cast support spells. "I will perform support spells to boost your strength." Amazing, my entire attribute stats have been buffed by up to 60%. Please cast the support spell on me too. Ryumin smiled. It seems I don't need to worry about Min Jury falling behind anymore. A few moments passed and finally the monsters all went down. Everyone panted from exhaustion. "Have all the monsters been wiped out? Quickly get on your mounts and set off, my brave warriors from the other world." A player stood up and complained, "Hey, that dwarf leader guy has to give us a short period to recover our strength, right? If the caravan stops and doesn't move, the monsters will keep pouring out to attack. If you want to rest, do it while walking, you cannot stop." Damn it, this is incredibly annoying. These trash monsters that die in one light swing are still making me. The difficulty of this round isn't high, but the lack of rest time will wear down stamina and lead to exhaustion very quickly. Now the opportune moment for action had finally arrived. Suddenly someone standing on a rock yelled loudly, "Everyone look over here and listen to me for a moment. Instead of just blindly hunting monsters like this, isn't the urgent priority to bring the traitors to light? If we keep on like this before we even find the traitors, we'll all be exhausted and collapse." That makes a lot of sense. We've just been focused on killing those guys. The quest to find those hidden traitors is also extremely important, but the problem is, how can we identify them? The traitors aren't in the same party as us, so when they attack, they should surely deal actual damage, right? Why don't we try swinging our weapons at each other to test it out? What does everyone think of this plan? Oh, that's certainly true. Using this method, it will be easy to expose them. Let's all agree to follow that method. What is everyone still hesitating for? Try thrusting your sword straight into the person next to you to see. Then a guy walked up to Black Scythe, raised his sword and slashed forward decisively. But it collided with someone next to him. The defensive layer had deflected his sword backward. The clear result made him smile. Oh, it really doesn't cause damage. They're completely normal. Let's try it too. Count to 3 and thrust together. 1, 2, 3. Both of them swung their weapons at each other, but the result remained unchanged. It feels like I just stabbed into a block of metal. This side must surely be our comrades too. At this rate, we'll quickly find all the traitors. The protagonist turned to look at everyone and thought, things have come to this point, so they will start acting now. A traitor stood confused with a fearful expression. Damn it, what should I do now? If this keeps up, I'll be exposed. In this situation, I must quickly kill the dwarves. But then suddenly from behind, a sword slashed straight down onto his shoulder, and the pain extinguished everything. What, my sword actually pierced through him? A traitor found a traitor. So 3 or 4 others ran over to attack him. Kill him quickly. Huh, there's a traitor over here too. There's one on this side too. Turns out there are traitors here. Wipe them all out. In an instant, everything became chaotic as the traitors were easily exposed by a simple method. Hey, what are you hiding over there for? You're a traitor, aren't you? As soon as the truth was revealed, he took his hand and struck the person opposite him. Damn it, you bastards. 2 others immediately ran over. That bastard just attacked our party, he's a traitor, catch him. If I just stand still, I'm a dead man. There's only one way to survive. I must kill the dwarves and complete the mission. Two other traitors understood the intent and rushed to help. Here's our chance, there won't be a second one. Kill Heimer. Wait, warriors from the other world. What in the world is the meaning of all this? All four of them jumped in unison with blazing bloodlust. Die. Just as the dwarf leader gave up on everything, suddenly someone appeared from the shadows and saved his life. He softly asked, "Are you okay?" The merchant pondered, Who is it? Stand behind me, those bastards are targeting you." "Who is that bastard? Where did he crawl out from? If you're smart, get lost, don't get in our way if you don't want to die." Then one of them said arrogantly, "No, we don't have time to wait, kill him too." "Yeah, you brought this on yourself, don't blame us." All four of them attacked repeatedly, but he still calmly deflected it all with ease. A horizontal slash finished off the spear wielder, his cold gaze showing no mercy. "You know, for those who dare point a blade at me, I will not hold back." All four of them were taken down in the blink of an eye, not a single one able to resist even one blow. Their heads were severed before they even knew it. "You brought this upon yourselves, don't blame me." Other players watching from afar couldn't help but admire. "Wow, who is that guy? His skills are top-notch. How come no one knew about such a strong person before? That's fine, at least our group has a skilled person." He walked up to the panicked dwarfs. "What is happening? Why did they attack me?" Ryuman slowly explained, "There are traitors in our group trying to prevent the escort mission." "Traitors? So the reason we were attacking each other just now was to expose the traitors. I never thought that among the warriors from the other world there would be such people. That was a close call. Thanks to you, this lowly life of mine was saved. Please, benefactor, tell me your name." He thought to himself that he had intentionally hidden his identity, so he couldn't say he was Black Scythe. At times like this, he just needed to use his title. The others saw this and wondered, what is that? Why is only his name displayed? How did he make it appear? He smiled secretly. It was natural they didn't know, as they had never received a title. Titles were harder to find than ancient scripts, and when using a title. "Wait, are you the pioneer?" People in the other world usually reacted as if following a pre-written script. "So you are the pioneer." "Oh, no wonder, respected pioneer, I have heard of your name for a long time." "Really? I didn't know I was that famous." The pioneer is truly humble. They bowed respectfully. "Thank you for saving my life." "Oh, pioneer," the favorability of the dwarf race toward the pioneer has increased from neutral to friendly. "Just as I wanted, I have gained the trust of the dwarves. I will certainly receive the reward I'm aiming for once the escort mission ends. But increasing my reputation a bit more doesn't hurt. I will hunt one or two more waves of monsters in this form. So finding the traitors can wait, kill the orcs first." A new wave of monsters had started, and everyone charged into battle again. Every swing of the blade brought down monsters. The dwarves observed with admiration. Having the pioneer here is truly reassuring. His skills are far superior to the others. If I gave him a weapon forged by my own hands, would he use it? While fighting, Minjuri thought, Tusk, too slow, how annoying. If I had the scythe here, I could have sent 4 monsters to the afterlife with just one swing. But regardless, if I can win over the dwarves and receive the reward, it's worth it. A while later, the battle finally ended. After the 29th wave, the current situation, 190 participants, traitor killed. Only 10 minutes left, yet there are still 5 traitors. Are they assassins or what? Assassins can use stealth skills. Is there anyone we haven't attacked yet? I'm not sure. I thought we tried stabbing everyone. Are you sure you stabbed every single person? Did you try stabbing Black Scythe? What, Black Scythe? Stab Black Scythe? What sane person would dare do that? In my position, I'd rather die. If I'm a spy, my life is done for. Perfectly accurate. So that means no one has dared to test him yet. If everyone is a coward, I'll go first. Black Scythe turned to look at him and said, "Come at me. If you're brave, step up and try it." HMPH, seeing that kind of threat, it's clear he's a traitor. When did I yell threats? What? Just a moment ago, you glared at people like you wanted to finish them off in one blow. Should I be smiling happily at someone who is suspicious of me? I'm no saint. Being falsely accused is obviously frustrating. If you like, go ahead and stab. Hearing that, the blue-haired guy backed away in fear. This is troublesome. If I strike and they turn out to be innocent, I'll invite disaster and be targeted for no reason. He looked at him and thought, no matter how suspicious, given the consequences, no one is stupid enough to step up first. But this suspicion can't be lessened. What does Black Scythe's attitude mean? Could he really be the mole? Probably not that far. In the end, no one had enough courage to test him. But then suddenly someone stepped forward and said clearly, everyone doesn't need to be suspicious of Black Scythe anymore. Because I have checked him myself. You tested him yourself. That's right, I just did it a few minutes ago, but the weapon was deflected as soon as it touched him. If Minjuri confirmed it like that, perhaps Black Scythe let her test him. Her words were completely reliable. Ryuman narrowed his eyes looking at her. Why is my pride being so deeply hurt? She wins people over even better than I do. Turns out using a positive influence brings better results than using violence to suppress. Yuri winked at him and whispered, Black Scythe, did I perform well? Don't worry, the secret about your traitor identity will be kept safe by me. I really don't understand what nonsense you're rambling about. Come on, you don't need to be wary of me. Yuri left happily. Usually I'm protected by him, and finally I found a chance to repay the favor. I'm so lucky. Do you want to help me that much? On the other side, CO Aaron felt a little sad. I should have volunteered to speak up first. Suddenly, another wave of monsters appeared, charging to attack. Over there, monsters have appeared. Only 10 minutes left until it's over and they are still pouring out. Damn it, I'm exhausted, these damned annoying things. And so, everyone had to jump into battle with the monsters again. This battle is surely the final sweep. It's quite a coincidence that in the last wave, I reached level 60 and upgraded my skills. Should I take this chance to wipe them all out in the final round? Black Scythe activated the exclusive skill Death's Night. What is that? Why did the sky suddenly go dark? Is this a technique unleashed by Black Scythe? The range of the Death's Night skill had expanded to 1,500 meters. When combined with the Death script, the attack speed was also pushed up by another 50%. I will sweep them all in the blink of an eye. The players stood there stunned. My god, how can he be that terrifyingly fast? It's much more horrific than before. And to think I was actually bold enough to try and test the endurance of such a fearsome monster earlier. His hand tightened around his scythe. The damage of his moon slash boosted by an additional 1,800%, so he decided to settle the finishing blow with that skill. A massive slash was unleashed, blowing away the orcs blocking the path and tearing them into pieces. What kind of ridiculous skill is this? Seeing those orcs being slaughtered makes me feel sorry for them. It's a good thing he's on our side. After a long period of fighting, the battle finally came to an end. The countdown to the destination was down to less than a second. The dwarf leader shouted happily, Brave warriors from another world, thank you all sincerely. We've passed through the dangerous territory, so the escort mission can conclude here. Our final destination is right ahead. We can handle the rest of the way ourselves, and you are free to head back now. Thanks to your help, the cargo arrived completely intact. Once again, I'd like to express my gratitude to everyone. And you, over there. Oh, warrior from another world, not the leader who guided us. I am deeply grateful that you saved this old life of mine. It's nothing worth mentioning. Then he reached into his pocket, took out something and gave it to him. This gift cannot possibly repay the debt of saving my life, but I still want to show my appreciation. Please accept it. You have received a durability ancient rune as a reward from the blacksmith. Activating the durability ancient rune. The newly received ancient rune will automatically fuse and be carved onto the player's body. Effect of the durability ancient rune. The durability of all equipped gear will automatically recover by 1 point every second. Now, even without a blacksmith by my side, I can repair my gear's durability myself. From now on, there's no need to bother Russell to help fix things. Then goodbye, brave leader. I look forward to our next meeting. A notification board appeared before his eyes. Successfully completed the escort of the dwarf merchant convoy to the safe zone. In a moment, all participants will be issued experience rewards for the successful escort, with the bonus experience doubled based on the number of monsters personally and collectively defeated. Is that for real? Experience doubled based on kills. The system is really going big and being incredibly generous this time. Since they were moving in a party formation, everyone leveled up simultaneously. Wait, your level has increased. Your level has increased, reaching level 70 thanks to the trip with the dwarf merchant convoy. This amount of experience is beyond my wildest imagination. At this rate, I can completely break through the level 80 milestone in the next round. Min Yuri slowly walked over and said, Black Scythe, it's finally over. You've worked hard and everyone has put in a lot of effort as well. See you all in the next round. The Dwarf Merchant Convoy Escort campaign has officially concluded. Statistics, 190 participating players, 5 traders. The traders' mission failed because they couldn't stop the merchant convoy from reaching its destination. All stats will be reduced by 20% until the end of this round. In a moment, the system will teleport you to the waiting room reserved for the traitor faction. Ah, the angel appeared and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, a warm welcome back, my dear traitors. Oh, so only 5 people survived on our side. That's a much greater loss than I anticipated. Anticipated? Does that mean you foresaw that everyone would have to lose their lives like this? That's obvious, because the scale of the dwarf merchant convoy was quite small. The process of weeding out and hunting down the moles was incredibly fast. Did you guys develop a sense of complacency just because the challenge level was low? It really was an immature mindset. Calling it foolish would be more accurate. However, you guys still have a chance to turn the tide, and you have 2 more chances at that. The elf merchant convoy gathers up to 700 people, so the difficulty certainly won't be as intense as this time. Next time, the 5 of you should learn to coordinate and fight properly, even though you're already suffering the stat reduction penalty. The 4 traders quickly met up. There are only 5 of us left, we have to coordinate well this round. That's right, if we want to stay alive, we have to team up and form an alliance. Let's act in unison and move together in the next battle. Should we map out a specific strategy before we set off? What about Black Scythe? What do you think? Go ahead and handle it yourselves. Does Black Scythe have no intention of coordinating with us? Even during the ambush on the dwarves, he didn't even bother to show his face. What reason do I have to place my trust in you people? We aren't even in the same party. And besides, it was just a coincidence that our mission objectives overlapped. Other than that, it's every man for himself. That's exactly why the experience points were distributed individually. Drop the nonsense thoughts and focus on hunting. The angel smiled. How intense. It seems all 5 of you are having internal strife and disagreements. But whatever, I don't care about that, so you can just fend for yourselves. Now prepare to transfer to the Elf Merchant Convoy area. I'm sure you guys will reap some success this time. Elf Merchant Convoy Escort Campaign. 740 participants, 5 traders. Protect the Elf Merchant Convoy to arrive safely. Upon completion of the escort mission, all members will be rewarded with experience points. The individual with the best performance in hunting down traders will receive a hidden mission reward. If every single trader is eliminated, everyone will receive additional rewards. The players were teleported to the starting location. Whoa, are we starting the escort journey right here? But why is there such a huge crowd? It must be over 500 people, right? Everyone must be curious to see the beauty of the elves, which is why they rushed to choose this map. Why can't I see anyone's nickname displayed? I heard that 5 traders are hiding among our ranks. How are we supposed to find them in this sea of people? With a force this large, we can't just go around stabbing everyone to check. Hey, look over there. Whoa, it's actual flesh and blood elves. They look exactly like the elf characters from Game Worlds. The rumors were true. Whether male or female, every single elf possesses exquisitely beautiful features. From far away in the forest, the elf legion slowly appeared. One of them stepped down and approached the players. It seems everyone has gathered here according to the schedule. Greetings, everyone, brave warriors from another world. I am Eugito, manager of the magical merchant caravan belonging to Elsoria. To have warriors from the shrine guide us like this, truly, there is nothing more reassuring. Hearing that, they replied, "Oh, I never thought I'd have a chance to see elves in real life. Did he mention the magical merchant caravan earlier? If so, that elf must be the head of the caravan, right?" Black Scythe smiled to himself, thinking, magical merchant caravan, my foot. Despite wearing merchant attire, those elves are actually knights belonging to Elsoria. This means the knights are escorting something so incredibly important that they are forced to hide their true identity. And that thing that needs strict protection is right over there, hidden carefully inside the large wagon. During this trip, if we protect that item perfectly, we will certainly receive a worthy reward from the elf tribe. Then suddenly someone tapped him on the shoulder. Isn't that Black Scythe? Nino asked in surprise, why is Black Scythe here? Could it be that he's following me? How could that be? What kind of nonsense are you thinking? Obviously, I'm here because I personally chose to follow the elf merchant caravan. His expression softened slightly. Then again, how could he possibly know my choice to follow him? If so, could this be an arrangement of fate? An opportunity ordained by destiny for me to accompany Black Scythe once more. What do you mean by looking at me with that face? Haha, it's nothing. Then someone else approached. Are you Black Scythe? Who are you? It's Junseok. You still remember my name? I just vaguely remember it by accident. Is there a problem? No, it's just that last time you saved my life, but I didn't get a chance to thank you, so I've been feeling uneasy about it. Thank you very much for saving my life. Being in the same party as you on this trip is a great honor for me. Hearing that, Nino ran over to ask, wait a minute, did you say your name is Junseok? What do you mean by Black Scythe saving your life? Ah, so that's how it was. Did Black Scythe appear just in time to rescue you? That's truly lucky in such a dangerous situation, but may I ask who you are? Sorry for not introducing myself until now. My nickname is Napinagan. Hey Junseok, are you following any religion or sect? Religion or sect? What's that? Honestly, I'm looking to recruit more members into my organization, so let's head over there and chat a bit. Ryu Min saw the scene and could only sigh. He was truly worthy of being the head of a future sect. Even in these circumstances, he didn't forget to look for new followers. Whatever, let them do what they want. Anyway, having more people following and supporting him didn't hurt. Alright, let's start moving now. We're counting on you for the upcoming journey. Oh, brave warriors of another world. The group began the journey in silence. Suddenly, from the sky, a pack of monsters appeared and attacked. Hey, there are monsters flying this way. Everyone be on high alert. How are we supposed to attack those things flying in the air? I only have a sword in my hand right now. Black Scythe summoned his scythe and thought that dealing with harpies wasn't any different from normal monsters. Because when they want to attack, they have to swoop down to the ground anyway. Moreover, their only weapons are their beaks and claws to scratch and tear. Just be patient and wait for them to fly close enough, then swing your blade. Instantly, a fatal blow sliced the monster's body in half with ease. The others saw this and hurriedly cheered. Oh, it turns out the method is that simple. Using a sword works just fine. Charge. One by one, the harpies were taken down. Their attack patterns were far too predictable. Another one swooped down at Nino, but it was easily restrained by his dark magic, shadow chains. Following that, an arrow pierced straight through its head for a clean finish. While he was celebrating his kill, another one lunged at him from behind. Its pair of sharp talons were aimed straight at him. What is this? Fortunately, someone appeared just in time and delivered a slash to save him at the very last second. Hey Napinagan, be careful. Thank you so much, Iam Junseok. But wait, have you thought carefully about the recruitment offer I mentioned earlier? Can we just finish off these monsters first and then discuss it later? Okay. Standing from above, Black Scythe observed everything. Since when did they become so close? But then again, a shadow mage combined with a melee warrior could completely make up for each other's shortcomings. As soon as the thought ended, two more monsters lunged at him. Stop being so pushy. Even if you didn't urge me, I was going to finish you off anyway, so rest easy. A slash cut across the monster's mouth, splitting its body in two. Black Scythe landed lightly on the ground. Behind him were the scattered corpses of the harpies. He slowly turned his head. There was still a massive swarm of monsters hovering in the air. Black Scythe decided to unleash his ultimate move to wipe them out in one strike. Moon Slash, a terrifying wave of power erased the sky in a flash, leaving behind corpses scorched down to the bone. That was close. I didn't expect flying monsters to appear here. But after fighting them, I realized they aren't as scary as I imagined, are they? They have fast speed, but their durability is incredibly weak. That was only the first wave of attacks. And the amount of experience received is as small as a mouse's tail. Well, with 740 people sharing it, it's obvious the points would be low. However, there's a huge number of monsters here, so if we persist in hunting, we'll eventually level up. Did you guys observe what happened just now? Did you see when Black Scythe fought? He used that scythe to slice them in two. Slicing in two is nothing, he even minced them into tiny pieces. This is the first time in my life I've felt sorry for the monsters. This group seems quite relaxed and comfortable. But this leisure will sooner or later turn into sighs of frustration. Because ahead, there are still 29 waves of monsters waiting. Harpies, lizardmen, and wolves. In this quest chain, those three monster types will take turns appearing to attack. Even though the number of monsters here is only half compared to the dwarf caravan, every 10 minutes, monsters with double the strength of orcs will pour out continuously. There won't be a single second to rest by then. They'll soon realize the ferocity of this. While walking with the group, suddenly someone noticed something unusual. Wait, it sounded like something just made a noise from inside the bushes. As soon as those words were spoken, a legion of monsters rushed out like a disturbed beehive. Aha, the monsters are here. Everyone get your weapons ready. Leading them was a lizardman wielding a massive blade. His power was certainly superior to the harpies from before.